live person.
Hello, we are live with OnCon 8. Hello, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Apologies for starting off just a couple minutes late. YouTube is being a thing, as it so often is. But we've got a whole bunch of panels planned for you today, starting off with a roundtable discussion. That'll be fun to kind of bring some folks in to discuss a thing, and we've got people to do that with. Yay!
Yes.
So why don't you guys come forward and we'll just kind of get going.
Okay.
We are going to talk about the ever-present question, subs versus dubs.
Yep.
Yes.
So which is it? Subs versus dubs?
All right. So hi.
Subs, right? Okay, we're done. Good.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we could probably start off that way.
Go ahead and introduce yourselves.
All right. So I'm Yukishiro, and I'm frequently paneling up and down the East Coast, mostly the DC area.
I'm Justin. I panel mostly at Katsucon, Otakon, and the USA, which is a thing this year apparently. And I'll be at some other cons like Colossal Con East, trying to hawk my wares there, and I guess we have a group called Otaku Brain Trust, which is Brent's brand, but
It's our brand.
Yeah.
It's become our brand. We'll put it that way. There we go.
We'll be taking over a con near you any day now.
Yes. This might be one of them.
Yeah.
Perhaps. So we thought we'd get together to do a couple of panels here, starting with, again, that sort of ever-present question of kind of the sub versus dub thing. And so to start off with...
Okay. So there's a whole bunch of ways to approach this.
Actually,
absolutely.
we should self-promote for Otakon a little bit.
Good
Oh,
point.
yeah. Drop it in.
We know that a few of our panels have gotten rejected, but we're assuming that means the other ones are either accepted or waitlisted, because they usually do reject.
We've always done at least 3 panels for each Otakon, I believe. Between...
Yeah, there's been some years where, like...
all our members.
I did, like, my subtitles one. So I'm probably doing the subtitles one. I'm probably doing the 18-plus version of my subtitles panel. And then I don't know what y'all submitted or got rejected so far.
I have no idea.
Yeah, we don't find out until later. But
Yeah.
they pick what... They pick like 3 hours of content from us in some combination, 3 to 4 hours, because you usually get at least 1.
Yeah.
You often get 2,
Yeah.
and then I'll 75% of the time pick up 1.
Yeah. I have no idea what I submitted, but here's hoping. I think I submitted a fair number, and I have not yet heard back about several of them. So, hoping.
Okay.
So subs versus dubs.
Yeah, so I'm thinking about this, and I'm like, okay, there's a number of ways we could come at this.
Yes.
One of which yields no answer, then 2 of which open up a whole can of worms.
I love cans of worms.
So okay, the first one is the camp that I'm mostly in, or at least the only thing that I would socially enforce, which is that your preference is your preference. Do what you like. But then the 2 other things that I can think of is, what was the author's intent?
Yeah.
And then the final thing is just, how does this socially code you for camps, for tribal, for tribes and anime fandoms?
It's a great question.
Are you a filthy Western casual, or are you a cultured palate?
Yes.
Like,
one of the elite
yes.
who watches subs. I should point out, I have no intent here of coming down and saying, all jokes aside, that subs rule, dubs drool.
Yeah.
Obviously there are pluses and minuses, but that's exactly kind of what I want to talk about, is this idea that certainly there are pluses and minuses. So let's start by kind of establishing kind of where we came from.
Yeah.
And just kind of our biases and our where we came from. I can say when I started with anime in the 80s and 90s, I'm old,
Yeah.
that there was so much limited access.
Yeah.
Often the only way to get anime was whatever was showing on TV. Maybe there was a VHS tape out there, and so you had no choice basically. And if you were buying a tape, you were either buying, Akira for $30 in dubbed
Yeah.
or in subbed, and so you had to like vote with your money, which made it a very explicit choice.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that made it more complicated, which folks don't realize now, is if you watched Dragon Ball on television, those are the voices in your head. So when you went, then when you buy
Yeah.
the tapes, it was kind of weird to then go and buy the subs, for example.
Yeah.
So that also made it kind of
You
complicated.
you got it set in there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I got used to dubs, and then as I got in and got
So you got used to the DBZ voices. You got used to.
DBZ is a bad example because I'm not a DBZ fan.
Okay. Because I was like, because like I've heard Goku's voice, and I'm like, how would I get used to that?
I watched the dub. I watched both the dub and the sub for Dragon Ball, and
Mm-hmm.
it's really just a. I mean, you kind of hear that there's a reason. There's a reason they've been using Goku's voice actress
Yeah.
in Japan.
Yeah.
Because she
Yeah.
actually straight up conveys emotion better than
Okay.
I forget
Yeah.
Goku's.
There was also a legacy thing that like, okay, this was a child's voice in the original Dragon Ball.
Mm-hmm.
And they just kept this, like, it's the same character, so they kept the same voice actress. So it's like,
Mhm.
but isn't this guy like an adult now? And he's just walking around,
Yeah.
muscled out, talking like an 8-year-old.
Yeah. But yeah, totally. And I think for me, it was actually Gundam. Because so little Gundam was available
Yeah.
over here, I had to watch the subs. I didn't
Yeah.
mind the subs, but I got used to those voices, so that kind of transitioned me over there.
Yeah.
So now I can do either. I don't
Yeah.
really have much of a preference.
First exposure does definitely matter. So
Yeah.
what gets set in your head.
Yeah. So how about you?
So I suppose there's two avenues that I was exposed to anime.
Mhm.
One is like a couple of shows on like 4Kids. So like
Quality
Yu-Gi-Oh is probably an experience
Mm.
that and like I do really love the Yu-Gi-Oh voice.
Mhm.
And a lot of women really like the Yu-Gi-Oh voice, as is attested to me quite frequently.
He also was in hentai before.
Oh yeah,
Right.
yeah. We have voice
There-
clips.
Oh, there are significant number. Of
Something
those
involving a
various-
chicken.
Yeah, he clucked like a chicken.
Yeah.
And he said it just sounds like Yami Yugi.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you couldn't tell from the boy wearing like a choker and chains while playing Death Game. But so like, there's that. For subs for me, and like that was an outstanding voice. But for the most part, I was raised in my 2 decades ago in my high school anime club on subs. And so I mean, I developed that as normal. And I think I also didn't develop any fandom for the English dubbers. So I was mostly like, I hear the same voices, and
Go ahead.
yeah, so they didn't seem totally distinct. On the other hand, I do really like when they've gotten some professional actors for certain things. Like I will swear by the Kirsten Dunst Kiki's Delivery Service.
Okay. Yeah. Solid depth.
And I forget who does the cat's voice, but it's pretty perfect. And so that was just an experience.
So that's interesting. So before we get to you, Justin, I want to clarify something. So it sounds like there's also a dichotomy where English dubs are kind of what you hear on television along with all the other
Yep.
TV stuff, but when you get into anime, you hear subs.
Yes.
So that's an interesting
Yes.
distinction there. That's a good point. Yeah. That like you're exposed to anime, but it's
Yeah.
not real anime, so to speak.
I'd say my default choice is subs,
Okay.
but there's definitely a few times where I specifically have picked the dub.
Mm-hmm.
And it's usually rare because like if I have somebody recommend a dub to me, oftentimes they're a dedicated dubber. but a few times that I've done it intentionally was JoJo Part 1, and that's just because it's set in England, and I'm like,
Oh yeah.
these people are actually speaking English.
Yeah.
Like, so I'm just going to listen to them actually speaking English.
Mhm. Yeah. It's what I found so
Yeah.
funny about Conqueror Shambhala
Yeah.
is everyone was like, "Oh, I'll listen to the English." I was like, "That's
Yeah.
literally set in Europe.
Yeah.
Like it's
Yeah.
literally Europe. Like I
Yeah.
think there's a case to be made there."
And recently, I actually had a side by side because normally I'm just so set in my ways. I pick subs. But on, I think it was Crunchyroll or Funimation, I was like in the year 2022, finally getting around to watching Spice and Wolf,
Ooh, nice.
and me and my friend headcanoned the show very differently, and the voices helped. The English voices helped with that.
Interesting.
Which is that the main character is a gray-haired main character, but he's an anime protagonist. I have weird hair color.
Okay.
White-haired main character when nobody else has that.
True.
So I just read him as old, and his character is very
Ah.
specifically written to be an older, more tired person.
Yeah.
And Hollow is specifically supposed to be a much more mature, like confident person. They're not like the 15-year-old child that their body that they're in.
Mhm.
So me and my friend just aged up the characters, and we really liked the dub for that because both of them sounded a lot older. The voice actress for Hollow really got across the kind of like older woman teasing a younger man relationship that they got across, and it was really good. It fed into the kind of romance that they had going.
Yeah.
And we heard there was the little spots in between where like Hollow leads you through like calisthenics or something, and that was in the
Of course.
original Japanese. And I'm like, oh god, her voice is so high, it's so shrill. I'm like, I'm very happy we didn't watch it that way.
Yep. Yep. Doesn't how about you?
I mean, I started on, like, when I was a kid on Pokemon, Dragon Ball Z, Toonami, and if I'm remembering, like, I never have thought about my flow through anime fandom so much, but I think it just went, like, Toonami into Shonen Jump reading, into, like, as far as anime goes, I know, like, Shonen Jump was just because it was available there,
Yeah.
but I think as far as anime goes, it was, like, some stuff might have been on TV, and I bought episodes of stuff at Suncoast,
Okay,
like
yeah.
4 episodes for $30. But I think I had
Yep,
I think at that point I had the benefit of like the fact that it was dual track still for
DB,
yeah. And then beyond that, it was high school was learning about subs and listening to some subs. Obviously, high schooler, you develop some form of elitism.
Sure.
I think I was subs for a while, and in college, I just kind of like bagged off. I was like, I don't care. Like, you can listen to whatever you listen to. I personally still listen to like subtitles mostly. Usually, it's because I'm watching newer stuff, or because I mean the niche for dubs for me is very small. Like, especially older stuff. When you watch some older anime, like. It's not like the people dubbing anime in the 80s and 90s were like trashing what they were doing. It's just there was more refinement already within the Japanese voice actor. Like I'm watching Dirty Pair, and I can't even imagine trying to watch Dirty Pair.
Oh,
okay.
So actually, I'll bring up Dirty Pair because that's one of the examples I give. I don't like the Dirty Pair Japanese dub. I don't like their Japanese voices. They just sound over the top.
Yeah.
Right?
Which
is something that I've become sensitive to with experience with Japanese, where I can hear some of those distinctions now. Not for everything, obviously. But it's funny how there are, like, Ranma Santome, like his, I think female Ranma. No, male Ranma.
Yeah.
No. Like, the Japanese male Ranma, just, I cannot connect that voice with that character. And obviously that's an iconic voice actor. but it just doesn't work for me. So it is kind of funny how
Yeah.
you know.
I mean, there is some stuff like there is stuff on my watch list. Like I've never seen Penny and Stocking with Garterville, and I hear the dub is incredible for that. So I would like to see the dub for that.
Yeah.
So I go back and forth, but like 90% of the time I stay with subtitles.
Sure.
Okay, so there's definitely some mechanical things to talk about with choosing subs over dubs.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing that I think runs through choosing different subgroups and the arguments
Yeah.
inside subgroups, which is that if you're translating for dub, you also have to fit space.
True.
And I can't speak to this because I'm not a translator, I don't speak Japanese. But I just kind of always assumed that, like, oh, okay, when you're watching something subbed, if somebody says a few phrases, like a few syllables, but there was a lot of meaning packed in there, in sub, you can just write that out. You have to read it a little fast, but it's there. But if you're doing this in dub, like there's another dialogue line coming right behind that, and you can't really fit that in. You need to do, and you also have to do a lot more cultural translation. What was it? There was a gag that somebody on a tweet had. It's a thing that sounded very strange, but it was probably because somebody had translated it the most literal way, which is there was a text or a tweet that from Nintendo that began with the sentence, "I am Miyamoto," and they're like, "Why?"
Listen to me.
Yeah, they're like, "Why did they? Why is he saying I am Miyamoto and then just like some normal thing?" And somebody just realized, oh, he probably just said like Miyamoto des, like hello. He said what you would translate it probably as hello, which is but the literal translation of that.
And Miyamoto. Well, and that's I play Genshin Impact. That is my obsession. And what's interesting about that is seeing how much this is true, because Chinese is also very compressed.
Yeah.
And so you'll see that where they'll do a Chinese line, and it's and they do the lip flaps for the Chinese. So if you watch it on Chinese, you'll get 5 lip flaps, and in English, and they'll just let the actor go. Yeah. They'll be there for 3 times as long. Because it's just, there are more words to that. And being a video game, they can do that, because they can just, have the character do the thing and then just stand there while the voice actor.
They don't have to fit 23 minutes.
Right, exactly, yeah. So it is definitely a thing. But to your point, one of the things I've noticed is often the sub, especially especially fan subs that come out quickly, are often kind of that non-idiomatic translation. Like it is I'm going to get the words out, as opposed to I'm thinking about how somebody would actually say this if they were a human being. Yes. And so that's one of the other problems, is that often dubs, Cowboy Bebop is a good example of this, where they had the time to be able to really craft that language, to think, how would Spike say that? Yeah. And that can provide a better translation, because they're really thinking through all those things, which those fan subs that are going quickly cannot. Yeah, so something that gets time, like a Kiki's Delivery Service or something. We get a prime actor, they read over all the lines, and really get into the character. Whereas something that's coming out episodically, you might just have to bang through, because if it's the same small pool of voice actors, they're probably doing a lot of voice work. Yep.
There's another layer to that too, where people are not. I mean, Disney did a good job with what they had, but a lot of people nowadays are not happy that animated films are just using big name actors as voice actors, because they're not voice actors; they're actors.
I sit on the other side.
There are Disney did a good job with most of their choices for most of the Ghibli films. Yeah. And they obviously have the right kind of director to coach them through that. But voice acting is a different talent than acting.
Yeah, absolutely.
It is, but I just have to say, from personal experience, comparing works that are done by actual voice actors there's a lot of variables. Like, it could be that I'm listening to regular actors on movies where they had more time, and more takes. but I find that I like an actor on screen. I also like their voice. Like
Fair.
they're good at what they do. If they're a prime actor for screen, they're also just a prime voice actor. For me, they tend to beat out like even all the top ranked English voice actors.
I
For
hear,
me.
I hear you in general. I
Yeah.
have one counterexample, which is the Prince of Egypt.
Yeah.
Where the Pharaoh is played by Patrick Stewart. Who is Patrick Stewart? He's not
Yeah.
playing Ramses. It's just I see him and I hear Patrick Stewart.
And
I
you
it's,
can't get it
I
out.
can't get it out of my head, you know. And that is one of the weird things where the voice is so iconic that I'm like I'm kind of pulled out of this because partly because I'm not seeing Patrick Stewart in makeup.
Yeah.
I'm seeing this animated character and I'm hearing Patrick Stewart.
Right.
So
Right.
that is also kind of the weird thing there.
So like
But
the
in
Pharaoh
general-
gives an order and you just expect make it so.
Right, exactly, yes. Yeah. Where's your Earl Grey?
Yeah.
But, yeah, no, totally. And one of the complexities there, too, is, well, and Crispin Freeman's talked about this,
Yeah.
where often fully trained voice actors will be called in to voice match a film actor
Yeah.
who did some voice acting and couldn't hit the emotional range in that moment.
Oh wow.
I'm going to say a thing here which I cannot prove and no one will ever be able to prove.
Yeah.
If you listen to the big reveal of the villain in Frozen,
Mm-hmm.
I think that's Crispin Freeman.
Mm.
Because if you listen to that voice,
Yeah.
it shifts a little bit, and it suddenly sounds like Crispin Freeman doing a very serious, villainous voice.
Yeah.
And I suspect the voice actor, because famously in Frozen, they kind of rewrote that at the last minute. And so I think the actor they got for the nice kind of normal character had to do this villainous twist
Yeah.
and couldn't quite hit it the way they wanted to. So I also wonder how often it's
Yeah.
like, we want your voice and you're doing the voice fine, but there are going to be like one or two moments
Yeah.
where we need somebody who can, you know,
I mean that's
do
certainly
a lot in
relevant
this
in a
one
musical.
line. Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
that's they did that. I mean, Your Movie Sucks did a
Mm.
2.5 hour part one review of The Lion King 3D film.
Oh yeah, yeah.
3D.
Thank you. Yes, the
Uh,
not live action.
Not live
Yeah.
action. He also went on like a 30-minute rant about that.
Yeah.
But he distinctly like brought up examples of James Earl Jones voices,
Yeah.
Mm.
and he was like, this man is 80 years old. He's still a great, he's still
Yeah.
got a great voice, but you don't have the same baritone. You don't have the same
Yeah.
voice as you did when you were 40,
Yeah.
50.
Yeah.
And he very clearly like matched up points where Disney clearly took lines from the original sound, from the original
Mm.
vocal track, and they just
Mhm.
put it in the new film.
Mhm.
Like
Yeah.
lines where Mufasa needed to sound just as powerful, and you can
Mhm.
hear the disparity between James Earl Jones' like new
Yeah.
lines in the film. He sounds not as effective,
Mhm.
and I mean,
So
Yeah.
so this leads into a question. What if the Japanese voice actor and
Mm.
the English voice actor have a different take on the character?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
have a what?
A different take on the
Then it's
character.
up to the director
Yeah.
to
Mm.
yes, yay or nay.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Because with film and theater, having a different actor in there changes a work significantly.
Yeah.
Just a random anecdote. I remember was it Deep Space Nine? One of the villains. They had to tell him like, "Please play your character less gay," and he was like, "No." And his character just very clearly making passes at like the captain and some other things.
Well, you also have the complexity these days where you're not just dubbing or subbing
Yeah.
modern stuff.
Yeah.
You're going back to an anime that's 30, 40 years old and dubbing that, and you may have a fresh perspective on characters where
Mhm.
that Japanese voice actor going
Yeah.
in may have had no idea where the character was going
Yeah.
on day one. And so they were going in a different direction. I remember, what was it? Ayeka, Tenchi Moyo.
Mhm.
When they started doing that, the English voice actor said, I played her as a princess. Just straight princess. I had no idea there was any comedy in the character. And so for the first 3 episodes, she's just this kind of very rigid princess character. And then when I saw the later episodes, I was like, oh, there's a goofiness to her.
Yeah.
I should have that kind of flexibility to
Yeah.
her, which is not present at all early on. And so it's that kind of stuff where, ideally, if you're doing something later,
Yeah.
you can see the arc of the character. You can kind of work that into the character.
And what if a character changes voice actors over like not over just one series, but over like a franchise?
Mm-hmm.
Like I've definitely seen things where later voice actors are definitely just trying to imitate
Yeah.
the iconic, whoever the most iconic version of that character is. And sometimes it's not the first person. Sometimes somebody just does the character so well, like, oh, this is who the character is now.
The Joker.
Yeah.
Right, like Mark Hamill became kind of the iconic
Yeah.
Joker for a while, and
Yeah.
everyone was kind of more or less voice matching that.
Yeah.
And it's like, but then you kind of need to eventually break out of that. So yeah,
Mhm.
it's complicated.
Yeah. I've definitely seen attempts. Like, I saw some clips of, was it Bel Air? And it's the modern drama version of French Prince of Bel Air with, like, much more, like, dramatic and political beat to it.
Yeah.
But I saw clips and I'm like, wow, that actor, that, like, young actor is very good. Because he is just, like, he has subsumed all of the mannerisms of young Will Smith.
Wow.
And I'm
Yeah.
like, that is, like, that's actually scary. That's like, it's one of those things that almost gets a fear response. That somebody can even do that.
Yeah.
There is, I guess, if you are able to ever, you should probably do some kind of interview with Discotech.
Oh yeah.
Mm.
Good call.
Because they work on a ton of old properties. They rescue a ton of old properties. They redub a ton of old properties, especially the ones that, like, they do a ton of work on restoring tracks,
Yeah, oh, it's
piecing
crazy.
together. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, it's Funimation and I guess Crunchyroll now.
Yeah.
They're taking the path of least resistance, which
Yeah.
is new stuff, heavy focus on new stuff. And Discotech is like, okay, we'll take literally everything before the 2000s.
Including Samurai Pizza Cats, apparently.
They pull out random stuff like
Mhm.
every release cycle. It's
Mm-hmm.
and not all of them have new dubs and
Sure.
completely restored original tracks, but they try, and it's something.
Yeah, I caught one of their live streams and it was nuts because it was like, okay, yeah, here's this thing we're rescuing. Here's another thing we're rescuing. Another thing we're rescuing. Here's SWAT cats. You know, here's something. It's like, what? And then going into the thing where like, yeah, in this one scene, like there were some cigarette burns on the cells, so we just hand painted those out. And it's like, what? You know,
Yeah.
and it's just all this stuff that they're like, no,
Wow.
we're literally just fixing every problem we can find. I'm like, dang.
Yeah, I mean, I think they should be pretty. They're around at cons.
That's true.
And it's like I love that the meme. They even have their own memes. Like they have all of Lupin.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh.
Pretty much. Yeah.
almost all of Lupin. Like,
Wow.
I think they just got the last like old property that they've been missing. And
Yeah.
obviously, I don't think they have part 6, part 5.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. They committed a fair amount of time ago to say we're gonna get all the Lupin we can, you know, and just if we can get all of it, we'll get all of it. It's really cool. Well, and the question of that the other interesting thing about dub versus sub is dubs cost money.
Mm-hmm.
Not everything's gonna be dubbed.
Yep.
So there's also that question too, where there's a lot of anime where I'm like, I'm not gonna wait around for a dub. I'm just gonna watch it and get to it.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a problem that okay, you do that. You're not gonna go back and rewatch the dub.
Yeah.
So you kind of made your choice. So
I mean, okay, so I guess if we're talking personal preferences
Mm.
here, a lot of it is just at this point, the thing that makes the decision for me is the mode in which I'm watching it.
oh,
So if I'm sitting down, dedicating time to watching the anime, and just watching the anime, I prefer subs.
and I'm the opposite. So
Yeah.
I want to talk about that, but keep on going.
Yeah. Also, if I'm watching with somebody else, I also prefer subs because then I can talk to them and still like I don't have
Good
any
point. Yeah,
audio overlap.
Yeah, good point. Yeah.
But a lot of the time, I find that I'm watching anime. A lot of people I know are watching anime while doing something else.
Yeah.
So, if I'm watching something that's low on probably complex plot and like something I'm doing while I'm working out, like I'll put on, what was it? like some random 3D anime, Cestus the Roman
Oh,
boxer or
wow!
something.
You're watching that? Okay.
Yeah, I'm like halfway into it.
Okay.
Because I'm like, yeah, I should watch sports anime while I'm working out. That makes perfect
True.
sense.
I can see that. Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, so I have the dub on for that because I might be face down in a push-up.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
And like, I'll take my rest break, my breather break when a fight scene comes on, and be pumped up for more.
I'm watching the original 1973 Kashan or Kashern.
Oh yeah.
If that had a dub, you could definitely watch it dubbed. Like there's not a lot going on screen. Where I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, I need to know it's no. Like he's
Yeah.
ripping apart another robot. Like I
Yeah.
know what's happening here. How are you? So what's your sort of default preferences?
For watching, it's just sit down at the computer and put it on screen and watch it. And I mean, second monitor for some stuff, but
Mm-hmm.
mostly just focusing on it.
Yeah.
And, yeah, I think that's pretty much my default most of
Yeah.
the time.
That's the thing for me is that because the thing is I got into anime partly because I was also an animation nerd as a kid, and so
Mm.
and a lot of the anime I watched early on when I knew it was anime
Mm-hmm.
was stuff that had a lot of like fast pace to the animation. So it was like Project Echo, things like that, where it's like blink and you miss it.
Yeah.
So I kind of got trained to like, no, I need to sit down
Yes.
and watch every moment.
Yeah.
And if I have subs on, I can miss details. And I've tried this in the past, where I've watched something sub, watched something dubbed, and I've realized because I'm glancing down at the bottom of the screen every 5 seconds, I'm not noticing that little thing in the corner, or they're flipping to something and flipping back,
Yeah.
and I'm not noticing all the context and the exact expressions of the faces and so forth in those brief moments. So I kind of prefer dubs for that reason, because I can focus on the screen and everything
Okay.
going on the screen. It's also, and I made this argument, I don't
Yeah.
mean this as like a serious argument, but if we're going to talk about like author's intent and kind of the original experience,
Yeah.
the
Oh, I'm on
original
board.
viewers were not watching subtitles,
Yeah.
right? Like they were
Okay.
they were listening to their original language and watching everything on screen. I don't mean that is literally like the original
Yeah.
experience. Obviously, there's a translation
Yeah.
element happening all the times, but there is kind of that aspect to it too that is kind of distracting.
Yeah, so there's definitely a filter for that, because I suppose that's the problem for anybody who doesn't, not natively, but doesn't speak Japanese at a fluent and casual pace. Is you're gonna miss things. Like you're inherently going to be having a different experience. So.
Yeah.
I suppose if somebody's watching something in the original Japanese with no subtitles, and somebody's watching it in the original Japanese with subtitles, and somebody's watching it in with English audio, are these three people watching the same show? If I'm watching in subs and
Yeah.
you're watching in dub, are we watching the same thing?
I mean, I think that's.
Not really.
I think subbing or translation has gotten to the point where people are taking that into much higher consideration nowadays.
Yeah.
I mean, I follow some people who do professional translation work, localization work, and they are like. It's funny because I mean most of the conversation, quote unquote conversation, is on Twitter, which is not conductive. So it's just they're just posting a bunch of hot takes by people saying like translate it literally, and they're like that's not how this works
Yeah,
at all,
yeah.
actually.
Yeah.
And so
Oh, so that doesn't even mean anything.
yeah,
Like
well,
that.
I mean, yes, it does. They just want them to be, but the problem is like translating it literally would lead to a.
I mean, that's I am Miyamoto.
Yeah,
Right,
it leads
yeah.
to an incomprehensible mess. So they, like, I think the funniest thing that I saw recently was I might have mentioned this on a group chat, but Dies, who was a pretty famous fan subber within the community, did somebody like got on top. He had some opinion about. I think he was doing VTuber translations or something, and he chose
that's
to.
fast-paced.
Yeah.
He chose. Well, I mean, it was like clips and stuff.
Yeah.
But he chose to subtitle a VTuber as some like internet meme, and somebody like people got upset that he was localizing it as a meme.
Yeah.
And they were somebody responded to Dies. They were like, you people like you were the reason that like translation work is mocked, and he's and like this is the guy who's like responsible for why anime is so popular in the West in the first place. Like it's fan subbers like him and other people that put in the effort.
Well, and this is what I don't understand. There are so,
Yeah.
you know, if you look, there's some famous Japanese poem. It's been translated like 200 times in 200 different ways, right? 'Cause it's
Yeah.
some famous like little thing,
Yeah.
and there's just lots of different ways of unpacking
Yeah.
that. Why is everyone like? There is one true translation
Yeah.
of the anime, and that is absolutely accurate for all time. It's like
Yeah.
there are different takes you can do on it, and
Yeah.
depending on how you're approaching that text, you can present that in different ways. We talked before, I know, about cursing in anime. Where
Yeah.
Japanese cursing does not translate one-to-one to American cursing.
Yeah.
But there are absolutely contexts where, and Bacano is a great example,
Yeah.
where they added more cursing because
Yeah.
in Chicago gangsters,
Yeah.
that's the normal way they talk.
Yeah. I mean, also that's kind of like JoJo Part 1. Like these people are in America.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
no, in JoJo they're in England, but Baccano they're in America.
Yeah.
So I'm like, these people should I should know how these people talk. Like they should not be talking like Japanese people.
Right.
That would be strange.
One-chan.
Yeah.
I mean, there was even I think another example is and something I put in my subtitles panel just because it's funny out of context.
Mhm.
In Nagatoro, they had Nagatoro say that's pretty sus, senpai.
Yeah.
And it's like that people were like, there's no like
Yeah,
they're
yeah,
getting
we saw
upset
that.
that she said sus. It's like sus has been part of like universal lexicon for like 100 years. It's not just because of Among Us.
Yeah.
Like it got funny because of Among Us,
Yeah.
but it's been sus has been around for a long time.
And you have to take into account just language in general.
Yeah.
That we're trying to get across what for example, a 15-year-old Japanese person would say in 2022 or
Yeah.
whatever, right? And it's like they're going to use modern idioms. That's fine.
Yeah.
That must be a complexity of older.
Yeah.
Of redoing older stuff or subtitling older stuff. Especially trying to fit cultural. I mean, obviously, if you're an American, you should. The 70s or 80s is not completely foreign to you, but
Yeah.
you have to put yourself in that mindset as a localizer.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So to lead into something else, how often do you all watch something dubbed and then subbed, or vice versa?
Ooh, 2 ways.
Yeah.
Either on purpose or just as of happenstance.
Yeah.
I've done that with Spirited Away, and I do because I watched Spirited Away like 20 times. But I like Spirited Away as dubbed.
Yeah. I've the Ghibli stuff I've seen quite a lot both ways. Because that's an easy comparison. And I love the Fox dub of Totoro. Oddly enough, another good example of where I don't like Dakota Fanning's interpretation of Satsuki. It doesn't really work for me. It's not bad.
I definitely saw
didn't
that
work
in Japanese.
Okay.
Yeah. So I don't think I've ever intentionally done that. I don't tend to. I don't tend to rewatch.
Yeah,
much.
I don't want rewatch much. So.
But I definitely have come across I'm not sure if it happened with JoJo or some other thing where I was watching it on Crunchyroll or Funimation, and for some reason one of them only had half the season.
Oh.
Yeah.
in dub and the other half in sub, and I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Why would this occur mid-season?
Yeah.
I can understand between seasons. Why is this occurring mid-season?
Something happened.
Definitely. Yeah. And it was so confusing, and I'm like, okay, I'm seeing the direct comparison here. And I could see a value to both.
Yeah.
But I think for that one we had been wanting to watch it in dub because I was watching it with some other people.
The big one for me was Akira. Because I originally watched the streamlined dub, which not recommended.
Yeah.
And it was a dub of its time, put it that way. And then I was like, no, I'm gonna watch the real version, the Japanese version, and then went back and watched the new dub to see what that was like. Because that's iconic enough, and it's not that long compared to other shows. I'm like, okay, I can do that.
Yeah. There's like even with stuff that you have old comparisons to too as well. Like I remember the Evangelion dust up recently,
Oh, right.
where Kaoru said, "You are worthy of
Yeah.
my grace," instead of like heavily implying that he was in love with Shinji.
Yeah.
He just said, "You are worthy of my grace," and it's like that. That doesn't like that might be a valid translation in a sense, but
Yeah.
you are like heavily stripping away a ton of meaning and a ton of impact that Kaoru and Shinji's relationship has at that point.
Yeah.
And it's like it's not like people are getting pissy because they want to ship them together. It's like the whole point of that relationship is that Kaoru is hopelessly in love with Shinji in a way that is not healthy.
It's not subtle.
Yeah.
It's pretty
So it's
clear
like-
on screen, yeah.
And obviously, not as not having to go through that kind of struggle myself, but I'm very sympathetic to LGBT issues. And when you do that, you are trying like subtly erasing, like whitewashing gay characters.
No, I mean literally as we were coming up to this, I was thinking about the difference between I'm sick and I'm disgusted.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
I mean this goes back to the poetry thing. Like, what if the language used wasn't intentionally vague? Like words. That's what poets work with. That's the colors they paint in is vagary.
Where is the Wandering Sun? Do I still have my copy of the Wandering Sun here somewhere? I would love to. Is it under Horomusco? I don't know. I should still have it here somewhere.
Oh,
There it is. No.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, there it is. Okay.
Yeah, Wandering Sun.
So Wandering Sun is a great example of this because. Whoop. That's not good.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. We're fine.
Okay.
So Wandering Sun is a good example of this because this is about a group of tweens, basically. They're entering junior high.
Yep.
And they're not familiar with it. And they're all kind of growing up. They're starting to hit adolescence and so forth. And the author is deliberately vague about who's talking about who. And somebody will say, that person said XYZ using a gender-neutral pronoun, so you don't know if they're talking about the boy or the girl. Partly so that the author can make you think about it, and partly sometimes because the character is trying to hide what they're talking about. Which you can do in Japanese, which you can't do as easily in English because it's just the language is different. He'll even do things, and this is not a sub versus dub thing, but I think it's interesting, where, I'll see if I can find a good example here, where they will do transitions from one scene to another without announcing it. And, well...
Oh, wow.
I'm not sure if that's a transition, but that's an example of how kind of it's structured. And you're not sure if you're watching the same characters or if it's still the same moment. And because of the way Japanese can be kind of non-referent, the next few lines can not necessarily connect directly. So you can do things with a language that you can't do in English, which is really hard to translate, And you have to make some strong choices.
Yeah.
It is impressive. I mean, Wandering Sun's impressive just from the fact that it was written back when it was, and it got to the level of popularity that it did.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, I'm not going to even attempt to talk about LGBT issues in Japan. I'm not qualified, but they're not as like hopelessly conservatively oppressive.
Yeah.
Like trans people exist in Japan, gay people exist in Japan. They exist everywhere. It's just a matter of how the stories get perpetuated, and it's pretty impressive that Wandering Sun was able to break through a pretty literal, or not literal, but a pretty heavy like glass ceiling of like heterosexual relationships.
So a question about the Japanese language itself, from a person who doesn't really know. My understanding is that a lot of things require contextual context to understand. Like, I mean, a lot of language does, even in English. But like, for instance, like daishobu, like just classic phrases could be "I'm okay" or "Are you okay," depending on the context.
Okay, yeah.
And there's some tonal things. So like, a lot of times, like English is I've heard a very good language for a lot of poetry. Because it just has the most words.
Right.
Because it just like an
So much to
amoeba
work with.
slooped up
Yeah.
all the words from as many languages as it could. So it just has a lot of words in it. So you can get a lot of little subtle differences between words.
Yep.
But like 5 words in English might all be the same word in another language.
Right.
Like I mean, sometimes there's a focus thing. Like usually we hear about like the other direction is like if you're in a snowy place, your language might have 17 words for snow.
Right. Yeah.
But I've definitely seen that where like as I start paying attention to the Japanese that I hear as I'm reading subs, I'll definitely hear the same thing said many different times and see it translated many different ways.
And that's one of the complexities too, is that people, I think a lot of people know just enough Japanese to be dangerous.
Yeah.
You know, where they'll learn one definition of a word.
Yeah.
And they'll see that and say, well, that's not what the meaning, but
Yeah.
in context,
Yeah.
you know, there are all the other things.
I mean, even English works that way.
Absolutely, yes.
Like, that's just how languages work. But, like, if you have less words,
Yeah.
it's definitely going to be a thing. Like, even just, like, not even the subtlety and the slight emotional context, but, like, literally, am I referring to myself, or am I asking you a question?
Yeah.
Matters.
Yeah.
And I'm not exactly sure if the Japanese have a way, because I know some languages are tonal.
True.
But I don't think Japanese works that way. It's supposed to be, I think, easy from a phonetic perspective to learn, because it's composed of a few easy-to-learn sounds.
And I'm sure it's like many other, and again, I don't know enough Japanese to really speak to it, but I'm sure like a lot of other languages, like English,
Yeah.
you know, English doesn't technically have any tonality to it.
Yeah.
But definitely saying, darn versus, darn versus,
Yeah.
darn you, all these
Yeah.
things have very different meanings
Yeah.
based on how they're said.
Yeah.
So I'm sure that's an aspect as well.
Yeah.
Further complexified, and this is one of the things subs versus dubs, is that Japanese isn't presented or like acted or like pronounced the same way English necessarily is. Like Japanese acting famously tends to be very reserved and very very tight.
Yeah.
It's people don't explode and don't have like really big I think of the American actor famous anyway.
Nicolas Cage.
Nicolas Cage, yes. non Nicolas Cage acting in Japan.
Yeah.
And that's just a different thing where again, like an American voice actor may be more over the top because that is more natural for the character. It's just not how it's done in Japan. And it's like, it's not bad.
Yeah.
It's just different,
And I'm
different
sure,
takes.
I mean, working from stereotypes, like, I'm sure there's, like, a cultural context that, like, maybe people would just, like, in a place where you raise your voice less,
Yeah.
even a slight difference means a lot.
Yep.
Whereas Americans yell about everything. We're a loud people. God love us.
Absolutely. It's almost like different cultures are different.
Yeah.
I did remember as well even some translations that get like joked about, like people die when they're killed.
Right.
Yeah.
That makes the line makes perfect sense from a Japanese perspective.
Yeah.
It's just the choice of words.
Yeah.
Does not translate.
Yeah.
The intent does not translate to English well. I don't think there was too much that the localizers could have done about that, except like unless they just went on a giant tangent with one line.
As I recall, it was meant to basically say, when people die, it's over.
Yeah.
There are no second chances, basically. Which is okay. I see
Yeah.
what you're going there. Well, the okay, tangent because I'm also a computer programmer. The famous Bill Gates line: 640K of RAM should be enough for anybody. 640K of memory in a computer should be enough for anybody.
Yeah.
He was saying that because somebody said basically, how much memory do you need for the current version of like DOS?
Yeah.
And he was saying that's all you should need. He didn't mean for all time across the universe, right?
Yeah.
But people picked up on that as a joke. Well, that's not really what was meant there. So yeah, it's context matters.
And I mean, like, I almost, I'm actually going to get into a weird little criticism of a thing you mentioned earlier about people, like, being critical of, like, a translation of Nagatoro or a VTuber. I almost feel like they are a lot more insulated from cultural translation. Like we've all seen, like, okay, person from Osaka is rendered as American Southern accent,
Right.
and like you're attempting to do what you can. If somebody's a delinquent, you give them
what you
more
doing?
slang infused speech.
Yeah.
But like with the internet stuff, like
Yeah.
there's a weird global community. Like sometimes you get lucky with like a direct, like www does directly translate to LOL. Like
Yeah.
it's literally an onomatopoeia for laughing. Or it's just the word for laughing. And like when you're talking about like VTubers and Nagatoro,
Yeah.
I mean, like these are trolls from the internet. Like this is made flesh. Like that's who these people are. So if you're like translating into memes and other things,
Yeah.
like what more relevant context is there?
Yeah, I mean that's the thing is that's what localizers try and make people
Yeah.
understand. But,
Yeah.
I mean, people, there's just not so smart people that don't understand that, like, if they start translating things literally, it's not going to make any sense.
Yeah.
anymore.
There's a great anecdote that I forget the name of the guy, but he was Studio Ghibli's sort of international person, his North American sort of head, and he oversaw the Disney dub of Mononoke. He also came in when they were dubbing Kiki's Delivery Service and was responsible for the complete rewrite and complete redo of that thing, which is a whole other story. But he gave this anecdote where, if you remember in Mononoke when Ashitaka first encounters the samurai early in the film, and he's going in, and one of the samurai points at him and says a thing, and like draws his sword. If you literally translate that, it is, I believe, stranger neck mine. And those are literally the 3 words he says.
Yeah.
Contextually, what it means is, for samurai at the time, neck was a slang for a person's head, severed
Yep.
head. So it was saying, his
Yes.
head is mine, basically.
Yeah.
And then so we translated his head is mine, even though that's not literally the words.
Yeah.
He said, and that's what you have to do, is
Yeah.
being able to understand kind of the connotation. Well, and getting back to that thing, one of the things I find so weird about this is how people take such strong sides for any particular translation.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, we have the official translation
Yeah.
and these 3 different fan subs. How do we know which one is the most accurate?
Yeah.
Right? If there is such a thing as most
Yeah.
accurate. But like, how, what are the experiences of those people?
Yeah.
What training do they have? And I'm not saying that any of those 4 are necessarily good or bad. I'm just saying people seem to leap to, this is the correct best translation,
Yeah.
period. But like, what evidence do we have of that?
Yeah. And I mean, for anything, there's got to be some trade-off.
Yeah.
Like everything is. I suppose if you're talking about specifically author's intent, like maybe you can hold that as your high goal. You might be able to say. You might say that nobody who doesn't speak Japanese should be watching
Well,
this.
yeah, exactly.
Like,
True. Yeah.
unless you have 20/20 vision, like, and clear hearing, and are a native speaker of Japanese, maybe you shouldn't be watching it. That is probably the only way to get the author's truest intent.
Yeah.
If he was like, he might be aiming at a subculture of people who,
Yeah.
like, I mean, it's not like everybody in Japan's the same person either. Like you.
Oh yeah, well, this guy talks about this with Ghibli. He said like Miyazaki loves using like obscure Japanese words.
Yeah.
Mononoke is not a standard Japanese word that people know what the meaning of that is in modern Japan, and that was intentional to make it seem kind of exotic. And it's why he translated Princess Mononoke, because it is a weird word.
Right.
And so there's that too, where it's like, it's almost like, unless you are not only a native Japanese speaker, but grew up in Japan,
Yeah.
knowing all of these things, you don't know all the context either. It's like,
I remember that was a thing for Final Fantasy VI, was the main character's name was, in Japanese, Tina, because Tito's a Western name, so it was foreign and exotic, because this person is a foreign exotic character.
Yeah.
So when it came to America, they had to translate her name to Terra, because, spelled like the Earth because like they had to do something different because Tina's a normal name here. It's not foreign.
Yep. Yep.
So yeah, there's definitely like there's trade-offs for the context.
Yeah.
But like in the end, if people are like, you can argue that something is better in some way, like has these strengths and these weaknesses for all of them.
Absolutely.
As long as you're not talking like literally only original author's intent, and even then, like sometimes not all authors actually want that for their work.
This is true.
Some people were like, "No, you should interpret this," but the reason that we have the argument is almost certainly for in-grouping, out-grouping. Like this is how we this is how we separate the wheat from the chaff among otaku.
Yeah. There's a great story about Trigun where when Shiro went in to do the anime adaptation, he was pretty early on in the story of Trigun, and he was like, I want you guys to animate it, and they came in and said, okay, here's what we're gonna do. And they pitched a significant restructuring of the story in a very different, like their own ending.
Yeah.
And apparently he sat back and said, that's better than what I have planned. Partly because I haven't planned it yet.
Yeah.
But he's like, yeah, go for it. That's great.
Yeah.
This is going to work really well for 26 episodes. Good.
Yeah.
Because you know, you do you. I have my own story I'm going to tell.
Yeah.
I think that's also important there. And like to your point, I think it's important to point out that I don't think there is such a thing as being able to get the original experience. There's always going to be some level of mediation there.
Yeah.
And you got to accept that. And I think while you can minimize that, the closer you try to minimize that, the weirder it gets.
Yeah.
And the more complexity you had trying to do that. So it's like, yeah, you can also kind of pump the brakes and say, I'm going to get some version. And I think the great way is to like you're saying, like be aware of those things.
Yeah.
You know, be aware there are fan subs, there are dubs, there are subs, official subs.
Yeah.
You can be aware of all those and be a more informed, consumer of
Yes.
those things, and understand. Okay, these folks went this direction. I like that direction. That
Yeah.
works for me. Or this has this aspect of it that I think really is important for the work.
I mean, hopefully our conversation here has contextualized the strengths and weaknesses of some of the different options out there so that viewers can then make that more informed choice and think a little more critically about how they engage with art.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
How are we coming up on time here?
Yeah, we have a few more minutes. We can go. We technically have until 12:30, but we can do some,
Okay.
some Q&A or just some throw up some videos.
I've seen a little bit of scrolling there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is there anybody asking any questions?
I am scrolling up. A lot of good conversation here in general. Yeah, Wandering Sun is really cool. And for more context for folks on Wandering Sun, one of the things I love about it is that it, to your point, it presents characters who are dealing with their sexuality. Period. And it just kind of explores what it's like for them, and there's very little judgment in the show, which is wonderful. Other characters judge them, but the author does not appear to, which is very fascinating. Go for it. Sheldon saying he's watched the Pat Labor film series both ways many times. That's another good example, because Pat Labor has very interesting takes, both sides.
I need to see that.
Yeah.
I really like the real robots.
Yeah. Well, Pat Labor is so interesting because like the OVAs are very comedic. Like it's not that serious.
Yeah.
And the movies, there's not much comedy at all in those movies.
Yeah. Like
it's just very different feels.
And I've heard that it's not like unusually for Japan. It's not the friendliest take on cops and tanks.
True. Yeah. Very true.
Unlike Dominion Tank Police. Well, even Dominion Tank Police is like these guys are so much renegades that they're just like. I think hostages get killed, and just every scene ends with everybody getting killed.
Well, I think it opens. I think Dominion Tank Police. The first time you see them back in their base, they have they're doing an interrogation, and they got a guy tied up with a grenade in his mouth. Yeah. And like a line to, and they ask him a question, they keep tugging on it, so that if he gets it wrong, they're gonna literally blow his head off. Yeah.
It's one of those things where they've defeated the bad guys and saved the day, but there's like an
They destroyed a
explosion
hospital.
yeah. You're like, did you really help?
Right. Yeah. It's one of the fun things about Doing Tank Police, actually,
Yeah.
to me, is that Doing Tank Police is arguably one of the first like anime where it's like, no, we're screwed.
Yeah.
And like no one is making
Yeah.
anything better.
Yeah.
Like, everything is just devolving society-wise all the way across. It's just kind of
I mean,
fascinating
the
to see
80s. I mean, so like, what is it? The 80s were a bad time in America, but high times in Japan.
that. True.
So, like, they get sad in the 90s.
Very much so. Sad Girls in Snow.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Yeah, Sheldon Film was saying he got into Universal Century Gundam back when I was first getting into anime, when the only ways was to badly sub bootlegs. So that is also a thing.
Oh, God, what if the experience you want to recreate? What if you don't even want the original creator's experience? You're like, no, I want to experience this as my otaku forefathers experienced this.
We had that experience with
Like, I need to find VHS.
Yes, Megazone 2-3. So
Uh-huh.
one of the guys in that we do the Weekly Dig
Yeah.
with, he watched the original Megazone 2-3, and then he found Part 2, untranslated, and watched that because he loved Part 1 so much.
Yeah.
Not knowing that Part 2 is set like 20 years later.
Yeah.
So he thought he was watching just other characters at the same time.
Yeah.
And so he had a whole headcanon for the
Yeah,
story
yeah.
of Part 2 that is completely inaccurate.
Yeah.
But that is arguably a better headcanon than what's actually in the anime.
Right.
Depending on your view. Which is a very, that's your own experience as well. Steve Blum and Wendy Lee's version of Spike and Faye are generally considered correct on both sides of the Atlantic. Like, yep, that is
Yeah.
that you got that done. Well done.
I mean, maybe that's one of those things that, like, when you don't know what's going to be a hit and what's not, and maybe it's when something comes out. Like, I don't know about Cowboy Bebop. I assume that with the amount, like, it's beautiful, so I assume they put a lot of money into it.
Yeah.
But, like, you never know how successful something's going to be, and when you find out something that's successful, when you're doing the dub or something, maybe that's where you get, like, you get the best you can
Yeah.
done for it.
Well, and I get the feeling, I forget who is the who is the English voice actor for the Meiji Kusanagi. I think was also the director of Bebop.
Ooh, I
think so. I may be wrong on that, but I
don't think that's the case.
okay, I may be wrong on that one.
Yeah.
She made it on Wolf's Rain. That's maybe whatever.
Yeah.
Anyway, I remember whoever was directing Bebop
Yeah.
said that when they got it, they knew it was special.
Yeah, because that's Watanabe, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I meant the English.
Oh,
voice
the
acting
English, the English
director.
voice
Yeah,
acting.
I'm sorry. I meant the English. Voice
Okay, I was
actor.
confused for
Yeah,
a second.
yeah. Because I said that wrong.
Yeah.
She said that when they brought it over here, they were like, we can see the budget, and we can also see that this will appeal really well to American fans.
Yeah.
Like there's so much just American sort of culture
Yeah.
baked into it. And so that was one of the reasons why they were like, take your time, make it right, just really find the right person and just spend all the time getting this done. They spent months on that dub to get it right. If I recall correctly, they spent about as much time dubbing Cowboy Bebop as was spent dubbing all of Robotech. To give you an idea.
I just had a wild thought. This is just a meme board thing that's gonna get people to spam me.
Go.
But like, what if the Magnificent Seven is the dub of Seven Samurai, and Star Wars is the dub of Hidden Fortress?
Wow. Yeah. I like that perspective. That it's like,
Or what is it? All of Darren Aronofsky is the dub of Satoshi Kon.
Pretty much. But yeah, everything gets remixed. Everything gets reworked. It is kind of the nature of things. Wow.
Did I make people mad?
No, John in chat is saying he picked up a Kong Kong rip of an anime which had machine translated subtitles.
Oh.
That reminds me of Hong Kong subs. Which
Yeah.
is, Yu-Gi-Oh! And I think Code Geass maybe. A lot of bad translations.
I will now retell the story of picking up Turn A Gundam like 2 years after it came out. There was no English translation of that. So I picked up a Hong Kong, rip. I could understand maybe a third of it. And they referred to Mobile Suits as Machine Muppets, which just became my favorite phrase for Mecha. Machine Muppets, like, yes, that's just awesome. Made a very serious anime not very serious anymore, but what can you do? I just love that.
I mean, I'm sure. I mean, you've done all the research on like more objectively bad translations, where it's just this is nonsense.
I call it looking up funny subtitles.
Still.
Yeah, I mean, there's a whole like separate discussion to be had on mid 2000s or late 2000s, early 2010s fan subbing culture, like all the groups and how they approached it, and who was famous and who was infamous.
Yeah.
Like Horrible Subs was just ripping Crunchyroll subtitles with a machine script, and that was just one guy.
Oh, okay. Oh, was it? Interesting.
It was just one guy who wrote a script to rip subtitles from Crunchyroll and then release them as torrents. And then Connie was just basically a bunch of meme lords.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what remains of Connie anymore, but they called Titans in Attack on Titan Iotenas. And then they just put a bunch of 4chan memes and a bunch of anime that they did. I think there's other famous examples, like I think Coal Girls or something did Rub-a-Dub-Dub, thanks for the grub for Dakimas.
Okay.
Obviously Duang exists.
Yeah.
Or existed. Yeah, it's all that's I don't know nearly enough about that. But I'd love to have. At some point, it'd be nice to have the guy, one of the few guys I follow. I mean, I know Nate does translation stuff too, but the one guy I know on Twitter who lives in the UK and does this stuff professionally. It'd be nice to have him like at a con or something and interview him.
Definitely.
Or have this same discussion with him present.
Yeah. Well, it's funny. We're up in a segment. Ninja Gaiden in the chat did a video recently about that we will be premiering later on today about otaku events in Japan, kind of things you can do. And she points out that one of the weird things about going to cons in Japan is they're not really fan driven. Like there are no fan panels at Comic-Con. No fan panels at Tokyo Game Show. It's all industry stuff basically. Obviously,
they've got all the industry there.
Yeah, exactly. And you said so, like, if you want to go to an anime fan panel, you kind of can only do that outside of Japan, which is kind of a weird thing to think. It's just different cultures.
Yeah, I'm sure they have some other maybe they live up maybe the message boards are more active.
Oh yeah,
maybe
absolutely.
They have club spaces because
you get it other ways. Absolutely.
Yeah.
They just have anime raves in Akihabara.
There we go.
Right.
Every night.
Yeah.
Every week.
Yeah, pretty much. Where they're fighting all the vampires and stripping them all their clothes in Akihabara.
Right. Yeah, Akiba Strip.
Okay, I'm not going to get off on that tangent.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's that. If anyone has any other questions, feel free to throw them in chat. We will keep an eye on that. Otherwise, we'll take a quick break, come back at 12:30 to talk about anime with agendas.
All right. Oh,
yeah.
boy, I gotta get myself in gear.
So we're going to talk about anime that were made with some kind of, where the creators had something they were kind of trying to communicate, trying to say, some kind of agenda behind it, either explicitly or you can tell.
Yeah.
And we're going to kind of dig into that and talk about that in about 15 minutes. So we'll see you all right there, back in a little bit.
Excellent.
By the title of this video, you already know what we're doing. We're gonna spend 5,000 yen just on Gochapon here in Akihabara, Tokyo. Let's see what we can find for 5,000 yen. There are some specific ones I want to find. They make good gifts too, so let's just see. Alright, this shop's already looking really good. I do really want some Hololive ones. This Hololive one is cool. They don't have Korone though. These are the volume 1, but maybe Sakura Miko would be cool. Ooh, the Naruto one is cool. That one's tempting. Alright, I definitely have to do Yuru Camp. I'm gonna definitely do Yuru Camp. So, Yuru Camp, that's the first one. We got Chiaki button. I definitely have to do Tokyo Mew Mew because I have a lot of friends who love Tokyo Mew Mew, so this will definitely be good. At the end of the video, I will show you the entire haul, by the way. Alright, Tokyo Mew Mew. Which one do we get? I honestly love all of these, so I'll be happy with any of them. We got... Oh, I don't even know. You know what? I don't know what this is. Maybe I'll check later. We'll just get them, and if I can't tell what it is, I'll look at them later. My personal favorite is lettuce, but honestly, like, I love all the girls, so I'll be happy with any of these probably. There's tons of Jujutsu Kaisen ones, guys, for you Jujutsu Kaisen fans. Did you find one you wanted to do?
Wano art costumes.
Oh yeah, the Wano costumes are cool. Yeah, I would do that one. That one's cool.
Oh, I did get Solo. Nice,
Oh my
my favorite.
gosh, lucky! Literally
perfect.
your favorite. What in the world?
Heck yeah.
How could you get more lucky than that? All right, I'm gonna check my Tokyo Mew Mew one, and it is. Oh my gosh, this is perfect. This is my best friend's favorite character, so I'm definitely gonna give this to her. So that's perfect. That's a good one. In that first place, we did Yuru Camp, we did Tokyo Mew Mew, and we did One Piece. So we've spent 900 yen so far. So still got a long way to go. We've already gotten some good ones so far. All right, here's the next Gachapon place. Let's see what we can find here. I am also looking for Genshin Impact. A lot of Genshin Impact ones. Ooh, they have 86 up there. That's an anime that just finished airing. That's pretty popular. They have Nagatoro-san. Aha! We found the jackpot. We found Genshin Impact. I'm definitely going to spend some on this one. There's a lot of characters that I like. I would love to get Mona. I would love to get the main female character. Honestly, any of these are great. The Genshin Impact ones also sell out really quickly. From what I've... Oh man. all of those people that tried to pull her. Kure, I can't remember her English name, but yeah, this is a good one. Oh my gosh, what a pull. Alan found a Spy Family one. We both enjoy the manga, so these are little, mini towels. He already has that one with the dog on it, so let's see what you can get. This is like a practical item too, you know, like you can actually use it.
Did I just get the same one?
Oh no, really?
I did, so I gotta go again.
Okay, you're gonna go one more
That's literally
time?
the same one I already have.
It is.
Are you serious?
Are you kidding me?
You got the same one twice in a row?
Our luck ran out, dude.
We own 3 of this one now.
Maybe we'll come
Keep
back.
going,
If
yeah.
we don't find one, we'll come back and we'll really try. How unlucky
That's
can we
so
get?
unfortunate.
We have 3 of those
that
now.
one now.
Alright, next door. I don't really see any ones here that I haven't seen at other stores yet. Very tempted to do Tokyo Mew Mew again. So far, you've spent how much? And at the last store I spent 300 more, so I'm at 1,200 yen spent, and you're at 900 yen spent, right?
So, yeah.
Okay, so together that's math. 2,100. Now we're gonna go across the street to the big camera. They have a lot of gachapon on the outside. Pretty popular place to come get gacha.
They have the cocoa curry one here.
Ooh, they do. Cocoa curry. Let's just try it while we're here. I definitely want this one either way. I love cocoa curry so much. It's like a famous curry place in Japan. So I gotta have one of these. It's like my favorite place to eat. This isn't actually usually what I get. Like I eat a like a chicken katsu curry with vegetables. Which one did I get? Ooh, I got the cheese curry. I got the cheese. It says taberaremasen. You cannot eat, so you cannot eat this. This is so cute though. Well, these are ones I haven't seen yet. Haven't seen the Vocaloid ones yet. Haven't seen the Fate Grand Order ones yet. So much Jujutsu Kaisen. There's the Tonikaku Kawaii one.
Ooh.
That's a good one. There's more cocoa curry. Gonna give this Yuru Camp one a spin. All right, who is it? Give me. Honestly, all of these are good. Nadeshiko, let's freaking go! I keep seeing this whole alive one, and honestly, I'm just gonna go for it and see what happens. Some of these girls I don't even know, but we're gonna just try. I really want Sakura Miko or Akai Hato or Fubuki, or Suisei, but I don't know, we'll see. If I get someone I don't know very well, maybe that's a sign I should watch their stream. I got Matsuri, so I don't actually know much about Matsuri at all, but maybe it is a sign that I need to watch her stream. We're definitely gonna go back to one of the stores that we were first at. I think I think it's called the Akiba Gachapon Hall. That was really good.
I think it's right here.
Ah, no more. So if you've ever seen a movie in Japan these characters, they tell you, like, you know, you can't film the movie and stuff like that. Don't upload the movie. And they're really funny, so I don't even know.
Yeah, anti-pirating. I got the popcorn one. I'm
Oh
gonna
my
try
God.
again. I don't like him.
You know, you're gonna try again, okay. The camera one is the
camera
one.
guy. He's the cool one.
True. Is that the
The
drink?
camcorder guy.
Oh, yay!
Alright, good.
Okay, good. All of these right here are only 100 or 200 yen. Like these Zatch Bell ones. I guess it's because they're older. But yeah, only 100 yen for the Zatch Bell
Got some
one.
Digimon.
Yeah, Digimon. So this is a good way to maybe spend the last few dollars. They have Gundam ones, Capcom ones. The Pokemon eggs are so cute too. If I found something with Yamper, I love Yamper so much, I would probably do that. I wish the Shaman King one had like little rubber straps, not just buttons. You could try your hand at the Spy Family one
I'm very
again.
tempted to.
Are you gonna really try again? Oh man, if you get it again, I feel like,
Like how?
the
How would
world's
I even
against you.
possibly?
maybe they just put all of the ones that no one wants. If it's yellow, it's blue.
Blue is bad.
Oh, blue is bad. Yeah,
It's the same one
It's
again.
the same one.
They're all the same
They're
one.
all the same one, so you're just getting gypped.
Yeah.
Alright guys, we are back from Akihabara and we're going to show you the haul of Gachapon that we got. So we got Zoro from One Piece. This was a good pull because Alan's favorite One Piece character is Zolo, so that was a good one. Got Zakuro from Tokyo Mew Mew, which is also a really good pull because I wanted to get one of these for my friends and this is her favorite character. So yeah, so far like our first pulls were amazing. These are also in no particular order. Just to let you know, I'm just pulling them.
Oh, these were great.
Yeah, this one was wonderful. There's a whole gachapon that is just fire Pokemon. So these are so cool. They had like Torchic, they had Charmander stuff. So I was really happy to get Growlithe. He just goes on this little stand here. So this is also a really good pull. Oh yeah, here's the thing. You can see all the Pokemon on there. So yeah, that was honestly like all of these are perfect. I would never have pulled a bad one. Okay, this was also an incredible lucky pull. I have no idea how I got this lucky. This is like a little thing that you put on like a phone cord or a charger of some sort and they just kind of sit there and look cute. So this is Nadeshiko from Eurocamp and oh my gosh, like first try I got Nadeshiko and that was amazing. She's my favorite out of all the characters I could have gotten. So I did do at least one Hololive one. I wanted to do more but this Hololive one I didn't even know who the girl was. One second, let me see if I can see. Oh, Matsuri. So this girl, I've seen her in like Hololive collabs with other VTubers that I watch, but I haven't watched her channel specifically. But still, yeah, really cute. This is a really nice wrist strap actually, so for Hololive fans, that's not a bad one. This next one is also from Eurocamp. This is a Chiaki button. Chiaki's more of a side character. I was hoping to pull Nadeshiko or Rin, but these buttons are really cute. This gachapon also was so that you could pull keychains too, but I did get a button. Buttons are okay. But yeah, so that was an alright pull. So these two are the movie theater ones. We've got Popcorn Head Guy, which is I'll put something like on the screen so you'll understand. It's like what they play before movies to tell you like not to record the movie and stuff. But Alan really wanted the camera guy, so Alan finally got the camera guy on his second try. So yeah, these are pretty good. Can't pull her in the game, but I can pull her in a gachapon. So I was really happy to get Klee here. I could not remember her English name when I pulled her, but yeah, Klee, which is wonderful. I have seen these Genshin Impact gachapon keychains go for like $20 at a secondhand shop. I'm sure she'll go for a lot too. Not that I'd sell her. I'm definitely gonna keep her or give her to someone that really loves Klee. Yeah, all of the volume 2 was really good. So there's, if you kind of want to see real quick, there's the volume 2 for Genshin Impact. A lot of these next ones are Genshin Impact, just to let you know. So I ended up finding a gachapon for these little keychain. I think they are just keychains. At first I thought maybe they were stand too, but they might just be keychains. So here is Chorun. I'm sorry, I'm not great at Genshin Impact names. But I got him. Shinen, who I haven't gotten to in the game yet, but that was a good one. The best pull I got from this particular Genshin Impact gachapon was, this is definitely Zhongli in the Chinese version. So it must be listing their like Japanese names, but in like Romaji, I guess. So yeah, Shori is, I guess, his name in the Japanese version. Oh my gosh, this one's so adorable. I'm so happy about this one. So this is a cocoa curry gachapon. I was so happy to get this one. I really wanted the roast katsu with the vegetable. Here, I'll show it to you. This is all the ones that you can get out of this set. But this is the cheese. It's the cheese. This one just looks so cute on a bag or something. I might like put that on something now. I just really love Coco Ichibanya, which is like, again, as I said, it's a really popular curry chain here in Japan. It's really yummy. So this is the one where we hit bad luck. Literally 4 times in a row, we got the same pull 4 times in a row from the Spy Family gachapon. This is the list of the ones you can get. So obviously you can get all these little, these are like little hand towels, which are very popular in Japan because a lot of bathrooms maybe don't have like paper towels. So a lot of people carry around their own little mini towels. So lots of really cool designs you can get, but we kept getting the same freaking design over and over again. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 of them, but even before we did the hunt that day, I had already got one of these for Alan, so now we have 5 of them.
We have 4 now.
Oh, we have 4.
Yeah, we
okay.
had 3 from that day and 1 from before.
3 from that day and 4 all together. So does anyone need Spy Family merch? Because I've got a lot of it. That was really the only like super bad luck we ran into. But this is volume 1 for Genshin Impact. These ones are getting harder to find because it is the older set and a lot of people have just been like getting them like crazy. But these are the characters you can expect from volume 1 for the Genshin Impact gachapon. The first one I pulled in Akihabara was actually Paimon. I actually already have one of these. I think I'm gonna send this to my friend because I already get too much Paimon in my life. I don't need more Paimon. And then the second one I pulled from this pack was freaking Barbara, and I don't even like Barbara. She's so annoying, even though she's really good. She's a really good character, actually, so.
We were actually wrong. One of them that we thought was the same as the others, it just had the same color palette, but there actually is one other Spy Family hand towel.
No way!
We weren't as unlucky as we thought we were.
Oh my gosh! We really thought that this was the same one, but you opened it up. That's incredible.
Yeah.
Well, it's a different color gachapon too. It was pink, and the rest are blue, so maybe that's how.
But it looks
oh
the
my
same.
Gosh.
Look from the outside of it. It looked
When
like it
did
was
you
the same
pull
one.
that one? Second, third? Do you know?
We can probably check on the footage.
I have no idea. Oh my gosh, that's insane. Love that. Okay, so
Not as unlucky as we thought.
not as unlucky as we thought.
We still have
We
two
only
extra.
have 2 extra. Okay, without further ado, let's get back to the Genshin Impact one. So as I said, I pulled Paimon first, and then I pulled Barbara, and I was like, this is crap. This is the worst. And then I pulled Kaya. I pulled Kaya, and he's great. I love him as a character. He actually goes for like $18, I think, at secondhand shops, so he might become even harder to find or more expensive as time goes on. I don't know. I don't know if they're gonna redo more Volume 1 Genshin Impact, but I was happy to get Kaya, and then I got everyone's favorite, the one that everyone wants, Diluc. Diluc I pulled last from this set, thank God I did. These Genshin Impact ones are really awesome. I got a lot of Genshin Impact stuff.
Yes.
Well guys, that is it. That is our hunt. Those are our gachapon. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. If you want to see more videos where we just go and hunt for gachapon, please let me know in the comments. Like this video if you liked it. It would be really fun to do like a $100 spree to see if we can get, because I think this is worth $50 like for the pulls that we
Yeah,
got.
we got some good ones.
Yeah, we got some really cool stuff. I think we got pretty lucky considering the Spy Family thing, and then we weren't even as unlucky as we thought we were. Guys, thank you for watching. Please comment down below what your favorite gachapon that you saw in this video was, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye!
Hello, everyone. We're back.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hope you enjoyed that. Thanks again, Kira, for all of the YouTube videos. We'll have some more new stuff later in the day. Also wanted to mention really quick, we're going to have a charity auction coming up later in the day. Wanted to indicate some of the stuff we are going to be auctioning off there. Got some random stuff, got some fun stuff. We've got Gluttonous, which is an OVA. Actually, it's an OVA, but it's actually live action. The cover is a lie, but it's about food, competitive eaters, basically. So that's kind of interesting.
I almost read it as glutinous.
Yeah, I mean, there's that too. All of Tamiyura Hitotose, which is sort of a slice of life kind of a thing. Volume 1 of Magical Shopping Arcade Amanobashi, one of the classic sort of Gainaxy things out there. So I love this. Volume 1 of Attack on Titan, episodes 1 through 13 though. From back in the day when it had to say at the front, from the director of Death Note.
Right.
Because, who knows what the Attack on Titan thing is. Eureka 7 on Blu-ray, which is kind of cool. We've also got all of Fractale, or Fractal. So that is an option there. We've got this is actually, I didn't know they did this. So they have both Memories and Metropolis as a double
Classy.
feature. Yeah. I love both of these films.
Is that on DVD?
That is on DVD.
Don't have that quality though.
Yeah, I know. But it's one of those things where, like, if you're curious about either one of the weirder Osamu Tezuka adaptations, where I would argue they actually made it better in the anime version. Great. I mean, Tezuka basically did a one-off adaptation of Metropolis, just kind of as a random kind of fun adventure thing. Like, it wasn't too serious. And then the anime film was like, okay, let's go for it. Like, let's do all the things.
Oh, they went so hard.
They went so hard. And then Memories, I think the first animated Satoshi Kon thing, if I recall correctly, in Memories.
Oh.
Because...
no, I don't know the order.
Yeah, because Magnetic Rose by Koji Morimoto has had Kon basically write it. It was written by Kon. So that's cool. We've got Azazel, You're Being Summoned. One of the really classic, ridiculous things. And I remember the Fukons. Like, this hit hard for like 15 minutes back in like the late 2000s, I think, late 90s, something like that. It's basically a bunch of mannequins that they just film and put like a story to.
Whoa.
It's very weird, very, very...
Proto Thunderbolt fantasy.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, very much a thing. Also...
Oh boy.
all of 2003 Astro Boy. So the entire Astro Boy anime series. This is on DVD, granted, but it's a lot of Astro Boy all in one thing. I love this adaptation of Astro Boy. This is amazing. They went back and kind of reworked the origin story and the conclusion. This has a very satisfying conclusion that I would argue... I have said this is my favorite Tezuka ending. Like, of all of Tezuka's work, like, I love the ending of this. So that is there. I've also got the first 6 volumes of Spy Family manga. So if anyone's interested in that,
wow.
yeah, so you can get what's going on in the Spy Family manga. I'm not going to show all this.
Okay.
Dance of the Empire Bund, the manga, which I am not going to show on stream. My Neighbor Seki-kun. So some of you may have seen. I think there's like last year, My Neighbor Seki.
Yeah.
Really fun little goofy comedy. So that's available. So more on that coming up. But some fun things to... yeah, The Sims Live is kind of the Fukons. That's a good point. It's kind of the overall theme of that. Or the overall visual style. Yeah, John's already got Spy Family. I don't blame you. Cool. Then let's go ahead and transition to our next panel. I want to make sure we have the right thing here. There it is. All right, let us talk. Yeah. Let's talk about anime with agendas.
Yeah.
So full disclosure, this is a panel that we wanted to do for a while that is controversial enough that traditional conventions would often be a little worried about doing that because they don't know that we're going to treat it with seriousness
Oh,
and
yeah.
respect, and we're not just going to go off and be wild with this. So yeah, these are anime that have interesting perspectives on them from the original creators and such. Yeah, let's just get to it.
Yeah.
So
I mean, we were talking previously about interpretation of art. Some artists, like, here's the thing, take from it what you will.
yeah.
This is the opposite, where here's the thing, I want you to learn a thing from it. Like, there's a takeaway here that is intended by the artist, and we're going to talk about that.
And to further self-promote, if you're going to Colossal East, you can feel free to submit some of these group ones too. Because,
True.
well, actually, I could probably do it still.
Mm.
I don't know why I couldn't, but now that I know you might be going, this could be something that we also do at Colossal
Yeah,
East.
that's a good point.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, let us go in. So there's going to be kind of a group discussion, group chat, very free form. Some of these things. So we got a couple different kind of topics we've organized these in. But obviously, art is complicated, so some of these things will kind of go across different topics. And we're using the term agenda here as kind of a general catch-all term. We can go deep philosophically into author's intent and what do they actually mean by that, all that kind of stuff. We're going to kind of elide a lot of that and just kind of talk about things where it's like, we see a meaning here, and let's kind of go as best as we can. And yeah, let's go to the military stuff. Why not?
Yeah.
We got the big. Which one's the big one? Is that
Say what?
which one? Which screen is the big screen right now?
That's what's live.
Yep.
Yeah.
I guess for those panel that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's start by talking about Gate.
Yeah, good,
Oh,
good
right.
call, John.
I have recently seen the first few episodes of Gate, so I can talk
Yeah.
this a little bit. But you all are more the experts on this one.
Right. So,
I was there for Rory Mercury.
yeah.
I
Rory
Everyone
Mercury is pretty
was
awesome.
there. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
she's definitely one of the pulls.
But yeah, so our boy is in the JSDF, Japanese Self-Defense Force, because they don't have an army.
Right.
They have
Yeah,
not,
yeah,
and they have
yeah.
not been allowed to have
It's
an
not
army.
It's not an army. No.
No, they're allowed to have a standing army now.
Oh, they are? Okay. Because there's a World War II prohibition for obvious reasons. But our guy is an otaku, and he's going down to, I guess, Akihabara or
Comiket, I think.
Comiket.
Yeah.
when a portal to another world opens up,
Hitman.
and immediately there's there's an actual international conflict between like what's on the other side, because like some armies come through, but it turns out they're medieval technology, and
Swords don't win against guns.
yeah. Oh, you can come in if you want.
Mhm.
Challenger approaches.
We're talking about Gate.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If you know any of these, feel free to chime in with thoughts.
Yeah.
But largely, it's watching the Japanese military be awesome and beat everything forever.
Mm-hmm.
They are beating up on medieval.
They do wank themselves a little bit with
Yeah.
there's a hot spring
Oh, yeah.
scene where the American Special Forces and like two other countries' Special Forces are all trying to converge on the hot spring because the main character has a bunch of the otherworldly people there with him, and they're trying to do something or another, and then the JSDF Special Forces by themselves take out the other three countries' Special Forces, which it's just
Whoa.
it's just not gonna happen.
Yeah, like
In no
America's
conceivable-
holding off getting the gate, which is located in Japan. Like, no, we would just take it. We would,
Right.
but like, I mean, I guess it's Stargate SG-1, but Japanese and anime.
It's not also just like that they're beating everything. It's like this is the author is treating it as like this is the conceivably correct way to go about this.
Oh, and I'm a big fan of Stargate SG-1.
Yeah.
It is my favorite of the Star series. Gate, Trek, Wars, and Search.
So
But
yeah,
Tech Wars.
it's very funny to just see like the pro military slant on it.
Yeah.
Like, this is we're doing this all the correct way through military domination.
Yeah.
And the author is Was he ex-JSDF?
Probably.
I think.
I don't know,
I
but
seem to recall.
I believe so.
That's how all anime gets made. It's a guy with a hobby
Yeah.
with cute girls in it.
Yeah. I mean,
Now, I don't think any entries that we have here. No, Gate did have some actual cross promotion with.
Yeah, they were using it to
Yeah.
recruit to the JSDF.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
With the we joined the JSDF. We'll give you anime waifus.
Body pillows? Hey.
Yeah.
Well, and it's interesting because Gate definitely comes from the perspective of military yay.
Yeah.
It is definitely pro-military in the most sort of complete form, where and as far as pointing out in the chat, they're not saying that the military is the solution to all problems and nothing ever goes wrong.
Yeah.
War sucks, but it is definitely like a thing. And
Yeah.
again, just from the first couple episodes, one of the interesting things is the take that the military takes early on is as kind of peacekeeping force.
Yeah.
There's a lot of we're going in and kind of providing supplies to local villages and that kind of stuff.
So
it's not just we're going in there and shooting people.
I mean, this is relevant to Japan's place militarily in the world. Is I don't know if they signed on. I don't know if they got in the. I think they got in the pool for Afghanistan. I don't know if they got in the pool for Iraq. Because America led a charge and everybody jumped in. For a number of these conflicts.
I think for Afghanistan, Japan provided a few basically I was gonna say cleric units. Wow, I've been playing too much D&D.
Yeah. Medic units.
But a few medic units, but that was it. Yeah.
I know they have some deployments in Sudan with UN peacekeeping. But Japan talks about what is the purpose of our military? Should we how interventionist should we be overseas? Do we have a right to be there? And if we are there, should we be promoting our national interests?
Right.
Standard things that any country talks about with its military. Japan just has a specifically unique context, given that it's in a weird pact with the U.S. for a lot of its defense.
Yeah.
But also has a big regional threat.
And also given the fact that historically the
Multiple
JSDF
regional threats.
definitely the JSDF traditionally has not been involved in a lot of conflicts.
Yeah.
So they have been involved in a lot of domestic peacekeeping.
Yeah.
Just, again, distributing supplies during natural disasters. So the perspective a lot of native Japanese have on JSDF is more those sorts of interactions.
Yes.
As
And
opposed
this
to
is-
seeing them fighting in a war.
This is very much that, because one of the reasons is that they're kind of medieval semi-magical things. Dragons don't a dragon does not hold up to an RPG.
Yeah.
Is a very specific thing. It's real cool, but an RPG will take a dragon out.
Yeah.
Is that it's very much kind of an Afghanistan it's like a peacekeeping situation. They go in there and they're like, should we take there's a leader of whoever the Imperium is there. They had a context where there's an Imperium that is subjugating some of the smaller things around. There's conflicts between various peoples. Maybe this one guy's about to do something that we would consider a war crime. Should we coup their government?
Yeah.
And they eventually, I think, opt for a little more interventionist of maybe coup the government to stop war crime, to stop a genocide. But that's that's obviously a very legitimate discussion. Is do you as somebody foreign get to jump into somebody else's conflicts?
Well,
The prime
famously,
directive.
that never goes wrong in the U.S.
Yeah.
Right, yeah, exactly.
I mean,
They can learn from that a bit.
there's definitely. I suppose they acknowledge the difficulty there. I suppose the thing that they don't acknowledge with Gate is the history of it, because there's always people in the military will talk about these issues, and they'll often be please, often ask their political counterparts, please find a political solution.
Yeah.
But obviously there's a context of there's other people who might come at it of with a little more of a fashy take, where it's no, our military, because we should take.
Yeah.
like, hey, there's resources we should take.
This was certainly a heavy front load one to
This
start.
is a heavy front load. I mean, it's just
Yeah.
so much to. And I'm not trying to cast any aspersions. It's just like this is the context of like literally anything any country does.
Yeah.
There's always like a more legitimately label that you could put on it.
Yeah.
But how much is that true?
And it's one of the reasons why I think Gate is an interesting
Yeah.
anime to watch on this, because you are seeing things from the perspective of a different culture's military. And obviously it's not the real military, but
Yeah.
you're seeing it through a lens that we typically don't see.
There's even cultural exchange. Like I think that's why the elf
Yeah.
is already dressed in jeans and a t-shirt.
Well, they also rip her clothes off.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's also like there's it's isekai waifu stuff
Yes.
too.
Yes. Definitely fan service material there.
Yeah.
Obsolete.
So this is a thing I watched. I don't know who produced it. I should have done a little more research on about who produced it and what. Weirdly, this is actually about America.
Oh.
Or at least the focal unit is American.
Hmm.
But this one actually goes a lot deeper. So the premise of Obsolete, and it okay, I guess I should. Obsolete is like a series of web shorts.
Oh.
They're in 3D. It's mechs, but it's like really low quality bad mechs. Like it's more like an armored fighting suit.
Gotcha.
Like
exoskeleton kind of thing.
yeah, an exoskeleton. The premise is that it's Earth like right about now. Maybe it's like a few years in the future. But aliens have showed up. We haven't really actually made contact with the aliens. All they left was a message of, if you put like a ton of limestone and a location, we will drop you one of these things. And it's a little exoskeleton, about a little bigger than a person, kind of like the Magatech from Final Fantasy VI, because that's how I relate everything. About that size, or maybe the things from Pat Labor.
Oh, okay.
We're not talking a giant mech. We're talking like bigger than a little bigger than a car, or about that size. But the thing is, this is accessible to anyone. They're not sure how the aliens do it, how they get it there. It's just you put this anywhere. You mine a ton of limestone, put it somewhere.
Will give you one of these.
They will give you one of these. So you're not even sure, are the aliens running some sort of weird experiment here? And like the first thing people assume is like, okay, it's definitely, works with the human body. So like, okay, we're gonna use, like most people started using it for construction and like things like that very quickly.
Yeah.
But because it is accessible to literally everybody, people found military applications, and it meant that it's kind of like when firearms first got distributed. It's kind of like the AK-47 proliferating the third world. All of a sudden, small guerrilla forces are much more able to stand up to conventional military forces. The balance of power shifted heavily. Like large countries are trying to figure out how to use this well. I mean, obviously, still your conventional stuff is much bigger than this. But if you're not trying to fight a full-scale war, like small, poorly funded armies in third world countries have access to things that can take out helicopters.
Wow.
Because everybody, you can find limestone anywhere. So you just kind of see a bunch of engagements of this American military unit. And you also see some, there's a few episodes that are from the perspective of child soldiers in a third world country.
Okay.
And it sets them up that that these people are actually going to come in conflict with each other because they're going to run into engagements with each other. So it kind of went real deep on geopolitics there.
Sanpu in chat is saying, is this from Gen Urabuchi?
I don't believe it is.
Okay. Yeah.
But it could be. Cole will look that up for me.
Sure.
I mean, I wouldn't be. I mean, I love Gen Urabuchi's works because they make me think about things, and this made me think about things. I'm like, who made this?
It was created by Gen Urabuchi.
Okay,
There we go.
that makes sense then, because honestly, normally when I see a format like this, I'm like, I expect to see a Toyota car in space. It's like we we were looking at web short, but the action is pretty good.
Okay.
And like it just mentions how like different conflicts. I even like they had a reference to like an Indian Sino conflict in the Himalayas,
Wow.
which is like
Yep.
a thing that happened back in the '60s, and like oh yeah, there's a couple of units that are
Definitely
up
won't
there.
happen again.
Yeah, just fighting a low-scale conflict and freezing to death because it's the Himalayas. It's just the worst place on Earth to pick for a military conflict.
Maybe one of the things we're like, can we just fight somewhere else?
Yes.
Can we just not do it here?
It's one of the many instances in the world where people have fought over completely useless patches of land. Like we're gonna fight over this patch of desert that has nothing in it.
Yep.
We're gonna fight over this barren, cold mountaintop that has no population because it's ours.
Because
Line on map,
geopolitics.
go here.
Yep, exactly. Cool, that's very interesting. I might check that out.
Yeah.
Full Metal Panic.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Have you seen this? I've seen a chunk. I'm actually only halfway through it.
I've seen the original one, Fumofu, most of the original one, Fumofu, all of Second Raid, and then the first episode of Infinite Victory.
I actually got into this. I'm halfway into it because one of my good friends, who's an American comic book guy, does not like anime. Does generally, and he's tried it. He's given it a fair shake, but he just doesn't like. He's like, I'm very culturally American, and like I get that they're doing some of these things, but I don't. It's not for me. He likes military SF comedy, and that's exactly what Full Metal Panic is.
There is, I have like 9 volumes of this. And
Oh,
there.
yeah.
Yeah, there's a bunch down there. But
I've only seen the Hot Spring episode.
okay.
Because the Hot Spring episode is one of the greatest.
Yeah. So Full Metal Panic is really interesting because main character is basically Hiro Yui from Gundam Wing. Child soldier. Very traumatized by that. In a sort of paramilitary organization. Main premise is that through some weird complex plot things, possibly aliens, humanity is being given accelerated access to technology. So they are able to build things like mechs in like 90s Japan, where you would not be able to do that. And so military technology is advancing very rapidly. So the main character is in this organization, this kind of a peacekeeping organization.
Yeah.
And
it's specifically Japan that has access to this, not other countries, right?
Other countries are getting access to it,
But they're behind.
and one of the implications that they get to in the later seasons is that the organization that they're part of is actively suppressing that in other countries.
Yeah.
That they are trying to keep this to be a Japanese thing.
Yeah.
And kind of essentially kidnapping all the other ones from other countries and saying, no, you don't get this.
Yeah.
And
So it again forefronts Japan militarily in the world.
And it should also be pointed out because of the screenshot. Also, Spat's a comedy. He gets he gets assigned.
They're in a school.
Yes.
So it's kind of weird because he's a super serious, like, military child soldier who doesn't understand school hijinks, but is always involved in school hijinks.
Well, there's also the dichotomy that like seasons 1 and 2 are extremely, pretty much serious, and
Yeah.
then season 3 is just Kyoto Animation slapstick.
Yeah, there's serious spy work like going on.
Yeah. And then it comes back to being very serious.
But like, yeah, it weirdly. I mean, it makes commentary on like it's not okay that this child soldier has been a child soldier.
Especially the second raid goes very heavy in like, no, he's a broken human being. Yeah. And like this is not good, and it also gets to the fact that like, not only is that not good, like there are implications that in the future he's gonna break. He's not gonna be able to function as a human being if this doesn't work out well.
He's barely functioning now.
Yeah, exactly. And so this idea, and then the problem is, you can't just fix that overnight. Yeah. Like the process of him resolving those issues degrades his performance, as a pilot and human being and so forth, because now suddenly he's processing all this trauma. And so, what do you do with that? Which is quite interesting. and Goofy comedy.
Yeah.
So just be aware of that.
Yeah. So it's still. I mean, it's very much. I mean, in the same mold. It's all of these shows up front have a slightly jingoistic
Yeah.
perspective, and I wouldn't qualify it as different than the jingoistic perspective of any American show
Sure.
focused on the military.
Yeah.
Like, it's cut and paste the same kind of like, no, we should be we should be in charge of things just a little bit because we're a little more responsible than all these other people.
Right.
Because everybody's a little value centric. Like, no, we're preventing crimes or genocides or some things that are bad. But like, there are also things that we think are bad.
Right.
And everybody thinks that they should be in charge of that. So there's a little bit of an argument for that.
Yeah.
So yeah, one of the things we're doing with this panel is talking about things that are relevant to today's contemporaneous discussions in Japanese politics to the best degree that we can understand Japanese politics and culture.
Not Japanese. Can't speak to it.
Yeah.
Much.
But like, these are from those things. So like, the perspectives that these authors are bringing.
It should also be pointed out for Full Metal Panic, because I did watch some of the behind the scenes stuff on this. They do one of the things that I like about this is that like, they went back and like watched like Japanese tank demonstrations as reference for like how these machines moved. There's actually a funny moment on that where they're watching that and they're going, mecha ridiculous. You know, it's like a tank would just blow out a leg and your mecha is done. Like, it just doesn't. It's silly, but they look so cool.
Yeah.
And so like, they do the research on trying to make the mecha feel like an integrated part of the world.
Yeah.
That is not just completely ridiculous, but there's also that like, they're not like military otaku coming at it.
Right.
You know.
The
we should
mechs
use
are
mechs
not
all
the
time.
solution to everything. It's
Right.
not everything is done with mechs. All conventional military stuff is used, but it's
True.
specifically they use mechs for like specific behind lines, like things that require a little more subtlety.
Yeah.
Like they often use them as stealth units.
Yeah, it's kind of like they do in Gatsuraki, which I would love to get to. But we have so many things to cover. Because
The same thing about the obsolete is obsolete is not like everything is mechs now.
Right, exactly. But I know in Gatsuraki the idea is mecha are a flexible unit.
Hey, that's why I like Original Gundam. Or even Original Gundam is not everything are mechs.
Oh no.
Like,
definitely.
Original Gundam tried to justify why there are mechs at all, and a lot of it is because we're in space.
Right. Yeah. And balls and all that good stuff.
Yeah.
All right. Let's talk about NEAT.
Yeah.
NEAT are neat.
Yeah, so NEAT is an English acronym for not in education, employment, or training. So you are sitting around in your parents' house not doing a whole lot. Like, you're probably very depressed. You're not a productive member of society.
And this gave rise to from the fact that, and I forget exactly when it started, but there was a significant percentage of folks who were in this and not actively pursuing education or employment or whatever. So there was like, I'm just gonna sit here and basically collect unemployment forever. You know, which was a very different perspective than a lot of Japanese had up to that point, sort of historically. It was a new trend.
Many cultures derive a lot of their meaning from a person's job. What do you do is the first question. And like, there's a concept that, you know, we're all working together to make our society. What is this person doing? Are they just a parasite?
Yeah.
But it's kind of a thing that everybody got into in the 90s because of the Japanese economic crash. Where like, if you're experiencing a major economic crash, there's not really a whole lot of choice in the matter.
Yep.
So yeah, welcome to the NHK. Very depressing. It's a grim look. It's not just, here's a guy who's playing video games, let's look at his nerd hobby lifestyle. He spends a lot of the time lying on his floor.
Oh yeah, and I mean there's a lot of trigger warnings that come with this show too.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Like, this is there's a lot of trigger warnings. There's suicide attempts by maybe multiple characters.
Okay.
There's a lot of heavy discussion of that.
drug use. I think,
Yeah,
as well.
yeah.
Oh, wow.
Like the suicide stuff comes later, but there's a lot of like. So this one girl basically meets this guy. She's a teenage girl, and she's like, I want to make this like. She's deriving her purpose by making this guy into a functioning member of society and
Fix him.
retraining
Yeah.
him into society.
Mm.
Because he's been a full hikikomori. He's not been going outside at all. He's become fully paranoid, and I think only watching the Japanese public broadcast. I don't know, Nippon something, but it's their BBC, the NHK.
Mhm.
And I think he has a whole conspiracy theory around the NHK
Yeah.
controls everything.
Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he started to see messages in NHK broadcasts.
Oh yeah, this
Yeah.
is the guy who gets wrapped up into conspiracy. I mean, very relevant now when this is the guy who would get wrapped up into a conspiracy theory and go do some crimes at a capital.
Yep, definitely.
Because like he's disconnected from everything.
Yeah.
Um,
And it's, I think one of the interesting things about the show, and I've only seen like
Yeah.
episode 1 or 2, but the way they present him is he is just at that sort of trigger point
yeah,
where like he's starting to crack, so
Yeah.
to speak. And so it's like, can he be pulled back from the edge?
Yeah.
Or is he going to kind of continue down that path?
like seriously, this girl is largely just doing very basic therapy with him. Like it takes it not as just like I'm trying to give you some job training or a little pep talk. Like they're talking about mental health the entire time, and even the ending, which is successful, is almost a little grim because he's like, okay, I'm a construction worker. It rains. My job sucks. But he still has the will to just kind of like, I'm going to be able to keep doing this. I think.
Okay, yeah. Good. Wow.
There's also like the fact that he in the beginning he's clearly like rejecting any help to
Yes.
Okay.
attempts to help him,
Okay.
which is also something emblematic of
Yeah.
mental health.
Yeah.
But one of the things that the show is taking here is it's taking a mental health perspective, which I haven't seen any other show take.
That's a good point.
Before or since, I have not seen any show engage this way. Even though this is very much a surreal comedy in a lot of ways, because you see a lot of his hallucinations. Most other neats I see have gone like full anime waifu, where they're more just this is a cute thing, like you might get
Yeah.
like a two-sided coin, like an Umaro-chan or something. Or like here's a cute girl and she doesn't know how to function in society. Isn't that cute?
Yeah.
Whereas like this man is disgusting to everybody. Like look at him.
He's just, I mean, he's like objectively in the beginning just a bad person.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only thing I can think of that would be even close would be Komi-san Can't Communicate.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Because
And
it's-
even that's just
light.
kind of like
Yeah.
that's.
I feel like that
very-
almost
yeah.
comes from the Asperger boyfriend thing.
Yeah, she's very functional in society. She
Yeah.
just has this one issue she's trying to
Yeah.
deal with.
Or even what is it? One of the girls from Azumanga Daioh, who everybody thinks is cool, but is actually shy.
Satsuki.
Satsuki.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like Kobe-san has the same thing going
Yeah,
on, but
yeah.
like everybody in society, if they could see this man, could see he's unshaved, unkempt, smelly. He's constantly on the verge of starving to death because he does not have the will to literally feed himself. So there's a lot that goes into this.
Does Anohana deal with the main character's sort of issues?
I haven't seen on
I'm not
You
either.
are
Yeah,
deep
it's-
into it.
Anohana's a lot of things.
Okay, yeah.
Anohana, yeah, I guess June is like, I'm pretty sure that was his name. I think it was still like kind of a soft and padded version of this kind of thing. Like NHK is a very raw look at
Yeah.
how this would actually turn out. Whereas most other shows involving characters like this are like, yeah, the premise is that they're inside and not
Yeah.
going out, and they've lost contact with friends, and they're not going to school, but it's also like they still seem mentally well adjusted, and
Mhm.
like when push comes to shove during like the first 2 episodes,
Yeah.
they're like, okay, I know how to talk to people and integrate with people and
Yeah.
reconnect with old friends. Whereas somebody with mental health, like the main character in this show, it's like none of those avenues are open to him at the
Yeah.
moment. And even if he had people that would accept him, it's not just like going on Facebook or whatever,
Yeah.
being like, hey, what's up? It's
Yeah.
like there is a lot of mental blocks
Yeah.
to someone with mental health issues, including things like
Social media can't have helped.
Well, it's just like things that anybody struggles with. It's
Yeah.
like even they demonstrate it in the show. It's like this girl seems to earnestly want to help him,
Yeah.
but like I can connect with the fact that like he just does not believe that that's the case.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's like, there's no way you actually want to help
Yes.
me.
Yeah.
There's no way you actually want to connect or talk.
And that's
to me.
kind of true because he's making the same argument to her.
Yeah.
And it actually makes like it's one of the reasons that this is a good entry here is it's not just tut be a functioning member of Japanese society and be like
Yeah.
a harmonious member contributing to the common good, which is kind of the more general line I understand. I mean, like most societies have this. I don't know who the quote is from, but like there's a quote that Japanese culture is just like everyone else, just more so.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's all the things that you would expect in any other culture. They just have more of it. It's more intense.
Yeah.
But like they get clear that like both these characters are actually pretty mentally distraught, and while she's trying to make him into like a standard member of society, that is in itself also pretty psychologically bad for her. So they arrive at a pretty grim but functional conclusion, where they are at least for the moment okay, but you have no guarantees about the future. But like it's not like you'll become a member of society and like just being integrated into society and the power of friendship and connection will make
Everything's
it okay.
good now.
Will make it
Yeah.
okay. So it's
Interesting.
it's a lot deeper than
Yeah.
than anything else.
Another show, U.S. show
Yeah.
that has a similar like premise with the shitty main character is BoJack Horseman.
Oh, okay.
And
Yeah.
at the end of the show, it's a very similar.
Yeah, I
thing.
guess
it's
there's-
it's
there's
not
very
it's not a
good
happy
comparison.
ending at the end.
Yeah.
It's just this is functional. He's not going like they've reached a point where they're not going to like
Yeah.
end yourself.
That's a good comparison. The other thing I would say is this is not an argument for this is how we solve a societal problem. Like, we have this problem in society, we should do this thing to help society. It's making the argument that, no, I don't care about society, you are dying,
Yeah.
here's how you help you.
Yeah. The Alcoholics
Yeah.
Anonymous thing. Like,
Yeah.
You don't solve that with big programs. You solve it by individual people.
Yeah.
Working through the process.
Yeah, and they're kind of going through a individual mentoring. That's pretty
cool.
much what I'm getting at with that NHK.
Really cool. Yeah, it's funny. I can't think of any other anime
Yeah.
that tackles this at this level.
Yeah,
at
it's
all.
arguing from the
Yeah.
perspective of
Yeah.
of
Of the person.
yeah.
That's cool. Eden of the East.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't
I don't
know a
remember-
lot of this
I don't
beyond the
remember.
first episode.
Okay. Yeah.
I watched it and it just emptied left my memory. And that was some of these shows we came up with collectively as a group with 2 members that aren't present
Yeah, yeah,
right
yeah.
now.
So,
We might skip some of them.
Shot in the dark.
I'll take this one. Eden of the East is interesting because it is the main character wakes up with full amnesia. And is in a very specific situation in life, and I don't want to
Specific
explain
situation
much
in America.
about what's going on because it's one of the fun things about Eden of the East is being thrown in a situation and figuring things out as the story goes, and that is very much the intent. What's interesting, and I should say I've only seen, I believe, the first season. I know there are like several movies and other stuff which kind of explore the story further. What's interesting about that season is that it explores the fact that the main character has a lot of essentially power, a lot of abilities, a lot of things he can do, and he voluntarily self-isolates because he knows the extent of that power, and partly to use that power, but also because he's like, I need to figure out what to do with this. And he does that, and then he basically carries out experiments. And we find out he has carried out experiments in the past, which is one of the reasons why he has amnesia now. But the idea that isolation can be an effective response to things so that you can figure things out. That sometimes trying to deal with something through a social lens, through society's lens, and through your friend's lens is not the most helpful thing. You kind of need to figure that out on your own somewhere else, and then once you figure that out, reintegrate and kind of make that work.
Okay.
So that was that was kind of neat, and it's also kind of big explosions and action stuff going on, and in romance with the two main characters. But just that perspective from a show is, I think, a little unusual. So that was kind of cool.
We again front loaded this one too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. And then Junkie.
yeah.
Aww.
So yeah, I actually really liked this one. This one is actually kind of interesting. She's an Elito Nito. Because she's not a young person, she's middle-aged. And she's been
29.
working. She's had a successful career.
Yeah.
Like she's in her 30s or so. Actually, I don't know. It's
Yeah.
anime always throws me off because they're like, oh, this person's middle-aged, and they draw them as middle-aged,
Yeah.
but they're like,
25.
yeah, or something.
Yeah.
But in any case,
Yeah.
that's the phase of life she's in. She's actually just taking a break from her career, in which she has been very successful, gained a lot of promotions, and gained a lot of money. She's not a person struggling to survive.
Yeah.
She's literally just taking a break
Very intentionally. Yeah.
because she has a lot of money, and she's single. So she's like, I could just spend some time with MMOs all day long.
And it's
Yeah.
recovery. It's recovery because it is very much
Yes.
her recovering from her job.
Yes.
Really.
She had a lot of work stress.
Yeah, and she was a very functional person, but
Yeah.
you feel like she completely burned herself out.
Yeah.
Like on every level. So she needs time to kind of come back to herself and find
Yeah.
herself again.
And there's also a lot of interesting. There's some other things in here that I really like, which is that they spend a lot of time on alternate identities and kind of gender stuff because the romance between the two main characters in the middle happens in an MMO game where they're both cross-playing, and that's a factor of how they generate a romance in the game, and then they're not so far gone. They're like playing this up, and they're like they consider like, okay, how do we actually cross this threshold of like, because she's like, we've been doing this in a game. Is it okay for me to ask, or is this crazy? And they eventually meet up and like kind of help each other through a little bit of their lives and have a nice romance. But yeah, she's very much recovering from career.
Yeah. I also really like this show because of how healthy their relationship is. Both in the game and outside of the game.
Yeah.
Like the way they develop that romantic relationship.
They're
is,
adults.
They're absolutely they're adults, and they want to respect each other's boundaries, but also kind of see where that's going to go, and so it models that very well. Also interesting because the guy in real life is a very successful person.
Yeah.
And he's kind of reaching that point of like, okay, how much do I want to devote to my job? Like I've done the thing to make myself successful, which involves a lot of work.
Yeah.
Is it time to like pull back on that or whatever? So
Yeah.
exploring that too.
I mean, in this case, it's almost elevating the NEET. Because in a culture, again, every culture, but more so, where identity is formed through work and through dedication to work, they're like, no, it's if you can support yourself, you can take the time to take care of yourself.
Yeah.
And to have a romance and do these other things. You don't need to sacrifice everything for your job. You need to make those decisions intentionally.
One of my favorite moments in Recovery Junkie, and this is not a spoiler, it comes in episode 1, is when because you initially see her quitting her job, and they give her like some flowers, and typical kind of, congratulations, it's been great working. Everyone's like very much, it's been like legitimately, it's been great working for you. I'm sorry you're leaving, but we respect that. And she comes home and she like immediately dumps the flowers in the trash. And it's like, haven't we all been there?
Yeah.
Where it's like, I appreciate the gesture, but no, I'm over this. I'm so over this. But yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
Oh,
here
okay.
we go. Okay.
Okay, I have a whole panel
Guess,
about
guess
some of
what's
this stuff.
first up?
I was just gonna say, I
Yeah.
believe I know what the first one is. No, it's
Yeah.
not. Cool. Okay.
No, because
I knew this was first.
Okay.
So okay, I don't have a whole panel on it, but I go into
Okay.
this very deeply.
Yeah. Yeah.
Interviews with monster girls. Oh boy. So this is in my unexpectedly smart shows panels
You
too.
know what? You could probably just actually make a
No, I
panel.
could. I'm actually trying to get one of my friends to, because he wrote some graduate papers. He's got his graduate degree in philosophy now. But he did he took some a disability course, a philosophy of disability course, and this is very specific. Like you could take some broader interpretations of some of the things, but this is very specifically about the disabled experience.
Yeah. In multiple aspects.
Yeah.
Of it too, which is cool.
It's through like high school waifu cute girls, like cute anime girls. And the context is different enough that like it allows you to think differently about it. So the premise for the show is you've got our big buff boy teacher, who is just goes to a school that happens to have a number of demi-humans there. Demi-humans are a new thing in the world. They're a very low percentage of the population, but there are people basically manifested as like supernatural creatures. But it turns out that like none of them have like powers per se. Like none of like they don't get to fly or shoot lasers or anything. And they're usually more problematic for them than anything else. So like the blonde girl in the middle is a vampire, but like she's very much a girl with anemia.
Yeah. Yep.
Like she fatigues easily. She needs to be excused from gym class. The Dullahan is one of the weirdest ones. She's got a portal in her neck. And so it means that she basically is usually down an arm because she's often having to hold her head. So there's some mobility issues. The girl with the teal hair is a Yukiona, and she doesn't really understand her own condition, so she's afraid that she could harm others. And the teacher on the right is, or on the left is, in the gym clothes, is a succubus, and it doesn't actually sexualize her a whole lot.
No.
Like this show is actually pretty chaste and cute.
Very.
But like it confronts the model that I eventually settled on for understanding this show, because there was a few different models. Like it could be just generally minority experience, and you could look at it as the specific experience of people with different types of disability. But a model, I may have to reference it later, but put out in a blog by actually took the take that each of the girls is representative of a different aspect of support
Oh, interesting.
in a person's life. So the first arc with the vampire, that's her sister above her, and her sister will let her chew on her arm because she has an oral fixation. They'll keep her blood packs in the fridge, and the school will excuse her from gym class because she needs, like, if she has support from her family and her school, she can live a full and good life. And the whole reason and the premise is that this guy's talking to these girls, getting first-hand accounts through interviews of their lived experience.
Yeah.
So that he can like learn about it for research, but it also helps them understand themselves and like help society understand them.
And the context is, as a teacher, he's kind of also doing this to say, I can help you kind of process this. I'm a safe person with which to share things, so forth and so on. So it's not just, I'm curious.
Yeah. So the Yukiona, she's afraid of her condition because there a lot of the lore around Yukiona is that you can freeze somebody to death, but
well, and specifically, like, you know, the Yuki-onna in Japanese culture is the evil woman who lures someone to her death in her AC domain. So
frequently very sexy evil woman.
It's true, yes. Yeah.
But like she's afraid that could happen, and so he's like, okay, let's walk through what you can. All she can really do is make ice chips appear in a bath, and he's like, oh, well, this is like it seems that this happens dependent on your emotional state. this is the extent of what can happen,
Yeah.
but also here's how you understand your condition, and it seems that you are not a danger to anybody. Because so she needed some help with that.
Yeah.
Um,
While in contrast, the succubus.
well, yeah, well, so the contrast, the succubus is heavily, actually, I'll get to the succubus just a second later, because hers is a lot harder. So, the Dullahan, her major conflict is being able, her arc focuses on being able to integrate into the class around her. Like, nobody's bullying her. In fact, she has the opposite problem,
Yeah.
which is that people treat her so normally that they don't like to acknowledge
The challenges.
challenges she faces, and she'll crack jokes to try and let people know that it's okay to recognize this. But they get nervous about it, and she's like, no, I'm not only my disability, but my disability is part of what makes me me.
Yeah.
And they
Yeah.
they bring up, it's like a mechanical thing too, because they build
Yeah.
that special harness for her head.
Yeah.
She does, it's like the teacher is just someone in a position of power, bringing
Yeah.
attention to disabilities of people
Yeah.
who do not have that same amount of power, and
Yeah.
we're aware of the problems, but not in a position to do anything to fix
Yeah.
those problems themselves because of the lack of power.
And it's one of the things I love about the show is that it directly addresses the fact
Yeah.
that if you pretend these things don't exist, you're kind of erasing a part of these people's actual experiences.
Yes.
There's a respectful way to do that, obviously.
Yeah.
But one of the things that we see later
Yeah.
on is this idea that part of having a conversation with somebody is, oh, what's that like?
Yeah.
That is a
People
reasonable
have different
thing.
experiences because of gender, race, ability. There's all sorts of things that make the way you go through chart a course through society different.
yeah.
And you kind of you don't want to fully treat somebody based on their label,
Sure.
but it's gonna be a part of their experience, and you want to acknowledge that to some degree. So then because this is gonna be a little truncated, we have a lot of things.
Yeah.
The succubus, actually, she has a government handler.
Mm-hmm.
So I was really confused about this one for a lot because there's she has a power, she's the one with an actual power in that her pheromones do affect men. So she has a hard life. She has to take the first train in the morning and the last train in the evenings to avoid being on a train with other people. She has to live in the boonies, so she's not near anybody. And it's is this just a representation of women in Japan and some other things? But this article, I'm forgetting the author's name, but she postulated that no, this is about, and as soon as the idea was posited, I'm like, oh, that makes a lot of sense. It's about how the government and society often interacts with the sexuality of disabled people, as that it is something dangerous or taboo. Either it is explicitly legislated that people may not be able to procreate, or there might be forced sterilization programs, and these things were happening in both America and Japan in decades 60s to 90s. There's these things are much more recent than people think.
I think was it Japan who some country this week publicly apologized for doing this recently.
Yeah, and I'm not and we think that we're ahead in America, and we're not. I don't know about for specifically disabled, but I know the most recent sterilizations of Native Americans were happening in the 90s.
Yeah, in Canada and the US.
Yeah.
And what's interesting too about the succubus is the fact that from her experience is she is so overly conscious of it that she then won't allow herself to have any sort of even romantic relationship.
She's unsure anybody will be able to see past her her pheromones, and this guy is just he's a normal guy, and he's experiencing this, but she thinks she thinks erroneously for some part that he's not affected by the pheromones just because he has some self-will.
Yeah, exactly.
To not be a creep.
And it does the anime thing where she falls in love with him immediately because he's the first person to show her normal attention.
Yeah.
True.
But like, yeah, there's actually a long and grim history with that like is pointed towards by her having a government handler.
Yeah, interesting.
That's all I need to
Yeah.
say about Ninja's Monster Girls. It's a fun, cute, like, as much as I've said here, it's mostly a fun, cute watch.
Yeah. It's adorable.
Yeah, it's it's stealth in the way it makes you think about
Yeah,
these things.
absolutely. Cool. Rojin Z. So yes, it's in. John in chat mentions Rojin Z as well. Katsuhiro Otomo, I believe. Movie. The basic premise is a like fully automated hospital bed for the aged is invented and is under testing, and then things go wrong. And the bed kind of well, I might as well explain. This is back in the DVD sort of explanations. The bed kind of goes rogue and kind of escapes through the streets and causes chaos because the patient in the bed wants something, and the bed kind of realizes this, and to kind of fulfill its programming, tries to get him kind of across town to do that. So it's very absurd story, very absurd kind of presentation, but the underlying point is very much about how do we care for elderly people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I imagine for Japan, like it as more having multi-generational houses. And like every society has, it's probably just an interaction with, they went hard into capitalism a little later than America did. I actually saw some stats on this, on the average household size. It was related to how to prepare meals, that like recipes that are from the 1940s or something were made for 6-person households.
Yeah.
So they don't cook up the same.
Yep.
Because that was the average household size. Because you would have probably more kids, but also there's a likelihood that there's a grandparent. Like parents are living in the elderly parents are living in the household. But as like America hits late capitalism earlier than most other countries, American families tend to move across the country, become more isolated from each other, become more individualistic. Like we start having to invent things like Social Security and other stuff because it's no longer assumed that every generation just has kids that will take care of them in their old age.
And industrialization plays a factor because when you're 20, you now move away from the farm into the city and you have your own place there. You're not living multi-generationally, which I found recently was particularly acute in Japan because that basically all happened in the 1960s. You know, there was this very strong time when all of that happened very rapidly.
That looks about the same as when it happened in America then.
True, but in Japan it was all in Tokyo.
Everybody goes
in
to
Osaka and so forth.
The mega city.
Yeah, mega cities, and so it was a thing.
Yeah, so like, I mean, often in anime, when you see in a rural town, it is only populated by elderly. And I mean, the same is true as why we have a Rust Belt and other things. Is like, our elderly are in the places where they grew up, but all the kids are gone.
Yeah.
So like, you're like, well, if the kids aren't going to take care of them, who will? Do we get a million people to be nurses? Do we do? Let's see if we can automate this. Let's make a robot. We're Japan. Nothing can go wrong with this.
Exactly. Yes. It's also complicated by the fact that the patient himself is has issues, and so it delves into those questions of what is care. Like, you don't, if somebody's dealing with dementia, for example, you don't give them everything they ask for. Because they don't necessarily know what's best for them. And so it's that whole question too of proper care can be a very complicated question. With a lot of explosions. I mean, again, it's a very
it's
kind
put
of
through
goofy
an
presentation.
absurdist frame.
Yes, absurdist is a great.
Yeah.
We're at time. We're going to go a little bit longer
Yeah.
because again we have some time.
Yeah.
Silent voice.
Okay.
So yes, again, as
I
Richard Bunny.
haven't seen this
Okay.
yet.
Okay. Have you seen it?
I've seen
It pains me.
Okay.
It's been
It
a while.
burns.
I've seen it, and the manga is down there somewhere. Yeah, there,
Nice,
right over there.
nice.
So there's.
I think the strange thing about a silent voice is that it's not set in stone like everybody thinks. It's a great representation of the deaf experience
Yeah.
and how the main character approaches it, especially because as well it's not just about the girl, it's about the main character.
Yeah.
Yeah. A silent voice is really about bullying
Yeah.
more than it is about the deaf experience.
So
Yeah.
there's like I've seen, I can't recall it off the top of my head, but I've definitely seen that people are not always 100% satisfied with how this material approaches bullying and
Yeah.
all and
Yeah.
the quote unquote solution that is presented within it. But
Yeah.
I
Well,
will
we'll
say
talk a little bit about that because what I've heard,
I don't have the knowledge
Oh,
off the
okay.
top of my head.
So the only thing I've heard is that like one of the unique things that this brings is that it's not even really about the person with the disability. It's more about how the other person goes from like a bully and like a lazily like this is like what was expected of me. It's like, oh, you're supposed to bully this person, so I'm bullying this person, and then slowly how the journey they take towards recognizing this as a person with a different experience and becoming more inclusive. And like, I mean, we're living through the times they are a changing, and like the internet has recorded everything that we've thought.
Yeah.
So you could, if you are stern of soul, you could probably go back and see how your thoughts have changed on a lot of topics. And I suppose this is kind of like reconciling with that transition. I mean, and there's always going to be like, this is always going to be very contentious because this is a topic of our of the day that we're debating in our sphere. Is one just how does a person change? It used to be that like, oh, you just wait for a generation to die off because like transition is slow. So
Well, and that's one of the interesting things about this is that, without getting into spoilers, he doesn't even believe he can make it right. He doesn't even really believe he can change per se. He believes he has done something that is indefensible, and so he is doing something to apologize. But spoiler alert, like the story begins with him intending to commit suicide, and then being pulled back from that by Shoko, basically. So he's not trying to make a better. So basic idea is that he did a thing in the bullying which was very expensive, which cost a lot of money. What he is doing is he gets a job so he can pay back his mother for the money she had to spend his money, and that was it. And that was and then he goes to try to meet Shoko just to essentially say goodbye.
okay.
But it is the fact that he then makes connections and is able to. This actually connect interestingly back to the mental health thing, because this is very much him being just closed off to the world, and the fact that like because of the result of the bullying, he was very much excluded himself. So he's shut off from the world. In fact, one of the things they do in the manga and the anime is he sees everyone with X's over their heads, over their faces. And it's those kind of falling away that is the evolution.
Okay. So there's maybe a kind of a concept of restorative justice here. Like how do you attempt to, like you can't undo the crime, but how do you attempt to make both people, the victim and the perpetrator, more whole in the process?
It also does touch on the experience of Shoko and the fact that like not only does no one understand her, no one takes the time to understand her. And I also like the fact that the manga at least talks. Actually, that's an interesting point.
Yeah.
The anime completely ignores this because there's only so much time. The manga goes into the experience of her mother, of being the caretaker of somebody that has this issue that nobody is willing to accommodate, no one cares about. Significantly impacts this, and you see in the movie she's kind of a lot to take in. Like she's kind of angry with everyone because she spent the past 15 years of her life advocating for her daughter, in a context where no one cares. And so that's an interesting perspective too, of just this. And I don't want to speak for the Japanese experience, but from what I've heard, there has been, it's been a longer road for Japanese social structures to accommodate these sorts of things. If you can't keep up, too bad, kind of, has been a lot of the perspective. So in a lot of situations, it's just like, well, we don't have any accommodations for you. We just don't even think about it. And you see that in the movie with the homeroom teacher who just doesn't, whatever.
I mean, that's one of the kind of core concepts of philosophy of disability is disability is a class that is relative.
Yes.
Like, ability is real, but disability is not.
Yeah.
So, like, I'm a shorter than average person. If occasionally I will come across a shelf in an office that is higher than I can reach, and like most of the time things are pretty much where I can reach. But if I was shorter than that, I would not be able to reach that, and I would require somebody else to help me, or something, or like there'd be a stool or something for me to get to a high shelf. In that context, I am disabled. Because somebody intentionally made a choice about where to put that shelf. If they chose to put it lower, where it was in my arm's reach, I am no longer disabled. Because the society has been set up to accommodate me. And like, if the public library has stairs to get in, if I'm in a wheelchair, I'm disabled. There's no inherent, like, it's not like stairs are inherently better than a ramp in a lot of ways. If we had just chosen to use ramps, that would not really be a disability. So when a society chooses how to arrange its world, it is making choices about who it prioritizes.
I'll also say one other interesting thing about silent voice that might be worth doing. Getting back to our sub versus dub debate. In the English dub, they chose a voice actor who is deaf for Shoko. And so what you hear in her lines, especially when she's very young, she is mimicking what it is like for a young girl who hasn't spoken a lot and, has difficulty forming the words in a way that, folks who have a lot of experience with. And so you have some of the same experience of trying to understand what she's saying the way that the kids in her class would have had. And that's an interesting take on that, where especially if you're watching it without subs, you'd be like, oh yeah, this would be, again, for a group of 5th graders, how do they react to that being immature? It's kind of an interesting kind of perspective there.
No, that's really interesting.
Yeah.
I will say that probably a good companion film if you like this is Anthem of the Heart.
Oh, okay.
Which is about a girl who loses the ability to speak.
Ooh,
and,
okay.
her deal, like how the main character and the other characters around her deal with that.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, we are over time. We're going to stop right there.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Yes. So cool. I hope you all found that useful. Thank you for that. We were going to be back in about 10 minutes for our next panel, which will be an interview with Evan Minto of Azuki Manga. This is an online streaming manga service. So we'll be back with that, as I said, in about 10 minutes. See you then.
Hey guys, right now we're in Denden Town, which is basically the Akihabara of Osaka City. Today I just want to go figure hunting. We're actually right outside our first shop, so we're just gonna see what we can find. I have nothing. I love Osaka. Look how old these ones look. These are, OMG, no way, Aria? This is one of my favorite shows. Oh, she's only 500 yen. Man, if they had the set of these, like if they had Akari, who's the main character, I would probably get this, but I'm for some things, I'm very much a set person, so I'd rather just like get all the characters, but this is so cool. 500 yen, man. They even have read or die stuff. Like, I love the stores that have a bunch of old stuff. That's your favorite girl.
It's a really nice. That's a really good place.
That is a nice one.
Yeah, there's this one too, but but she's just holding an iron rod. She's not doing no gun on that one.
700 yen. That's
Yeah,
insane.
it's huge for 700 yen.
So they have Meg from Burst Angel, which is really cool. I actually love the design of Meg as a character, but the show is like okay to me. So I could take it or leave it, but this is a really nice looking figure. Like, you can't really see it, but I love the pose that she has. They do have a lot of older stuff though, like Mahime, Gunslinger Girl, a lot of like early 2000s stuff here. Oh, Blood Plus as well. This is also one of my favorite shows, Air. Oh, do you see this one? It's from Air. I have like a prize figure of her, but I don't have a figure this nice. She's hard to find. I usually can't find Air stuff. Some little busters. I keep seeing this one everywhere, of the Reen playing with cats. Alright, next shop time. Oh, cute. Look at these. Are these all from the new,
Yeah, the newest arc.
season? Look at the Ash and the
Oh my
Snorlax.
god. That's adorable.
That's very cute. Oh, that's adorable. That's a nice Rika figure. Oh, they have Renge, but they have, oh man, this has gone up in price. I remember when this was like 40-50 bucks, but now it's like 8,000 yen. But if I get a Renge figure, I'm really gonna want it to be like a full-size figure, not a Nendroid. They have a lot of Rikas over here. They have like a chibi one. They have one of her in like a gothic Lolita outfit. That's so cool. Oh, this one's actually really nice. I mean, it's more expensive, but you can tell that it's a much nicer figure than like a prize one. They finally have Dr. Stone stuff. I haven't really seen a lot of Dr. Stone stuff yet. I guess it's still fairly new in retrospect, but yeah, they have some of that stuff now. What'd you find now?
That's cute. Misaka and Misaka.
Oh, that is cool. Oh, Minato! Oh my god! I've never seen one of him. I don't even think I have any figures that are dudes. I just have a lot of figures that are girls. I love this My Hero Academia one of Jito. This one's really
Oh,
cool.
nice.
Look how big that is.
Anyone who's ever been to a movie theater in Japan will recognize these characters.
No more. These are basically the characters that tell you like, oh, you know, don't film at the movie. We don't support piracy and all that stuff. And they're really funny and like it's like a nationwide phenomenon. Alan just found one from Emma, which is like a Victorian romance anime, and like that's actually insane. Like that this is something we found. The anime is like, I think it's like 2004, 2005 anime, and it's just not ever talked about that much. This is what they call the junk figure section, where it's like figures that might have something wrong with them. This is Lum, and I can't really tell. Maybe it's because she's got a lot of scratches on her, but this is a pretty good find for something like this. Even though they're calling it like a junk figure, I guess. But yeah, I guess it's like figures that maybe don't have boxes or might be missing pieces and stuff. Wow, I don't think I've actually ever seen Euphemia in this particular outfit as a figure. This is giant. Oh my gosh. I wonder how old this figure is actually. They give you a tiny discount for it being opened. Probably a couple bucks. But oh man, that is beautiful. I love this show called Bakuon. It's just really cute moe girls who ride motorcycles, and they have like a motorcycle club at school, and I love the figure with the motorcycle. That's very cute. Oh, no, the price. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, it's come. It's lost in space. Oh man, I don't know if that'll ever go down. I'm gonna hope it does, because I really don't know how popular Kanata Astro Lost in Space is, but oh man, this is like,
It's insane.
this is like my current dream figure, dude. Oh my god. Look at her.
Yeah,
Look at her.
it's such a nice one too.
It is so nice. She's under 100 maybe, but oh my god. She's worth that much, but I'm not gonna justify it now. If you watch my last figure video, you'll know that I picked up an Eve figure from Black Cat, and I thought that was the only Eve figure in existence, but yeah, apparently not. Apparently this one also exists, and it's also really affordable. Like, this one's cool. I definitely would have gotten I still like the one that I have, but I would have also picked this one up had I seen it. Very cool. These Nekopara ones are really cute. They're huge, and I just love their cute outfits. They're so big that their hair has to be like clipped on manually. Oh, This is the Euro Camp opening. Alright, we're in the next shop, and I noticed this Kino's Journey figure. I actually have never seen this show yet, but it seems right up my alley, and everyone keeps recommending it to me, so it'll probably be next on my list.
Robotic notes. Any
Yeah,
Science
robotics
Adventure
notes.
series fans out there.
Bunny Girl Senpai stuff. This show is so good. There's another Bunny Girl Senpai up there. That's the Cowboy Bebop set I have, but I have the set, but I don't have Ed, remember?
Oh, yeah.
I found the set in America, and the girl gave it to me for like $5 or $10. It just didn't have Ed. Gosh, with Ed, it's 7,200 yen. Oh my gosh, I didn't realize that this was this rare. This is the first time I've seen this since I bought it. In America. That's crazy. Oh, I'm actually super jealous it has Ed. Ed's my favorite, and I just still bought the set without Ed, but oh man, look at that. That's so cool. The Bungo Stray Dogs figures are really nice looking, actually. Whoa, Journey. Yo, do you remember when I played that game in college?
Oh, crap.
Journey. That's
cool.
pretty. Is this the Cat Returns right here too?
Yeah.
Wow. That's pretty old. Lots of Vocaloid. All the time. Everywhere. So many Mikus. I've always thought this Asuka figure was really cute. Her in the little, like, plug suit inspired kimono or yukata. That's so cute. Look at the Shaman King ones. These are pretty new. These just came out. Because, you know, Shaman King's getting its second season soon. So I love those. These Yokos are cute in her normal outfit. Usually Yoko figures are pretty expensive, but that one's only 19 and this one's like 16. Oh, they have Clannad ones, but of course I own both of these. It's weird that they have two different boxes for them, but I think she's basically the same figure, but I do own these, so.
We got quite a bit of fun.
Oh, okay, they have Rio too. I have her, I think. Do I? Crap.
I think you have one
I'm
of her.
pretty
I don't know
sure
if you
I have
have
her.
this exact model though.
Oh man,
Oh, no.
this is why I need to take a picture. It's worth it to dig sometimes. Oh, okay, this is Bunny Girl Senpai. This is cute. I haven't actually seen her in the red one. Here we go, here's another Clannad one. See, there's Kotomi. I definitely have her though. That box looks like it has some sun damage though. There's more Clannad, oh my god. I think this is Fuko.
Fuko's adorable.
Yeah, that's Fuko, which I have her too. Some Clannad fans gonna come in here and be so happy that they're all here. Alright guys, we've spent most of our day just looking at figures. I didn't purchase anything this time, which is pretty crazy. I usually do. For now, we're gonna go rest a bit, rest my feet. I'm tired. Guys, if you enjoyed the video, don't forget to push like, don't forget to subscribe for more anime and Japan content, and I'll play with you some other time.
Either of these values to the complete exclusion of the other.
Hello.
Oh.
What a great thing to come in on. Yes, so welcome back everyone. We're going to go and switch over to an interview with Evan Minto of Azuki Manga. This is an online manga service, so if you're looking to read manga and have access to a lot of things, it's a really neat model actually. The idea is kind of like Crunchyroll, where you pay a subscription for access to everything. That is their model for manga. And they have contracts with a bunch of different people to have a lot of different manga available to you, which allows you to kind of broaden your scope. And from the perspective of folks who like have a lot of print manga, like this is not a print is dead, perspective. It is a, hey, I want to read more manga. Here's a relatively inexpensive way of kind of broadening my palette. So really cool there. And let me go ahead and switch over to that panel Full disclosure, potato quality on the video here, as I recall. We just did not record it at a very high quality, but it should work. So here we go. Edmundo. Thank you so much for being part of this. Really appreciate you taking some time to be part of OnCon. Evan, you can just go ahead and introduce yourself real quick.
Yeah. Hi. Thanks so much, Brent, for having me. My name's Evan Minto. I am, I guess the headline thing that I am these days is the co-founder of Azuki, Azuki. We're at our URL is azuki.co, and we are a digital manga subscription service. And we've got over 200 series. We make it easy for you to stay up to date on your favorite, in the latest chapters of your favorite manga. And yeah, I'm excited to talk about that. I am a co-founder as well as I head up marketing and licensing and a bunch of other things. We can talk about all the different hats that I wear. And in addition to that, I do some other stuff. I'm a podcaster about anime, manga, and video games, write for a couple outlets, Anime News Network, Otaku USA, stuff like that.
Cool. Awesome. Love to get into that. Yeah. So let's get started with Azuki specifically. So how did Azuki get started?
So our CEO and co-founder Abbas Jaffrey is a friend of mine from back when we worked together at Crunchyroll, and basically Abbas was kind of like trying to find some new manga to read and was basically getting a little frustrated by like he wanted this kind of like easy digital, like a Crunchyroll, like a Netflix, like this easy way to kind of just like explore a bunch of manga, and at the time found there just weren't really a lot of options for that. And there's a lot of great publishers putting out great stuff, but he had to really commit to like buying a bunch of books, putting it on his shelf. We both have bookshelves here, so we have definitely done a lot of that. And basically he was like, we should try to build this. Like he's a software engineer, and then he talked to me and a bunch of other software engineer friends of his from who had previously worked at Crunchyroll, and we were like, all right, we know how to build software. We know the manga industry. We can work this out. And that kind of started a little bit casual, just like sketching out ideas, and then over about maybe a year and a half, we kind of like worked it out into something that like was more feasible as a business.
Cool. So before we get to deep into Azuki, I'm curious, like, how did you get into like Crunchyroll?
Oh, Crunchyroll was, let's see. I mean, I had a connection that's usually very helpful for getting just a lot of jobs, right? So with Crunchyroll, I had just graduated college at the time. This was in 2013. And I actually had been, because I had been writing for my blog, anigamers.com, which is still going while I'm at Azuki.
Yeah.
I had a contact, like a press contact named Keith Kawamura, who people may remember used to be in a lot of videos for Crunchyroll back in the day. And he was just like my kind of PR contact there. And I remember I was like applying for a bunch of jobs and like not getting ones that I wanted. And then I was like, I think my mom, it's been a while since I told this story. I forgot about this. Like my mom was the one who I think said like, why don't you like work in the anime industry? You do all this like writing about anime and stuff. And I hadn't even thought of it. I guess I had just thought of it as like something where it was like, oh yeah, there's just like, I'm a software engineer. I'm not like a translator or anything. Like how would I work in the anime industry? I'll just go get a job writing code somewhere. And then I was like on Crunchyroll, and I was like, oh, they're a website. Like people have to write the code for it. And then I hit up my friend Keith, and yeah, like basically he opened the door, right? And then I had to actually apply and do all the regular job stuff, do coding interviews. And then I moved to San Francisco, moved across the country from New Jersey.
Wow.
Which was a big deal. Yeah.
Wow. No kidding. That's a lot. But definitely for one of those jobs where it's almost like a dream job, at least conceptually. It's like,
I mean, yeah,
okay.
it was had its ups and downs, that's for sure. But it was definitely like a really good crew there at Crunchyroll.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So reversing a little bit further, like what got you into manga, anime, Japanese culture, all that kind of stuff?
I have a not super interesting story there, but it's very relatable maybe for people my age. I watched Pokemon.
Mhm.
Probably, if I do some archaeology, it was sometime around 1999. I think it was on Kids WB, so it couldn't have been earlier than 99. And that got me into Japanese cartoons. Before that, I think I was watching like Spider-Man and stuff.
Sure.
And then led to like Toonami, a little bit of Adult Swim, and that was kind of like then I was pretty into anime, making my own fan sites and things like that. And being online is what kind of led me to manga. I remember kind of finding it as an anime fan and being like, there's these comics and they're like the original version and they're better or something.
Yeah.
And I had like read a lot about manga before even realizing you could get it officially in English at the time. Like you could just go to the bookstore and it was there. And then I think it was basically that it was that era of Barnes and Noble and Borders where there was a bunch of manga, and that's kind of how I first started reading it. I think I read Dot Hack, Legend of the Twilight,
Ooh, yeah.
One Piece
Got that back
were
there.
like my two that I really started getting into. Yeah,
Nice. Had you seen Dot Hack before?
man, that's the part I can't remember. I don't remember the order. I might have seen Dot Hack, but I don't think I really watched much of Sign. I might have played some of the
Yeah.
games.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
I think I definitely played those PS2 games like at some point, but it might have been after the manga.
Nice. Yeah, I remember because I watched Sign and then went to the manga and read Twilight, and I was like, not what I expected.
It's pretty different, right? Yeah, it's like definitely a different vibe.
Yeah, which is a lot of the fun of manga is that you come to either, okay, this is where it all came from, I see that, or wow, like this is this spin-off or this other thing that kind of
Right.
a lot of fun.
Yeah, I mean, Sign is like a big media mix property where like it's not about like what's the original. It's all just a big network of different dot hack stuff.
Yeah, which is a lot of fun and pretty unusual for the time, which is really cool. So let's bring it back to Uzuki. So you decided to get together and build this site. How did you build that initial like portfolio of manga? How'd you go about getting the content itself?
So a chief thing to know about like our current content on Uzuki is that at least as of this recording right now is all of our manga is licensed from English distributors. So what we do is we talk to publishers that are releasing this stuff in English already, either in print or in digital. Well, definitely, it has to be digital. Like we don't have any stuff where we're the only digital version, right? So they might release it in digital only or digital and print. And we basically just emailed a bunch of people and said, hey, we're starting up this thing. We want to put your manga on it. We'll help you make more money from these series. It's another distribution channel. And got some bites, got some people who weren't interested. But the bulk of that, I mean, like a majority of the series on our service are from Kodansha, the US branch of Kodansha. So they were very generous with their manga. They have a lot of stuff that they have the rights for subscription, like streaming distribution for. And so they worked with us to get those on the site. So that was basically I had worked with Kodansha before as a freelancer, doing web development for them. So I knew all the folks in their San Francisco office pretty well. And we just kind of started talking, and then, I kind of did the intro there. That's how that got started. And that was where we got like the first big batch of content. And then the other batch of content we had at launch was from Kaiten Books, who had launched maybe 2 years before we did. And they had a much smaller collection of stuff, but they were like a brand new independent publisher. And I had been following them and thought what they were doing was cool. So I talked to them, and we kind of found we had a similar, kind of startup-y vibe going on, and we got along really well. And we were like, all right, cool. Let's kind of like try to help each other out here.
Yeah, that's really cool. When you're working with a company like Kodansha, is that something where it's like where you come to them saying, I want this title, or is it more along the lines of, wanting to like pick and choose from among the titles, or are they more like, here's what we have available? Like, how does that work?
Yeah, that's something we kind of had to learn a little bit as we went. And the way this works kind of across the board is it's all about like which rights the publisher has, right? And so in this case, we're not a publisher, we're like almost more like a storefront, right? We're a distributor that they're working with. Not even, I mean, distributor is not the right term in print. It's closer to being like a store. We're like a vendor is the term that they would use. So they are the ones negotiating back with Japan for the rights, and the typical rights that you'll see here would be the print rights, the ebook rights, and then separately the streaming rights, which is to like not have someone download an ebook or individually purchase an ebook, but have it part of a streaming catalog, like a subscription catalog, right?
Gotcha. Okay.
So with Kodansha and with basically everybody, it's all just about, do they have permission from Japan to put this on a streaming service? And so with Kodansha, it was basically like, well, they know already what they have permission for, right? And they might add things or whatever, but like us requesting stuff, which we have done. That's not like, not revealing any big secrets there.
Sure. Yeah.
But if we request something, if it's not already in their list of stuff that they have permission for, they need to go back and ask, right? And like and with other publishers who don't have as much experience with streaming services, like for everything they needed to go back and ask, because they didn't have anything. Like we were the first streaming partner for some of our publishers, so they had to go back to Japan and be like, all right, we put this out in an ebook, but we got to ask you now about this other thing that we're trying to do.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So I imagine it's different like with Kodansha, because as kind of an arm of the Japanese company, they can more come back and say, they don't have the same contractual situation that another company might have. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I wouldn't go that far. Yeah, I mean, they're still, it's, I think it makes certain things easier, and I wouldn't speak for them, but I think in general, because there's a couple companies that are like that, that are, subsidiaries of Japanese companies. I think it makes certain licensing things easier, but there's still contracts, and there's still sometimes, folks in the Japanese licensing or editorial offices who will have restrictions that folks have to abide by in like the US branch. It's when you get that big, it's kind of still you're two companies negotiating, even though those two companies are part of one company.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I would have known that. That's fascinating.
But I don't want to speak for them. Like there might be, I haven't worked in that exact environment. Yeah.
So. And I'm sure every company is different too.
Yeah. Exactly.
Cool.
And every series is sometimes different, right? So.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, you hear stories of this series, they're going to allow this on this, but not this because they want this over here or whatever. And, they've made a deal for, releasing this for because of some special event or whatever. So yeah, I can imagine it gets very hairy very quickly.
Yeah.
Wow. So for not that there is such a thing as like a typical manga licensing process, but for a sort of average manga, what's kind of your process there? Is it something where, you identify To Your Eternity and you're going saying, we'd love to get To Your Eternity, or is it more just kind of working with them to say, hey, we see your catalog, we want to work with you, kind of figure out what's going on? Is it more kind of push or pull?
It's with the arrangements we have with English publishers, it's the latter than the one that you described, where it's more about us kind of coming to them and saying, we want to work with you, the publisher, right? And then we say like, well, what do you have the rights to? What can you get the rights to? What kind of arrangement can we work out? I can go into more detail on that, but it is like, it's not really like a per series request because it's just not, I mean, that's the way it works when you talk to Japan. It's not the way it works when you're working with someone like who's already distributing something in English.
Gotcha.
So basically we would, with any of these publishers, we would just kind of similar to what I described with Kodansha and Kaiten, we just send them an email. Sometimes if it's, if I know someone there, I can like do an intro, but might just be a cold call, like, all right, hi, we're from Mizuki. Maybe you've never heard of us. Let's start talking. And then we would just go back and forth a bit and kind of like, try to figure out, well, what do you have the rights to? Like, what are you even able to distribute on a streaming service? And then like, what are the terms that we're offering? And there's a bunch of different things there, right? Like what they need, what we need. and this is like where it gets very, very technical, but the kinds of
Sure.
questions
Yeah.
that have to be answered there is like, the big one is money, right? So how does anybody get paid?
Yep.
And usually that's through a revenue share agreement. So
Okay.
in our case, and we're pretty transparent about this, like the way it works is you pay a subscription to Azuki, and then a proportion of that, which can depend a little bit depending on like, just what we work out with different publishers, but a proportion of that of your subscription gets paid out to publishers based on what you read, which is pretty cool.
Wow.
We think that's like a very fair way to set it up. So if you
Yeah.
read more of one series, that publisher gets more of your money.
Cool.
And so, we kind of talk to them about that, what the percentage is and all of that kind of stuff. There's also something called the minimum guarantee, which I can get into, just part of that. There's like things like how long are the series available for? What countries are they available for? There's obviously like working out what series are contained in that like package that we're licensing from them. And and then they often have to take all that back to Japan and say, all right, these are the terms. Does this work? Are we allowed to do this? And Japan has to decide if all of that is going to make them enough money. So that can get, that part can get a little gnarly, but we don't do that part, right? So we're just talking to the English publisher, and then they tell us if they got permission to do it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's how that stuff works. Pretty much with everybody we've worked with, it's some version of that. Sometimes it takes, sometimes it takes months. Sometimes it takes like a week if they're really streamlined, and usually if they've worked with another publisher or another service before, it can be like really quick, and they're like, oh yeah, we've done this before. Blah, 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 done.
Nice. So what is a minimum guarantee?
Sorry?
What is a minimum guarantee?
So there's the idea of royalties, right? Which is paid like kind of per transaction. And in our case, it's like a revenue share agreement where it's like a percentage of your subscription. A minimum guarantee is basically that we pay, if we're the ones paying the minimum guarantee, which we do in this case, we pay a block of those royalties up front. So it's not a separate licensing fee. It's like we are paying the royalties early.
Okay.
And we never get that money back, right? So the idea is it helps reduce risk for whoever is licensing out the content. So if the series flops, nobody reads it, right? Or like if Azuki went out of business or something, like no matter what happens, like they've got that minimum already in their bank account, and then they just get like the royalties on top of that. But the key thing is it's money we would have already paid.
Gotcha.
Not like an additional fee on top of the royalties. So it's obviously, better for us to have a lower minimum guarantee, right? Just the less money you pay up front, but it's a lot more fair, basically. I don't know about fair is not the right word, but it's just like, if a series does well, it's kind of like, we pay some money early, but at the end of the day, it's the same amount of money. It just helps the publisher feel more confident in the relationship. Yeah.
Gotcha. That's really cool. It's really interesting.
And that's really common in manga. It's like,
Okay.
I mean, I don't know the details of every publisher, but my understanding is basically every contract has that in manga.
Gotcha. Cool. I'm thinking a lot because I remember reading a thing on ANN about how when anime companies are licensing for like DVDs and so forth, it's more of a, we're paying a fee plus, like a yearly something for the license for this thing. So it's much less, per unit kind of a thing. It's like, no, we're paying $10,000 up front plus whatever for a 7-year license for this thing. And then, whatever money you can make on it, awesome. But with the revenue share, that kind of simplifies that whole thing because it's just, here's a percentage and just, there's some amount of that's going to you up front, but it's still all just part of this kind of percentage.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, like I said, we really like the idea of the revenue share because it's like, compared to some other subscription services that have some things that are a little bit less fair than that, this is a way of making sure that like your readership translates to your financial support for publishers and creators. And it's like, I think it's just easy for publishers to understand. It's easy for fans to understand like how they're supporting creators. Yeah.
That's really awesome. what kind of like not restriction licensing, but like I can imagine, like, do you get into any sort of questions or negotiations around like how long something can be on Azuki? Like, is there some 5-year, 7-year kind of, you know, deadline we have to renegotiate or whatever?
Generally, we don't have a ton of stuff that has like any strict, you know, stuff that needs to get taken down after a certain amount of time. But it's definitely possible.
Sure.
I wouldn't rule it out in future arrangements if
Sure.
if it comes to that. But a lot of them, yeah, it's kind of like we would. There's a term to the contract, but it's kind of implied that as long as everything's going good, we would just kind of re-up the contract for the next set of time, as opposed to like a hard, this has to disappear after this amount of time.
Gotcha.
But that's the sort of thing that definitely, it's come up. It's the kind of thing that can happen for sure.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. No, I just say that because we've had that question in the past about anime specifically of, why is Funimation doing a fire sale on this series? Because they can't sell it anymore. Like it's their license is expired. So it's nice for something like Azuki to have a obviously some pressure for some series, but not, everything has this hard date.
Right, but again, I think it's important to keep in mind that because we're acting sort of as a vendor here, it's like there's not really a big reason to take stuff off, but the publishers we work with, they might have a contract with Japan that expires, right? So if they lose the rights to it, our relationship is with them, not with Japan. So if they lose the rights, then they would have to request that we take it down too, right?
Gotcha.
But I hope that, hoping that doesn't happen. I think it's, pretty unlikely with Kodansha and, hoping for the best for all of our other publishers.
Totally. Speaking of Japan versus America, how do you deal with like regions and that whole sort of ball of wax?
Yeah, well, something I didn't mention when I introduced us is Azuki is available globally, asterisk, except Japan, which is a very common thing there.
Yeah.
I'll explain what that is, like why that is. But yeah, we're really proud to be available globally. We're only in English right now, but if you can read English, you can read it anywhere in the world, except Japan. The reason for except Japan is kind of obvious. It's just publishers typically don't want to compete with their own Japanese publications of the series, so they'll say. And that's a restriction from the publishers we work with, the English publishers. They are being told, like, no Japan. And so they have to kind of pass that down to us. We do work with one or two publishers who don't have the no Japan restriction, but currently Azuki is no Japan just because it's simpler. Yeah,
that makes sense. That's really cool. Is that like part of your what you say to the publishers when you go and say, hey, FYI, like it seems like a selling point.
Yeah, we do bring it up. And I mean, I wouldn't rule out like we might end up working with publishers who have certain region restrictions in the future. That's kind of just the way it works. But we as a service are available globally, and we, aim to everything we aim to get it globally.
Gotcha. Yeah. Cool. So let me ask from a technical perspective. And this may be a question that you can't answer because of the whole technical thing. Is Azuki, I mean, I would assume that because you're set up to lock out Japan, it would be built so that if you needed to in the future, you could say, oh, this is not available in Sweden, so we can kind of take care of that. Like how much have you as software developers kind of built in some of that stuff ahead of time? Or is it more like, once we get to it, we'll get to it?
I will just say I don't know, because while I am a software engineer on Azuki, I didn't build that part of it, and I don't remember what part of that is built right now.
Fair enough. Sorry, this is my software engineer brain going.
Yeah. But I work on the website. That's my main area. So we have restrictions that are a little further back into the back end of it. But I don't know. I wouldn't want to speak for exactly what those are. But yeah, we would certainly be able to make sure that they work for, if we had to restrict some particular content in Sweden or something.
Gotcha. Makes sense. Cool. one of the questions I get a lot is around kind of the money side of things. How much can you talk about kind of just ballpark figures? Like how much does it cost to license a manga?
Yeah, it's definitely an it depends answer, and I couldn't
Yeah.
tell you. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I could technically tell you, but I shouldn't tell you
Yeah.
like specific numbers for anything.
Sure, no.
But I think what people are thinking of when they ask that question is like, what does it cost to license manga from Japan, which I can't speak to because of like our current relationships are all with English publishers. But I mean, I can tell you it can, in our case, sometimes cost like nothing other than a rev share in some cases,
nice.
right?
Yeah.
And then in some cases, it also has a minimum guarantee associated, which can really like significantly vary to the point that like a number I give you might not even be useful because it totally depends on the like relationship and the particular series being offered and all of that kind of stuff. But you know, it could just to give you some kind of idea, it can get up into like 100, 200 per volume.
Okay.
But
Gotcha.
we've seen lower than that too, and I'm sure higher than that exists as well.
Sure.
And what I am aware of on the licensing from Japan side is that like a minimum guarantee could be in the low thousands, but again, like I think it's going to range a lot depending on whether you're talking about like a tiny little unknown series or if you were trying to license like a Shonen Jump series or something.
Yeah.
That's per volume. Often it's per volume for
interesting.
Stuff. That's something to keep in mind. Yeah.
That makes a lot of things make a lot more sense now that it's per volume. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Cool.
And yeah, I mean, a lot of I have not really seen or heard too much about like just straight up fees.
Sure.
It's usually it's a minimum guarantee in everything I've like seen or heard. But fees can get introduced when you're talking about like additional stuff on top. So like some kind of exclusivity arrangement can sometimes come with a fee. Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. That makes sense. Interesting. What would you say is the most difficult part of running or otherwise, working on Azuki?
The most difficult part? Well, I mean, licensing is what we keep talking about. That's the big one. Yeah, I think like with us, because we're a subscription service and it's, there's a couple places doing cool stuff with subscriptions right now, but it's still relatively new, and publishers are, including Japanese publishers, are still a little hesitant, I think, still figuring it out. And so like that's a big challenge, is trying to really like sell, that we've seen the success of these services and like helping build audiences for series and attract fans who would otherwise maybe be reading on a pirate site or something, right? And like expanding the audience. But I think it's new, and so it can be a little scary for publishers, and that's definitely been a bit challenging. I think the other thing for us is we're a really small team. I've tried to emphasize this in a couple places because I think people when we started thought we were like a big operation, but Azuki is 5 people. Wow. Doing everything, building the website and the apps, doing all the marketing and the social media, the licensing, like all of that stuff is just 5 people. So it's definitely like a lot of different hats, a lot of work, a lot of like trying to juggle that. So that's definitely challenging.
I can understand that. Wow. How do you manage that work? Like that seems like a lot to kind of keep track of.
Yeah, we've been learning and a lot of like, weekly looking back and being like, did this process work or not? Right. Like, and trying to figure out kind of like where to put responsibility. And I mean, like one of the big things we did early on is just like make sure every kind of area of responsibility has like a point person. And sometimes one person is multiple point people. So like I am the licensing and marketing director, which really should be 2 positions at a company with more people. Yeah, so that's like a big thing, is just having kind of like a person who can make a call on something when we need to make a decision. And yeah, I mean, I don't know, it's a big complicated question.
Yeah.
Like how do you handle that? Yeah, we currently handle it. We do a lot of like kind of very hardcore planning and prioritization of being, there's only limited amount of time. So sometimes it has to be like, I don't write any code this week because I have to focus on licensing. Right. And then like maybe I write more code next week, and then the licensing stuff gets put to the side, and like trying to kind of like push and pull those depending on what's most important week to week.
Gotcha. So that prompts another question. Like, what does your day look like? Like, is it mostly answering emails? Is it more coding? Or does it just like vary wildly day to day? Or like, do you have particular habits where you're like, I got to make sure this gets done every day?
Yeah, it varies very wildly. One of the few things that's like been a bit of a habit for a while is like just checking the analytics every morning. That's one thing. It's just like check, what was our user count yesterday, and what series are popular right now on Azuki. But other than that, I mean, it varies very widely. Like today, I didn't write any code, for example. I just did like emails and bunch of Google Docs and things like that. It's a lot of Google Docs. We have like so many Google Docs, and spreadsheets and things. Yeah, I mean that's it's not a ton of meetings because we have like a Discord channel, and so we are constantly talking on there. Yeah, I think like the weekly schedule is a little bit more stable. We put out a newsletter every week, so I will like put that together every Tuesday or Wednesday. Have some kind of habits like that, but a lot of it for me, and I think for the rest of the team too, just like totally varies depending on like what the priority is this week. This week I am sending a lot of emails. Like 2 weeks ago, I was writing a lot of code.
Gotcha. Yeah. Makes sense. So let me ask this: if you were to like go back in time to like the start of Azuki, like is there any advice you'd give yourself with the benefit of experience?
Like I'd probably change some of our feature priorities in the apps early on. I think we've landed at a pretty good place, and we've recently put out a bunch of cool like discovery features and things.
Cool.
But I think early on, this is the way it works when you launch an app, or 3 apps as we did. We're available on web, iOS, and Android, and we launched on all 3.
Wow.
So like we made some decisions about what was most important to have in there at launch, and you very quickly learn like what people's actual priorities are once you put it in front of users. So there were some, especially I think around the reader, there were like some features that we later people requested, and in retrospect, it's like maybe should have put in a little extra time to get those in like at launch. If I had a time machine, knowing like that's what people are gonna yell at us for.
Sure.
But people are gonna yell at you. You can't have everything at the beginning, especially not with our team. So, it was a balancing act of like, okay, what do we need? And then what can we like learn from and add later? Like once we get feedback and once people tell us, hey, we need this. And we're like, got it. All right, we're working on it. We're going to add that.
Yeah, makes sense. There's, I think a lot of people don't understand that software development isn't just like pressing a button. Like there's a lot of work involved in all these sorts of things. So you got to prioritize, and if we build everything, then it'll be done in 6 years. So we got to kind of pick and choose.
At a certain point, you have to accept that you're just going to get negative feedback sometimes because you don't have the feature that people want. But at least now that people want that feature. You don't just theoretically think they want it. They want it because they're asking you for it, and then you can go build it.
Yeah.
And I've been really proud of that. We've been doing a lot more because once we, early on, we were still figuring out some of our process, but we've gotten a bit better at that. And more recently, we've been, I think, doing a much better job of like pushing out kind of like little test versions of features and just, asking users for feedback and being like, all right, does this work? Well, what do you want? What do you want? Right. And then like building on those when we see that there's like interest and people are using them. And I hope people like that. We're trying to be pretty responsive to what fans are looking for.
Have there been any surprises in that process of things people requested that you didn't expect or that worked unexpectedly well or whatever?
Oh, that's a good question. I probably should have thought of that off the top of my head. Yeah, I think like we launched genre filters. We knew people wanted genre filters. That wasn't a big surprise, but I think like some of the features reveal other things that are surprising, like just what genres people were clicking on was kind of like, oh, I didn't exactly expect that. All right, interesting. Like that's what people are interested in.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's one that comes to mind. There's probably a bunch of other ones I'm not remembering right now.
Sure. Has there been anything else about sort of the general sort of history of Azuki that were surprises? We're like, oh, I didn't like that. I didn't expect, everyone's reading this one weird mystery, manga or whatever.
Yeah, I mean that definitely hit us, like because there were series that we were pretty sure were going to be popular, right? So we have the simulpubs, we have the latest chapters for like Eden Zero and the Seven Deadly Sins, Four Nights of the Apocalypse, which is like the sequel series to the original Seven Deadly Sins. Those are like, you don't have to be a genius to look at those. People are going to read like the new, it's not that new, but the new chapter of the Hiro Mashima sci-fi series. But we were also surprised by like the popularity of stuff like Grand Blue Dreaming, which a lot of people read on Azuki. And I was a little less surprised by this, I think, but like A Sign of Affection gets a lot of lots of readership. We have like a popularity ranking that you can see, and like it tends to rank pretty well. And those are like kind of, A Sign of Affection is a romance, and Grand Blue Dreaming is like kind of it's got some romance. It's like a slapstick comedy kind of thing. I just think like those are interesting, especially Grand Blue, because it's just not what you would expect based on like stereotypes of what's going to be the most popular manga. And like Grand Blue Dreaming is very, very popular on Azuki, and it's not like an isekai, it's not a fantasy. It's And similar with the Yakuza's Guide to Babysitting, which is a fantastic series from Kaiten Books that we've been really happy people have been reading and enjoying. And we put out those new chapters as we actually put them out early. Whenever Kaiten puts out a volume, Azuki users get to read it first.
Nice.
And we've, especially when a new volume comes out, we get like a ton of people reading it, and it has an anime coming out, and that's been also kind of satisfying, maybe a little surprising, I think, just because it's not like I said, it's not isekai, it's not fantasy, but it's been satisfying too to just see like, oh cool, all right, people like this, like people like this story that's just about like a cool looking Yakuza guy learning to embrace his soft side and be a babysitter.
Do you see Azuki having sort of a house style evolving of certain manga that you guys are looking for or interested in, or kind of like trying to shift it in a particular direction?
Because right now we kind of cast a wide net, so I wouldn't exactly say that just yet, but I would say maybe stay tuned. There might be some news in that department, or maybe there might have already been some news in that department by the time that this airs. We'll see.
Cool.
But I think like one of the focuses for us, which isn't really like a genre focus or a house style or anything, is like we're really focused on like that new chapter experience of like logging in and getting the latest chapter of, the latest simulpub chapter, but also even like we have some stuff from a comic publisher called Ablaze. We have 2 series called Kagaster and Crueler Than Dead. And those we've been releasing them like a chapter a week. And like that is, I think, a kind of at least a house style in terms of like the style of readership that we are kind of really going for, which is like regularly check in and like read your weekly manga chapters, whether that includes like brand new stuff from Japan or just like the stuff that we're releasing on Azuki weekly. And that we definitely want to be doing more of that, and hopefully we'll have more of that in between this recording and when you are listening to it.
Cool. I'm sure we'll be throwing in chat like links to all the cool things. That's really neat, and it's one of the things that we like about Azuki. When I came across it, I was like, oh wow, like every type of manga I can think of is here. If I want a romance, if I want action, if I want whatever, like there's really good representation across the broad spectrum of manga, which I really appreciate.
I think that's important for like a subscription service. That was something I really believed in when we started it, is not just like it's easy to read a bunch of manga, but that like having a subscription means like you've kind of already paid for all of this, and so it's really cool to have access to like a wide variety where you can just jump in and be like, I'll just give this a try, and you might try something that you never would have bought because maybe it's outside of your usual comfort zone. So like, you know, I think if you think of it as a publisher, you might be like, well, that's a customer who never would have bought my book, right? But because it was like rolled into this subscription, they gave it a try, and then maybe you like it. Maybe you're like, wow, I didn't realize I was going to like, you know, Tokyo Tarareba Girls or something.
That is really cool. Well, I want to make sure we don't go too far over time here. So is there anything else you wanted to bring up or talk about?
Let's see. I mean, I don't think we talked about it, but recently, as of this recording, it'll be a little bit later by the time you listen to it. We did announce that we got a $500,000 investment from Y Combinator, which is a startup accelerator program in San Francisco. So we're very proud of that, and they've got a lot of advisors and stuff who have just been helping us kind of like fine tune how we're running the business and stuff.
That is awesome. And
yeah, we are definitely like, that's a fair amount of money that we're looking to put toward more manga for everybody to read. So excited for announcements coming for that. Hopefully, again, we're still ironing stuff out, so I can't like say what the things are, but we have some announcements planned.
Cool.
For the next like month or two that should be out by the time you listen to this.
Cool.
Yeah, I think I would maybe just, I don't know if this is the part where I've been shilling the whole time, but where I like tell people where to go.
Go for it. Yes, please.
All right, cool. So yeah, Azuki, AZUKI.co. So that is the website. And then we also are on the iOS App Store and the Google Play Store. Read it on your phone, your tablet. You can also read it as a web developer. I have to tell you this. You can read it on the mobile web. So if, I don't know, for whatever reason you want to not download the app, you can do that too. And importantly, that it's a web reader. You can read on the web. You can read on all three platforms. It's not just like a placeholder website with a link to the app.
That's dang impressive. Like, you know, I'm actually like that's a really cool feature.
Yeah, I'm very proud of that. It's a full discovery and reading experience, cross-platform, saves your progress and everything. So definitely check us out there. And I didn't mention, maybe I'm bad at my job, marketing guy here, but the actual subscription is $4.99 a month, cheaper than buying a volume of manga. And you get unlimited access to everything on the site. And we have a 30-day free trial if you want to try it out, and a reduced price on the annual membership if you want to commit to a year. Plus, on top of that, you want to try it out before you do any of that, we have free chapters available for most series. You can read with ads, still supports the creators. That money goes back to them. And then if you like it, we hope you do, then you can sign up and start reading with a premium account.
That is awesome.
Follow us on social media too. We can put the links in here somewhere. But we're Read Azuki everywhere. We're on Twitter, we're on Instagram, we're on Facebook. Yeah.
Awesome. No, absolutely. Yeah. Go do that. Follow, do all the things. It's one of the things I really like about the service is that it's just everything you think of about a manga service, and like all the features that you have is like, yep, it does that. Like, yep, it does that. It's like, you know, it's like subscription makes sense, your price makes sense, like all the different like, yeah, iOS have, yep, and all those different pieces, like they're all there.
Wow,
I really appreciate it.
Blushing over here. Thank you.
So it's really cool. Cool. Any last words?
I think that's it. Thank you so much, Brent, for having me.
You bet. Thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate it. And best of luck in everything. We'll be keeping an eye out.
Yeah. Enjoy the rest of the con, everybody.
Cool. Thank you. See you.
Later.
All right, and we are back with Evan after that panel. Thank you so much for doing that. I'm going to make sure that we actually are getting audio from you, because that's always an interesting question. Let's see if that. I think that is working. So, Evan, thanks for doing that panel. Chat, are you hearing the Zoom call? I just want to make sure everything is working technically because you never know. And it is always important to double check on these things. If not, I will just real quick also. I'll grab one more. Oh, no audio. All right, hold on. We will try something. Not that. Oh, actually, that might be it. Thank you very much. We will try that one there. Thank you so much for being
Test
part of
1,
this.
2,
Really
3.
appreciate
Testing,
you taking time to
testing.
Transition that. Hold on. That should have an audio output. Interesting. All right, let me try changing this. Instead of that, we want this over here. Do all the things. No. Oh, heard him for a bit. Okay, yeah, okay. Yeah, that's not it. I switched over to a different thing, and apparently that had something working. Okay, let's try that. 1 second. We will grab that, pull it back. No, that should be it. We have that thing. Yeah, we will try the other one as well. Transition there. Turn that on. See if we can get anything to there. Not seeing that either. That's weird. Yeah, always the best part of a live stream is figuring out all this kind of stuff. What's weird is it is working fine on the other side. Interesting. All right, that is. Let's try that one over as well. Transition that one over. Interesting. Exactly. Okay. Weird. Okay, hold on. We're gonna do all the things. We're gonna bring in all the things. What's frustrating is I'm sure I have this working on something else, but I can't switch to that without destroying the stream. Because that is the non-on-con side of things. Let me turn that on. We'll try that. Let's see here. Could you try talking? That's not working either. All right. We'll try a different source. Try that one. Okay, that might be it. Give it a try.
Test 1, 2, 3.
Okay, I think we got that
Evan
one.
Mitto talking. Please tell me that it's working now, everybody.
I think that worked. I'm seeing spikes on my side. So
You're seeing waveforms.
Yes.
They are hearing
We're
waveforms.
here.
All right.
Finally.
Cool.
Yeah. All right.
Welcome.
Apologies to everyone. Always technical issues. So yeah, great panel. Thank you so much for doing that. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you for being a great interviewer.
You're very welcome. So full disclosure, we recorded that panel a little while ago. And so to start off, has there been any updates to Azuki since we did that panel?
Yeah, pretty big update. So we did a panel at Anime Boston. We actually also did a panel at Fanime the same weekend, which was fun. That was like our team was split, on two coasts. And at the Anime Boston panel, I was running that panel, and I had the pleasure of announcing that we made a little bit of a change in how we license stuff. So we talked about it in the interview. The fact that we license things directly from we would license them from U.S. publishers as of Monday, when we're going to be publishing our first thing in this mode. We are now licensing directly from Japan, in addition to those titles from Kodansha USA and other publishers. So we have our first exclusive title that we licensed and that we translated. It's called Hikaru in the Light. We announced that at Anime Boston. It is. It's a series by Mai Matsuda. It's an idol manga about chasing your dreams. It's this really dramatic, heartfelt, and funny series that is, I will note, it's for idol fans and idol skeptics alike. I think even if you're not the biggest fan of the idol genre, I think it will appeal to people who like any kind of story about someone chasing their dreams or like learning a passion. Stories about like musicians and artists, and even it has an element of almost like a sports manga. So the premise is Hikaru is a middle school girl who spends her days singing oldies in her family's bathhouse. She's a little bit of an oddball, and when she reconnects with her friend Ron, who's a former idol, Ron convinces her to try out for this competition called Girls in the Light, and it's an idol survival camp where it's run by this like kind of eccentric music producer who wants to change up the idol industry in Japan, and they get tens of thousands of girls from around the country to compete, and they're sort of going to eliminate them one by one until they get down to like the cream of the crop. And so it's a story about Hikaru and Ron both participating in this competition, and along the way you meet all of the other girls who are trying out, and they're all kind of have their own interesting, different kind of perspective they're coming from. And it's great. It's really like about them growing and learning their craft.
I gotta say, from what little I know of the idol industry, that sounds pretty realistic. I can imagine there actually being, a competition weaning down 10,000 middle school girls, probably broadcast on Tokyo MBS somewhere.
Right, yeah. So it's really great. I'm a huge fan of like Mai Matsuda's artwork. She has this really charming character design style. We have a free preview of chapter 1 that's up right now on the site. You can go check that out. It's the first 28 pages. It's like an extended chapter for the first one. So we have it's actually, I think it's about 40 pages total. So we have the first 28 up as a free preview. And then on Monday, June 13th, in just 2 days, we are launching chapter 1 for free, the full chapter for everybody. You can start reading there. And then we're going to have a new chapter every week up until we catch up with Japan, because it came out in 2021, so we're like a couple months behind Japan right now. Gotcha. But it comes out twice a month, and so we're basically at like an accelerated schedule. So we're going to catch up with Japan, and then it'll switch over to be a simulpub, so you'll get the latest chapters as soon as they're out in Japan.
Cool.
And premium members will be able to access those chapters before anybody else. So we're really excited. This is like, we put together a team of freelance translator, letterer, QC, right? And we're doing the production in-house. So yeah, this is like the start of our journey as not just a company that distributes other people's manga, but as a manga publisher in our own right. And we have more where that came from. We were working on a couple more licenses. We also have a licensing survey that I will try to. I don't have. It's a little hard for me to give you the link right now because we're doing a live stream. But if you check our social media, we have links to that.
Cool.
And we are looking forward to your suggestions. So if you've got manga that you want us to put out, definitely send that in. And I will say, I'm encouraging everybody, send me your weirdest pics, because we're not printing stuff, not at the moment, right? And so potentially we might be able to release some stuff that other publishers might not be willing to do. So if you got some weird thing that you're like, why has nobody gotten this? Like, send that to us. And I'm not making promises, but we want to hear from you, and we'll see what we can do.
My one suggestion actually got licensed like in the past year. So
what was it?
Yokohama Kadashi Kiko.
Oh, that was a big one. That was like a white whale.
Yeah.
Seven Seas got that, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I'll definitely have to pull back through stuff I found in weird places. And see what I can recommend. That's awesome.
So that was like our really big announcement from Anime Boston. We also announced 2 more kind of like follow-up pieces of manga that we're releasing in the coming weeks. So first up is the Yakuza's Guide to Babysitting Volume 4.
Cool.
So we work with Kaiten Books on this. It's their series that they release in ebook and print. And we have a setup that we call Early Access, where they provide us with the volumes a week. Well, technically they provide us with it more than a week beforehand, but we provide it to our premium users a week before the official release date on other platforms. And so if you are an Azuki Premium member and you are a fan of the Yakuza's Guide to Babysitting, starting on June 17th, you will be the first people to read the latest volume of it. just in time for the anime that comes
Hey.
out on July 7th.
Yeah.
So you can get all caught up with the manga. And if you haven't read it yet, I highly recommend The Yakuza's Guide to Babysitting by Tsukiya. It's a really sweet and funny sort of fish out of water comedy, a little bit of a dramedy. It has some like less comedic and more heartfelt aspects. It's about Kirishima, who's the right-hand man of the Sakuragi crime family. And, he's this tough guy. He's, feared by all of the local Yakuza. But he gets a new job from his boss, which is babysitting the boss's daughter, Yaeka. And, Kirishima's totally out of his element. And also on top of that, Yaeka is not exactly like, she's a little shy and a little hard for him to kind of build a rapport with. So you get a bit of comedy, a bit of drama, a lot of really sweet moments between Kirishima and Yaeka.
Nice.
I think it's like definitely if you like Spy Family, this is up your alley. It's that kind of story about sort of tough guy learning, finding his soft side.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that comes out June 17th. Sorry, and then
Cool.
the anime's out on July 7th. And if you want to catch up, we have volumes 1 through 3 available for premium members on Azuki.
Awesome.
Yeah. And the other announcement, which I actually have to double check because I think we're going to be getting an exact date on this soon. I don't think the exact date has been announced. So Starfruit is going to announce the date for this. But we have a series or a one shot from Starfruit Books, this great independent manga publisher. The series is called When Pink Rain Falls, and it's a boys' love one shot about a young man who is really interested in flower arranging, and it's this like very short, sweet, kind of happy ending little story about him finding a kindred spirit at a local flower shop.
Oh.
And fans really took to it. The artwork is great. It's by an independent artist named Yoyu. So we announced at Anime Boston that the sequel, it's like the sequel one shot or whatever, because it's not really like an ongoing series. But Yoyu has created a second chapter that Starfruit is releasing, and so we announced that would be coming to Azuki.
Nice.
So I think in the coming days we are going to have the exact release date of that, but it's coming pretty soon to Azuki, and you can read the first chapter on Azuki. If you check our popular carousel, it's in there. Like even though it's one chapter, a lot of people are reading it. It's very, very sweet, and it's our first and currently only boys love series, but we would like to have more.
Cool. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, so that's coming soon. I think that covers all the big announcements so far.
Cool.
We also do have an Anime Expo booth, so if you are in or around Los Angeles, definitely come out to Anime Expo. We're going to have a booth and a panel. We'll be at booth number 517, and our panel is, I'm looking at my document here, 10 a.m. in the JW Marriott Platinum Ballroom, and we will have announcements. So also, if you're not in Los Angeles, look out on the Monday of Anime Expo for some new announcements from Azuki, which we just heard back on some stuff that is now it's ready for us to announce it. So that's good news.
That's awesome. I remember attending Funimation panels and having them say, "So we just re-edited this slide deck this morning."
I've seen some crazy stuff. I've seen actually unrelated to Azuki here, and I won't name names, but I did MC a panel for an anime studio one time where we had practiced an announcement of a show and like a trailer we were going to show, and then like right before I went on stage, they were like, "Oh, we just heard back from Japan. Take that whole section out. We can't announce it." And the show got announced like 2 years later or something.
Wow.
Got postponed for some weird reason.
So that's really exciting. Going back to licensing manga directly from Japan, are you all currently focusing on recent releases, or are you looking to kind of go back to older manga anytime soon?
We are, I would say we're currently focusing on recent releases.
Sure.
Yeah. Personally, I'm a big fan of older manga, and I would not rule it out. So it really just depends on the series and what what we think we can. We're not trying to sell books, right? But yeah, what we can sell basically, what people will actually read, because
Yeah.
we want people to read them and subscribe, and we do have a business to run. So
Sure. Yeah. Oh yeah. Totally.
certain old series are tough, but
Yeah.
there's stuff that works. There's stuff that you can find a modern audience for, and
Sure.
that's what we're interested in. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, and, for any service, it's like you want to find. I think especially for you all, because you have the opportunity to work with these companies, you can bring forward these manga that are new, that can find an audience over here in America, as opposed to the ones that have been around for decades and people already know about. But you can bring over those manga and kind of give the gift of that manga to folks over here who might not have known about it. So totally understood.
Yeah. I would love to get some retro manga, some
Yeah.
previously unlicensed retro manga.
Sure.
Would be great to put out. Yeah, if we could get it.
Yeah, which I'm sure is complicated.
It depends. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
cool.
I mean, I think the licensing for it depends on if it's you're getting a Tezuka manga. It's pretty
Right.
complicated, but yeah, it sort of depends there.
Totally. That's really, really cool.
Thank you.
Do you have any sort of forecast on kind of the pace at which you'll be able to license that stuff? Is it going to be like, new title every year, every half year, every month? Like, what are you kind of aiming for in terms of like scope and scale of this sort of initiative?
We're looking to try quite a few series early on to kind of build up an initial roster. But I would say to the people watching this right now, if you'd like more manga from Rizuki, please read the ones that we are releasing. So please read Hikaru.
Good point.
Because that is going to help a lot with justifying further expenses on new licenses. So we have some stuff we've already picked up, right? But
Sure.
I think, if stuff does very well, then we
Yeah.
can kind of leverage that into getting more series. And I'll also just say a little peek behind the scenes here. If the manga we license do well, that actually helps us pitch ourselves to publishers,
okay.
right? So the more that you read it, the more kind of leverage we have to bring over more stuff for you.
Makes sense.
Yeah,
Well,
that's true with any publisher, right? It's true
Sure.
with print sales. If you support the publisher, they have more ability to bring you more stuff.
Mm-hmm. And it's one of the things I like about Azuki too is that I think with a lot of stuff, and we talked about this a bit in the panel, but that with a lot of folks, it feels like it's hard to support a service because you don't know what impact that has. And knowing that at Azuki, you can see, this is the most popular one. This is the second most popular one. This clearly is having an impact. It gives people kind of the confidence of saying, no, I'm going to go read that here because I know that's going to count towards something.
Yeah. But yeah, I think you can expect. If I had to, I could
Yeah.
try to give you a number here.
Yeah,
I wouldn't
yeah,
really
yeah.
promise you, but
Sure.
I would say, yeah, you might be able to expect if we're successful, you might see 6 more series before the end of the year.
Okay,
But it's
gotcha,
not.
cool,
That's
yeah.
nothing that's signed. I'm just giving
Sure,
you
yeah,
off
yeah,
the
yeah.
top of my head. Yeah.
Sure.
We'd like to do more if things go
course.
really well. So
Yeah, that's really exciting, especially that impresses me. You have for a new initiative like this for an organization like Azuki, knowing that you can even plan for that. That seems aggressive to me to be able to.
Oh, it's
do that
aggressive.
much.
Yeah, it is. But we kind of need to be because we need to grow our subscription base, and that's as far as we see it, that's a big part of the way to do it. I think we're definitely still focused on getting more stuff from existing publishers and building
Sure.
out that kind of back catalog, not even just back catalog, because Kodansha also has simulpubs, which are very we have a lot of people who read them on Azuki, and they're great, and we'd love to have more from Kodansha, right? So it's we definitely are keeping that up, but having stuff that we are bringing over for people, I think is really important from a business perspective. But it also, personally, it's something I really care about, and I think it's just it especially makes me personally feel like we're having a really positive impact because there's manga that you can read because of us, right?
Yeah.
But it's it's
Yeah.
available because we put in the work to bring it over and localize it.
That's
Yeah.
awesome. Have you seen any trends recently, especially since we recorded, of like surprise successes within Azuki of things like maybe folks had introduced to through Azuki they may not have otherwise, things along those lines?
I think a lot of the Glacier Bay and Starfruit titles kind of fall in that category, where we've definitely seen them kind of like, because they're mixed in with these, no offense to those publishers, love those publishers, but they're mixed in with these more popular titles generally, right? Kodansha series just tend to have a higher readership than this independent manga. And it's been really cool to see them kind of mixed in, and some of them manage to, crack into like the top 10 most popular for the week. And it's like, that's a pretty big deal for something that's like a one shot by an independent creator, right? Like that's competing on the level with like Attack on Titan.
Yeah, that is awesome. That's really cool. Like I was saying in the panel, I think I love with the Azuki, the model, the ability to have kind of that breadth of exposure to manga, that you can going for the one thing you want, and then, why not try this? Why not try this? Is something that, and coming from a time when manga was really hard to get, like I really appreciate that. It was like, I don't have to spend $10 on every single new manga I want to try out. It's great.
I think I talked about it in the interview. That's the pitch as far as I'm concerned. It's like that ability to sort of have, that's why we called it a manga cafe. The ability, it's like you sort of pay for your entrance fee, and then you're sitting in the cafe and you pull something off the shelf and you just like try whatever you want.
Exactly. It's great.
Did we have any questions we wanted to answer?
Any questions in the chat? Anyone want to throw anything in there?
I will also, while we're looking for questions, I will post.
Yeah, go for it.
It's not going to get auto linked, so I guess you have
to
copy and paste.
Paste it into the Zoom. In the Zoom, I'll paste it in. I can clip it. Yeah.
Oh, perfect. Okay. So I'm going to post the or Brent is going to post for me. I'm looking for the chat window here. Sorry. There it is.
Yeah.
The link to the official trailer that we made for Hikaru in the Light. We got this trailer put together. It gives you a sense of kind of what the whole manga is about, and we're very proud of this.
Awesome.
Very cool to be able to produce a trailer for our first ever license.
No kidding.
Not everybody is able to do right off the bat.
That's really neat. So here's a question I have. How do you find freelancers to work with?
Oh, that one's interesting. So we did just post a tweet asking for freelancers, right? So that's one way to do it. We got a crazy amount of responses.
Cool.
And we are still open to that. Please, feel free you can send us an email at localization@azuki.co.
Okay.
And send us your resume and samples and stuff like that if you do translation, lettering, QC, or cover and logo design. Now, that part sort of easy, right? Because there's a lot of people looking for work. So you put out the call and you'll get a lot of responses. What was harder was finding people before we had announced that we were localizing manga.
Oh, yeah.
Because we couldn't do a public call without kind of spoiling the announcement. So that one was a little tougher. It wasn't the end of the world because we know some people. I basically just privately messaged a bunch of people I knew and said, hey, spread the word quietly that Azuki is looking to hire people, and let's find some people who are good. And we did. We had a pretty good set of candidates there, and honestly, a lot of them we didn't. We only used one translator, one letterer for Hikaru, but a lot of the other people we talked to are sort of in our back pocket. It's okay, well, we're gonna have more series in the future, so we'll call you later when we need more people.
Cool. Ginger in the chat asks, what's the most popular genre on Azuki at the moment?
I think the story basically everywhere, which is the story on Azuki, is shonen battle stuff. Tends to do pretty well. So you can see on our we have a carousel on the homepage and in the home screen of the apps that shows popular, and you can see the stuff that tends to be popular is basically the weekly shonen magazine series from Kodansha. So Eden Zero, Four Nights of the Apocalypse, Shangri-La Frontier, and To Your Eternity. So those all kind of fall in that shonen action bucket. Yeah. And I think generally we have seen romance tends to do, I think, to be honest, it's not the same kind of numbers as that, but we have a couple romance series that do pretty well, and I mentioned Grand Blue Dreaming, A Sign of Affection, which are very different kinds of romances,
Cool.
but they're
Yeah, no, I totally hear on that. I've done panels on the manga industry in Japan, and I'm like, here's Shonen Jump's, circulation numbers, and here's everyone else. Like, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like, Shonen just outperforms,
But there's, it's not a rule. Like
Yeah.
there's other genres that break into like our popularity rankings, depending on the week. Yeah, I think that's the story so far. There's
Cool.
a lot of it's not always easy to see specific genres breaking out in
Sure.
our current catalog, but yeah.
Let me ask you this question about freelancing. Is there a particular aspect of freelancing that you think is like underrepresented? Where if somebody wanted to get into it, it's like no one seems to be doing a lot of this, and there's a lot of call for this in the industry. I wish more people were kind of jumping on this sort of job or this sort of task.
I think I could. I mean, personally, because I don't run the production for the inside of the book, basically, right? So we're not printing a book, but I think of it as the inside of the book. So I'm not doing like I'm not hiring the translator. We have another team member who hires the translator and letterer and all of that. I think generally, like, there's a lot of letterers out there and a lot of people who can do some kind of QC, but of course, no, not saying that to make it sound like it's easy.
Sure,
I think
yeah.
QC person is still, like that's still an important skill. I think translators can be tough to find, especially to find a really good one. And personally, as the person who manages the cover design, that can be a little bit tough to find. You can find graphic designers, you can find letterers who could double as a cover designer, but there's just not that many. You think about it, there's a lot of chapters of manga that you could be hired to letter for, right?
Yeah.
So there's like opportunities to get experience there, but there are just statistically fewer opportunities to design the cover for a series. And so there's people who might be able to do it, but they don't have relevant work samples, right? Like they're a talented designer, but you can't see like, well, what does it look like when you design a manga cover, right? Because maybe they haven't done it before.
Yeah.
So I've found it's like harder to find good cover designers. Not to say they're out there. The cover designer we have for Hikaru in the Light is great. Armash Mukal. He created this awesome logo for it that we're really happy with. Yeah.
That's very cool. It also strikes me, I assume it's also a little more complicated for like a digital platform, because I'm assuming you're doing multiple covers for like, portrait landscape or just kind of, ads, things along those lines. Like you're doing a lot of different stuff.
Good question. What we currently do, we do basically cut a couple corners for because we don't have to do. There's certain things that a print publisher has to do that we don't. Right. If in some hypothetical future we ever printed books, we would need to deal with that problem. But we don't need a back cover, for example. Right. We don't need a spine. Those are things that you would usually pay a designer to make for you. What we have done is the cover designer created the volume 1 cover and the series cover. People probably didn't notice this because they look very similar, but if you look at the Hikaru, it might not be in the preview yet, but it'll show up in chapter 1. You'll see like there's Hikaru in the Light. On the series page, you'll see the cover, and that doesn't have a volume number. That's like the series cover, and then there's a variant of it with the volume number. So those are like two versions that we make, and we will be doing full like English cover designs for subsequent volumes, even though it's released in chapter by chapter form. So when you hit volume 2, you will see an English variant of the volume 2 cover.
Nice.
And then for other stuff, like, you were thinking, for a digital platform, you need some kind of like landscape way of displaying it. To be honest, I just design those.
Okay.
Because I'm the sort of in-house marketing designer.
Sure.
So what I do is I take the logo design and any key art we have, and I combine them, and I make like it's not a cover, but it's like a piece of art that we can use for marketing. It's like key art. Yeah.
Cool. That's interesting. Yeah, I can only imagine the number of different hats you have to wear.
Oh yeah, everybody's wearing a lot of hats. It's. I told a story at our Boston panel that is pretty indicative of how this works. It's like, there's me, right? I've already introduced all the stuff I do, so it's like design and web development and brand managing Hikaru in the Light and marketing in general. But like one of the funniest ones is our like production manager, who's basically the editor for Hikaru in the Light. She's got her fingers in the whole production and the making decisions on translation and lettering. She is our iOS developer. She's like the person who develops iOS apps.
Yeah.
She's also the editor on this manga. Like that's the kind of bootstrapping that we're doing here. And that like might sound weird to people as like, oh, how can an iOS developer do that? But she's great at it. I mean, she's done it before. She has experience with manga production. She's great at both of them. Like that's what you need at a startup, is you need somebody who can kind of like really excel at multiple disciplines at once.
That's cool. All right, one last question about translation, because we had actually a panel earlier at the con about like sub versus dubs and translation and so forth. How do you like evaluate or interview a translator to find out like how good they are, for lack of a better term? Like how do you figure that out?
That is a much better question for the
Sure,
for
yeah.
Adela, the person I was just talking about, who actually like put together our translator test and all of that. But we do a test is basically what it is.
Okay.
We did do some interviews early on, just to. I think that's not exactly going to scale as more translators, but for our first set of staff, we actually personally interviewed them. But we send out a test to people to basically just see kind of how they translate. And as you may know, translation is more than just the meaning, right? It's also like their writing style, how they adapt it. So we give them like we give people something to translate, and then we kind of compare it against the official translation or the translation that we expect to see. And there's not a right answer, right? But there's like an evaluation of kind of like, well, how did they choose to sort of solve this translation problem?
Yeah.
So that's kind of like, I mean, the test is there partially just to figure out like what's their basic ability as a translator, right? We give them some challenging little bits that certain people might stumble on and see how they do. And then separately, for different series, different translators might be better fits, which is interesting.
Yeah.
People don't necessarily always think about. So like some translators, I mean, this is true of everybody on the production staff. Some people just enjoy working on certain things or don't enjoy other things. Somebody might be like, I don't really want to work on an isekai. I think they're boring or whatever, right? And then there's like certain translators who kind of just like certain types of translation. There's people who kind of like to be a translator and a researcher. Like they want to they want to dig up a bunch of like other details and kind of combine them all together. If you think about like a manga like Saint Young Men is a good example of a manga that like has that level of research beyond just translating. You have to also like pull up all these biblical references and Buddhist scripture and combine them in there. So like some people kind of like that better and are a better fit for that kind of work. And then some people are more just kind of, more about comedy or something, right?
Yeah.
Maybe they really excel at like translating jokes and keeping them funny in English.
Yeah, that must be its own skill. Wow. That's interesting. Yeah, I never thought about that, but it is so true that, writing a shonen battle manga, for example, translating that for potentially years, like that's going to have its own tone, its own flow, its own structure that you may or may not like compared to translating, very romantic, flowery shoujo, which just has its own kind of tone where it's like, I can totally see people being like, this is for me, this is not.
Yeah, or like you're translating like Nichijou, and it's like, okay, you got to be really good at like getting across a Japanese pun in a way that's still funny in English.
Absolutely, yeah. Wow, that's really cool. Cool. Well, thank you so much for being part of this and answering our questions and doing all that kind of stuff. We'd love to have you back at future OnCons, hopefully.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thanks to the folks in the chat for responding. I didn't totally respond to everything in there, but I did see some suggestions for things we could license, so thank you. I am paying attention. That will go on the list.
Awesome. Cool. Well, thank you so much. Appreciate it, and hope you have a great one, and take care.
Yeah, you too.
Thank
Enjoy
you.
the rest of the con.
Thanks. Take care.
Later.
Hey guys, what's up? I am in Sapporo, Japan right now for the Snow Festival. I've been in Sapporo for about 24-ish hours now. This is my first time at the Snow Festival, so pretty stoked to see what we can find. It's nice because it's nice because they let you actually walk on the street. They block off all the cars so that this is basically a walking way for the ice sculptures. So I think here behind me they're actually fixing snow sculptures that may have either melted a little bit or had some chips fall off of it. I love anything that's a character. This is Doraemon, probably one of the most popular manga and anime for kids in Japan. He's my favorite so far. Very cute. It looks like a lot of this road is characters, and I think a lot of these are specifically Hokkaido characters. Mitsubachi, the honeybee. Hokkaido has so many characters, maybe because Hokkaido is so, so big, it's the biggest prefecture. Oh, look at the little horse. That looks so fun. So I started actually pretty far back of the line, so this is kind of like the very back section of the ice sculpture area. Behind me here, there's nothing else. So I'm gonna go up back where I came and go the other way, see what's over there. So this structure is pretty neat, obviously all made of ice. Inside you can kind of see the alcohol that they serve as well. But the coolest thing though is that even inside, the tables are made of ice. All right, you know what? I made my way back over here because I want to get this one. It's piping hot. Yeah, that's so good. It's so perfect on a day like today. It's starting to snow again, guys, as soon as I'm starting to walk back to my place. So that's just like half of the experience, right? Tomorrow we're gonna go take a look at the actual snow sculptures. But I am freezing, my hands are so cold, but I have one more thing I want to show you guys as a before bedtime snack kind of thing. All right, I got a little snack before I head off to take a shower and go to bed. What could it be? It's something that I've been looking for all day and haven't been able to find until now. It is a Cinnamoroll bun, like Cinnamoroll, the Sanrio character, who I absolutely love. And I've been to like 3 other Lawsons today in Sapporo, and they didn't have it until the very last Lawsons I checked. I didn't get any filling. I bit his eyeball out. Alright guys, I'm off to bed. I will see you in the morning. Alright, good morning guys. It's about 10 a.m. right now. I'm trying to figure out what I want to eat. I'm very hungry. I really want to get Sapporo ramen while I'm here because so far it's my favorite ramen that I've tried in Japan. But the ramen place doesn't open until 11:30, so I have an hour and a half to kill. So maybe I will go to Don Quixote to find some souvenir stuff. And probably after that, ramen hopefully will be open soon. Last night, it must have snowed a lot because, well, the cars are covered in snow too, but the ice sculptures are now covered in snow. So yeah, last night they were clear of it. So I wonder how they clear them off. So right now I'm at Don Quixote, and they always have, whoa, someone destroyed something. They always have 3 pairs of socks for just under 1,000 yen. So I am going to get this pair of Sonic socks, and I'm tempted to get the Charmander ones. I have these Mew ones. Oh, they have more Sonic ones. Okay, I gotta get these. Always gotta get the Sonic ones. Oh my god, they have another pair of Sonic ones. Oh, and it's modern Sonic. Okay, I got 3 pairs of Sonic socks it is. Oh, it's really snowing now, guys. This spot right here between Tanuki Koji and the fish market, best place to take pictures, especially when it's snowing. The lighting's really good. And plus you can get the Sapporo TV tower in the background. All right, for real now though. No more getting distracted. Some dude just looked at me weird because I'm talking to my camera. Man, why can't it snow like this in Sendai? just like this would be wonderful. Alright guys, made it into a little dainty little ramen place. We'll try it out. That was great. Let's keep on moving. Now we're going to head to the snow sculptures. Hopefully that ramen can keep me warm for now. If you're not aware, the Ainu are the indigenous people of Hokkaido. And during this festival, there's a lot of Ainu culture around. There's a shop, a little museum, even, I believe this is like Ainu traditional singing or music or something like that. So behind me is a snow sculpture from the anime Golden Kamuy. Golden Kamuy actually takes place in Hokkaido, and it's about the Ainu people. I haven't had the chance to watch it, but it's something I really, really want to watch. I've seen Golden Kamuy stuff everywhere here in Hokkaido. Ooh, I think I need one of those right there. Yep, I need that. And get. Oh. They're like really cold. So far, this is my favorite one. This is from Oregairu. Just so cute. Ah, it's so well made. I love it. Look how like few people are here. It's crazy. The snow festival ends tomorrow, but today is Monday. It's a work day. Tomorrow's a holiday, so maybe that's why there's no one here. Everyone's at work. I was thinking that this place is going to be packed, shoulder to shoulder, but man, this is so nice. This ReZero one is probably my favorite because I'm a huge fan of the show. I think last year, even though I wasn't here, I saw pictures of a ReZero one, but this is a Hatsune Miku and ReZero crossover. At first I thought that this was Rem, but it's actually Miku. Here we have the My Hero Academia one. I think this one, I don't think My Hero Academia has had a snow sculpture before at the festival, so this is really cool. I'm really almost getting overwhelmed with how much there is to see. There's so much, and so much food. Probably my favorite festival in Japan that I've been to so far. Oh my god, it's like a Tezuka one. This is all Tezuka works. The Astro Boy looks so cute. So well done. There's Mickey Mouse. Is this Anpanman? This one's super well done. The shapes are all perfect. It's just like, it radiates Anpanman. I love how like the water is coming out of the top of the whale. That is so cool. Teto. Okay, so Teto, she's like a Vocaloid, but like not at the same time. A Vocaloid, I won't go into it. But oh my god, how cute. Hikakin and Seikin. These are Japanese YouTubers. They're probably the most popular Japanese YouTubers. All the kids in Japan love them. Everyone knows who they are. So I just passed by a bunch of snow sculptures, but I will go back to them. I am just so cold. I want to go like sit down and drink some coffee or something. I'm just so cold. So when you gotta call it, you gotta call it. I just ate the floor in Lawson's. What I mean by that is I completely fell all the way down. That was embarrassing. Anyway, back at the snow festival. Goodness. Okay, I might have a new favorite. I just love that this year specifically, there's been so much Kirby stuff in Japan. I love it. Oh, this is so cool. He looks like he's been through a lot. He's a little dirty. And then right next to Kirby is this Dragon Quest one, King Slime. Dragon Quest is so popular here in Japan, so no surprise to see this at all. Still that Kirby one though, I cannot get over how much I love that. We have Detective Pikachu. Not only do we have the other Pikachu from earlier, but the one from the Detective Pikachu movie looks quite sad. Actually, he looks very sad. That's a nice Pokeball, though. For you Ghibli fans, Kaonashi. So I promise you, I'm not kidding you. I think in English it's literally no face is his name. I don't know. I'm not the biggest Ghibli fan, so sometimes I don't know. I'm just going based off of what that says. So this area right here is the international snow sculptures. So for example, this one's from Hawaii in America. This one's from Indonesia. Here's the Finland one. And this one's from China. This one's also from America. This is apparently a sister city of Sapporo. And it's Portland. Here we go. So these are all of the countries that participated in the contest. I see a Vulpix in the distance. I'm telling you guys, this festival is just so full of surprises every turn. Guys, they even have a Pokemon Center like in the middle of the park. And you can go in and buy Pokemon stuff so that you don't have to walk all the way to the station where the Pokemon Center is. How convenient. So while I'm walking this path, it's just incredible how there's not many people here. Maybe because I'm catching the next to last day and it's Monday, so it's a work day. But yeah, it hasn't been too crowded. I've been actually really impressed. And honestly, like, at first I didn't think there was going to be this many snow sculptures, but there's so much, and I'm surprised. Like every time I turn a corner, I see something that I hadn't seen. And I walked through here a little bit yesterday, and I just don't remember half of the stuff that I'm seeing now. So honestly, you know what? Yeah, like I need to go back around here so I can catch the snow sculptures that are this way that I would have missed. Pray for Australia. So this one is probably dedicated to Australia because of the recent fires there. The little cute koala on the back. I am surprised and not surprised at the same time how many Pokemon statues there are. I mean, Pokemon is so popular, it makes sense, but man, there's been 1, 2, 3, at least 4. Oh my gosh, I keep having new favorites. I just love Pokemon Sword and Shield so much, and all of the starters are perfect. Alright guys, I think I managed to see every single snow sculpture. I could have definitely missed some. There's so many and there's so much you can miss. But it is really starting to come down now, so I think now would be a good time to call it for dinner. Earlier I did a paper survey for one of the Sapporo Snow Festival workers, and she recommended soup curry, which I've been meaning to eat for a while now. It's a Hokkaido specialty, and the last 2 times I've been in Hokkaido, I just didn't really get a chance to ever go eat it, so I think now would be the perfect time. I'm guessing it's like curry but more soupy and has vegetables maybe, so I don't know, but I have to go find a good place. I have no idea where I'm gonna go, but I guess I'll go walk around and see what I can find. That's the Lawson's over there that I fell completely in the floor in, so never can go back in there. So if you remember from yesterday, I got a ticket to go up to the Sapporo TV tower, and I got a ticket for day and night, and I'm pretty sure I can use that ticket again tonight to get a view of the city at night, so we're totally gonna do that after dinner. Alright, I found this cozy little place called Oichi. Vegetables, pork. I ended up ordering the pork hamburger steak soup curry. What a lovely thing to watch while eating. I'm in here completely alone. Gosh, I just thought every restaurant was going to be packed. This is nice. We definitely have some peppers in here, an eggplant, potatoes, carrots, broccoli. This looks like a sweet potato maybe? And then this is like pork hamburger right here. And then I got it with some cheese as well. That's really great. That's actually sweeter than a normal curry. It's just, it's almost more flavorful, almost like it has more spices in it too. Guys, that place was super good. First time I had soup curry. I think it's perfect in weather like this. It's just nice and warm, so hopefully I will be warm as I'm going through this fairly heavy snow. I'm going to head back to the Sapporo TV tower so that we can get a good look of what the city looks like at night. Alright guys, let's go take a look. Well, that's it. That's my last night in Hokkaido. This is probably the most fun thing I've done in Japan so far. The food is good, the crowds aren't bad, all of the staff has been super nice throughout this whole event, and everything is like super easy to get to. Most things are free, like walking around looking at the snow sculptures is free, watching the ski show is free, the ice sculptures, looking at those are free. The only thing you really would have to pay for is obviously going up the tower and the food. I hate it, that it has to be over. I planned this so quickly, like I didn't even know I was gonna do it until maybe 3 weeks out. So I'm already gonna start planning for next year. All right guys, and with that, it's over and done, and I will play with you some other time. See ya.
And we'll be back to the next panel in just a few minutes. Hope you all enjoyed that. Thanks again, Kira, for the video. Chilled me out a little bit on a warm day, which is very nice. I want to remind you all of the charity auction coming up at 6:30. That's about 3 hours from now. We will be auctioning off a bunch of stuff. To take part in the charity auction, you'll need to be in the Discord. And this is not simply a transparent attempt for me to get more folks in the Discord. Unfortunately, YouTube chat lags very badly. And so it's very difficult for us to actually run the charity auction off of YouTube chat. So I'm going to go ahead and paste into here an invite to our Discord server if you're not already there. We're going to run the auction itself through Discord bids, but we'll do it live on YouTube. So if you want to bid, make sure you're there in the Discord. As a reminder, some of the stuff we have, first 2 volumes of My Neighbor Seki, Tonari no Seki-kun, lovely little gag manga about a girl who sits next to a boy who does increasingly weird things in his on his desk at school. Really fun little manga there. Bunch of like really miscellaneous stuff. I don't know if anyone remembers Elemental Gelad from back in the day. Volume of that, first volume of that. Short Sunzen, keep out. It's Girl Meets Boy and Boy Meets Fist. Fun little thing there. Also, as I mentioned, an omnibus, volumes 1 through 3 of Dance in the Vampire Bund, a vampire manga, obviously, from Seven Seas. I actually really like this. There's some interesting sort of vampire politics in there, and the first, as promised, first 6 volumes of Spy Family, the manga. So that will be going up on the auction block a little later on today. And as if that wasn't enough, we'll be auctioning off some Japanese candy. And we've got a perfect candy for auctioning off. It is a traditional Japanese candy. It features in a classic anime. So if you want to, you can have some traditional Japanese candy. Who wouldn't want a nice sweet fruit candy, right? You can have this for yourself on your own. It's a candy, it's a fruit hard candy. Who wouldn't want this in their life, right? And even better, it's great. So that will also be auctioned off a little later on today. So now, though, it is time for our next panel. When you decide to push on until dawn, the 3 a.m. anime featuring Unagi Observer and myself. Full disclosure, this is a pre-recorded panel. My audio comes in a little weird. It's a little soft, and I think it's like on the right side of the speakers. So let me know if the audio is like, there's nothing really I can do because it's all pre-recorded. But if I need to like boost the overall volume a little bit, let me know. But I think like my volume will sound a little softer than Steve's and like out of one ear or the other. So just FYI on that. And yeah, let's go ahead and do it. Time for the 3 a.m. anime.
Hey there, welcome to my panel that I'm co-hosting with Brent here. Actually, I'm doing this and he's over there, but we'll figure that out. This is a panel on anime that you watch at 3 a.m. because there's nothing else on, and you really want to dedicate your time to other really good anime. But these are anime you should watch, and when you have the time for it, the kind of stuff that you can just like watch, walk away from it, come back to it 10 years later, and then continue if you choose to. So these are the ones that we're going to just kind of talk about. We each came up with 3 for the other to watch, and we're both conversant in these animes now. So we're going to talk a little bit about these guys. And so let's start with Samurai 7.
Sounds good. Where did you come across Samurai 7? Like, what was your...
Sorry.
No, go for it.
So, Samurai 7 was a gift. My older sister, Kari, she was very nice enough to actually go out to a store that sells anime, like Sam Goody. Mm-hmm. And she went out there, and she had no idea what I watched. And she just said, so my brother likes to watch anime. Can you help me? And so I'm pretty sure the guy just kind of reached behind him and just said, here you go. Here you go. Yeah. Samurai 7. And she probably thought, oh, Samurai. Steve knows about Samurai. He'll like that. So the thing that she got me was actually a really nice box set of the first 4 episodes with actual storyboards, drawings to it. So it was really kind of a nice gift. Watched it, and I realized that I was watching Akira Kurosawa's Seven Samurai. And so then later on, as I watched the series, it was on, I believe, Toonami at the time. This is 2004, so I think that was Toonami. And I realized as I'm watching the series that it is a almost blow by blow of the movie Seven Samurai by Akira Kurosawa, to the point where I realized that, all Seven Samurai names in the anime are the same names in the movie.
Gotcha.
And so I was just like, oh, wow. And so watching this, I thoroughly enjoyed it because, of course, I'm familiar with the movie. Watched this and just thought it was just a very unique visual style, very, very unique story. Actually, it's not really a unique story from a Japanese perspective. They talk about this kind of folklore a little bit, a lot. And, the samurai that comes in to save the village. Typical samurai story. It's almost like Wild West kind of, Clint Eastwood comes in and saves the day. So that's about where I got it from. And again, this is, I wouldn't say it's in my top 10, but definitely at 3 a.m. It's a nice little, hey, let's take a watch and take a look at it. So what do you think as you watched it?
It was a lot of fun. I had some, I think I may have had a demo disc of like the first episode of Samurai 7 from like New Type USA.
Oh yeah,
back when you got those. 'Cause I
love those discs.
It was great. Because I remember being aware of it. I remember seeing like the first episode, or I remember having seen the first episode. When I came back to watch it for this, we watched the first 3 episodes. I didn't remember a dang thing about any of the actual plot of this. But I'm actually glad I came back and watched this because the first episode is very much kind of set up, establishing characters, establishing the scenario. And I've seen Seven Samurai, so I was familiar with that. And then getting into the story, I really liked the way it approaches it, where it's a 26-episode TV series, I think.
Yes.
And so obviously it's much more stretched out than the movie, although the movie is long. but yeah, I really appreciated this. Like, okay, we're gonna introduce basically a new samurai every episode, more or less, and we're just kind of gonna see how that goes and really develop and flesh out. Okay, who are the bad guys here? I really loved the sci-fi aesthetic to this. The fact that it's in this very grungy, kind of Star Wars-y, Tatooine-y kind of a planet and environment. But then that's, connected with or sort of contrasted with the very kind of traditional Japanese village, but not quite traditional Japanese village.
Right.
Where it's like they've obviously tweaked a lot of the clothing and so forth to be, a little bit more fanciful. I'm sure there was, this kind of thing existed, but it's not the typical thing. And I just really enjoyed it. I think 3 episodes in, still the characters are just kind of, you either like them or you don't. Like they don't really do a lot to really build the characters, but again, I'm sure that's something that's going to happen. And it's weird because, like, it must be one of those things for the Japanese where it's like, we all know what this is,
right?
So we don't have to explain anything. We don't have to introduce anything. And so there's a little bit of that to the movie where it's like, and like they obviously do set up and explain things, but it's a different kind of TV series. I think it's a perfect example of like the 3 a.m. anime where it's like, okay, this is not what I would typically, leap out to get, not what I typically like love, but it is that really unique kind of experience.
Well, I think you brought up a good point about it being kind of like Star Wars in that, in the Star Wars universe, you have that weird kind of like, here's the village that's really low tech, but you have hyperspace warships and things and lasers and stuff, and then suddenly you're landing down in Tatooine in this dusty town where people are still riding things and like animals instead of like actually driving around in cars or jetpacks. There's not even jetpack. Did you notice there's not that many jetpacks in Star Wars? Yeah. Anyway, Samurai 7 is very much like that because you see the village and it's basically a Japanese village. Yeah. I mean, there's really not any tech there. But then you go to the city, and you're right; it's kind of grimy, almost like steampunkish, and there's tech there, but clearly there is a caste system as to where you go, and how quickly you can get to that tech. And one of the interesting things about that is the Red Samurai, who is completely mechanical. Talk about steampunk, right? And he's got a whistle on the side of his head. His character is played by Toshiro Mifune in the actual movie, and just him being over the top and mechanical and just like kind of jittery and all over the place. But yeah, it's very much an anime where if you're looking for a slow burn, this is kind of something that eases you into it because they do, as the series goes on, start introducing the other characters. The scene where the one who catches the arrows and all stuff, the really big one with the scar, the scene where he walks in and kind of stops inside the entrance where the apprentice samurai is ready to strike and he just knows that he's there. That's a scene in the movie. So it's just kind of nice how they do that. But then setting up like the bad guys and how like at first you're just like, these are the big bads. Really? Yeah. Really? This dude? Really? Okay. But it sets up for something that comes along later. But if you are a kind of a movie file, and you've seen Seven Samurai, this is a pretty faithful rendition. As a matter of fact, I think. Now, Kurosawa had passed by that point. I think his estate kind of gave the stamp of approval because his name is actually everywhere on the marketing for it. But so that's an interesting one. Like if you want to be able to think about something at 3 a.m. in the morning, not sure if you want to do that, but 3 a.m.
Speaking of 3 a.m. anime, all that, let's talk about Expelled from Paradise.
Ooh, yes.
This, I think I got, and I may be mixing memories. I think I got this on DVD from Netflix.
Oh,
That
wow.
was the thing.
Okay.
Because one of those things I'm like, I am not going to buy that. Like, I'm just like the visuals and all that kind of stuff. I was just like, okay, all CGI anime looks cool, but I don't know, single movie, who knows?
Right.
So yeah, I think I rented it, watched it, and boy, I had like mixed feelings about this movie, because it's darn fun. Big, bold, brassy sci-fi.
Oh yeah.
Strong female character. Pilot. Very self-assured. And giant robots.
Can't argue with giant robots.
Exactly. But then, the more I thought about the story, the more uncomfortable I got with kind of the implications of the story. We'll get to that later. What were your kind of reactions to it?
So, Expelled from Paradise was something that has always been on Netflix for me. I didn't see it. I didn't see it until you actually recommended it for this panel. But it's always been on the list to watch because I'm just like, well, it's something to watch and it looks kind of interesting. The story sounds interesting.
Yeah.
I'll get around to it. Mm-hmm. Many years later, finally, you're just like, okay, I want you to watch this. And I'm like, oh, okay, now I have the excuse to watch this movie. And one of the things that put me off of it from really watching it is the CGI animation. For those of you who don't know, it's gotten a lot better over time, and it will continue to get better. But at first, I've never been really bought into it because it does that creepy little kind of wave motion. It looks like like an anime zombie kind of thing going on. But there wasn't so much of that in this one. So I got to watch it. And it was fun. It was fun. The actual action scenes, the combat was really nice. I really enjoyed that. And I just but there were a couple moments towards the beginning where I just kind of rolled my eyes a little bit, and I was just like, "Oh yeah, here we go with the scantily clad protagonist." And when I say scantily clad, I do mean. I mean, it's just like going, and how are we not NC-17? And so, but she's an adult in this construct world. But by the way, this is a world that part of the world is Earth, where people live in bodies and live out their lives, and then there's this place up in space where people are born, but then their consciousness are put into like an AI construct, and that's how they live their lives. And so we're going in from the perspective of the AI construct. And so she's an adult, and she's getting hit on. Then the thing happens, and then the big battle happens there. And then they're like, "Oh, well, you're going to have to send you back down to Earth, meet up with this guy, and hopefully you'll be able to solve the problem." And so then they're like, "Okay, but we got to give you a body, so we have your genome on records. So we're gonna make your body." And she's ripping and raring to go. She wants to get ahead of the other agents because there's like a sort of like a bounty system where if you get it first, you get more things kind of stuff. And so she wants to get down there as soon as possible. So of course, to safely inhabit her mind into a body, they can't progress it more quickly past the age of 16, or else there'll be problems. Of course. So of course we have to put you in that age.
Very well known problem.
I'm just kind of like, oh my God, are you kidding me? So you go from an attractive woman to an attractive 16-year-old, which makes me feel uncomfortable. Yeah. And
wearing a plug suit. Well,
wearing a plug suit basically, and has ridiculously long hair. I'm like, you're sending someone into battle with that, okay? Mm-hmm. And then they send her down to Earth, and this is where I kind of go, because it's like you would think at this point they would understand disease, which they don't. She catches a cold. You would understand that you're going to be breathing in stuff, and so she doesn't understand that, and she breathes in. She goes, "How can anybody breathe down here?" It's just like, well, this is air, and her plug suit for her robot has these wonderful boots that makes you wonder if her feet are bound.
Yeah.
Because they're little tiny things, high heels, and I'm just like going, what is going on?
Yeah.
So, but once you get past that, it's actually the action was really nice. There's very interesting concepts in here, like the bad guy is a sentient robot who's just wanting to go into space and is just inviting people to come along, and it just doesn't want to be lonely. And they talk about music, and music is always fun, to have talk about, and the motivation of music and things like that. And it was just kind of one of the characters, the other character, the male character, is kind of fun in that he has a favorite band, and it's the favorite band of the robot, and they're just like, we're buddies, and it's just this, and the CGI kind of works for this, but there comes, like as you were saying, there comes a point where you just realize, oh wow, okay, we're getting to the point where she's supposed to be leaving a system that is controlling her, going to another system that is controlling her in a different way.
Yeah.
So, there's a little bit of misogyny kind of going on here.
Yeah. The more you look at it, the more you realize it like really devalues the main character a lot.
Yeah.
And kind of consistently undercuts her as the strong female character, and is constantly subsuming her to the male characters. It's like, oh, that's a shame. Like that sucks. By the way, this is 2014 was when it's
2014. Yeah.
About. So if you think of your CGI sort of timeline, right, it's right in there where it's like, okay, not quite where it is now, but not the very early days. So yeah.
16-bit animation. Hi. Let's fight kung fu action.
My arms don't work. Yeah,
I'm melding into the background.
For what it's worth, this was directed by Seiji Mitsushima, director of the original Fullmetal Alchemist, as well as Gundam 00, famously.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, that was that's a whole other story. And bunch of other various and sundry things. But he did. Okay, sorry, I'm going to get distracted. But also famously written by Gen Urobuchi of Puella Majimiro Magica.
That's right.
Infamy, if you will.
Yeah.
And a number of other things. So So those might be names where you're like, oh, okay, I'm going to watch it. Who knows?
Yeah. I would have to say that if anyone out there who like it's at 3 a.m. and they're like on Netflix and this is something you want to watch, despite my misgivings on some of these things, it's fun. Definitely, definitely watch it, give it a go, and just take it for what it is. Yeah. Deeper meaning you will not get, but I gotta tell you, I had Genshin feels.
Oh yeah.
I had Genshin feels about it, and I was like, she could, if you change the outfit a little bit, she could be a character in Genshin.
Yeah, definitely a sci-fi Genshin Impact kind of feel to that. That's kind of cool. All right, let's talk about Gate.
Oh, Gate. We go from one slightly misogynist anime to a totally misogynist anime. Okay, so Gate is the premise of Gate is simply that this fantasy world, it's a weirdly reverse isekai kind of thing going on. Yeah. So this gate appears in the middle of Tokyo, Ginza, and these mystical creatures and medieval army come in and they actually invade present day Tokyo, and they really don't know what's going on. They really don't realize what they're getting into, and they get their butts handed to them. But the gate is still there, and the Japanese decide with their self-defense force to go through the gate to make the people who killed some of these other citizens accountable. And at the same time, check out the resources because why not? Because hey, why not?
Yeah,
why not? It could be ours.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. And so the protagonist, who is an otaku, like no jokes, otaku, like doujinshi. That's actually what he was going for that day. On his day off, was going to the convention to get doujinshi. And as he's going there, the thing happens, and he kind of takes control of the situation. And you're just confused because at one point he's like just feckless otaku's walking into things, and he's got things on his phone, and they even say he's like 33 years old, and so you're just like, okay. And he proudly declares, I'm an otaku, this is all I want to do with my life. And he goes out, and then the thing happens, and then suddenly he like changes, and he's doing things, and he's able to get, because you realize that when they were on the phone, and it's the emperor talking to the gate guards, telling them to let the people in. And so the main character becomes the hero, Ginza, and whatever. And so he's part of the force that goes to this other fantasy land.
And it's revealed that he is an active
service member. He's not reserved. He's an actual. This is what he does. He's been promoted to lieutenant, which he doesn't want to do. He's just doing the job to have the money to be able to get the doujinshi. That's literally, and I'm not joking. That's literally what it is. So he goes there, and then you go through the first 3 episodes of being introduced to various characters. You're introduced to an elf girl. You're introduced to a wizard mage girl, and you're introduced to the lowly goddess of death girl, who is Rory Mercury, and it's just like. It's like oh my, and even in the anime, everyone's just like oh my, and it's told from the point of view of his unit that's supposed to go out and contact these villages and try to make friends and things like that. So that's where we are in this thing. Now, the interesting thing about Gate itself is that originally it was a light novel series, then it became a manga, and then it became an anime. The guy who wrote it is or was an actual member of the Japanese Self-Defense Force. Okay. And so this is written from his perspective of being an otaku and being this at the same time. And one of the things that you'll get later on in the anime is like how he goes, and the Japanese Self-Defense Force takes Alvis Hill. Or, and it's very dramatic music and stuff like that. Well, this guy is very let's just say he's pro-armament. Yes, okay, he very much wants Japan to be, have more of an army, that kind of thing. So yeah, but it's got this weird seriousness and just this weird kind of like, oh, here are all the 15-year-old girls that we're going to encounter, and I'm 33. And by the way, there is sort of the same disingenuous thing that they did in Expelled from Paradise, where they go, oh, well, the mage girl is 15, but the elf is 200 years old, even though she looks like she's 13. And Rory Mercury, who looks like an 18-year-old sex pot, is actually 900 years old. So it's all okay. It's all fine. It's all okay. As long as we don't hit on the mage girl, we're all okay.
And besides, it's a medieval society, like mores are different.
Oh, right. Yeah. So I'm curious to see what you thought of Gabe, because I kind of did this with tongue in cheek. I was just going, I wonder if he's going to rip this one. I wonder.
So, it was a bit difficult to start with because it's kind of slow-paced to start off with. It's very much, I'm otaku, see how much otaku I am, which is fine. But it's like, okay, we get it. And the attack on Ginza happens, and that's really cool. Seeing all these fantasy creatures in Ginza. And then that kind of goes on for a while. And then that just kind of ends, and then we just get kind of almost like a montage of just various things of him and so forth, and the storytelling is just a little choppy. What I now realize is episodes 1 and 2 are all set up. It's just settle in. It is just set up, and that's it's not bad setup. It's just very much the intent there. Episode 1 is basically here's what happened. Here's the inciting incident. And episode 2 is here they are in this fantasy world. What the fantasy world is like. Episode 3 is okay. Here's the harem, right? Yeah. And once we got to the harem, I really got into the groove and was enjoying the show. Anime, there's a lot of anime for me that kind of like with Samurai 7. There's a lot of anime that can do a lot of things at once. It can have comedy, it can have drama, it can have action, all these various things in relatively equal measure. And I feel Gate is very much that, where you get this
Yeah.
sort of mixture of a lot of different things. So I definitely enjoy that aspect to it. Because the burn is so slow, it was hard for me to get a really good read on the series. Like, am I going to enjoy this character that I've only spent 30 seconds with him by the end of episode
Right.
3, basically? So, but by that point, I had enough time with it to understand the characters enough to, I think, enjoy it. To kind of get it and kind of be on the train, if you will. Certainly there's nothing in it that I disliked, in the sense of, character design, animation, music, all this stuff, everything worked. And one thing that I did find difficult, I'd be curious, I've only seen the first 3 episodes. I had a difficult time getting a bead on the main character. Because for me, I couldn't tell. Have you seen Ears, Monsters, and Coupling Tylor? Or any of the Tylor stuff? So, Tylor is an anime from the late 90s, I think. Basic idea is you have hapless idiot sort of lieutenant in the military who kind of stumbles into some ridiculous situation and makes all sorts of crazy decisions that always end up working out. And no one can quite tell whether he's actually a genius or actually an idiot, because just how does everything go? That trope.
It without giving it away, that is actually answered. It takes a long time.
Okay.
It takes a long time, but it's. I think you are deliberately teased with that, because in about, I think, 4 episodes, you meet a character that is higher up in the defense force, and you're like, oh really?
Okay.
Oh really? Oh, because keep in mind, at the beginning, at the attack of Ginza, he had no problem being stabby.
Oh no, not at all.
He had no problem. He had no problem pulling the trigger on Alvis Hill. He had no problem doing that. Yeah. And so that's actually a plot point for his fellow soldiers, particularly the one girl who's just like, why is this idiot leading us? And so as you get to learn more of the characters, like one guy's into Catgirls, the older sergeant, the top sergeant's into Kaiju, that kind of stuff. And things go on. Just a warning that this is very much a 3 a.m. show, not only just because it's something you can walk away from, but it's Chickabawa 3 a.m.
Okay.
It's not hete, it's not etchy, but we go places. We go places. And one thing I would like to, after you make your point, just out of curiosity, Rory Mercury, your thoughts?
She was one of the ones where I'm like, I still don't have a good enough beat on her, because she comes in and she straight up murders a bunch of guys. Yeah. And they're bandits, but still, it is an execution out of kind of nowhere, and then she shows up, and then she's clearly kind of the god of death, with a big scythe and running around, and she has I love that she has a straight up goth loli outfit, but no, these are actually the traditional, robes of her religious
of her sect.
Sure,
yes, she's not trying to be sexy. That's what the priestesses wear.
Right. It's just very
sure.
Okay, I got you, anime. So it's one of those things where I wasn't immediately on board with her, but it's all execution. It's all how they kind of go there.
Right.
I did have a laugh out loud moment in the show, where you got the protagonist Kun and cat girl lover next to her. So they're both otaku, right? They're both kind of driving along, and protagonist Kun sees Rory in the distance.
Yeah.
He's got the thing, and he goes, "Whoa, a goth loli," and the other guy goes, "What?"
Right.
Give me that, Yep, otaku.
Yep,
I appreciate that.
And he is so jealous. So jealous. Rory Mercury wants to ride in the horseless wagon.
Right.
Yep.
Up front.
She has a seat somewhere.
Yes, exactly. She
Yes.
sits somewhere. Boy, I am not going any further on that one. But yeah, so speaking of characters who have no problem stabbing a guy, let's talk about Casshern Sins.
Yes, Casshern Sins. Oh wow. Okay, so originally this was a sort of a evil robot of the week anime, like in 1973, called Casshorn, something like that. Okay. The character design is almost the same as it is in Casshern Sins. The robotic dog Frender is in it. Luna is in it. Breaker King, or the Black King, as it was called in the 1973 version, is in it. And it's sort of just kind of like that, positive, Astro Boy here, or Underdog here. I come to save the day, And in the 73 anime, he's a good guy. He's actually a human who decided to become an android so he could fight the evil robots from taking over the world, and that's basically it. Casshern Sins came out in 2009. Something like that.
Sounds about right, yep.
I first saw it at Otakon. First saw the first 4 episodes at Otakon. Then it was on. Oh wait, yeah, and then saw it on Toonami, and finished the series. And boy, is it not 1973 version.
No kidding.
Oh my goodness, it is not. Tone is all different. Casshern, this is not a spoiler. Casshern does not have any memory. You're told outright that he murdered Luna, and which caused the ruin, which is where the world is basically on its last legs. It's dying. It's ecologically dead. There's almost no human beings left. Robots are rusting away, and Casshern is the only robot. He's a straight up robot. He's not an android. He's a straight up robot that can heal himself. And the first thing that you come across is a bunch of robots attacking him, going, "Kill Casshern, devour Casshern," because they think that by taking him in, they themselves will become immortal. And everything is gray sepia tones, and there's not a whole lot of color. Everything's dead, and it's just, this tone is just like omnipresent, and it's just pressing down on you the whole time, and it is so not nice.
Yeah.
Frender is a bit of a, he's the Frender, the dog, the robotic dog, was supposed to be the friendly dog that would go with Casshern at all times. And this one, he actually tries to kill Casshern. So there's. What do you think of that? What do you think? I wanted. There was a replacement for something else that I wanted Brent to watch that did not pan out well at all. And I was actually kind of wondering if it would at all. And it didn't. And that's fine. So I was just like, okay, well, we'll go in the opposite direction and we'll just give you some drama. So what do you think?
Is this drama? So this is kind of, what's the term? This is Grimdark, the anime.
Yeah.
Right. It is very angsty, very, takes itself very seriously anime.
Very.
And I'm into it. It's classic 3 a.m. anime, right? Where,
yeah.
I am convinced 2/3 of the folks who come across this anime are going to bounce straight off it. It's just
yes.
very, very much its own thing.
Yeah.
But... And I will say, a lot of these shows tend to be, when they're a little bit darker, they're a little more psychological, they tend to be more symbolical. There's a lot of, symbolism. There's not that much in Casshern Sins. It's not trying to be Suspiria. It's not trying to be Blade Runner.
Right.
It's not trying to do that. It's just trying to be very moody, very dark, and to tackle extremely big questions.
Yeah.
Anyway, I like that. Sorry, I'm very distracted by a screenshot I pulled up of a Casshern anime from the 80s, which is very much a Casshern from the 80s. It's not the tone of this anime at all. But yeah, I like the weird stuff, and this is very much... this is so off the beaten path. It is so... trying to say, okay, let's take this, again, very 70s classic kind of a, destroy the robot of the week story and make it modern, make it relevant, make it something that people can identify with, in the sense that you have this premise. Let's take this premise and then like really ask ourselves, what if that was really happening? Like what would it be like to deal with emotionally? That's it. Again, it's fun is not a word I would use for this one.
It's a joyride.
Oh,
it's
great.
It's flowers, sunshine, and sugar. That's what it is.
Exactly.
It is so not any of that. So just to give you guys an idea, topics that they tackle is all the characters except for Casher know they're dying. Mm-hmm. Period. Like it's like they're like, it's going to end. We don't, and they don't want it to end. Just as any living sentient being mostly would be like, no, I don't want to die.
Yeah.
And it's sad. Mm-hmm. And the way that they're trying to deal with this, even with the belief that if you devour Casherin, kill Casherin, devour Casherin, that you will somehow be saved. Just like eating the Eucharist, and that kind of thing. And even then, they're like, I don't even know if that's going to do it.
Yeah.
But I kind of don't care because I got to do something, because I can't just sit and rust away.
Yeah.
And keep in mind that the world is at a point right now where everything is gone and rusting away. Mm-hmm. There is no civilization. There are no buildings. There are no, or very few buildings. And what buildings there are shells. Mm-hmm. And everything is dark. There's no life. Even the one human being he comes across is just like, oh yeah, we're all gonna die.
Yeah.
Can you kill that lizard for me so I can eat it? Kind of a thing.
Yeah.
And so it's just who am I? I'm dying. Why is this important? Why do I not want to die even though I'm a robot? This should not be. And that's the other part, is a lot of these are in denial. This shouldn't be happening. I'm a robot. We should be lording over the humans, but the humans are almost all dead, and we're rusting away. And they make a really big point of that in the animation, where once the battles happen and the robots are defeated and they're laying there, they actually crumble.
Yeah.
So, and it is a dead world, by the way, folks. There is no intent in the first 3 episodes to save the world. Mm-hmm. Like they're just like, no, it's done.
Yeah.
It's done.
Mm-hmm.
It's done.
It's very much Casherin. Casherin has amnesia. He doesn't know what happened, so he's kind of wondering what happened in the past, and that's kind of the motivating kind of question of the beginning. Which again, I think is a really interesting way of taking it, because obviously the audience doesn't know either, so you kind of go with him, and you do have this interesting premise. Humans are mortal; they invent robots that are immortal, but then the robots kind of take over and dominate the humans, but then the robots become mortal. And just the great tragedy of that, I thought was a really interesting kind of very Wagnerian kind of concept.
And just a warning for any of you who want to get into this, and I am actually telling you to get into this anime. If you want to give it a try, please do. Yeah. But here's the warning: it's like this through 99% of the anime. This is what it is. Some very interesting stories that you come across, but basically the same premise in each and every one of them. I'm doing the thing because what else am I going to do?
Yeah. It reminded me a bit of Galaxy Express 39's, actually. That idea of, I have this mission that I'm going for that's probably not going to work. It's probably doomed, but I kind of got to do this, but I'm seeing all these other things happening along the way of people trying to do things and failing or whatever.
Right.
Had that feel a little bit to me. Also, kind of 90s anime. Casherin is basically Hiro Yui from Gundam Wing. It's just, he is.
Good point. Oh my god, I didn't even think about that. He does look
hair,
like Hiro Yui. The hair.
The personality.
Yeah, the hair. Yeah. There's another robot that goes, oh, you're beautiful. And then they just do a shot of him. I'm just like, oh my god, it is. Yeah, you're right. It is Hiro Yui. I'm just like, now I'm thinking about it. I'm just like, God. But there's no Raylina, so sorry.
Well, exactly, yes. But it also has that very, and again, it kind of reminded me of that very angsty Gundam Wing, aesthetic of just everybody's up to 11 emotionally, and, philosophically. This is very interesting. But yeah, it's really cool. 26 episodes. So it's a bit of a lot to get through, emotionally, I'm sure.
Yeah. Think of 26 episodes of Grave of the Fireflies.
Yeah. I will say though, the one advantage it has is that I think one could watch episode 1, and episode 1 doesn't really tell you much about the rest of the plot. It will just it's almost like a tone poem of here's kind of what this show feels like. So I think this is one of those rare shows where you could totally watch episode 1 and use that to decide whether you want to watch the rest of the show or not.
Yeah.
And you're not going to feel, I've kind of been pulled into the plot.
No, it tells you. Yeah, no, that's exactly right. You will know what this is in the first episode.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Sunshine and Sugar. That's exactly what it is.
it's a thing. It's a thing. A lot of. Yeah, it's a lot. All right, let's talk wizardry.
Ooh.
Which is a lot in a very different sense.
Enjoyable, though.
Yeah. I came across wizardry because I'm old, and I remember video games from the 90s, and indeed the 80s, in some cases. And I remember seeing wizardry being a thing, being a video game series, and just one day scrolling through, I saw there was a 1980s wizardry OVA. Like some Japanese studio had made an anime out of this Western, Dungeons and Dragons-esque RPG, and I was like, oh, I've got to see that. I've got to figure that. You know what? You remember that when we used to do the Weird Anime Fridays? We watched some obscure Anime Fridays. I found a playlist of just obscure 80s anime, and it was on that playlist. And that was where I was like, oh, wow.
I bet. Yeah.
No kidding. So wizardry, again, very successful. Actually sort of quasi 3D. Dungeon crawling RPG back in the day. Multiple sequels. And then they made this anime. The anime is based on the plot of the original game. So you are kind of getting an adaptation of that, kind of, sort of, a little bit. And boy, were they concerned with being faithful.
And how? Because I was thoroughly confused. So watching it, and by the way, when we gave each other the anime to watch, we gave the links to like the My Anime List or whatever, so there'd be some type of description. And I typically don't read those. I just kind of maybe glean the information of okay, this is the 80s, here's the thing, and maybe so-and-so is in this. I don't really read the plot because I like to experience on my own. So I'm watching this, not realizing it's a game. By the way, I never played the game, never even knew it was a game, and never even knew it existed. But I'm watching this thing, and suddenly there's annotation.
Yes.
I'm like, why are things being explained? Wait a minute, it's okay, so you're watching the anime, and the top third is this, suddenly the spell happens, and then there's this explanation of the spell. And I don't mean it's just oh, it's a fire spell. No, it's a fire spell that has to be done. And it's just 4 lines, and I'm like, okay, this is supposed to be 15 minutes? It took me an hour and a half, because I'm like, okay, is this important? Do I need to know this? And so it's annotated. So I was just what? I'm like, what? So I watched it, and the thing that made me laugh was when they're in the elevator thing inside the dungeon, and they're going up after, and it's water cooler talk. Right? It's just they're standing there. Well, Bob, the work was really something today. You almost got you. Yeah, I know. You almost ripped my throat out. But, thanks for that assist. Thanks, buddy. We'll have a brew after this. Literally, that's the conversation. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And they're just talking like this as the little weird floor elevator goes up the levels. Mm-hmm. And they're just talking. Mm-hmm. And it's just okay. And they go to the thing. They go to the bar. Mm-hmm. And it's all adventurers. And they're all standing there, and they're all looking at each other, talking about going into the dungeon, and you realize that this is the industry. You know
Yeah.
how there's coal mining towns? No, this is dungeon town.
Exactly.
So it would not shock me if in the lore of the anime they're going, yeah, they all go to this school from pre-K to 8th grade, learning how to adventure, and so they go through so they all go through the same dungeon. That's the other part of it. So all these people are going through all these dungeons, all 10 floors of it, and the idea is that the big bad is down at the lower level, who's about to, break the crystal that will enable him to take over the world, whatever. And everyone's just like, yeah, we're just going to go in and get the gold. I don't really care about this. And then, it goes through and it becomes Lords of the Ring. I mean, to me, that's what it came like. And we even have a dwarven mage and we have a hobbit of sorts. And they pair up with the adventurers. They come across another adventuring company that's been slaughtered, except for the one, cute mage girl who's looking for her boyfriend. Meanwhile, the leader of the other group's like creeping on her, and I was like, where are we going with this? This is fantastic, but where are we going with this?
There's a lot.
And they bring up the Murasawa sword, and I'm like, oh god, pause. Murasawa sword, only certain people.
Yeah.
No. Okay, got it. Okay. Dude looks like Fist of the North Star, but okay, got it.
Very much, yeah.
And watching this thing, and it was a great time. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I thoroughly enjoyed watching it. Even with the annotation, having to stop and watch it, and just the ridiculousness of it. But it's definitely 3 a.m. because that's what it is. I mean, it's nothing more than that. There's nothing. I just I love how and things happen.
Oh yeah,
things happen. Our hero is in the midst of an attack, and his arm gets chopped off.
Yeah.
And you're like, wait, we've got 34 minutes left to go. His arm's gone.
Healing magic.
And that's exactly what happened. And I got to read the annotated spell for that one.
So this is the thing we discovered what was going on here, which I find hilarious. So turns out in the video game, when you're casting a spell, you have to type in the name of the spell. There's no spell list you choose from. The game just knows it has this list of bunch of spells, and so when you cast a spell, you type the thing, which means when you're playing the game, you have to come across spells, write down what those names are, and then in combat you can type that in and use that spell. So it's a very, very interesting naturalistic thing. But so then in the anime comes along, and they're doing the spells, and they want to say, no. This guy says, Esmera. Esmera is a healing spell that does A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Nope, we did our research. This is the actual thing he's doing. Murasawa sword, whatever it is. That's an item in the game. That's a big, one of those powerful swords in the game. That's a thing. All of this, it all pulls in. Everything connects. They had to show their work. They had to have a little bibliography.
And so if you have to type this in during the game, I would fail so bad. Oh my god, I had the caps lock on. Oh no! Damn it! Oh. Character said I can't spell that. Is that an A or an S? Oh my god, I can't read my own writing. What the heck?
Yeah.
And I love how one of the big bad's a vampire lord.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, evil wizard and vampire lord. It's one of the great things is people are often trying to play around with fantasy and what's your thing? This is not doing any of that. This is all the tropes, all of them, just right there, right down the middle, and it's glorious.
I mean, a vampire lord dude just could have been oh wow, what glam rock band is he from? I mean, it was just glorious hair, great outfit, I guess. He doesn't really do anything.
No, he's just there to be threatening.
Be threatening and sexy.
Exactly. Yes.
Because we all know vampires are always sexy.
Right. Exactly. At least he doesn't glitter. That's good.
Yeah. I was waiting for his annotation.
Yeah, and then the weird. Obviously, there's no, as far as I know, there's no romance storyline in the game, and so that whole thing just feels very tacked on.
Oh yeah, we gotta give the people who are just watching this thing, and they're probably somebody who was writing the script was saying, okay, it can't all be the game. We gotta put something in here. We gotta put something in here. Mm-hmm. So, and I got the sense that there was supposed to be more after this, but you know, and I love the part where they're like, well, we'll just take the bodies to the resurrection temple.
Yeah.
And then one of the characters who's like Mr. Heal It All, you know, you're just like, oh, it's too bad the temple couldn't help him. It's like, you can save the idiots who got killed on the first level of dungeon, but you can't save this guy? God, okay. Great though. It is. Yeah. It is fun. 3 a.m. laugh out loud. Just fun. Yeah. It's worth the weight in gold.
Hey, there we go.
There we go.
Nice.
All right. It's digital. There you go. There's this worth.
All right, let's finish it out with
an
anime that I'm sure no one has heard of here. Domager D. I have no idea where on earth I came across this.
I don't either.
I think this may have been one of those, you know, here's a mecha series from the 70s. Let me just give that a try. And that is not what that is.
No, at all. So when you gave me the list and I saw the thing and I saw the title and I was just like, oh, okay, a mecha big robot. Mm-hmm. Okay, so we're gonna do something from late 70s, early 80s. I'm like, well, okay. And the hero looks the part. You know, he's got like, you know, the uniform. He's got a cap on, and he's got the huge forelock of hair, the big forelock hair of heroism.
Yeah, it's like
you know, coming out. And so when you said that to me, I'm like, oh, okay, big robot. You know, no big deal. And I started watching it. And with it, and then I first realized that it's only like 4 minutes long, and I'm like, wait a minute. And then it's like I'm watching it, and I'll go, hang on, wait a minute, when was this actually made? Something's not right here. So it's this dude who works in a sweet shop, 3rd generation or 5th generation, whatever, and these people. This is so true. Because if you work in retail, you'll appreciate this. People come in and they're angry because they can't get the whatever it is that they want, and they turn into these kaiju and start wrecking the tourism place outside of Kyoto or whatever. Mm-hmm. So he's working in this like 5th generation sweet shops, and he's just like, and you know, the thing is happening with the perky reporter who never blinks. Oh no, and the kaiju, it's always smiling. The kaiju is killing people. What are we going to do? I'm going to die. And so the hero, he's just like, he doesn't know what to do. He falls downstairs and, you know, discovers that he has this huge mecha in there. And so he goes into the pilot cabin, and the pilot cabin is a kitchen. At this point, when that happened, I was just like, there is something so not right here. I am not watching a big robot anime from 1970s or 80s. And sure enough, I'm not. It's just a spoof of these kinds of things. And so it's just an anime about your irate customer turning into kaiju of the week kind of thing. And this guy is just like, he gets in the mecha, and he's just like, I know what to do. I'm going to make a real dish. And they describe what the real dish is, and he does the thing, and the action sequence is, and we're going to stir the flour, and it's literally this giant mech with a bowl and an egg beater going, and going, stir, and then he makes the thing magically. Then the attack, the final finishing move, is him sliding on his knees in the mecha with his hands out with the food and gives it to the kaiju, and the kaiju eats it and reverts back to the person who's now stated, because, you know, that's what we do with bad customers. And It was glorious. I loved it. I thought it was brilliant. I just, because they were only like 4 or 5 minutes long, I binged all the episodes at one time. I was just like, I have got to finish. It is, oh my God, this is 3 a.m. anime. This is the folks, this is the one. This is the one that you sit down and you watch through the whole thing and you're just like, you know what? I might forget about this in 2 years, but it doesn't matter because I'm living in the glory of the moment of the huge forelock hair of heroism. This is awesome.
And what I love about this is, you know, all the different levels to it, where on the one hand, like, and this is a 2015 anime.
It doesn't look like it at first.
No, I mean, it is deliberately very cheap, cheesy, and like, to your point of, you know,
yeah, right.
Just really very, very much of that. But then also combining it with, you know, all the recent, you know, you gotta have your twist, you gotta have your,
right.
You know, the Japanese Restaurant, you know, Association is co-funding the anime, so like, you know, it's all about cooking. And that's all folded into there, and it's just so many things going on at once, and it's just so wonderful. But then also the fact that it's not mean spirited at all. Like it's very much, it's just enjoying, you know, what this is and how ridiculous and awesome it is.
Because I'm not gonna lie, there's some of them that I was just like, oh, you know, I'll try that. I'll try that. Hey, come to Baltimore, Giant Mecca. Give me some food.
Exactly.
Please. Maybe I should grow out a forelock of hair. Just way out.
Oh yes.
It was. In all honesty, folks, watch this one. It is truly a gem. It really is a gem. And I'm waiting for someone to make an AMV out of it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's like it is. And so thank you, Brent, for letting me watch this thing.
Glad I was able to find it and add it to the list.
It is glorious. Glorious. Brilliant and glorious. All right, folks. So that is our 3 a.m. anime. Thank you so much for watching and listening to us talk about the anime.
And thank you, Steve, for doing this and for suggesting it and for organizing it. I appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. And so, while you guys are in chat land and you're waiting for the next thing for OnCon, because thank you so much for being here at OnCon, because OnCon is awesome. And I hope you guys are having a good time. In the chat, what is your favorite 3 a.m. anime? What's the one that you watch at 3 a.m. and go, it's all so good, it's so bad, it's so awful, it's brilliant? What do you have out there? What do you think? Any last thoughts there, Brent?
No, I love this whole concept because there's so much anime that does fall in that sort of side category where like this is just so off the beaten path that I couldn't recommend it to like the regular person. I couldn't, it just doesn't fit.
Right.
But I love it, or I appreciate it, or I just find it so interesting for trying to we have 2 shows on here that take something from the 70s and completely reimagines it.
It is awesome.
It's great to think about.
All right. Well, again, thank you, folks. Thank you for watching the panel. Thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of OnCon.
Cool. I think that makes sense.
guys, I'm about to go on another trip, this time to a new prefecture that I've never stayed in. I'm going to Saitama Prefecture, which is just north of Tokyo. I've ridden charter buses through Saitama many times, and I've gotten off to go to small rest stops and stuff like that. But I've never actually had the experience of what Saitama has to offer. I've never stayed there before. This train behind me is actually leaving in about 10 minutes, I think. And so I'm going to board that train on the way to Tokyo. I have to make a transfer at Ueno and then take the train up to Saitama City. I'll be meeting a friend for lunch. I'm not sure what we're eating for lunch, but we're gonna do that too. I have myself a green tea, which is like my favorite thing to drink on trips now for some reason. I used to not really be into green tea, and then it took 2 years of living in Japan for me to just be addicted to it. I have a soy joy, which is like, I don't know, I've never had one of these before. It's blueberry flavored. I hope it's not bad, but I need a snack because I'll be on a train for about 2 hours. Of course, I literally cannot survive without alcoholic wet wipes, especially during today's times. All right, let's go find ourselves a spot on the train. I'll show you the kinds of train cars I like to ride. So like, if you can kind of see in here, this one's one that like has the chairs just like parallel with the window, but I like these ones. See, where you can sit and look at the window. Alright, we're here at Saitama Shintoshi Station. There's a train I just got off of. I couldn't record while I was at Ueno Station. I had like 2 minutes to transfer trains, so I kind of had to Sonic the Hedgehog it. So now I'm gonna go meet my friend for lunch. Not sure what we're gonna eat, but yeah, it was a nice trip all the way from Ibaraki here in to get here to Saitama. I think I gotta go. Oh gosh, which way? Oh wow, that's I think Saitama Super Arena right there. Lots of concerts and sports events, I'm sure, take place there. A search for a friend. Exit thinks he's supposed to be there. Can you go inside? Oh, there he is. Oh no, he's running away. What up? You wanna get there?
Yes.
Eggs and things, let's do it. So this place is called Eggs and Things, and they have more than just eggs. Eggs aren't my favorite thing to eat, but we've been here before, right? We came here last time. In Sendai? Yeah. I think I'm gonna go with the burger, dude. That looks so good. We're gonna be Americans. Okay, there he goes. He go back to work. So, now, I have like 2 hours before I can even check into my hotel room, which I'll show you the hotel. It is a capsule hotel. I've never stayed at this one before, so I'm pretty stoked to find out how good it is. For now, I'm just gonna, I guess, walk around. I might go to Yodobashi Camera. They have video games, so I could look at those. And yeah, I'm actually supposed to be at the train station over, so yeah, I guess I'm just gonna kill some time. So I'm in Yodobashi Camera and I found these Kimetsu no Yaiba phone cases. How cool are these? They have like so many of the characters. These two, they really do have everything that's Kimetsu no Yaiba. So right now I'm just waiting at the station, and I told Andrew that I was worried about the rain this weekend because tomorrow I wanted to be outside mostly and it's totally gonna be raining. And he was like, yeah, didn't you know there's like a typhoon coming through? And I just went, what? And sure enough, I log in on Twitter and there's like tons of posts about this typhoon. Yeah, step one to the Kira traveling plan is to not look up the weather before I leave. I don't know, we'll hope for the best. The typhoon is moving eastward, meaning like off the coast of Japan, so I'm really hoping it doesn't rain tomorrow. That would really put a big damper in my plans. Alright, now we just wait for this next train and we go to Omiya Station, which is just one stop away, I still can't check into my hotel yet, so I'll probably just chill around the station area until I can. The infrastructure here is really cool in Saitama, I think. It's a lot of cool looking buildings and stuff. You can kind of see the there's the typhoon behind me. Awesome. Right, I made it. I'm checked into my hotel, and at the front door they give all the guests masks. I guess in case if someone doesn't have one, they want to make sure all the guests are wearing masks, and they even gave me a little bottle of alcohol sanitizer as well. So these are the times we're living in, folks. Alright guys, I checked into the hotel, and later I will kind of show you around the capsule. This is honestly probably one of the nicest capsule hotels I've stayed in. The room looks incredible. And it's also like in this, I don't know what people call these things, kind of this like covered shopping street. And there's a lot of like aesthetic restaurants and stuff around here. It's so cool. I already love the aesthetic of Saitama so far. Anyway, we are just gonna walk around, see what's around, see what I can find. Later, I gotta find dinner. I had such a big lunch that I'll probably have a smaller dinner. I'll try not to just eat at a place that I can eat at all the time. I'll try to, oh man, did I bring my umbrella? I got it, I got my umbrella, that's good. Typhoon coming in, I've gotta have it. So yeah, anyway, I'll try not to eat at like, I don't know, McDonald's. I'll try to be a little bit more creative. But I don't know, sometimes you just want something comfortable, something that you know. But there's a ton of restaurants around this area, so I'm sure I'll find something. I made it a little bit away from Omiya Station, which is kind of like the main big station in Saitama City. And I came across this like, almost like a walking and bike path area, kind of like a park. And then behind me, there's like a, I don't know if you can pick it up on the camera, but there is a torii gate over here, so I'm sure there's like a shrine or something over here. So we're gonna walk this way. It's just beautiful. Let me show you. Guys, this is so beautiful. To think that this is so close to Omiya Station, the biggest station in Saitama Prefecture. I mean, like a Tokyo-sized station, right? And this is just right nearby. Now, as far as I know, there is a shrine and some gardens down here. Hopefully I still have sunlight for just a little bit longer so I can see it with a little bit of sunlight. And yeah, I think around that time I'll head back into the city parts of town and find just something small to eat. I'm so full from lunch earlier today. Here's a map of the place. Oh man, there's a lot more here than I would have ever thought. To think that this really peaceful place is like a 15-minute walk from the main station area. Bridge is so pretty. So amazing. I love just the architecture of things in Shintoism and in Japan. I just can't get enough of it. It has been a while since I've been to a shrine this big that has like, you know, the walls around and everything. I'm sure I've been to one like this before, but it definitely has been a while. I'm sure this place is not very peaceful when New Year's is happening, but that's where you can get your omikuji, which is the like fortune papers. This is a beautiful shrine, and it looks like they keep it running well. They keep it up. The buildings look so nice. Yeah, just a short walk from the big city. There's just something about getting a cold. I'm doing it. There you go. There's something about getting a cold green tea at a shrine that I just love. This place is also just so empty too. I mean, places like this, shrines and gardens and sightseeing places like this in Tokyo, I mean, if you've been there, you know how it is. They're incredibly crowded in places like Kyoto and Osaka. And you know, if you do want a shrine experience, going outside of Tokyo and Osaka and the other big cities like that is not a bad idea. These little gift shops slash restaurants let's see, what are they? Ramen, yakitori, yakisoba, stuff like that. I wonder if business has been bad because of, you know, low tourism. These places are really cute and aesthetic. I love it. So as we leave the shrine, I want to talk to you guys kind of how I plan travel and just how I go about it. I tend to be such a planner. I like to plan things way in advance, and I'm constantly looking at like what's the best way to take the train on Google Maps. I live on Google Maps all the time, and I always like to check out the surrounding areas. I mean, I didn't even know this existed, but that just goes to show there's just so much out there. But I generally like to find out what is close by to my hotel, close by to the station that I'm staying at, just so that I have a general understanding of what's around. And yeah, I basically do all of that through Google Maps. I probably spend like at least an hour per trip planning like exactly when I need to get on this bus, get to this station, transfer, leave that station, just because I just like knowing I'm one of those people that has to have a plan to get somewhere. But once I'm at that place, I don't feel like I have to have a plan. But I know that there are some people who are completely opposite. They just go. And yeah, I feel a lot safer having in my head if I know exact times of where I'm supposed to be and when. And as far as safety, I've never had any safety problems traveling in Japan in the last 2 years. Now, you know, a lot of people say Japan is safe, and I think in comparison to, you know, whack around dangerous cities at night in America, I believe that is true. However, you just gotta use common sense. Nowhere in the world is completely safe, so just use common sense. But you know, like kids will walk down these streets. You know, school let out like an hour ago, and you know, there I saw like younger than 10-year-old kids just walking home by themselves, and girls all the time walking around by themselves. And I feel like if they can do that, I feel pretty safe walking around that time, especially because when school lets out, it's like the safest time to walk around, I think, because they always have volunteers to help the kids cross streets and stuff and to control traffic. So I always feel safe around that time. During nighttime, I would say that I'm a little more careful. I don't go to like places that I don't exactly know a lot about at night. But yeah, just, you know, just using your common sense is half the battle. I don't feel unsafe at all traveling alone as a female. Not to say that, you know, I don't expect there to be zero problems, like 100% chance that I'm safe on every trip that I go on, but so far I've used my common sense. You guys hear that? That is the 5 o'clock bell that rings. Oh, this is the same one in the town that I live in. This bell rings at 5 o'clock every day. That lets everyone know it's 5 p.m. I think it mostly lets kids know that it's 5 p.m. They need to go home. Like they need to leave playgrounds and stuff like that. So around this time, all the kids go home. So I guess that kind of ties into our safety talk. If you hear that bell, you know that the kids are heading home, or you know, the city wants the kids to head home. So maybe you're completely 100% safe until then. All right, now I'm off to buy some dinner. I'm actually like right outside my hotel right now. I think this building right here is the hotel, but there's this Japanese restaurant that I saw on Google that looked really good, so I want to try it. I think it's down this super aesthetic alleyway. Here we go, that's it. Japanese restaurant. Very, very Japanese. That's what I wanted. Yeah, this is the menu I saw online. That's what I want. I want the chicken katsu. Yeah, 980 yen. That's not too bad at all. So I came upon this Japanese restaurant and I'm like the only one here. But man, it's such a vibe here though. It looks like it's a super expensive restaurant, but my meal was only like $9 US. The thing about Japan is you can come to these like crazy fancy looking places, but the meals are not too expensive. This looks crazy to only be $9 US. We've got like salad, of course the katsu, rice,
I'm not sure what that is. There is miso soup in here, and then it even comes with a dessert. Oh my goodness. Alright, well, I'm going to dig in. Anyway, I'm going to my hotel for the rest of the night, but I want to show you guys how cool the capsule is. Check it out. Hey guys, welcome to my capsule hotel in Saitama City. This capsule hotel has a curtain where you enter the capsule. This is the first capsule that I've stayed in that has a Genkan area, or a place to put your shoes and your slippers. There is a place on the wall to hang bags and clothing items, and I really like how wide this capsule hotel is because you can put your stuff in the capsule with you instead of putting them in lockers like a lot of capsule hotels I've stayed in the past do. You have a remote for the TV, which I'll show you later. They offer you some Febreze and wrinkle-free spray for your clothes. I didn't really use this, but this is if you want to read at night. They give you a lamp that you can hook up. There is an emergency safety booklet and a light panel that has a lot of different modes for the lights in the capsule. You have a place to store your valuables and lock them up if you need that, and a trash can, and of course a place to charge your phone every night. And yeah, a TV, which I've never stayed at a capsule hotel with a TV before. The hotel will provide you with a toothbrush and toothpaste, some pajamas, a sponge for the shower, some tissues, and of course your bath towel. And this capsule hotel was super wide. I didn't feel claustrophobic at all. Guys, I hope you enjoyed this tour of my capsule hotel and today's video, and I will play with you some other time. Bye! Guys, today I'm in Osaka. I'm in the Umeda area. We're gonna go check out the jump shop here. I haven't yet been to the jump shop in Osaka. There should be some new merch from a particular anime that I know is really popular right now and that I know a lot of you guys like. So we're gonna go check and see what they have. So we'll start at the very beginning and just work our way around, guys. So right now they're having birthday goods, which basically are goods of characters that have their birthday on them. For example, Gon, his birthday is May 5th. We have Chopper, whose birthday, I didn't even know his birthday was like Christmas Eve. That's really cool. So yeah, just tons of different characters. You've got Yaoyorozu from My Hero Academia. You've got All Might. Just all tons of characters here. So maybe you can match your birthday up with a character. Over here we have a bunch of One Piece merchandise. We've got some, I think these are like towels of some sort. We have the birthday buttons over here. Usopp, April 1st, very soon. One Piece t-shirts, acrylic stands, more buttons, just like tons and tons and tons of One Piece stuff, of course. Oh, this is this opening's from Hinamaru Sumo. Yeah. Some One Piece stickers, a One Piece watch, just like tons of stuff. Little mini figurines, more acrylic stands, some keychains here. This is like a sticker set. I guess you could put your name on it. It's like a present sticker set. We're still in One Piece territory, guys. This is insane. Here we go. So we're getting into some Promised Neverland stuff. Rest in peace to the second season of the anime. Just read the manga. But yeah, they have a few stuff here. They have some random keychains that you can get. Oh, the shirts are cute. I like that they're the manga art, actually. Very cool. There's a handbag. Oh wow, that's so cool. I'm sure there's gonna be more. Stuff from Promised Neverland. We just have to find it. Here we go. A lot of you guys have been asking me about stuff from Dr. Stone. The merch is not as big yet, I think, for Dr. Stone. I'm not sure why, but there are Dr. Stone clear files here. Acrylic stands, postcards,
There might be some more as we go through. Things are a little bit random here. Oh man, Golden Kamui, a Golden Kamui puzzle. The show is really good. It's not as talked about, I think, as some other Shonen Jump stuff, but it takes place in like historical Hokkaido. It's really cool. A lot of JoJo stuff down here. A JoJo jigsaw puzzle, some pens as well. They have JoJo socks over here. Here we go, some more Golden Kamui stuff. These are some keychains and some acrylic stands from Golden Kamui. Oh, is this all Chainsaw Man stuff?
Oh, that's cool.
I have not read this manga yet, but it is incredibly popular.
Yeah, that when it becomes an anime, that's going to be huge. The characters are fantastic.
They have like notepads and everything. Some notepads with the Chainsaw Man characters on them. They have buttons as well. I see people cosplaying this character a lot. I see a lot of cosplays of her recently. Even mugs of Chainsaw Man. I guess I need to read this, right? Everyone's really into it. So now we're getting to some Dragon Ball Z stuff. Of course, this is also popular everywhere. You're gonna find a lot of Dragon Ball Z stuff everywhere. These are cute. These are like those little Disney Tsum Tsums with Dragon Ball Z. And you can buy them individually too. They have some figures, a pen case of Dragon Ball Z. This shirt is really sick. Very cool. Osaka specific stuff, so it's just like Osaka Dragon Ball. I believe this is like a keychain or a button of some sort. Frieza plushies. So much Dragon Ball stuff, guys. Lots of really cute stuff too. Some shirts down here. Oh, Dragon Ball, they also have like gift stickers as well with characters and stuff on them. Oh, check these out. These are little Kimetsu no Yaiba bears. So they have a lot of little characters here from Kimetsu no Yaiba, but in bear form. I'll show you guys a little bit of these. I don't see the, oh, there he is. Here's the Tanjiro one. These are so cute. Nezuko's really cute. Alright, so speaking of Kimetsu no Yaiba, we're gonna move on to the Kimetsu no Yaiba stuff over here. Tons of clear files. Oh, check this out. That is so cool. So yeah, a lot of clear files. Oh, the towels with the character faces on them are very cute. They have tons of t-shirts also from Kimetsu no Yaiba. Ones with all the characters on them. Ones with lots of Tanjiro faces on them. The acrylic stands are very cool. These are just cool to even travel with and just take random pictures with really cool backgrounds. I've shown these previously in Shonen Jump shop tour videos, but they're always really cool. These are little tiny versions of the Kimetsu no Yaiba manga, and not only do they have Kimetsu no Yaiba, they'll have like a whole bunch of other series too. There's the first one. I'm sure this one's really popular to get. Oh my gosh, look at these little magnets. I'm not sure about that face actually. Well, his face is fine, but Nezuko's face is looking a little weird. Tanjiro's face looks very memey here. The phone charms are really cute. This is like a what is this, like a, it's not a belt, but it's like a it's got Velcro, or not Velcro, it's got like a hook on it. I don't know. It's like you tie stuff to the roof of your car with this usually. Little keychain, the little leather keychains. Check out the phone case. This is so aesthetic and cool. I love that. Got notepads, pens and stuff too. I remember when the Jump Shop didn't have any Kimetsu no Yaiba stuff, and now it's like several sections of it. Alright, we're gonna move on to the My Hero Academia section. This is also a very big, long section. These are acrylic stands here. These are cute. I don't remember seeing these before. They're in like different little outfits. Style Fit pen. What are these? Are these like, what are these? Kereta, a kanji, I don't know. Oh, they also have the bears for My Hero Academia, so I really only see the Bakugo one. Oh, nope, there's the Deku one. Very cool. Oh, there's the Todoroki one. These are ridiculous. They also have regular plushies as well. So these are grocery bags, and these are just cute. Like, a lot of people, they don't use plastic bags for groceries. They'll take little bags like this to hold their groceries. So I'm sure people have bought these for that reason. Little bitty figurines here too. These are a bit strange. The faces are kind of weird. How would you like to eat your cereal? Out of a Midoriya bowl with a My Hero Academia Midoriya spoon. Aw, are these hair bands? Is that what these are? They have an All Might one too. Alright, we're gonna move on to some of the Naruto stuff that they have. I don't think they have a lot of new Naruto stuff since last time I checked, but they do have some Boruto stuff, so some Boruto hand towels. I showed this off in my last video, but I cannot get over how much I love the Akatsuki travel case. It's got like a contact case, clips and stuff in it. It's very cool. Man, is this all the Naruto stuff they have? Naruto just got pushed over for like some of the newer shows. These are cute. An eye mask with the headband. You've got the normal headband and you've got the missing Nin headband as well. Here's the Prince of Tennis section with buttons, patches, keychains. What are these? Like little cases? These would be cool to store some sports stuff in, I guess. I don't know what you would store in there, but very cool. It makes sense to have water bottles for Prince of Tennis. Like if you're a tennis player, these would be so cool. These I think are postcards. Oh, cool. Yeah, I think that's what they are. Take a trip to Japan, right back home with a Prince of Tennis postcard. So over here we have some Yu Yu Hakusho stuff, which, oh my gosh, I just recently started watching Yu Yu Hakusho for the first time since I was a kid. So I kind of know things now about it and I'm pretty excited. So we have a Kuwabara keychain here. Is this really? There's no way this is all they have from Yu Yu Hakusho. I mean, this is like the Togashi section, I guess. They have, no, this is all right here is Hunter x Hunter stuff. So like, I guess this is just the Togashi section and they decided to put these extra Yu Yu Hakusho keychains here. But yeah, this is more so the Hunter x Hunter section that they just threw in Togashi's older manga into. So the Spy Family stuff is really picking up. For now, this is just a manga, but I am pretty sure they're going to have an anime of it within the next few years, given how popular the manga is. There's just tons of stuff, pins, stickers, keychains, whole acrylic stands, clear folders, just so much cool stuff from it. It's very popular in Japan. They even have t-shirts. They even have Spy Family t-shirts. So yeah, I think that this is going to be one of the next big things. This is a bunch of a random assortment of stuff. So Rurouni Kenshin, D-Gray Man. This is like where they put some of the stuff that just didn't sell, I guess. They just put it over here. Saint Seiya. The only Saint Seiya thing I see. It's a illustration poster collection. So I'm guessing there's just a bunch of posters in this one thing. Yep, this is just the section they didn't know what to do with some of the stuff, so they threw it over here, I guess. Over here we have some Haikyuu stuff. These are huge acrylic stands, like actually pretty big. You can find a bunch of your favorite characters. What is this? Oh, it's a tote bag. This is a really cute tote bag. Aw, I love the style of that. It's adorable. Some buttons. It looks like they only have Kageyama left of these buttons. You can just get a random character out of these. Kageyama plushie with a pocket, a volleyball pocket. Oh, they have whistles, which is perfect for volleyball. You can get a different character whistle. I love how the stuff is practical for the sports anime half the time. Really cool shirts. Oh yeah, shirts with like the different teams, I think, on them. Alright guys, this is what most people are in here for. You guys have been asking about it. They do have Jujutsu Kaisen stuff. This is an acrylic stand with the cast of characters. This right here, I think it's a towel, maybe a bag of some sort. Let me see. Yeah, okay, it's a character towel, so you can like hang it up like a poster, or you might be able to use it, but I think a lot of people hang them up.
That's either a game or that's a model of a finger he eats at the beginning.
It's so hard to get into this merch because so many people are getting it, but they also have like these wooden phone keychains or just general keychains. You can kind of see the characters that they have. Maybe your favorite character has been taken because this stuff just came out a couple days ago actually, and a lot of it is gone. Actually, before I came in here, like an hour earlier, the line was backed up so much just for the Jujutsu Kaisen stuff. So as much as I want to show you guys more of it, there's just not much left. You have this cool clock, the Jujutsu Kaisen clock. That's cool. When I first got here, there was a huge line outside specifically for the Jujutsu Kaisen stuff, so a lot of it has sold out. That just gives you an idea how popular it is here. It's like people are finally moving on from Kimetsu no Yaiba, and it's just, people move on so fast. Like, I'm sure if Chainsaw Man gets into anime and then Spy Family does, like that, they're gonna be like the next big things, I'm sure. Anyways, I hope you enjoyed this tour of the Jump Shop in Osaka Umeda. Guys, if you enjoyed the video, don't forget to push like. What was your favorite thing that you saw in the store? If you guys want me to do more Jump Shop videos, just let me know down in the comments. Thanks for watching, and I'll play with you some other time. Bye! Hey there everyone, welcome to OnCon. I hope you're having a fantastic OnCon so far. I'm sure that I am. My name is Kira Fox and I will be doing the panel Japan Travel for Otaku. So a little bit about me before we really jump into the panel. I've been a resident of Japan for about 4 years. I moved to Japan. I'm actually in Japan right now recording this video. I've lived here for over 4 years now. And I've worked as an English teacher at Japanese schools, Japanese middle schools, elementary schools. I've been a private tutor. I've been a graphic designer. So I've done a few different things in Japan. I'm currently located in Ibaraki Prefecture. I used to live in Miyagi Prefecture. It's just north of Tokyo. That's all you need to know. And first went to Japan in 2014. Now, obviously, a big part of why I do like Japan and like Japanese culture, and probably like many of you, is because maybe you got into anime at a young age, and through anime, you discovered more about Japan. And hey, there's no shame in that at all. I think it's a really cool way to get into Japanese culture and Japanese language. So no shame there at all. So the contents of this panel are going to be talking about the things that you can do when you come to Japan. If you're an otaku, things you can enjoy as an otaku. Now, I know that as of the recording of this video, we don't know when Japan is going to open. If you're not aware, Japan has been closed to foreign tourists, foreign visas for over 2 years now, and hopefully they open borders soon and you guys can come and enjoy all the fun things that Japan has to offer. But I'm hoping that sometime this year that they do open, and so when that happens, you'll have all the knowledge you need for doing otaku. Whoops, I just spilled water all over me. Do you like my mug? This is my introverted but willing to discuss anime mug, and I got it from OnCon. Actually, I got it at the charity auction last OnCon, so stick around for that. I'm gonna drink a little bit of water so my throat's not so dry. Anyway, yeah, stick around for the charity auction after. I have water on me, but it's fine. We gotta keep it rolling. So we're gonna be talking about the shopping that you can do, where you can pick up anime figures, keychains. I'll tell you some of my favorite shops, manga, if you're interested in picking up some Japanese manga and stuff. Just, you know, we're nerds. We like to buy things. When you come to Japan, bring an extra suitcase because you will be buying a lot of things. We'll be talking about the events that happen in Japan, such as Comiket, which is short for Comic Market, which is this event that has been going on for decades now. We'll get into that. Pop-up events or pop-up shops for different series. We'll talk about those too. Anime tourism, which if you were at a previous OnCon, you've seen me talk about anime tourism quite a bit, where you'll have these towns that actually use anime series to advertise their town and bring people in for sightseeing. We'll talk a little bit about that, not too much because I've done a whole panel on that before at OnCon. We're going to talk about movie screenings. You know, it doesn't sound like it's that exciting to go to an anime movie in Japan, but there's always extra little incentives that or make it worth going out to the movie theater to see the anime movie. Now, I know that, I'll get into this, but I know that in America, or last time, when I did live in America 4 years ago, it was less common that anime movies got screen time. In America, back in my day, it was like, okay, you got like the Full Metal Alchemist movie and the Sword Art Online movies, like the really popular stuff. But now it seems like America's finally airing smaller, lesser known anime movies, which is fantastic. And then we'll be talking about museums, anime museums. This is actually a picture of me at the Osamu Tezuka Museum in Kobe. So what kind of museums can you enjoy as an otaku or fan of manga and anime in Japan? There's a lot. So yeah, let's get into it. This is Japan. So actually, I read this panel at a different convention, so I just wanted to, make sure that people kind of knew a little bit about the geography of Japan, because some people will fly, hopefully you can see my mouse here, some people will fly into Tokyo. I would say most people will fly into Tokyo when they come to Japan, and so we want to talk about stuff that you can do around the Tokyo area. So especially if it's your first time in Japan, you're going to be a little bit overwhelmed. You probably don't want to plan too many things that are too far away from your hotel, or you don't want to have to book extra hotels or flights or trains. That can become overwhelming. So I'll mostly be talking about a lot of stuff that is within Tokyo for you to enjoy. But recently, it's actually been said that down here, hopefully you can see my mouse in the purple, Osaka has recently, before the pandemic, has taken over Tokyo as one of the most international touristy places in Japan. A lot of people tend to go to Osaka a lot nowadays, so we'll also talk about kind of anime things you can do around Osaka. So these are the two main areas, which 9 times out of 10 I feel like people are going to fly into either Tokyo or Osaka. Of course, there's many different things all over Japan that you can do that relate to otaku hobbies, but we'll mostly be talking about these two areas. So I want to get into shopping for otaku goods. This is one of my personal favorite things about being in Japan, about visiting Japan, is the shopping. And so there are you can buy anime goods all over Japan, but I would say that there are 2 places that stick out the most, and that would be the Akihabara district in Tokyo, and then Denden Town in Osaka. Now, a lot of you guys have probably already heard about Akihabara. If you've been to Japan and you're an anime fan, you've probably been to Akihabara. It tends to be first on a lot of people's list, and it was first on my list, actually, when I first moved to Japan. Actually, when I first moved to Japan, I got through customs, got through check-in, to my hotel and stuff, and then I woke up at 5 a.m. and immediately got on a train from the Narita airport area to Akihabara. So I did not, I just wanted to go straight there. I did not hesitate. So we'll be talking about what you can find in Akihabara, what you can find in Denden Town, which Denden Town is the anime town of Osaka. It's the Akihabara of Osaka, and Akihabara is just the anime town of Tokyo. So we'll talk a little bit about these. So what is Akihabara? So Akihabara used to be, back in the 70s and early 80s, was primarily the place you would go to pick up electronics, new electronics, used electronics, cameras, just at the time, in the 80s, especially because in the 70s and 80s, the Japanese economy was just blowing up. And they were making, at the time, VHS players and TVs and all these electronics. So Japan, most likely you have Japanese electronics in your house, especially probably back in the 80s. So this is where Akihabara, you would go there. That's why sometimes it's called Electric Town, is because that's where you would go to get tech and electronics, is Akihabara. And eventually that warped into the anime town that you might know it as today. And so now Akihabara is just known for having stores that hold otaku goods. It's the best place you can go to, I think, or one of the best places you can go to, I think, if you're a figure guy and you want to buy anime figures. They're just stuff for keychains, buttons, all anything anime that you want, you're gonna want to go to Akihabara and you can find it. And then there's also just so many arcades. You see the Sega arcade right here in this picture. Unfortunately, well, I wouldn't say unfortunately, but it might be unfortunate for some people. The company Gigo bought all of the Sega arcades and leased in Akihabara, so they're not known as Sega anymore. They're known as Gigo. The arcades are always really fun, but I think people were really attached to Sega as a name for these arcades. I know my first video game console ever was a Sega Genesis, so Sega as just a brand name is very nostalgic to me, and it is iconic to me. So to see Gigo buy out the Sega buildings was a little bit sad, but basically the insides of these arcades are all the same. You've got your rhythm games, you've got the crane games where you can win whole anime figures and really high quality plushies and stuff. And other kinds of anime games like there's a Fate Grand Order game, there's Sword Art Online games, there's Konkole and stuff like that. So if you're interested in any of these Japanese arcade games that you normally don't find in America, I know that recently Round One has a couple of locations in America now, and they've done really good at bringing Japanese-style arcade machines to America so that Americans can play them. But I would say that that's definitely a recent thing. The only time that I was able to play Japanese arcade games was if I was at a convention, because Tokyo, what are they called? I can't remember. Tokyo Arcade. There's a company out there that will bring to conventions Japanese arcade machines. And so anyway, places like MagFest and Otakon were really the only places that me and a lot of my friends could play Japanese arcade games. So Tokyo Attack, that's what it is, by the way. So yeah, companies like Tokyo Attack will bring to conventions these Japanese arcade machines, but in Japan you can just like go and play them at the arcades there, and it feels like half the time there's an arcade on every single block. I mean, there is an arcade, literally multiple arcades in every single block in Akihabara, in the Akihabara district. So if you want to get your fill on Japanese rhythm games or crane games or whatever, you'll definitely want to spend some time at the arcades. I would say Akihabara is probably most famous for idol shows being there, even though recently idol shows, a lot of them have moved to Shibuya. Idol shows, maid cafes, arcades, and anime shopping would probably be the biggest things there. And we'll get into these a little bit more individually. So yeah, things to do in Akihabara. So maid cafes, as I mentioned before, huge thing in Akihabara. There are, I want to say, the two biggest known brands or like branches of maid cafes in Akihabara are At Home Maid Cafe and Maid Dreamin'. So when you come to Akihabara, you'll definitely see maids in the streets trying to get you to come to their maid cafe and try their maid cafe. And it's really cool because I don't think like nowhere else, like especially in America, maybe in LA, will you see, cute Japanese maids all dressed up in their maid gear trying to get you to come into their maid cafe. I think LA actually recently started to have some like maid cafes because Japanese culture is becoming so big and it's a little bit easier to access these things now. But before then, seeing maids in the street just trying to get you to come into the maid cafe was just so foreign to me and so crazy. But yeah, you'll see maids probably on every block trying to get you to come into their maid cafe. I've never been to Maid Dreamin', but Maid Dreamin' maids, they're all over the place. Like, they're definitely trying to get you to come into their maid cafe. And then At Home Maid Cafe is one that I've frequented. I actually recommend At Home a lot. It feels... You'll kind of understand what I mean. Maid Dreamin', at the end of the day, this is a business. It is, in a way, a corporation, and so the maids have to make money, the business has to make money, and so it can sometimes feel like that with Maid Dreamin'. With At Home Maid Cafe, it's actually at home with, like, the at symbol and then home. It felt a little more personable. It didn't really feel like they were trying to make some cash. So yeah, do be mindful of that if you decide to do the maid cafes. Now, a really big rule about the maids in Akihabara on the streets: do not photograph them. I mean, much less without their permission. But the thing about maid cafes, one of the gimmicks about a maid cafe is that you actually pay for what is called a checky. And it's usually those Polaroid cameras, and then just like instantly prints out pictures. They're like totally coming back into style the last couple years. you pay to have either a 2-shot checky, which is you and the maid together, or like a 1-shot checky of the maid, which is just a picture of the maid. And they'll print it out and they'll sign it in Japanese and they'll draw it on it. They'll do all this cute stuff. And those are usually about like 2,000 yen, so about $20 US, 17 to 20 US. So they actually make a lot of their money off of photographs of themselves. So you can't just like whip out your smartphone and start taking pictures of the maids. So yeah, be very, very careful about that. Not only inside of the maid cafe, but also outside of the maid cafe. Be very careful of that. But that is one of the big things you can do in Akihabara, and they'll make you omu rice as well. And you've seen it in anime where they'll take ketchup and they'll draw like words and stuff and draw little bears and cats and whatever you want on the omu rice. So you can do stuff like that. You can get pretty delicious parfaits and desserts. It can get a little expensive, but I do think that it is something definitely worth doing. At home where I went to, they actually will occasionally do a dance on stage, like a cute little kawaii style dance, and it's very fun. So I definitely recommend doing the maid cafes. In Akihabara, there's also ones in Denden Town if you decide to go to Osaka. I would say that there are maid cafes in just about every major city in Japan under the Maid Dreaming title. So you'll be able to find one, but especially if you're in Tokyo and Akihabara, there's probably, I couldn't give you a number, but there's definitely a maid cafe on every street. And so also in Akihabara, obviously you can do your shopping. You can do your anime figure shopping, which anime figures definitely more affordable if you buy them in Japan versus buying them at a convention, especially the prize figures. The prize figures are usually figures that you can win at an arcade. And so, you pop a couple of bucks in there, you win your anime figure. A lot of people sell these anime figures to secondhand shops, and then these secondhand shops will sell them for about 3,000 to 4,000 yen, so about 30 to 40 US. But then what happens at conventions is that they will buy these prize figures because they're the cheaper figures and then sell them for double, triple the price at an anime convention. For example, I have an Asuka figure. I don't even think it's a prize figure, but I have an Asuka figure that I bought at a convention in 2014. I paid $40 for it. I have literally found it in Akihabara for like less than 10 US dollars. So that's kind of the idea, is that you will be able to do so much shopping for so much cheaper when it comes to, and not only anime figures, but acrylic stands, wrist straps, whatever kind of anime things you collect, you'll definitely be able to find them cheaper in Japan by quite a bit. I think you'll be very surprised. I knew that things would be cheaper when I got to Japan, but it's just like the reality set in of like, oh my gosh, like this $120 figure is only $50 here in Japan. It's crazy. You'll definitely want to take part in eating in Akihabara. Akihabara has everything. They have McDonald's, they have KFC, they have gyudon, which is beef bowl. They have it all. But this picture, actually up here, this is gyudon. I don't know those other kanji. Is that... anyway, gyudon sampo. Sampo is the blue letters right there. So this is actually significant because you might think that this is familiar to you if you have seen or played Steins Gate. This is the gyudon place that the characters always like to go to. The very one. So yeah, this I'll get into later because Steins Gate takes place in Akihabara, and you can do like the anime pilgrimage for Steins Gate stuff. But yeah, this is the gyudon place in which Steins Gate takes place. So there's just all kinds of fun little hole-in-the-wall places to eat. Try something new every day. If you spend a week in Akihabara, trust me, it's easy to do. Try a new place every day. They have all kinds of different things in Akihabara. Also, speaking of places to eat, they'll have anime-themed cafes. Animate Cafe is a popularly known one. You can see in the picture right here, they're doing a Love Live Sunshine Aqua Cafe. In Akihabara, I've done anime cafes for Kaguya-sama Loves War. I almost they had a Cowboy Bebop one, but that one was so popular that you had to get reservations. So keep in mind that if you want to do some of these anime cafes, look online. There's a website, if you type in Collab Cafe JP, like Japan, it's a Japanese website that you could translate into English. It will let you know all of the collaboration cafes going on in Japan, and you can narrow it down to just in Akihabara. So when you come to Japan, go to that website, go to just the Akihabara tab, and it'll be like, oh, they're doing a Spy Family cafe at Anime today. You can go there and do that. So I recommend the anime cafes. The food, not always the best thing. Don't expect the food to be great. Expect it to be a novelty. You go there for the experience. You don't really go there because the food is good. But those are just a few of the things that you can do in Akihabara. So my personal Akihabara favorites are the Surugaya Specialty Store. This is a figure shop, and feel free to write this down, type this down in your phone, whatever, how, if you feel the need to, if you want to remember, take a screenshot of the video so you can remember. But these are just some of my recommendations. If you're completely lost, some people, they arrive in Akihabara, they're completely lost, they don't know where to go. So these are just my recommendations. Surugaya Specialty Figure Store is one of my favorite figure shops in town. I think that they have a lot of older things. They don't try to like just stock all Dragon Ball Z figures and Kimetsu no Yaiba figures and Sword Art Online figures. Let me tell you something about Akihabara and the people that own the figure stores. They know what foreigners like. They know what people from overseas like. At a lot of stores, you will see the very front just be stocked with One Piece, Naruto, Kimetsu no Yaiba, Dragon Ball Z is a big one, and Pokemon, because they know that foreigners will come and buy up that stuff. But Surugaya Specialty Shop, I never really felt like pushed that much. Like, you can find a lot more obscure anime figures there, and a lot of old ones that I've found have been there. So if ever you're in Akihabara, you can just type in Surugaya. They have card shops too and DVD shops, so you have to make sure that it's specifically a figure shop. What I mean by that is Surugaya probably has like 4 or 5 locations in Akihabara, and 2 of them are figure stores. So just be mindful of that. Make sure to look through the pictures, making sure that you are going to the figure shop if that's what you're looking for. Yeah, I highly recommend. And the prices, I think, are some of the best in town. And then my second recommendation for an anime shop, mostly figures, is Liberty Anime Shop. Liberty Anime Shop has also several locations in Akihabara. It's kind of similar to Surugaya, but I think they do have a lot more of the mainstream stuff if that's what you're looking for. The prices definitely aren't bad. I think Surugaya's prices are better, but Liberty Anime Shop, if you find one on the Akihabara Strip, 100% you should stop there. Ami Ami Anime. Now, you might know Ami Ami for being like a really popular place to pre-order new anime figures. I should say that Surugaya and Liberty, they are more secondhand shops. They don't do a lot of new stuff, which is why they're so cheap, because you're buying things secondhand. And buying things secondhand, totally recommend it in Japan. People tend to take really good care of their items, so I don't think you'll really have any problems. And a lot of these places also will write on the box and be very specific to you if the product has damage, so don't worry about that. But Ami Ami, you probably know for, you can pre-order brand new figures on there. They always announce new figures. Ami Ami Anime is also a place I recommend you go to if you're looking for something that just came out. Star Kebab is, this is just my favorite place to go eat at when I'm in Akihabara. It isn't Japanese food, it's actually Turkish kebabs. But they're like kind of like shawarma. It's shawarma, right? So you can get like a whole shawarma kebab sandwich for $5. You walk in, it's just a really nice outdoorsy atmosphere to it too. Kind of hole in the wall atmosphere, as you can see in the picture. So just a little bit of ideas if you're completely lost on where to eat, where to shop in Akihabara. Hit these places up first. Continuing on with shopping for otaku goods and some places that I really like. Book Off, as you see in the picture here, is another really popular place you see all over Japan. This place obviously has books, but in Akihabara, it's a wonderful place for if you're interested in buying manga. Because a lot of the manga here, they have entire shelves full of used manga that is only 110 yen, or about $1. Yeah, you can get used manga and fairly new series. We're not talking about series that were like forever ago. I'm talking like, you want to buy the first manga of Nonon Biori, they'll have it there for $1. Like something that's not that old. So now it will be in Japanese. They sometimes will have English manga, but because it's imported, the price is actually way more expensive than you could. So I don't recommend buying English manga in Japan. I know that like kind of sounds obvious, but they do import English manga. So if like a Viz Media manga is like $11.99 in America, it'll probably be like $16.99 or the whatever that is in yen. So just be careful of that. So, but hey, some people really do like to buy the Japanese manga, and it looks really nice on a shelf too. It's so cheap. It's so cheap. I think you can sometimes buy, like if a series has 40 volumes, sometimes you can buy the whole set for, I'm not kidding you, like less than $40, like less than $1 for each manga. So go to Book Off for stuff like that. If you're, I want to buy the whole series of blah, 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 you've got to go to Book Off for that. They're also known as like hobby offs and hard offs. Hard offs and hobby offs have other things like furniture and home stuff. Book Off is mostly just books, so keep that in mind. Second Street, that's another secondhand shop that you can go to that I think their figures at Second Street are really cheap. I don't think their selection is good, but the figures are cheap. Lashonbong, oh my gosh, probably, other than Surigaya, this is probably my second favorite place to buy figures. The reason why I like Lashonbong so much is because this store is organized so well. Most of them are. So it's like you're looking for a keychain from a very, very specific series. They usually have like every series that you can think of will be labeled on the shelf so that you're not digging through 1,000 different little keychains and buttons to find this one character from this one show that you want. They do a really good job of organizing their stuff. So Lashonbong, write that down. And then, of course, Animate, which you've probably heard of. Animate kind of specializes more in stuff that is currently airing. And they get a bunch of new products, I want to say, if this is correct, like directly from the studios that make the show. So, for example, like last season, the big shows were Dress Up Darling, and for me, Slow Loop and stuff like that. So, to get the brand new stuff that might not show up yet at the secondhand stores, you'll definitely want to go to Animate. Like I'm trying to think of something that's airing right now. Spy Family. Spy Family is great. Animate has all the Spy Family stuff currently right now. So anything that's new airing right now, you'll want to go to Animate to pick it up. All right, so let's move on to conventions in Japan. Conventions in Japan are very, very different than conventions in America. You don't normally, if ever, show up to a convention in Japan already in cosplay. And now look in this picture. Look in this picture. People are dressed fairly normally too. You know, you kind of show up at anime cons in America and everyone's like dressed for a rave, or they've got their Nekomimi on, or they're in cosplay, or in you know, maybe just a Luffy hat or something like that. They're sporting what they like. That was not really the case when I went to Comiket and Anime Japan, which is an anime specific event in Japan. People dress like they're just like going out for Sunday brunch, regular clothes. So that's something that's quite different about Japan. I'm not exactly quite sure why it is that way. But for cosplay, you basically show up to the convention in regular clothes, usually regular makeup, not in your wig, and you bring a suitcase that has your cosplay stuff in it. You actually pay a fee to use the changing rooms and to grab a spot where you stand in cosplay and photographers come and take pictures of you. It's generally not this idea where you get dressed and then you walk around the convention. There are places at the convention that are off limits for cosplay, and then places that are specifically set aside where cosplayers are supposed to be. So keep that in mind. There are people who show up to the convention in cosplay, but it's almost always foreigners every single time. So just, you know, keep that in mind. Here's Tokyo Big Sight, where that's me at Tokyo Big Sight, where a lot of these events take place. So Comiket being one, which is the biggest comic market probably in the world, not just Japan, where artists will come and sell their own manga, and then also, there's industry at Comiket that will be advertising games and anime. You can actually see this is it's not Tokyo Big Sight Station. There's another station that I can't remember the name of that's near Tokyo Big Sight. You can see where they're advertising the Nonon Biori movie at this station, and then Steins Gate Zero back when those were had gotten announced in 2018. So industries will be there too, but Comiket, I would say, is bigger for the individual artist than it is for industry level stuff. Anime Japan is another event that is there's not individual like artists there. It's just more industry announcements. But Comiket does have like a balance of these two things. So Tokyo Comiket, this is what I'll go into a little bit more detail. So you can kind of see these lines leading up to Tokyo Big Sight. You've probably seen it in anime before if you've seen stuff like Comic Party, or Oremo is another good example, or Watakoi. You've definitely seen this building before if you've seen any of those anime. But the lines can just be ridiculous. There are 2 Comikets a year, well, before the pandemic. One in August and one during New Year's time. And the August one, I've gone to both of them. I cannot actually recommend you go to the summer one because it is so dang hot in Tokyo. We're talking like 100-degree weather, 100% humidity. And do you want to be standing with all of those people out in the sun, waiting for potentially hours to get into the building? People will start lining up as early, I want to say it's like 5 or 6 a.m. so that they can get some specific artwork in Dojin. They sell out really quickly, like immediately, and so that's why people come so early and wait in line. I waited in line in the rain for Winter Comiket. It may have been summer. No, it was definitely Winter Comiket. For Winter Comiket, I think I was in line for an hour and a half. I could not imagine doing that out in the Tokyo August. If you've been to Tokyo in August, you know exactly what I'm talking about. It's not worth standing outside for an hour and a half. So just a fair warning. Now, it is a once in a lifetime thing for some people, so it might be worth it to you. Don't let me tell you what's worth it for you. It's not worth it for me. It could 100% be worth it for you. You do your thing. But this is this picture of this cosplayer is a really good example of kind of this gated off area where she's standing. It's not the most scenic cosplay photo you could have. You know, these cosplayers, they will often go to their own studios or do an on-location shoot because, you know, this idol character, it doesn't really... It's not the best scenery. You've got people walking in the background. You got the barrier set up behind her. So people just kind of go more to like advertise what they're capable of in cosplay. You know, Japan is a country that a lot of businesses do hire cosplayers for events and for advertising and stuff. In fact, I have 2 friends that recently cosplayed as Rei and Asuka from Evangelion, and stood outside of SoftBank, which is a cell phone provider, to get people to come in. So that's just kind of a thing that happens in Japan. So a lot of these cosplayers just kind of want to, you know, be like, oh, this is what I'm capable of, and hopefully get more jobs. Or whatever, not exactly to get the best pictures, but this is kind of like, you know, an idea, and people will be lined up in a straight line, and the photographer will take a picture of the cosplayer, and then the next one will come. So it's a very organized. It's not kind of like at American conventions where you crowd, like there's like a crowd around one cosplayer. It's a very organized thing. You're a straight line. There'll be like cosplayer, straight line. It's fairly organized. It's really cool to see. Honestly, almost one of the most entertaining aspects of Tokyo Comiket. And then there's also smaller Comikets in smaller cities. So Tokyo is obviously a city of 8-9 million people just in Tokyo Prefecture. And then Sendai is a city up to the north with a population of like 1.9 million. So its Comiket is way smaller. Tokyo Comiket can see 500,000 people at the event over the course of the weekend. Sendai Comiket, nowhere near those numbers. Very small. I'm looking at this picture of that Sonic and Knuckles Dojin, and now I have regrets because I would have loved to buy something like that. I didn't even notice it. But this picture is one that I took from Sendai Comiket. And then that is actually me cosplaying at Sendai Comiket. Same cosplay rules where you don't show up to the convention and cosplay. You bring it in a bag. You don't have your wig on or anything. And I bought, it was like a 500 yen ticket, about a $5 ticket. And then they take you to this room, which I'm not even sure if it was separated guys and girls. I really have no idea. It was mostly female cosplayers. So I mostly saw females in there, but I didn't see another area that was like marked off for guys. But yeah, basically just everyone goes in there. start stripping, like not down to like being naked, but a lot of the girls will just wear like camis or tank tops or something to not be, because if it is like if it's mixed guys and girls, you know, you want to be a little bit decent. So a lot of people wear like Spanx or like shorts and a tank top so that they like don't completely, they're not like, you know, completely naked or whatever, and then put their cosplay on over that. And so I did the same thing. I went back there, and you have to get dressed yourself. I didn't have any friends with me. My husband came with me, but he wasn't back here with me, so you have to get into it all yourself. And like cosplayers knows, like usually you need friends to like help you zip stuff and get into stuff properly. And so that was really hard. And then you like if you have any extra crazy makeup you have to do, like I had to do pink eyebrows for 02. You don't want to show up to the event with pink eyebrows, so it's like you have to bring like your own compact mirror. Then at Sendai Comic-Con, maybe it's a smaller event, they didn't have like vanities or whatever, but like you do your makeup like with one hand. It's really difficult, and you have no sink or water, so if you need water for whatever reason, like for wig styling, like you are just out of luck. It was the weirdest experience getting into cosplay without like an actual bathroom or changing room. It was just like part of the convention center blocked off with barriers, and it was just like 100 people. Like there was a person on this side of me and a person on this side of me, and we were like on our knees getting into cosplay, getting our makeup on. It was like the weirdest cosplay experience I've probably ever had, but it was still really fun. I would definitely do it again. So, you know, there are smaller events and stuff. And so Anime Japan, this is the one that I told you about. This one, so Tokyo Comic-Con happens twice a year, in August and in like January, near New Year's. The small, if you're in a smaller city in Japan, you can usually look up on Twitter or even sometimes the city's websites, and they'll tell you when their individual Comic-Con is. Sentai Comic-Con actually held their event once every season, so 4 times a year. Now, Anime Japan, this is more of like industry style, an industry event, where like Sunrise and Pony Canyon and all these publishers and animation companies will come and advertise what's new. So these are some pictures I took at Anime Japan in 2018. This is when they announced the new Code Geass Resurrection movie, so they were advertising that at Anime Japan. There's cosplayers too, only in that one hall. The cosplayers could not walk around anywhere else, only in that one hall. So if you're kind of, I personally like Anime Japan better. I guess because I am really just that big of a fan of anime as an industry, and I wanted to see what was new and coming up. But I liked Anime Japan a lot better. There was less people. It was during March, so it wasn't too hot. It's not too cold. It's during March every year, so if you want to come in March 2023, I totally recommend it. And you get just so much free stuff, like headband, hat things, bags, stickers, buttons, like a bunch of cool free stuff. From the companies to try to get you to watch your shows. So I definitely recommend going to Anime Japan if you ever catch yourself in Tokyo. This is also at Tokyo Big Sight, by the way, so the same place that Comic-Con is. So if you catch yourself in Japan or in Tokyo in March, totally hit up Anime Japan. Comic-Con used to be free. I think they upped the prices though recently. Anime Japan, I think I only paid like 2,000 yen for a day ticket, so like $20. It's not expensive. Another strange difference to me is that usually with places, you know, with Otakon and Katsucon or whatever, they'll have stuff going on until like midnight, and sometimes past midnight, like panels and dances. And it's not really like that with these conventions and events in Japan. Comic-Con and Anime Japan both ended at 5 p.m. And there's not really such thing as fan panels, right? You'll have industry panels where they'll have the voice actors there. And to get into these panels, you usually have to sign up via a lottery system online. So it's actually pretty hard to get a spot at one of these. It's not like a panel room with 100 chairs. It's more of like panels that are at their individual booths, and they might have like 30 seats. So at events where there's going to be like 80,000 people there, not really a big chance you're going to be seeing a panel at one of these events. So that is the thing I like better about Western anime events is the fan panels. I do miss that. So it feels more like a community too at Western conventions versus Japanese conventions as well. Japanese conventions is like all business, right? Like it's all business. It's all making money. It's all advertising. Whereas Western anime conventions is a lot more like having fun, I would say. So let's get into a little bit about concerts. This does have a lot to do with being an otaku. A lot of people, like this is Lisa, who you might know, does a lot of the music for Sword Art Online, recently started doing a lot of the music for Kimetsu no Yaiba. Taking a little sip. So you'll definitely want to probably catch a concert in Japan if you've heard, or maybe you just like Japanese music in general, but I feel like a lot of people, myself included, get into Japanese bands, especially before I came to Japan, get into Japanese bands because you hear them in an anime or something like that. Oh man, I love going to concerts in Japan. Actually, way more than in the West, I would say. So here's just like a small concert venue. A lot of bands do really small shows. Like, I've been really surprised. Like, I'm really into a Japanese band called Nanoripe. You've probably heard them. They do music for Food Wars. They do music for Nono Biori. They did the opening for Citrus that aired several years ago. So I would say that they do a lot of pretty big shows. They've done a lot of really popular anime openings. But I went to a venue way smaller than this even. Like a venue that maybe only held like 50 people when I went to go see them. So like you kind of get a really good experience because there's not so many people that go to. Now there are groups like I also saw Claris. One time, Claris, who you might know, who did the opening for the first season of Madoka Magica. They did the music in Oremo. I went to go see them, and that was at a much bigger venue. And Lisa, she'll, do like Tokyo Dome and these huge places. She'll sell those out easily. So not every time. But, oh man, we gotta keep going. Oh my gosh. I don't want to run out of time. So, I recommend, go to a concert if you get the chance. You can go on a website. It's called eTicket. If you just go to Google and type in eTicket Japan, or I'm sorry, not eTicket Japan, eTicket might come up, but ePlus Japan. Almost every single band that I've seen have used this website, and you can go on it using American internet. You don't need a VPN or anything like that, and you can just like click Tokyo, go to the specific dates where you're going to be in Japan, and see what bands are playing. You'll probably be really surprised. You might know like some of the bands that are playing. There's all these shows and stuff going around in Tokyo, so I definitely recommend it. Also, if you're a woman, a lot of concerts have a women's only section on the floor. So like, and by floor I just mean like the general like floor of the venue. So like when I went to go see Claris and when I went to go see several idols, I'd stand in the women's section. It's usually not so many people over there. It's not as crowded. And it's usually put in a spot that has a really good view. Like for the idol concert, it was like right in the front. And then for Claris, it was like this lifted up place in the middle of the venue. And I had like a perfect view of Claris. So sorry guys, I'm sorry dudes, you gotta miss out on this one. But I think because, there's so many reports of like I guess women being harassed at at these kinds of events, and like you're really close to other people, that they do offer a place for women to stand with other women, which I freaking love so much. So sorry guys, but yeah, for women that's a cool thing, I guess. Manga cafes. I have done manga cafes a few times. You've definitely seen them in anime where like maybe the weird otaku dude is like, I'm always going to the manga cafe using the computers. These things, they exist. Really fun. I've only been to them for a few times, so I can't really say too much about them, but yeah, they exist and they're fun, and you can just pay a set price, or a price is like, maybe 800 yen an hour or something like that. That's just me pulling that out of my butt. I actually don't exactly remember how much these usually are, but you have access to like fountain drinks, manga, and then you can go back into your room. You can use the computer. Some people will like sleep in these because sometimes it does end up being cheaper if you buy like a night than staying at a hotel, and then you just get to read manga all night. Usually only in Japanese, but actually there have been manga cafes and anime hotels and stuff that have started carrying English manga, which I think is really cool. So anime and manga museums. These are just a few of the anime and manga museums that exist in Japan.
that might be of interest to you. So the Tokyo Anime Center, this is in Shibuya. I haven't had a chance to go here yet, but the Tokyo Anime Center, because I haven't gone, I can't 100% tell you what it's like. But it's just a general anime museum, but they always switch out like the main exhibit. Like last time I was in Shibuya, I think it was Dr. Stone was the last one that they did. I think they've done a JoJo one before, so I'm kind of waiting to see if they put one in. I think they've done Kimetsu no Yaiba recently too. I'm waiting for them to put one in that I really want to go to. So yeah, the Tokyo Anime Center in Shibuya, I can't really say too much about that, but you can look on their website if you just type in Tokyo Anime Center Shibuya in Google. They do have a website, and so they'll tell you what collaborations and exhibits they're doing. Kyoto International Manga Museum, also didn't really get a chance to go here. I really do want to go here. Kyoto is just really crowded, so I try to avoid Kyoto, but there is a manga museum in Kyoto. So I did go to the Osamu Tezuka Museum in Kobe. This was such an absolute treat. Now I really like Osamu Tezuka. I'm a really big fan of his work. Astro Boy I just love so much. I love his style. I want to read so many more of his works. So I would say that I'm honestly like a casual fan as far as Tezuka stuff is concerned, but I had the time of my life. Like one of my favorite things I've ever done in Japan was go to the Osamu Tezuka museum. So even if you're just slightly into his works, definitely go there. It's in Kobe. If you decide, Kobe is near Osaka, so if you decide to fly into Osaka, you can get to Kobe in like an hour from Osaka. Definitely worth it. It's the museum is actually in a town where Osamu Tezuka grew up. And it's this like little small town of like the cutest town I've ever seen in my life. Like I totally want to live there. And just a little small quiet museum. It's got 3 floors. It's not that big, but if you go through everything and like read every just like wall of text they have in the museum, I mean I stayed there for like 2.5 hours, but I read and did every little thing that I could do in the museum. Absolutely recommend it. The Studio Ghibli Museum, or Ghibli, I will not pretend to know what we're supposed to freaking say. In Tokyo, I've never been here either, but I've heard really good things. It's on the west side of Tokyo, so it's more on the like countryside of Tokyo. Yes, Tokyo does have a countryside in a way. It's in the west part of Tokyo. Tokyo Prefecture is very long, so it has a lot of area to the west that's not as much of a city as regular Tokyo. Oh gosh, we gotta wrap up, boys. Definitely recommend that if you're into Studio Ghibli stuff. Gundam Base in Tokyo and Yokohama, so you can buy all your cool Gundam stuff. It's also like where you've probably seen pictures of like the giant Gundam. There's one in Tokyo, now a new one in Yokohama. I recommend it too. Not even though like I'm not a Gundam person, it's just so like going into Gundam Base is so cool. And then there's a Naruto and Boruto park in Hyogo. Hyogo is where Masashi Kishimoto grew up, and so yeah, Naruto and Boruto park. As well as there's many pop-up museums that'll happen. So this picture of me down here with the Yuri on Ice boys, this was a pop-up museum that went on for maybe about a month in Sendai. And yeah, you just go through and it'll have like original artwork from the animators and history about the show and stuff. These will pop up all over Japan, so you can actually go to that Collab Cafe website or just type in Collab Cafe JP into Google. And they will also list pop-up anime museums that you can go to all around Japan. Those are always really fun. So yeah, anime and manga collab cafes, I really gotta get going, but these are also very fun to go to. I mentioned before that you can go to anime and manga collab cafes and the food's not so great. It's really not. Like I went to the Code Geass Cafe, which is what this picture's from, and it was like the worst chocolate cake I've ever eaten in my freaking life. But it was really fun because if you order a drink and a food at the cafe, you'll usually get like for example that thing with Suzaku on it, like the little picture, you get like a postcard, and then when you order a drink you usually get a what are these called? I always forget. A coaster. You'll get a coaster. So that's all. You'll get like a random character coaster, which is always really fun. It's kind of like pulling in Genshin Impact. It's like, what character am I gonna get? Can I pull the Lelouch? No, it's the Nautilus, and that is half the fun, right? It's like a gimmick. And then the Nakayoshi one, this is at Tokyo Skytree. I recommend looking up Tokyo Skytree, Tokyo Village Collab Cafe. In Japan, they always are doing some kind of anime collaboration cafe. So this was Nakayoshi, which is the company responsible for publishing the manga for like Tokyo Mew Mew, Peach Peach Peach, Shugakara, and Saint Tail. So that was a fun little cafe. And like, you know, you never would have thought, like, Japan just doesn't just do what's new and popular all the time. They'll always go back and do, you know, anniversary cafes. Like, I never thought it would go to like a Peach 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 or Mermaid Melody cafe. Like, that's crazy. Video game shops and cafes. You got the Square Enix cafe in Akihabara. It did not close down. There were articles saying that it was closed down in Akihabara. That's not true. It just moved. And it moved to what I think is a way better location. But yeah, you have the Square Enix cafe, and they go to their website because they always switch out the main theme of the cafe. Last time I walked by, they were doing Chrono Cross because Chrono Cross just came out, or Chrono Cross the remaster just came out on Switch, so they were doing a Chrono Cross thing. Next they're doing like the whatever anniversary of Final Fantasy VII. Sometimes they do Final Fantasy XIV. They often do Dragon Quest. They'll do Nier series. They'll do Kingdom Hearts. They always switch it out, so you can always look on the website for that. There's a Dragon Quest Lawson's in Akihabara and Denden Town. I have not been there in like a year or so. I hope it's still around. But yeah, Dragon Quest is so big in Japan. I know it's not as big in the West as it is in Japan, but they really respect Dragon Quest in Japan, so you can do those. Pokemon centers, they're all over Japan. There's like 4 in Tokyo. I think there's 2 in Osaka, or maybe just 1 in Kyoto and 1 in Osaka. So Pokemon centers, you gotta go. The Nintendo, there is an official Nintendo store that just opened up like a year and a half ago, or maybe about 2 years ago now, in Shibuya, Tokyo. There's going to be a Nintendo store also opening in Osaka as well, if you decide to go to Osaka instead of Tokyo. And then Super Nintendo World in Osaka, at Universal Studios. Universal Studios, to me, is only worth it to go to Super Nintendo World. It's like 8,000 yen for a ticket, like $80 for a ticket, but you could do a Super Nintendo World. So if you're like not really into anime as much as you are Japanese video games, girl, there's tons of stuff for you to do too. No worries. And there's like, as I said, tons of video game pop-up shops and collabs and all this stuff. So, and they'll do stuff you'll never think about, like. I have a friend who's really into the Mother series or Earthbound, and there was a pop-up shop in Tokyo for a while that was like Earthbound. Like, you'll never get that stuff in America, ever. Anime movie screenings. So I mentioned this a little bit at the beginning. So obviously just about every single anime movie gets screened in theaters in Japan. Recently, like I went to go see, well, I wouldn't say recently, but the quintessential quintuplets movie is currently airing in Japan right now. I don't think that's getting a US screening. I've seen the Nono Biori movie here. I've seen the Given anime movie here. The Sound Euphonium movie as well, and these I think are all movies that did not get releases in the United States, so it's really fun to just see anime that you never would get in the West on the big screen in Japan, and you usually do get an exclusive event for attending the movie. For example, for the Nono Biori one, I got like a coaster for, I got like exclusive little printed artwork for the Sound Euphonium one, so that's always really fun. I don't know if they do that in America all the time. I don't remember. I went to go see Full Metal Alchemist Answer Rally in America. I don't remember if I got anything from that. But you usually, like 9 times out of 10, will get an exclusive gift for attending the movie, which is really cool. And inside of the movie theaters, this is something that I don't know. I grew up in a small town in America, so maybe my small town just didn't have it, but there are often gift shops in Japanese movie theaters that will sell stuff that is from the movies that are currently screening, and so you can get anime merchandise that way as well. So yeah, just some of the movies that I personally went to go see in Japan that I don't think got a US screening. Probably Love Live and Pokemon. I know Belle did. Belle definitely did. But at the time, it took a while because Belle aired in Japan way earlier. Okay, there's just collabs everywhere. Everywhere you go, there's anime collabs. This is at Tokyo Skytree. They had an Evangelion collab there. I think right now it's JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. So at Tokyo Skytree, they're always switching out the collab that takes over the entire, I'm not kidding, the entire Skytree. becomes Anime Town. That's me in front of the Naruto park bus. From Osaka, you can actually take the Naruto bus to the Naruto park, and all of your 2007 Naruto dreams can come true. This is like Genshin Impact stuff at Sweets Paradise, which is a cake buffet in Japan. The manhole cover. This is you got the Hiiragi twins on the manhole cover in Saitama, where Lucky Star takes place. Just anime stuff all around. Convenience stores are also a perfect place for anime collaborations. For example, this is a Hololive collaboration where I got some Corone candy, and then like if you got like the Hololive candy and then 2 Haichu things, you could get a free clear file or a free little poster. And they'll switch out the collabs of like different anime all the time. So definitely just go to your local convenience shop, like 8 minutes down the road. This is where I got my Hololive stuff. I won't go too far into this because I don't have a lot of time, and I've already talked a lot about anime IRL settings, and you can go to my YouTube channel, Gender Garden on YouTube, if you want to watch these. But these are towns in Japan that have settings that are in anime, and you can go there, and they often have like anime merchandise, and they'll have like stands of like the characters there too. So I don't know, to take a screenshot if you're interested in any of these things. Again, you can go to my YouTube channel if you want more information on anime tourism in Japan. And then I want to ask if there's any questions, except for the fact that this is pre-recorded. So I think usually there's an interview after each panel. So if you have any questions, start typing them now. I'd love to answer any questions that you may have. Anyways, thank you so much again. My name is Kira. My Twitter, if you're interested in following me for whatever reason, Kira Hedgehog on Twitter, 2 I's, Kiira. Insta, Kira Fox, and YouTube. My YouTube is Ginger Gaiden. If you have any questions about otaku life in Japan, I have no shame. I love being in Japan. And doing a bunch of otaku stuff here. So I hope that if you get the chance to come to Japan, you also get the chance to do that too. So, all right. Thank you guys so much. Have a wonderful rest of OnCon. Big shout out to Brent and everyone that just is in the chat and that does all the other panelists and stuff. Like, God, this time we have some amazing panelists. Like, amazing freaking panelists. That's so cool. You're welcome to tweet me if you have any questions or talk to me in the chat or whatever. Thank you so much, and hopefully I'll see you for the next OnCon. Bye!
There we go. Actually, we're going to switch over that way. There we go. Thank you so much for the panel. That was awesome.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for being part of OnCon. I know it's the hours for you are a little different than it is for us, so appreciate that.
Yeah. It's 6:57 a.m. at the moment.
Wow. Absolutely nuts.
It's fun, though.
Cool. It's really appreciate, obviously, all of your insights on doing stuff as an otaku in Japan. I know you said you had a lot to get through there. Was there anything else that you wish you had time to talk about in the panel and didn't have time for?
Oh goodness. For that panel, I could always go into detail about just how cool anime tourism is.
Yeah.
But I have a whole other panel put aside just for that part.
Sure.
But yeah, there's always more to talk about, how there's a manga hotel now in Tokyo, a manga and anime art hotel where you can stay. It's kind of like the manga cafes, but you stay in an actual regular hotel. It's meant for actually staying.
Okay, yeah.
and there's just stuff that's popping up all the time. Even though tourism is closed right now.
Sure.
I just can't wait for tourism to open and just to see what other kinds of awesome things are gonna pop up.
Yeah.
For fans.
So
there's a lot.
I have to ask. So the manga hotel, is it is each room does each room have manga in it?
So I've never been there,
Okay.
but from my understanding of I can't. I think it's called the Manga Art Hotel Tokyo.
Okay.
And I think it's just like everyone has, you have your individual room, but then maybe like the downstairs area, there's like another room that's just like full of manga.
Oh, okay.
And they have, the cool thing about it is that they have English manga as well.
Oh.
There, which is hard to find in Japan for obvious reasons. And if you do find it, it's very expensive because it's an import.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do. That's a plan. That's one of my plans, though, is to stay at that hotel. I think there's already videos on YouTube of it if anyone's interested, but I've never stayed there myself.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Is there anything? What do you see as the big trends in anime tourism? Like, do you see that like expanding? Do you see that changing significantly?
Well, I think it's it's becoming bigger. I think it's going to become more popular. Sorry, it's like 7 a.m. So my train of thought is.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
But yeah, I think it's going to only increase. I mean, and you continuously see anime coming out that is basically being made to advertise a prefecture. You see it in Zombieland Saga. You see it in Let's Make a Mug Cup. You see it in Love Live too. Like the original Love Live took place in Tokyo, and there's it's but then for Love Live, every next continuation or next installment of the franchise has been like, okay, this is going to take place in small town Shizuoka, and the next one's going to actually take place in Odaiba to get people to come into Odaiba and stuff like that. So I think when you see anime kind of prioritizing its setting and making its setting a really big deal, I think that only can mean a good thing for anime tourism,
Totally agreed. And I know we talked about this last time, but I'm curious, is there anything that you think that could be done in those locations to kind of ramp up the tourism? In some places kind of like there's a standee in the bus station. That's more or less it. But
not very worth going to.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that the cafes just do so well. The Love Live Town, Love Live Sunshine Town, Numazu, which is in Shizuoka Prefecture. As soon as you walk out the station, they have the Love Live Collab Cafe there, and like that's a huge draw for people. And because it's so close to the station, even if someone's just passing through and they're a fan of Love Live, they can just get off the train and go to that.
Good point.
I've been to towns that don't really embrace it that much, but it's like some towns don't need to. Because Bunny Girl Senpai, I think I talked about this last time, but Bunny Girl Senpai takes place in Kanagawa, like Fujisawa, Enoshima area, and that's already a very popular, famous place to visit in Japan, so it doesn't really need that. Whereas like other places, like Girls in Panzer takes place in Oarai, Ibaraki, no one would go there if it wasn't for Girls in Panzer. But the Girls in Panzer town has a Girls in Panzer cafe too, which is a big part of why people like to go there. But I think between that and having exclusive merchandise in these places, like I have a Girls in Panzer acrylic stand of Miho, where she's like wearing a train conductor outfit from like that specific Oarai train station. Like you can get Oarai train station stuff mixed with Girls in Panzer. It's the only place you can get that kind of stuff. So I think like if towns do want to embrace anime tourism, I think the cafes and the exclusive merch mixed in with their town are the two biggest things.
Totally. So a couple questions from chat. As a non-Japanese speaking person, how hard would it be to do otaku stuff using just Google Translate app on the phone?
I think it's really easy because my Japanese is not great. I'm a Japanese language proficiency test level number 4, which is only like lower intermediate. So I struggle all the time, and I use Google. I use Google all the time. I use Google Maps in English, but I use Google Translate all the time when needed, and I've never really ran into anything that bad. If anyone ever has any questions or like translation issues that they can't work out, just like tweet me at Kira Hedgehog. I'll help you out. But technology is so awesome. Like you can go on these websites, these tourism websites that are only in Japanese, and just like translate them instantly with Google Translate. So I don't think you have to worry too much at all.
Yeah.
And people know that foreigners are really into anime, and I
True.
think especially when tourism opens up again, hopefully there's gonna be maybe more English signage, more English websites and stuff like that. So I don't think you have to worry too much at all.
And I know when I was there, a store is a store. You go, you gather your things, you go to the front, and you pay for them. Like they know how to operate that. Bathrooms are the same the world over. So
Right.
All those
Right.
basic things kind of work the same way. Also in chat, how much on average would someone expect to spend on a normal trip to Japan? So I guess setting aside buying all the merch.
Right. Oof. So this is always hard for me to answer because my first time in Japan was actually a college trip. This was back in 2014. And so our school paid for a lot of it because it was like an educational trip. And so I don't remember exactly how much I paid for that one. And then the second time I went to Japan, I moved there. So completely different budget. Right? But I mean, it's such a crazy question because obviously it's going to depend on what you're going to do.
Sure.
Flights I bought a flight as cheap as $800, but then lately they've been around $1,800.
Yep.
So you've got to account for that. It depends on the season. Now, surprisingly, the hotel might be one of your cheapest things. Now I stay in capsule hotels a lot, which you can find for like $20 a night, US dollars.
Wow.
But even regular Japanese business hotels you can get for like $50 a night.
Wow.
So, I think honestly, you're going to want to buy a lot of merch in Japan and spend a lot of money on food. That's what I would budget for mostly, even more so than hotel, because I feel like some people spend more money on that than they do hotels. So if I were to have to give you a number for flight, hotel, I think that if you're going to take the time to go to Japan and you're already going to be spending $1,000 on a flight anyway, I would just go ahead and go big or go home. I would save upwards to like around $3,000 US dollars to come to Japan, because if you're going to be here, you really want to experience everything. You don't want to get to Japan and be broke.
Yeah.
Then that's no fun. It's kind of like going to a con broke. That's no fun. So you may as well save the extra money and wait until you have that extra pocket change to spend money on anime stuff. You know what I mean?
Totally.
Food.
Let's talk food. So
Yeah.
I know one of the interesting things about Japan is that there are so many cafes, there's so many little places to get food, and there are so many options that way. Do you suggest folks kind of focus on the idea of, okay, I'm going to go for lunch here and then dinner here and that kind of thing? Or to just be more flexible and say, I'm going to, grab some food here, grab a snack here. I'm not going to say, okay, at noon I'm going to do this thing. What's that like?
I personally think the best option is to not have a plan, because sometimes you'll find your favorite place to eat by just wandering around and be like, the great thing about Japan is a lot of the restaurants, you probably know this, they make like wax figures of the food.
Yeah.
I've never seen this in the United States, but yeah, they make it looks like you could eat it. They look so real, and so it gives you a really good idea of what food they serve, what the portion size looks like as well. And so I just kind of recommend don't be too picky. Because every time I try to schedule out, this is the restaurant I'm gonna eat at, it never works out. I always eat somewhere else.
Okay, yeah.
Every time. So because I just find something else, I'll just come across something else. So don't worry too much about food. If you're gonna be in Tokyo or Osaka, you're in a city of 10 million people. There's food to be had all around. So I would just say, like, even if you go in any major station, usually has a restaurant floor.
Okay.
So if you're nearby station, go to that restaurant floor. You'll find all sorts of Japanese or other Asian foods too. So I wouldn't worry too much. Just walk around, you'll find something.
Cool. Any tips for ordering food in a restaurant? You know, walking in, being like, "What do I do?"
Yeah. So it can be a little bit difficult when you go in, and especially if you go to like an izakaya, which is famously known for very traditional Japanese food, sake. A lot of people go there after work. You know, the Japanese businessman smoking in the izakaya, that kind of vibe. Because a lot of those menus, it's like very stylistic kanji characters. Like I can't read. Like some Japanese people can't read. I've been to izakaya with Japanese people and they don't know what they're reading. So good luck to any of us.
Yeah.
But pointing and saying like kore is this in Japanese. So you can just point. When I didn't know any Japanese, I was just pointing at stuff and saying kore onagai shimasu, which is like just this please, and it's fine. It's fine. They know you're a foreigner. They know that maybe your Japanese is not so good if you don't look Asian.
Yeah.
So yeah, I wouldn't worry too much about it. Especially in really touristy places, they'll have English menus. You don't have to actually, in fact, lately. A lot of ordering has been done through a touchscreen, and you'll never talk to a waitress.
Okay.
And a lot of them will have English options as well. I've never been to a place that had the tablet for ordering that didn't have an English option.
Gotcha.
So you might be able to eat at a lot of places without even talking to people these days. Yeah.
I remember seeing an episode of Japanology where they talked about that. One of the selling points of transitioning to the tablets is you can serve folks who speak English or French or whatever, all of that is kind of handled for you on that. Yeah. Right. That totally makes sense.
It's important for food allergies and stuff too.
Yeah.
You don't know what's in stuff.
And that's a good question too, actually. As John's saying in the chat, if you are diabetic or you have an allergy, something like that, how is that kind of negotiated?
That's a great question, actually, and this is one that's important to me because my sister is actually deathly allergic to a lot of things. We've been in ambulances and hospitals and whole thing, so it's pretty intense. And so the last thing you want is to be stuck in a foreign country and have a situation like that. And so I've kind of learned how to be my sister has allergies to this, and these, and and I actually have a Japanese friend who's allergic to olive oil. And so she has to, when she goes into restaurants, obviously she's Japanese, so she can communicate better, but she asks them, does this have olive oil in it? And, they'll go back in the kitchen and ask and be very thorough about allergies and stuff like that. So I've never really ran into any issues myself with it. Usually what I would recommend is that take a list of food you're allergic to. If you don't know a Japanese speaker, just Google Translate it. You could probably, even just with Google Translate, it'll probably be right. You'll get the point across.
Close enough, yeah.
And bring it in Japanese to a restaurant. If you have fears that there's something you're allergic to in a food, show it to the waitress, and I think you'll be okay.
Gotcha. Cool. How about just sort of, so I know over here in America that often you'll go to places that you're saying in the chat, keto friendly or grain free or whatever, and it's very easy to find those places because they're advertised so much. Is that as true in Japan?
Oh man, I would say almost not at all.
Interesting.
So being a vegan and doing kind of organic foods or keto friendly and stuff is still very new. It's still very fresh in Japan. In fact, recently I have been able to find organic foods in grocery stores, but that is not always the case. You usually have to go to a special grocery store for that. But as far as vegan places, really only in Tokyo and in the more bougie kind of western areas of Tokyo, Akihabara, you're not going to find vegan food half the time. But in Omotesando, which is near Harajuku, in kind of more, I'd say, upscale places that have a lot of foreigners, you will find vegan restaurants. They do exist. But outside of Tokyo, I don't really see it that much. So if you're vegan or have certain dietary needs like that, you do have to be a little bit more careful. It can get a little tough.
Gotcha. Do you have any tips for sort of general on the street navigation? I know for me, when I would come out of the train station, I'd be like, I think this is Shibuya, and you see some landmarks and so forth, but then you'd go 3 streets over, and I'm like, am I still where I think I am? Is this the neighborhood?
Yeah. Gosh, I'm right there with you on that, because Shibuya Station, Ikebukuro Station, these huge stations, they have like 50 exits.
It's true.
Right?
Yeah.
So, first time I was in Shibuya, I just wanted to go to Shibuya Crossing and see the 109.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
Right? It's like that's how I knew it was Shibuya, right? Mm-hmm. And so like I come out of like some completely different exit, and I'm walking for like half an hour just to find what I thought was Shibuya. Yeah. But use Google Maps can be your best friend and your worst enemy. It can really mess you up, but I'd say 8 out of 10 times it's gonna be your best friend, because if you use it, if you get off of a train line and you have something in Google Maps that's like, I want to go to Shibuya 109, it'll tell you what exit you need. Like, oh, you need the Hachiko exit or exit number 8, or whatever. So follow that. That's generally pretty good. I used to not notice that Google Maps told you what exit to take. And, my, country bumpkin butt would just kind of I'd be like, oh, that's an exit. Let me go out that way. Thinking, oh, this train station only has 2 exits, right? No. You will get yourself lost. So my biggest tip for that, as far as like getting out of train stations and navigating, is look at which exit you're supposed to get out of. Because taking exit 6 and exit 7, you'll be on 2 completely different sides of town.
Wow.
So be careful of that, I would say.
Gotcha. Cool. That totally makes sense. Question around like fandom in general. One of the things I've always wondered is, one of the problems with being a fan over here is like, if you're a fan of Love Live Sunshine, there aren't a lot of like official Love Live Sunshine events. How do fans in Japan know? I'm a fan of Genshin Impact. Oh, there's a collab happening. There's this happening. There's that happening. Like, how do people like find those things, and how is that stuff like communicated out?
It used to be really hard for me to find out those things. Yeah. Like collaboration cafes, I usually just had to get really lucky if I saw something on Twitter or even Reddit or something like that. But I've been using this. I sent the link earlier in the chat, collabcafe.com, and that's what Japanese people use too, to see like, oh, there's going to be a Spy Family cafe soon. But mostly before I found that website, I just kind of had to keep my eyes peeled on Twitter. I recommend following certain Japanese accounts. Like people might be familiar with Animate, a really popular store in Japan. So there's like an Animate cafe. Follow that. You can also just do like hashtag korabo. You'll have to do the Japanese like korabo in katakana letters. But usually with that hashtag on Twitter, you can scroll through and see who's advertising for a cafe. But really, that's the only way I've been able to find. So sometimes I'll completely miss a cafe because I just don't know what's going on. But you just kind of got to look at for the Kaguya-sama Love is War cafe. Did not know that was going on until I was walking around in Akihabara and I saw a sign for it.
Wow.
So you might have to just do that too.
Interesting. And I know in some cases for some of those, like, they are so limited. I've heard stories that some of the are so limited that they're like, that they deliberately like don't advertise too much because they're like, we're gonna be here for like 3 days. We know we're gonna get the activity, so we're fine. So it's like I wish I'd known.
That's always the worst because Japan. That's the thing about Japan, limited stuff, and it sucks because if I do a video of a collaboration cafe, like for example, there was a Fruits Basket one in Harajuku a couple years ago, and so I still get comments on that video that's like, oh, I'm gonna go to this cafe, and I'm like, yeah, you're at 2 years too late. It's only open for like a month, So that's the other kind of crappy thing about it is nothing's permanent. There are permanent anime cafes, but it's like One Piece,
Yeah. So JJ in the chat is asking, I said a friend of mine was in Tokyo years ago, and the locals showed them around and steered them towards, in a way, certain izakayas because some of them are more or less kind of able to handle foreigners and have people around there. is that still the same, or is that kind of hit or miss? Like, do you see that happening significantly?
Oh man, I can't tell because in my experience, the izakayas I've been to with Japanese people.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Which helps a lot.
Yeah.
But there are definitely cases, especially in places like Kyoto, which is very touristy, and they have a lot of like streets that are just all izakayas, but they're like local places where people like live at the izakayas, like their houses are attached to the restaurant, and you don't really see a lot of foreigners going in there, but you know those places they've served the same locals for like probably decades.
Yeah.
So I don't even think Japanese tourists go into some of those izakayas. It's like for the locals, and they know each other.
Yeah.
So I've never had an issue quite like that before, but yeah, I'm sure it does happen.
Sure.
So.
Well, and I think it's one of those things where if it happens at one izakaya, don't worry, there are 10 other on the same street.
Right.
It's like there are plenty of other options.
Right. And you'll know they're friendly if they have English menus, because they wouldn't expect foreigners if they didn't have. But yeah, I've never had an issue at all with something like that.
That's cool. That totally makes sense.
Let me pull up the chat here.
Yeah.
Any cool stuff for Sonic fans to see in Japan? There's Tokyo Joyopolis, Sega Joyopolis, which is like a big Sega arcade in Odaiba, and they have some Sonic stuff probably. But other than that, probably just the Sega arcades.
Yeah, it's when I heard the Sega arcades were rebranding, I was like, oh, like
Yeah.
it's one of those things where, like you say, they're still physically there, but just the name.
Yeah, and that really the inside is the same, and there's still the same games. Like in fact, some of the change machines are the same because they still have Sonic characters on them. Like so they haven't completely like changed it, but yeah, it's a little bit frustrating. It would be like if Nintendo changed their name. You know what I mean? Like there's something about Sega as a name that in the Sega logo that is so nostalgic to me. I'm gonna miss seeing that on the buildings.
Absolutely. Well, and especially because like really Sega was the only like real video game like logo I saw in Akihabara, basically, right? In terms of like a big presence, you don't see Sony or Xbox or Nintendo there. Yeah.
Right. The only other one you'll kind of see is Namco, but that one's not at all as iconic as the Sega one.
Yeah,
you know?
Absolutely.
So it's a little weird. I don't like the Gigo logo. It's way more boring. I don't even know what Gigo means.
I'm sure we'll see Hoyoverse soon.
I hope
everywhere.
so.
I know,
so.
Totally. John had a good question because I actually had this happen to me. How cash based is Japanese society? And I guess generally like in stores and such.
Yeah, very cash based. I've never ran into a place that didn't take cash. In fact, basically what I do, long story short, my American bank account decided, oh, you're not a resident of America. We're gonna shut your bank account down.
Oh.
Okay. So I'm actually in the process of getting a Japanese Visa card right now to replace my American Visa card. So I just have like no ties to American Bank, which is fine. Yeah. But the reason I say that is because what I was doing in Japan was whenever we would get paid or whatever, I would just take however much money out of my account in cash and just use that for the month or however long I needed it for. Like I almost never I didn't have a Japanese Visa debit card. I just use cash. Now I have a cash card.
Okay.
But that is only to use at an ATM to get cash from your bank account. That's not, you can't scan that at checkout. So that should tell you how much of a cash society Japan still is, and I like that. I actually like that a lot about Japan. So yeah, just when you come, exchange it directly for cash. Just take cash everywhere because you don't want to get stuck in a situation where it's like cash only, because a lot of places are cash only. So I almost never use a card here.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, that's the way it was for me, and that's interesting. It's still that way.
Oh well, except for I will mention the IC cards, the which are usually used for the trains. It's like a reloadable card. You put $50 on it, 5,000 yen on it. You can use it not only for the trains, you can use it for the buses, you can use it for food. I use it at McDonald's.
Oh, wow.
You can use it at drugstores, you can use it all over the place. So if you kind of are weird about touching money, or you don't want to hold all that cash with you at one time, just put all your money on an IC card and use it that way if you want touchless pay.
Good idea. Absolutely. That's great. Are there any products from the USA you miss the most?
Products from the USA I miss the most.
Are there any you can't get?
Toothpaste.
Toothpaste? Yeah.
Dude, Japanese toothpaste. So I implore you, in a way, to try. If you're in Japan, if you don't bring your own toothpaste, go buy some toothpaste, like just whatever toothpaste you find. It's like not as good. Like the taste is not. It's not good. It's not good. So whenever I'm in America, I bring over like Crest, like the what is it? The baking soda kind of flavor. I don't know what it's called. I haven't been in America in a long time, but I'll like bring back Crest toothpaste back from America to Japan. Also, bring deodorant.
Oh.
Because I don't know if you may have not heard this, but like Japan, the deodorant industry in Japan is like not as much of a thing. Like there's like 2 brands of deodorant.
Wow.
And it's all the roll-on kind, which I hate that kind. So like me and my husband, we actually order, like he'll order his like Old Spice or whatever, and I'll order my Dove or whatever from Amazon.
Okay, yeah.
Like the regular deodorant. Yeah, because they just don't have it in Japan.
Interesting.
So I wish I could get that here.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. Wow.
Yeah. I know those are weird things, but those are just, they're different.
Totally.
They're very
I
different.
Never would have thought. I'll definitely have to try Japanese toothpaste when I go over there.
Yeah, it's.
Now I'm curious.
Maybe you'll get lucky and pick out a good one, but if you're like, it's hard to find the good ones. Just try it.
What is it about it? Is it like not minty, or is it like not sweet?
I feel like it's not minty. Like I feel like I've been using Japanese toothpaste a lot recently, but I buy like a $7 tube.
Okay.
Like what does Crest cost in like at most
like
$3?
$4, but yeah.
Right, I buy like the $7 or $8 one here now, but so maybe I've gone through enough brands that I know what I like if I have to buy a Japanese brand. But it's like when I go back to America and use American toothpaste, I forget how like overpowering the mint is.
It's strong,
like,
yeah.
It's really strong. It's really strong. So I think when you try Japanese toothpaste, you'll be like, "Where's that oomph?" You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So,
gotcha.
Yeah. That's the best way I can describe it.
Maybe there's Japanese subtlety to their toothpaste, right? There's just lots of subtle flavors.
Subtlety to the toothpaste. Yeah, exactly. There really is. 100%.
Cool. Well, I will let you go. Thank you so much for answering these questions and staying up to help out with the thing, and thank you so much for the panel. It was fantastic.
Well, thank you for running OnCon all the time. It's fun.
I do. No problem. Cool. Thank you so much. We're going to take a quick break and be right back.
Bye.
Hello guys, today I'm kind of freaking out because I am at the Fruits Basket Cafe today. I'll be honest, I wasn't a big fan of the original series, but I've been watching the remake of the series that's currently airing, and I really love it. I'm really into it. This cafe is in Harajuku. It's just a 4-minute walk from Harajuku Station, but it won't be here very long. Let's take a look and see what we can order. So a lot of this food is based off of food that Toru cooks in the anime. For example, she cooks a lot of onigiri, and she has really nice miso soup. So it's based around stuff that she makes. I love the kyo curry. It's so cool. Neko kare. That is adorable. I'm personally a fan of Yuki, and I kind of wanted ice cream because it's a really hot day today. So I think I'm gonna get the Nezumi Parfait. Nezumi meaning mouse. They also have Momiji and just a whole bunch of the main characters, and all of this food looks really, really good. But again, I'm most likely going to get this ice cream because it's so hot today. The Toru drink looks really cute and well put together. It looks so adorable, but I think it's just maybe too hot for that. Again, normally with these anime cafes, if you order a drink, you get kind of like a cup holder for free with it, so any random character, and we'll see which one I get. So of course they give you a paper mat, which a lot of anime cafes tend to give you. This is really cute. And yes, these are what the coasters look like. So there's more characters than I thought. I have no idea who I'm gonna get, but we'll just have to wait and see. Until the 21st, you have these characters. And then the next week, they're going to have, I guess, different characters. It's a secret. Here's my 2 coasters. I'm really happy to get Saki because my friend really likes her, so this will be a gift for my friend. So I got the mango juice, and it's after the character Kyo, and here it is. You can see that I have a cat straw, and it definitely looks like Kyo's hair, so let's give it a taste. Yep, it's just basically mango juice, and it's really good and nice and refreshing on this super hot Tokyo day. I love that they bring you a little popcorn. That's so nice to snack on. Alright, here it is, the Nezumi Parfait. It is so cute. I love the little Yuki here. This is actually sugar paper. It's very common in Japan to have a little character made out of sugar paper, so it's edible actually. Let's take a tiny little taste. This is so cute. Look at the ear.
All right, I've got to interrupt that because everyone, it is time. So we're going to go ahead and do the charity auction. Very exciting. Actually, I think I have another thing I can do. Possibly. I'm going to see if this works. Yeah, I should be able to do this. Let me just switch a few things around here. I need to go here. So we're going to be in the OnCon Swap Meet channel in Discord. If you want to join us for the charity auction, that is where we're going to be doing our auctioning. Let me switch over to that. So you'll be able to see that in the lower section there. There we go. You're seeing some messages from past OnCon about those. So what will we start with? Let's start out with something a little bigger. Let's start out with trying to think. Let's start out with Eureka 7. Or Eureka 7, however you want to put it. This is Blu-ray release of the greatest love story ever animated, so they claim. This is I am making sure I'm saying this is the complete series, episodes 1 through 50. Still shrink wrapped on Blu-ray. Includes commentary for 12 episodes, Japanese trailers, voice actor interviews, special textless version of episode 50, and textless opening and endings. So complete Eureka 7 on on Blu-ray. So that'll be first up. After that, let's go ahead and auction off the entire 2003 Astro Boy. This is again possibly my favorite adaptation of Astro Boy. It has the lovely cardboard sleeve, and then there's a really cool kind of retro style in there. It is on DVD as opposed to Blu-ray, but I will say, in terms of a way of getting into original Astro Boy, this is a really effective way of doing this. Again, you might eventually want to get that full version, but this is going to be a really nice way of starting there. And there's a lot here. 16 hours, 51 minutes of 2003 Astro Boy. Give you an idea of the visuals. Definitely a modern take, modern telling of Astro Boy. So that'll be next. And then after that, let us auction off. I think we'll do the Metropolis Memories double feature. So again, Metropolis, Osamu Tezuka story, adapted and animated gorgeously by Katsuhiro Otomo and Rintaro. And then Memories, an anthology film of Katsuhiro Otomo works, including the first major animated work by Satoshi Kon, at least as a writer. So that'll be there. So let's go ahead and start with Eureka 7. And I'm going to go ahead and in chat, I'm going to pull up and start a timer here. That is important. Let me go back, get that going, reset that timer. So we will have 1 minute on each of these. So Eureka 7 starts now. And immediately a bit of 15. So we'll do Eureka 7, then Astro Boy, then Memories. And then after that, I think we'll go with a couple of DVDs, I think. We'll do kind of some miscellaneous things. Yeah, let's do that. We'll do some comedies. We'll do sort of a comedy set of DVDs. 15 for Eureka 7, 30 seconds to go. So we're going to get, after this, we're going to do Gluttonous, which again is a live-action comedy about eating in Japan. Magical Shopping Arcade Abenobashi Volume 1. That is 4 episodes. You're Being Summoned Azazel. And The Fukons. Absurd comedy about mannequins. Kogane gets it. Very good. Congratulations, Kogane. Oh, I've got to do a thing. Hold on. I've got to be able to mark who wins what. So I'll have that there. And now, we're already done there. So now let's go ahead and we're going to do Astro Boy. Again, this is all 50 episodes of the 2003 adaptation of Astro Boy. Whoa. There we go. So we're doing Astro Boy now. Memories coming up. And then Abenobashi, Gluttonous, Azazel, and the Fukons. Let me show you in the back what the Fukons kind of looks like. Really weird thing, very screwball comedy, very, very abstract, bizarre comedy kind of a thing. 10 on Astro Boy. Kira might be getting Astro Boy there for a mere $10. That's a great steal on Astro. Again, a great way of getting a exposure to some Astro Boy out there. Oh, bidding war has begun for Astro. 11 from 15, jumping right up on Astro Boy. Almost there. All right, congratulations, Kira, you get it. We will go ahead and set that to the side. I'm going to need multiple stacks here, which is awesome. All right, so next up we have double feature, Memories and Metropolis. This is again on DVD, but not a bad way of experiencing some amazing anime. Memories of a very thought-provoking set of anthology films, and Metropolis, so just all sorts of things. And obviously adapting the 1933 Fritz Lang film, I believe. 27, 23, something like that, along those lines. The old silent film of Metropolis. So we will do. All right. And then after that, we'll do the comedies. And then after that, we'll go ahead and do Fractal. So Fractal on Blu-ray. It's Blu-ray DVD combo pack. This is a sort of retro throwback anime series. Definitely modern, but with a lot of references to classic anime in it. while telling its own original, fantastical science fictional story, sort of a science fantasy story. Really lovely series. I think it's 13 episodes, so easy to get through. And so one bid from Kira at 5 might end up in her pile, and we will see. We are getting close there. And done. All right. Congratulations, Kira. You're getting Memories and Metropolis. Okay. So now we are doing again the comedy bundle. Whole bunch of miscellaneous weirdness for you to experience and play around with. Good way of throwing some cash at a good cause. And again, we are benefiting the Animator Dormitory Project, as always here at OnCon, as a reminder. And so we will start that now for the comedy DVD bundle. I think these are all DVDs. Yes, all DVDs. So that is there. After that will come Fractal. And then after that, let's go ahead and do... we'll do Tamiyora Hitotose, a slice of life anime. Considered by many to be one of the kind of original slice of life anime in terms of the current kind of crop of slice of life anime. Just 4 girls all hanging out, relaxing, chilling out together. I've seen a few episodes of this, and it is lovely. It is very charming, relaxing, fun stuff. Looks like we may not get any takers on the bundle start. For $1, you could take 4 DVDs. $1. Kogane gets it. All right. Thank you very much, Kogane. You are going home with all that stuff. That is a steal, ladies and germs. All right, next up, we are going to go with Fractal, again, a science fantasy anime series with like a real sci-fi story. I love Fractal. So we will start on that now. After that, we'll go Tamiyora Hitotose, and then let's go ahead and do some manga. So we will go ahead and auction off My Neighbor Seki, Volumes 1 and 2. These are all new, by the way, ordered from Right Stuff, I believe. So these are not like personal copies or anything. These are all just straight from the box. Really fun, sort of goofy comedy. Very much of that standard kind of comedy style. Cute stuff. Really enjoyable. So that'll come up. Fractal may get right to Kogane. Not a lot of excitement around Fractal, which I can understand. A personal favorite, but that is totally fine. I think we're about there. Yeah, all right. That is going on the growing stack. Going to Kogane. All right. Let's move on to Tamiyora Hitotose. Again, if you're looking for a nice, relaxing, chill anime, this is episodes 1 through 12, special bonus episode 5.5, and the OVAs, all on DVD. Great way of getting into that. And we will go with that. Starting that auction now. After that will be My Neighbor Seki-kun. And then after that, we will go with interesting little one-off. Reincarnated as a Sword. Manga adaptation of a obviously an isekai storyline. So if you're looking for something that may get adapted into an anime sooner or later, here's something to try out there. It also has cat girls. Who doesn't like cat girls? I think as an anime fan, you are required to like cat girls. That is my opinion, at least. All right, looks like Kira might be getting Tamiyora Hidetose. Again, I enjoyed it very much, and I think is a really fun, really great pick for a way of just chilling out on a quiet day. One of those experiences. All right, it is going there. Folks are not bidding big, which is totally fine. All right, now we're going to go ahead and auction off volumes 1 and 2 of My Neighbor Seki. Again, here's kind of the art style there. Very fun, light comedy. Let's go ahead and start that. After that will come Reincarnated as a Sword. And after that, let's go ahead and do Dance in the Vampire Bund Volumes 1 through 3. This is a very thick omnibus, as you can see. A lot of manga here for your time. This is about a vampire girl, I should say, who gets into various fights and various things. I will note that there is some adult content. In the sense that there is some fighting with very little clothes on, as sometimes happens in manga, and it's about vampires and a lot of vampires kind of trying to establish themselves in the world. So that is kind of an interesting kind of story there. I just really like Dance in the Vampire Bund. I have quite a few copies. No one's interested in Seki-kun? That's a shame. All right, well, Seki-kun will go and cry in a corner, as is typical. So let's move on to Reincarnated as a Sword. Again, fun. I will give you a visual on the art behind that. I should make sure that is work safe. There we go. Very fun art style on that one. So let's go on Reincarnated as a Sword. Start. After that, Dance in the Vampire Bund. A lot of value for your dollar there. And then after that, we're going to do kind of a grab bag. So we're going to do Volume 1 of Elemental Gelad. Classic sort of shonen kind of a thing. Whoops. Forgot to start that thing. Short Sunzen Keep Out, shoujo manga. And we're going to do Volume 1 of Attack on Titan. Why not? This is episodes 1 through 13, by the way, of Attack on Titan. So a good way of rounding out your stuff. It looks like we've only got really 2 bidders in here. Surprising to me that no one wants to throw some cash at things. And again, this is all charity auction for the Animated Dormitory Project. You can get some anime and manga for darn cheap. Looks like Reincarnated as a Sword is going to go to Kira. A few more seconds on that one. And there we go. Alrighty. Reincarnated as a Sword going to Kira. Alright. That is true. Yes. Yeah. Anything that does not sell here will go towards the next Oncon. Alright. Let's do Volume 1 of Dance in the Vampire Bund. This is... We'll see if we get something here. Do we have page numbers? We do not. Which is a shame in and of itself. Again, I'm trying to be careful about what I show because there is some visual stuff. But yes, really, really huge Dance in the Vampire Bund. Fun experience there. Vampire Bund start. After that, our bundle of Attack on Titan, Elemental Gelad, and various stuff. And I think after that, we're going to go ahead and we're going to auction off. Let's auction off some candy. I'm going to do a candy bundle. So I'm going to auction off a bag of ginger coconut candy, hard candies, still sealed. A bag of high chews in various fruit flavors. And, of course, we have 2 tins of the traditional Japanese candy, which has, on the other side, of course, some Grave of the Fireflies artwork, because who doesn't want that, right, in their house? So you have, and what's nice here is you have, you'll get 2, so 1 to open and 1 to keep if you would like it that way. So that'll be right up next. And Kogane, you get Vampire Bund. Boom, boom. All right, so let's do our bundle. Again, just kind of a fun thing to round out a collection, to find some weird things. Exactly, sadness candy. So yeah, just some fun random things to try out. Think of it like going to the library and grabbing a few random things. After that will come the candy. And then after that, we're going to go ahead and auction off volumes 1 through 6 of Spy Family. So there we go. Again, these are new from Right Stuff, right from the box, unused. All the Spy Family. There we go. Little Anya, little Yor. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Variety of characters from that. All right. Looks like no one's looking to experiment a little bit today, which, again, I can understand. All right. So those will, I guess, go towards another OnCon. All right. Let's go ahead and auction off the candy. And then I think this might be it for the... Oh, no, we have some other random stuff in the auction. We're going to throw some weird stuff in the auction at the very end. So, candy start. Again, we are auctioning off Junior Coconut Candy, Hi-Chews, and some sad candy. To anyone who would like that, I will start the bidding. Ooh, this is not a popular one. Folks are like, not sure about that. Not sure. Oh, I can actually show you. Hold on. So if you're curious, this is what the candies actually look like. So they're just little hard candies. Yeah, that's fair, Kira. You probably will not make the flight. Okay, that one is done and over. No one wants the candy. I'm kind of surprised. Oh, well. All right. So we're going to do Spy Family next. Before that, we're going to do a whole bunch of random weird stuff. So what I've got here, ladies and gentlemen, I have the Princess Ai Roses and Tattoos book. This is a sticker and pinup book from I'm sorry, not Princess. Yeah, Princess Ai Roses and Tattoos. So you got a whole bunch of stuff in here. It is still sealed, so I can't show you what's inside. But this is a whole bunch of artwork and such. It says 16 breathtaking pinups and 12 pages of full-color stickers, a must-have for fans of everyone's favorite winged diva. We're also going to do a similar kind of thing for Bisengast, Falling into Fear. I do really like the art style on this. This is a comic by Alice DeGros. This contains 12 pages of stickers and 24 mini posters. So you get this lovely sort of gothic art with this one. We're also going to auction off How to Draw Manga by Katie Coop. Sorry, Katie Coop. Pardon me. Yeah, this was a thing. I don't know if y'all remember what this was like. That, like, there, there were so many of these how to draw manga things, and so this is one from way back in the day. I am not auctioning it off as an example of how to draw manga because apparently they think this is what manga looks like, which is, I mean, not entirely inaccurate, but this is such a, let's just say, kind of rough version of manga that I just find it endlessly hilarious. So I think this is just fun as kind of an artifact of the way things were, the way things used to be. This is from 2002, from back when manga was trying to take over the world. And they're like, it's a market. Let's go in and let's do a thing with that market. So yeah, we're going to auction that off. We're also going to auction off this. This is Billow Illustrations by Shell. Shell did character designs and work for a variety of manga and anime. I bought this at, I think, McKay's Books. So this was a used book. And you've got some just lovely artwork in here. This was literally one of those things where I bought this at a used bookstore just because I like the art style. It just looks really, really cool. I have not seen like this anime or this manga. I just really think it looks cool. So if you're into that kind of thing, of just kind of an inspirational art, kind of an art book, that is what we're auctioning off there. So all of that is part of that. And for fun, I'm also going to throw in this. This is a wooden cup that I bought. It's a cup made of wood. That's what it is. Has 2 holes there to hold it. I actually really like these. I just found out it's a little small for me. It's more of like a teacup size. I mean, it's not insignificant in size, but you can see I have pretty normal size hands. But it's definitely not like a big mug size, but I like it a lot. But I'm deciding to auction it off anyway. So that is also going into that. So, but before I get to that, we're going to go ahead and auction off Spy Family Volumes 1 through 6. And we'll see how that one goes. And then after that one, we will auction off all of the silly things just for fun. Oh, Spy Family is active, everyone. People want Spy Family. That is perhaps not too surprising. Up to $15 already. That is awesome. At the halfway mark. Rono Kotaku may be the high bidder here. Might be going home with some Spy Family. Not surprisingly. Possibly more. We will see. Oh! Outbidding himself. We'll see what we get for Spy Family. Wants to make sure he gets it. And he does. All right. Congratulations. Spy Family coming your way. Let me make sure I mark that correctly. There it is. And to round it out, we have our ridiculous set of, we have our Bizengast, our Princess Ai, our Billow book, and Katie Coop's Guide to Drawing Manga. Plus, as Rono Kotaku points out in the chat, or JJ points out in the chat, the Cup of a Carpenter, perhaps. All right, 1 minute on that. Here we go. You will have a chance to get all sorts of wonderful craziness in that sort of set there, which I think is just kind of fun. If anyone is interested, perhaps not. And actually, I'm going to go ahead and have some candy. It's good candy, by the way. It is legitimately tasty candy. No one's going for the miscellaneous stuff. I'm surprised. This would be a fun way of just kind of expanding and having some weird stuff show up at your your door. That's for me part of the fun of going to cons and going to events like that. It's just finding weird things and playing around with them. Again, $1 could be all yours. Maybe. No. All right. These will go to another OnCon, perhaps. Perhaps I will do one giant sale of all of the weird stuff that we've never sold at an OnCon before. We do like just one big bid for all of those. Thank you all very much. That is the charity auction for this year's OnCon. I will contact you all. I believe everyone who has bid has won before. So we are good on that. That's going to be interesting. Pardon the weirdness. Whoa. All right. Thank you all again for being part of the charity auction. That was a lot of fun. We've raised some good money for the Animator Dormitory Project, providing funds and space for animators to actually live in Japan and pursue what they love. So again, thank you for all of that. We actually have some extra time. We have an extra hour before the weekly dig begins. We'll be reviewing Eyes of Mars. So I was thinking we could play around and just chat for a little bit. I have a variety of panels. Let me go ahead and grab a thing. I'll do a quick panel for you all. Let me find my drive that has all my panel stuff on it. Yay! This thing's there. It is. So 1 second while I plug this in. Plug that in. So as in the past, what I'm going to do, I'm going to find 3 panels in my archive. I'm going to throw the names of those in chat, and you all will let me know which one you want me to do, which one you want me to present, and I'll just kind of throw and run through those panels, or that panel rather. What would be some fun ones? We did that one last time. They'll always go to nationals. I have one called If You Like That, Watch This, which is a standard recommendation panel. Let's see here. I have a brief history of giant robots. So a look at mecha over time and the trends, how that has evolved. And I have what would also be fun. What is that? I see a name and I want to see what the presentation actually is. Oh, that's actually kind of cool. Yeah. I also have an anime on a panel on, what was the full title? So I have a panel on the Shinsengumi, who were a samurai force in Japan that had a very specific situation. It's all about kind of samurai, how samurai evolved in Japan, this particular Shinsengumi group, and what all that happened there. So, what do you want me to do? The story of one of the last great group of samurai, Shinsengumi. One vote for Shinsengumi. Cool, cool, cool. The answer to that, JJ, if you like Lane Berserk and Legend of the Overfiend, of course the answer is Lucky Star. Ginger votes for if you like that, watch this. Let me pull that one up and make sure it's actually useful. I want to see what I listed. Oh, okay, yeah. Variety of stuff. It's mostly classic stuff. That kind of reference, and if you like that. Wait a second. That's interesting. Wow, okay. Alright, 2 votes for if you like that, watch this. Unless I hear otherwise, I'm going to go ahead and do that one. Let me pull up that presentation and make sure it will actually work. Yeah, okay. Let me actually talk, review it so I can actually talk through it. Ah, yes. So not all of these have like screenshots. I've not updated this in years, so I'd probably add some items to this. And some of these are really obscure, but that's cool. Yeah, we'll see how far we get. Okay. Yeah, this is probably... Wow. Okay. Let me hit presentation mode. If I can find it. No! That's not the right thing. It kind of worked. Hold on. There we go. Okay. If I switch over here. There we go. And actually, I can make this a little bit better by just changing one little thing. Or not. Okay, there we go. And then that does that. Oh no, that does that. Hopefully, okay, yeah, that's not too bad. All right. I mean, this is pretty dated. As you can see, I put this together in March of 2017. It's about 5 years old. But that's okay. So, the reason I'm doing this is, the idea is if you've seen some classic work of anime, and you really love it, what are some other things that are kind of like that classic work of anime? And I also want to cover in here, in some of these instances, not just other things that are like that anime, but also other anime that were influential for that show. So if you really liked Evangelion, what were some of the shows that kind of influenced the makers of Evangelion? That kind of a thing. So I'm going to go ahead and just kind of dive into it. So a few quick ground rules. I'm not going to do any spoilers here, except like episode 1 stuff. I'll be going pretty quickly. If you're here to ask questions in chat as we go. And I would love to get your all recommendations in chat for these things. Things that you would recommend to folks who like a particular show. And then finally, of course, none of these are clones, right? It's not like if you like this show, you are guaranteed to like this other show. Personal taste comes down to things, and everything's going to be a little different. So just got to get that out of the way. Okay. You know who I am. Let's start with ReZero. Full disclosure, I put this one in here. I have not actually seen much of ReZero, just little bits and pieces. But this is kind of this was the most recent harem anime that I could use as a reference so people kind of understand what I was talking about. So if you liked ReZero and ReZero-esque anime, what are some other anime you might like instead? I would recommend trying the Magical Index Scientific Railgun franchise. It has a science fantasy aspect to it, which is really cool and fun. And also developed this sort of two-pronged franchise. Certain Magical Index, which focuses on this girl named Index and kind of the characters there, and a certain scientific railgun, which focuses on this other girl, what's going on there. And the thing with that is that both characters cross over between the two storylines. They both exist in the same world. They're both kind of in the same physical place in general. It's just we're focusing on two different groups of characters, which is kind of cool. And you see more and more of that story as time goes on, and it's definitely kind of a harem-esque kind of a story. Also recommend Tenchi Muyo, the original harem anime. This is considered the show in the franchise that really started the harem anime trope or genre. There obviously there were anime beforehand that were similar. Ranma 1/2 being a classic example, but Tenchi Muyo is really the first that feels like a harem anime. Huge franchise, tons of TV shows. There are probably more than this now. It also has that science fantasy aspect. It is set in the modern day of 90s, 2000s, 2010s, 2020s Japan, but with space pirates, crash landing on Earth and all that kind of good stuff there. Tenchi was one of the shows that got me into anime, so I'm going to recommend that a lot. But again, sort of similar harem premise there to ReZero. Also, might want to try El Hazard. El Hazard has is fun because it's a pretty big franchise, several OVAs, I think 2 TV series, 1 or 2 TV series, maybe just 1. And it has this sort of quasi Arabian, I mean Arabian in the sense of like 1001 Nights, arabesque kind of a fantasy, kind of Middle Eastern inspired style to the world. Do I have some screenshots of here? I do indeed. Although this is technically, I think, a poster from it. But as you can see, it has this lovely fantastical element to it. El Hazard's a lot of fun. It does have a bit of a harem vibe to it, although the main character is really focusing on just 1 or 2 of those characters. But it's really a really fun thing, and more on the adventure side of things, more going out into the world, doing things, encountering bad guys, that kind of stuff, but less combat. It's more about exploring the world, which I like a lot, especially in OVA 1. It's more about finding and experiencing this world as opposed to, lots of fight scenes, which fight scenes are fun, but those can tend to kind of churn up time in a story. And El Hazard, again, fun little sort of harem anime. Obviously, SAO. I'm sorry. What about SAO? If you like Sword Art Online, you're a fan of the classic SAO, are there other anime kind of like that you might want to try? I would recommend going back to probably the first of these, Dot Hack Sign, a 26-episode TV series from, I think, 1999, 2001, something around there. It is about characters trapped in a video game, so very much the same concept, except in Dot Hack Sign, only a few characters are trapped in the video game. Most of them are logging in and out and playing normally. So it does not have the exact same setup. But it does deal with with similar kind of elements as SAO, and it is part of a much, much larger franchise, video games, other anime, manga, etc. So there's plenty to sink your teeth into with Dot Hack, and Dot Hack Sign is kind of the intro to all of the story. So it's kind of setting up a lot of the things in the later Dot Hack stories. A lot of folks are intimidated by Dot Hack because they see all the different things. Dot Hack Sign is good because it is, again, sort of introducing all of these things. I will say Dot Hack Sign thus does not like finish out a lot of the story that it sets up. It finishes out some of it, but this anime is more about the experience of the characters, what the characters go through, and getting them to a point at the end of the story, as opposed to having every plot thread be resolved by the end of the anime. Just be aware of that. Again, I found it to work as long as I realized, okay, this is more of a setup anime. Okay, how about Madoka Magica? A lot of folks seem to like Madoka Magica. I don't know why. I kid. I guess a lot of folks were kind of blown away by Madoka Magica. So, are there other anime somewhat similar or that have kind of similar takes on Magical Girl as Madoka Magica. A few I'd recommend. One would be Magical Project S, also known as Pretty Sammy, mid-90s TV show. It starts out as very much a parody of Magical Girl. It is having fun with the Magical Girl thing. To give you an idea, in episode 1, when Sasami, the main girl, transforms, she goes through the whole transformation sequence. There's a little bit of a ... and then she goes back to the person, hands her wand, and says, "I can't do this. I look so really, really stupid." Like, okay. So it's that kind of a take on Magical Girl. But then as the story progresses, do I have any screenshots of this? Yeah, so this is very much the tone and the feel of Magical Project S, transformation and kind of ridiculous outfits. It is a spin-off of the Tenchi Muyo franchise, because they had a surprise success when they did this little parody of one of their OVAs. But as the story goes on, there's some surprising darkness to it. There are some dark twists to the story, and you start seeing that in episode 1, kind of hints of it, which they do very much explore later on in the show. It's definitely not as dark as Madoka, and especially not in terms of the amount of time spent on it, but there is some dark stuff that they spend a fair amount of time on later on in the show. So this is one of those things where, oh no, we're actually exploring the implications of these Magical Girl transformations and contracts and so forth and so on. You also might want to try Nanoha, the Nanoha franchise. Lots of TV shows, OVAs, very much so forth and so on. I would say this is an early version of the trope you see in Madoka Magica, where the antagonist is not what she seems, right? Where you think you're fighting this one, enemy, and it turns out there's more going on there than it first appears. In a lot of Magical Girl series, the enemy, you don't know a lot about them, but you're really just more over the course of the show, you find out more about what their motivations are. It's not that you suddenly find out, oh, they're actually the good guys, right? It's just they're mysterious, and that is cleared up over the course of the story. In Nanoha, no, there's more going on with the bad guys, and especially with the bad girl, if you will, than immediately appears. So that is there, and there's some dark stuff here. There is some dark stuff here. Be aware. In that first season, at least, that's all I've seen. Nanoha was massive in Japan. Did not take off over here very much for some reason. I'm not quite sure why. But absolutely massive. I would argue Nanoha was kind of the prototype for Madoka Magica. That Nanoha was kind of Madoka too early. The West just wasn't ready for it. Oh well. I should also point out Nanoha is, I think it was early 2000s when it first came out, and animation quality is a little low sometimes. It's fine much of the time, but there are some, there was a time when budgets were kind of low, and this is one of those. At least in season 1. If you really like the idea of Magical Girl, of Madoka Magica, not just because it is a reversal, but for the idea of really getting deep at the themes of Magical Girl and exploring those, the idea of really deconstructing a genre. Princess Tutu would be a great example of that. Show from 2002. Boy, this is a deconstruction. It is ballet themed, although don't let that be a turn off for you. It's not like there are huge ballet sequences. Instead, Princess Tutu does. She fights through dance. It is kind of interesting, and there are dance sequences, but it's not 20 minutes of Swan Lake in the middle of the show. But yeah, Tutu is really interesting as in asking, what are magical girls doing? Why are they doing that? And what are the kind of consequences of that? But not in a particularly dark way. Tutu has a generally pretty light tone much of the way through, but there is a lot of angst and drama behind what's going on with the other characters and so forth. I really love Princess Tutu. It is a remarkable work. partly because it is exploring a lot of these things, and it also deals a lot with like mythology and fairy tales and that kind of stuff, which again Magical Girl often tends to trade on, is those fairy tale themes of well, let's be honest, Magical Girl is similar to Cinderella, right? Cinderella's a magical girl. Huh. She has a transformation sequence. Yeah. I think Cinderella's a magical girl. And then, of course, there's Revolutionary Girl Utena. Speaking of deconstructing these things. Now, Utena arguably is not Magical Girl, although many Magical Girl elements are in Utena, and I think that is intentional. I think Utena is a sort of Magical Girl in the sense that it is using several of the tropes of Magical Girl while not telling a traditional Magical Girl story, not having a lot of the very specific elements, like there's no wand or the magical compact or whatever, and the main character is not fighting against some amorphous enemy from the moon or what have you. She's fighting against the student council at her school for a bunch of it, but it's really a trip. It's really weird, and it is very deconstructionist and much more symbolic. The characters aren't really... When watching Utena, you really are aware that you're watching an anime. It is constructed. It is very built. And like you definitely get involved and interested in the characters. But it doesn't have the naturalism of like a Studio Ghibli film. It's not a kind of a lived-in world. It feels like the world is almost like a set. In and of itself, but in a way that is interesting, in a way that is thoughtful, and that is very much makes you think. Utena makes you think. And again, here's sort of the general visual style of Utena, notable for the fact that Utena dresses like a boy. And so for a show from the 90s dealing with kind of gender issues, it is also a story in which the main character literally fights over a girl for the possession of her. So there's a lot of feminist elements to Utena as well, which I find absolutely fascinating. And roses everywhere. Okay, let's say you've watched Cowboy Bebop. A lot of people have. Is there other anime that is kind of sort of like Cowboy Bebop in some way? Kind of, sort of, yeah. Probably the first that comes to mind is a show called Coyote Ragtime Show. Pretty short, 12 episodes, 2006. I describe it as Guardians of the Galaxy crossed with Cowboy Bebop. It's a little more out there than Bebop. It's about basically a group of criminals out on their last job. You know, the one last job that's going to get them that big score they'll be able to retire on. And we'll see if that actually works or not. It's a really fun show. It's very anime. Here's your crew. Kind of the classic thing. You've got your let's see here, handsome, roguish pilot guy. You've got the lowly, but she has a secret. You have the engineer, intelligent guy, and the hard charging, spitball or tough as nails leader guy. Really, really love that. And also, of course, they are being followed by android-made girls who use guns a lot. Very anime. It is very anime. So it doesn't have that kind of, again, kind of lived-in noir universe of Cowboy Bebop. It's a little more anime. But I like that a lot. And again, if you go in expecting that is totally fine. It's a lot of fun. Also might want to try Gungrave. I have not seen all of Gungrave. It's the first couple of episodes. By the creator of Trigun. At least the character designs by the creator of Trigun. It was originally a video game and then adapted into an anime. What's interesting about Gungrave, do I have screenshots here? Yeah. The story starts out in very much a kind of a slum ruled by triads. It is very much like that crime storyline within Bebop, that is very much feels like what they're trading on in Gungrave in terms of the storyline there. So if you liked that aspect of Bebop storyline, there's a lot of that in Gungrave. Again, I have not seen the later stuff, and there is some very over the top sort of fantastical stuff here, of giant guns with a big coffin. I mean, as you can see, this gets ridiculous. But that first initial story feels very Bebop, Trigun Vicious stuff. It's, just straight up John Woo right here, which is pretty cool. I'd also recommend Baccano. I'm surprised I don't have any screenshots of Baccano. A supernatural mafia anime. So again, going back to the mafia triad aspect, but instead of science fiction, it's more fantasy. But fantasy in the sense of characters with interesting kind of powers and abilities. I think it's Chicago. It's Chicago and New York City in like the 20s and 30s. That sort of era, the classic gangster era in America. Really stylish, really cool, really fun, and pretty high budget for the time. Really, really cool. First major anime work by the folks who later made Durarara. So if you like that, back to Baccano. And there's Outlaw Star. The anime TV series, space opera sci-fi series, made by the same studio as Cowboy Bebop, the same year as Cowboy Bebop. So you can see a lot of the sort of stylistic similarities. The style is a little more traditional anime here, obviously. But there are definitely moments when it has kind of a Bebop vibe to it, I think. I don't know. It's kind of hard to say. It is definitely much more of a space adventure story. More big action, and I would argue aimed at a slightly younger audience. But again, it has a bit of that Bebop feel to it, of being a ragtag crew out in space trying to make a buck, day by day. JJ in the chat asked, would you consider Space Dandy and Trigun in the same vein as Bebop? I do not. They came out at the same time, and a lot of people would kind of recommend them, but they're not really similar, I don't think. I don't think Trigun has a lot of crossover with Bebop, stylistically or in terms of its themes, things like that. Same thing with Space Dandy. I think Space Dandy is just this weird anthology kind of animation experimentation show. Space Dandy isn't really about being sci-fi. It's really more about what weird story and what weird animation can we do today in Space Dandy. But definitely both worth checking out for their own merits. Also going to recommend for fans of Cowboy Bebop, Crusher Joe. This was made into a film in 1983, an OVA later on, based on a very successful series of light novels. So much like we had Golden Age sci-fi fiction over here in America, we had all the big space adventure stories in the 50s and such, the 30s and the 40s indeed. And then a lot of those got adapted into various stories like Buck Rogers and Flash Gordon. This is kind of similar over in Japan, although obviously came out much later. Big space opera. Now, I would not normally recommend this as a Cowboy Bebop thing because it is more, again, sort of Golden Age sci-fi thing. But it's also very 80s. I should say the style of it is very 80s. It's very 80s. But also, I should point out, it has really awesome ship designs. Very, very, very cool sci-fi. And it is about a sort of a crop-topped fighter guy, an attractive female, a big swarthy dude, and a rather angry kid character. Sound familiar? Just saying. Just saying. And they also have a robot, in case you're wondering where Ryan was. So, yeah, I suspect, I don't know if it was intentional or not, but there are some pretty strong through lines from Crusher Joe to Cowboy Bebop in terms of the setup of the crew. And obviously the personalities are not exactly the same, but I found that kind of interesting. And, big sci-fi action adventure story, not a bad thing. Okay, what if you like Kiki's Delivery Service? Are there other shows are there other things like Kiki's Delivery Service out there? Like, why am I choosing that? Yes, indeed, there is. One thing I'd recommend is Yobi the Five-Tailed Fox. This is a Korean film from 2007 about a young fox spirit girl out in the woods who encounters some human children and decides to help them out. Very similar kind of themes as Kiki, although in this case, obviously, she starts out very much alone, doesn't know what she's doing, and decides to help other people. But again, similar themes. As you can see, cute, fun style, fairly simplistic animation and so forth, but really, really lovely. I'm gonna like this one a lot. Then there's Hanasako Iroha, the story of a teenage girl basically taking on the first job of her life. It's so basically her grandmother runs this hot springs resort, and she decides to go work at. Actually, she does not work at a hot spring resort technically. She works at a traditional Japanese inn. There is no attached hot spring, I believe, to their inn. There is one in the neighborhood, but I don't think they have an actual hot spring. But it's about a young teenage girl taking on responsibility for the first time in her life. So whereas in Kiki, Kiki obviously is pursuing that. This is more thrust upon the main character here, but it is exploring those themes of what it's like to have your first job, to take on those responsibilities. Then there's Somebody's Dreamers, which is pretty darn close to Kiki. The main character is a girl who is manifesting magical powers. This is set in an alternate present in which people with magical powers exist. That is known. People can kind of cast spells and do magic. And because it's existed for a long time, there is a legal framework around that. Magic can potentially do incredibly world-altering things, so it is heavily regulated. You cannot use magic unless you have gone through a training program with a senior witch, which I believe is a gender-neutral term in their world. And then you have to submit paperwork to cast magic. You have to get approval to cast magic in this world. And so it's about her going to the big city now that she's manifested her powers to apprentice for the first time. And yeah, it is basically Kiki's Delivery Service, the TV show. Although the character is a little older. I think she's like 15 in this. I really like the overall art style of this. It's fairly simplistic, but I think it really works for the show. And it's just about this, teenage girl starting her life and figuring out how to use those powers properly. One thing I really like about Somebody's Dreamers too is the fact that it explores these themes in some detail. And by that I mean that it's not just, what do I do with my powers? It's, what are the implications of being able to alter the course of somebody's life because you can, for example, replace a lost limb, right? Sometimes living with something bad happening to you puts you on a trajectory that you would not otherwise have been on. The classic thing of, I got fired and that was the best thing that ever happened to me. This idea that people come to witches and ask them to fix their problems, is that always the right thing to do? Is it always proper? Is it always effective to just wave a magic wand and solve people's problems? Does that actually solve the problem? So I like that a lot, and it addresses that pretty directly. And not just in an episode by episode way, where obviously you'll have some episodes where that will come up, but that becomes kind of a theme of the show, of her grappling with that question. Okay. There's this show called Neon Genesis Evangelion. I don't know if you've heard of it. Came out a couple of years ago. I don't think anything really happened about it. It's not very popular. So, but you may have come across it. So, are there other anime like Evangelion in some way? And here's where I'm going to lean more heavily on shows, some shows that are like Evangelion, and others that were more inspirations for Evangelion. Yeah, exactly. one show that we know was a big inspiration was Space Runaway Ideon. This was one of Yoshiki Tomino's big shows in in 1980, creator of Gundam, Tomino. And it was made after he thought Gundam was more or less a failure, or at least not a huge success. And so Ideon was kind of his next big thing. Ideon's really interesting because it is very much a dark, depressing, sad anime. Bad things happen to the characters. By the way, if you've ever seen this symbol, it may be like scratched on graffiti, or scratches graffiti on a wall somewhere in anime. This crops up a lot in anime, especially in the 80s and the 90s. And again, just kind of in various places. That is the Ide symbol. That is the crest of the Ideon. And it became again, sort of an otaku symbol. Became something that otaku would draw and send around as a signal of, we all know what this is. You know what this is. You know, if you're a geek, you know what this is. So you'll see it here and there. The Ideon's also really, really big. And when I say it was big, I mean physically it is big. I'm going to see if I can switch over here. So this is a drawing of various mecha to scale. So each of these mecha are to scale. To give you an idea, see here. That up there is Gundam Wing Zero from Gundam Wing. And that's Ideon. Ideon's really, really big. It's a really huge thing. Lane asked, what does the Ide symbol mean? That's a really good question. It's not entirely clear. Like, the show never fully explains what this Ide symbol is. It is a signal for the power of the Ideon, which is used to kind of win battles. When the Ide symbol glows, it is sort of charging up these powers and using them to do crazy big combat stuff. In fact, things like this. It uses a lot of guns, there's a lot of weapons, there's a lot of explosions, there's a lot of combat, and people dying in Ideon. And so this is an example of the Ide symbol giving the Ideon its huge power. And in fact, in case anyone asks, the mecha in the back, all the way in the back, that is Gunbuster. But it's unclear in the anime where the Ide symbol came from. It is like some ancient alien artifact. No one knows kind of why they made it or how it works or so forth and so on. But it is kind of a symbol for getting your power, getting great power. Also, the Ideon can do stuff like this. That is it slicing a ship in half from the inside. It's a really powerful mecha. To give you an idea, and I know I mentioned this in other things, later in the show, the Ideon gets, as part of its armaments, a black hole gun, which does what it implies. That's what it says on the tin, which is not its most powerful attack. It is not the extent of its powers. So yeah, a lot of things done blowed up in this show. It's also just it also features a young Ichiro Itano doing a lot of missiles going all over the place. If you know the Itano Circus, that crazy missile animation common in the 80s and 90s, that was pioneered by a man named Ichiro Itano, and you see some of the initial parts of that in Ideon. There's also a lot of just characters being depressed and trying to kill each other. As I've said before, this I think really captures the spirit of Ideon. People are either depressed or angry at each other. That's pretty much the tone of it. And again, the folks behind Evangelion has said it was very inspirational to them. You have the constantly kind of stick up her butt female pilot who's always calling the main character an idiot. You have the, well, just saying. And in the back, sort of a Masato. Yeah, a lot of those things are there. Also, a lot of people getting blowed up real good. A lot of people getting blowed up real good. They really like showing people dying. Yes. Another show influential on Evangelion and Mobile Suit Gundam, partly for historical reasons. And I would argue that this is influential partly because Gundam was just... It treated its subject with such seriousness that it does not feel over the top most of the time. Gundam was a really... Gundam was a signal that anime was a mature medium and could handle really weighty topics. Not the first anime to potentially do that, but the creators of Evangelion have said like this really, when we watched this as like teenagers, this really felt like, wow, anime can do so much because it does so much in Gundam. Moving on to kind of Evangelion ripoffs, so to speak, and I don't mean these are ripoffs totally, but shows where it's like, oh, these feel very Evangelion inspired. Arjuna Soma is one of those anime that got licensed and brought out over in America for some reason. I'm not quite sure why. Again, I think it's partly because it is very Evangelion-like. 2000 TV series, very weird character designs, very weird mecha designs. This is our protagonist. It looks, again, he kind of looks very notable. Although, granted, in the story, he has that kind of, that happens to him, if you will. But very distinctive things. Here's what the mecha look like. And like, I believe this is the hero mecha. Yeah, obviously very Evangelion-esque. And then of course you got Hattie, the psychic girl. The characters, I would say, are not very Evangelion-esque. It's more kind of the scenario and style and approach of Evangelion. Then of course there's Razafon. A lot of folks talk about Razafon as being kind of almost a remake of Evangelion that addresses a lot of the issues with Evangelion. Although Razafon definitely goes in its own direction. It is very musically inspired, and by that I mean like sound and music and audio tones are used in the show offensively and defensively. Sonic attacks basically. So that is a whole thing. Some very trippy visuals. It's a very weird, interesting show. Again, this is your main mecha here. This is what the main mecha looks like. Pretty unusual. But that said, the overall sort of character design style is actually fairly Evangelion-like, I would say, all told. And then I'd also recommend Gun Parade March. Gun Parade March for the idea of sort of teenagers caught in a terrible situation and kind of doing the best that they can. It is set in an alternate present where the Nazis during World War II apparently accidentally opened a spatial rift and let in massively dangerous, destructive aliens and could not close that rift. And so, imagine the alien from Alien. A bunch of those start pouring through a portal onto Earth. And so basically humanity starts getting killed off. And so this is set 50 years after that, where there aren't many humans left, and a lot of them are in Japan because that was so far away from the epicenter of all that destruction. And so the main characters are in a let's see if I can show you an example. Yeah, so the main characters are all high schoolers who have all been drafted. So many people have died that the draft age has lowered because you've got to. So when you enter high school, you are automatically enrolled in the military, drafted in the military, and your high school class is also your combat unit. So it is very much kind of about that. Now, it starts off with this fairly, it's obviously dramatic mecha versus aliens story, but it starts out fairly light in tone, and then it stops being that. Or at least there is a major twist partway through and a tonal shift partway through, and there's some very dark stuff going there. Just be aware of that. Some very serious moments in the show. It's not like it doesn't come out of nowhere because of kind of what's going on, but I'll just point out that the implication is like people can die. Yeah. Let's see here. Other things. I would also recommend Duel Parallel Troubled Adventure to Evangelion fans because Duel is one of the few, possibly the only anime series that is clearly set up to just directly parody Evangelion. It is just like, let's do an Evangelion story, but we'll cross it over with like harem tropes. And it is by the creator of Tenchi Muyo, so he knew what he was doing. The main character is a sort of traditional Shinji-esque character, and he has started to see mecha battling in his city, even though they're not there. They're just illusions. They're just shadows, essentially, in his world. And then, of course, suddenly they're not. And he crosses over to this other world where mecha are actually battling on the streets. And so you get various characters involved there, all of whom, of course, are interested in him. You have, your white, red, and blue mecha, who are all in, the things. Very much a thing. You have definitely not Asuka. It's definitely not Asuka. No, definitely not. And definitely not Rei. Definitely not Rei at all in any way, shape, or form. So yeah, but what I like is it takes all of these tropes and tells its own story with it. There's a whole original thing going on in their world that it explores and has fun with. So it is not just we're going to parody Evangelion for 13 episodes. It is we're going to parody it while telling our own story. I really, really like. And if you get into Tenchi at all, there are some tie-ins to other things in the Tenchi universe. Finally, if you like Samurai Champloo and samurai anime in general, what are some other recommendations there? I'd recommend Tsukigagi Ran. I recommend this a lot. It is a road trip, samurai anime. So 2 samurai on the road, except it is 2 women, which is really cool. Ran here, and Lady Meow of the Iron Cat Fist. This is Lady Meow of the Iron Cat Fist, and this is also Lady Meow of the Iron Cat Fist. This is basically who she is, give you the idea. And then this is Ran doing what she does best, female samurai. And this there were female samurai, by the way. Unusual, but they certainly existed. So this is pretty historically accurate, and that's what I love about Tsukigagi Ran. It is a surprisingly historically accurate, well-researched show. It really feels like this is what it was like in the Edo era in Japan, in revealing some aspects of history and story and so forth. So whereas Samurai Champloo has a lot of anachronisms, this feels very, very grounded, but in sort of this action comedy format, which I really, really like. Then, of course, there's one of the big ones, Rurouni Kenshin. So if you're looking for a story about more of a male samurai going and doing his stuff, and Kenshin is, I would say, a little bit closer to the sort of combat approach of Samurai Champloo, where you have kind of the huge jumps, and being able to push each other back and forth. Where the combat in Samurai Champloo is a little, a little exaggerated, a little beyond actual physics. Kenshin is a little bit more beyond actual physics, but not like One Punch, not like One Piece. Right? It's not completely absurd. But it is kind of pushing the bounds of shonen action possibility. It's really, really cool. What's also cool about Kenshin is that it is set in an actual historical period in Japan. We get dates. Now, it is not exactly historically accurate. You will come across government people in the government who are not them. You'll come across characters who are anime reworks of historical characters, where it's like that character was not actually like that, they were not that old at that time, that kind of stuff. So it plays around a bit with these specifics, but this is an excellent representation of Meiji era Japan. And it's also fun. There's a lot of comedy to Rurouni Kenshin, which I really like. Some of the later stuff, not so much. But it's just a really fun ride through late 1800s Japan. Then there's Rurouni Kenshin OVA 1, which is none of those things. Very dark. Finally, if you like Shirobako, and again, this was in the presentation because Shirobako was relatively recent when I originally made this. But you get, if you're interested in anime about anime, I often recommend Animation Runner Kuromi, which is a 2001 OVA set at an anime studio. A lot of fun, very much a screwball comedy, very, very goofy. but does a good job of representing what life is actually like at an anime studio. Again, goofy and silly, but educational. You get a pretty good idea of the process of making an anime out of Animation Runner Konomi, with all of the fun that is involved with that. Of course, more recently we have Seiyu's Life, which is an anime about being a voice actor, if you're interested in that. Midix Lane in the chat asks about Shoujo Tsubaki. Do you have any recommendations? Are there any anime that you would like thoughts about? Any suggestions for you for any of these? I would love to hear from all of you in chat. I'm looking up Shoujo Tsubaki. I do not. It does not immediately leap to mind. Looks sort of Junji Ito like. It looks like. Boy, I don't know. I cannot off the top of my head think of other anime similar to that, to be honest. Looking at some visuals. There's some stuff in Neo Tokyo, Mani Mani, that is a little bit similar to this. But in terms of just like really weird psychological horror, but in that way of just really bizarre. Nothing leads to mind, to be honest. Nothing leads to mind. Interesting. Yeah. Not exactly. Cool. All right, we're going to take a quick break and then come back with the Weekly Dig to talk about Eyes of Mars and anime news. So I will see you all in about 10 minutes. Take care. If I can find the thing. There we go.
Hi guys, so I am in Odaiba, Tokyo right now, and I'm at the Aqua City Shopping Center right now. We are going on another tour of the jump shop that's here. A few years ago, I did a tour of the jump shop in Sendai, where I used to live. You guys loved it, but that was quite a long time ago. And a lot of you guys have been asking, well, where's the Kimetsu no Yaiba stuff? And back then, that was before the Kimetsu no Yaiba anime came out, so it wasn't yet that popular. But today, in September 2020, they should definitely have some Kimetsu no Yaiba stuff, plus some other new stuff that wasn't there 2 years ago. So let's go find out where the jump store is, and we will do a tour. Okay, where is it? Jump shop. Okay, 3rd floor. All right, there it is, and already Kimetsu no Yaiba stuff. Let's go. On this side of the store, we've got some Haikyuu stands. Very cool. And then, of course, it wouldn't be an anime shop without the Gachapon. Lots of new Kimetsu no Yaiba ones. They've been everywhere in the past year or so that the anime has been out. All right, let's go inside. So walking into here, looks like we have some My Hero Academia t-shirts, buttons, file folders, just anything you could want for school. Which makes sense, My Hero Academia. This seems like it's a pencil case. This feels like there's stuff in here too. My Hero Academia stickers, more keychains. Oh, these are cute. Little pens, how adorable. Over here, it looks like they have the Weekly Shonen Jumps. And of course, as usual, they have Dragon Ball Z stuff, some pens, some t-shirts, a lot of interesting things. And over here, I mentioned this in the last video too, but they always seem to keep a pretty good stock of Slam Dunk stuff that's still pretty popular in Japan, even though it's, not that big in America anymore, I suppose. So here we have Yu-Gi-Oh stuff. You know that when you see crazy hair, it's going to be Yu-Gi-Oh or some kind of card game. They have a section of Gintama stuff. I see some socks. That might be a bath mat, some other kinds of towels, some more keychains, buttons, plushies, stickers. Lots of Gintama stuff here. I didn't notice that as much at the Sendai store. And of course, it wouldn't be a Shonen Jump store without Naruto stuff. We have big figures, smaller figures like Dendroid type figures. Oh, these are so cool. These are really, like, stuff like this would make a really nice gift. Of course, they have Boruto stuff now too. Wallets, little handbags. Oh wow, this is Samurai 8, which is Masashi Kishimoto's newer manga. Oh, is this like, it looks like a contact case almost. Is that what that is? Or maybe you can keep makeup or something in it? Very cool. Or it's a travel case, so yeah, I guess it has stuff to put contacts in or whatever you might need. Very cute. They have an Akatsuki one too. The Gum Gum fruit from One Piece. Oh man, they have like One Piece spices. Cooking for your kitchen, dude. Oh, they have Naruto too. Maybe this is what the Ichiraku ramen place in Naruto uses for their ramen. We have All Might here. Plus, check out this really cool mural up here. Love that. Behind me, we have some Tokyo Ghoul stuff. Plates. Oh my goodness, this is Golden Kamui. So I actually didn't watch Golden Kamui the last time I recorded a video in a Jump store. And I had no idea about it, but I've recently watched the first season. It's super good. I love to see the Golden Kamui stuff in here. Oh, no way. Are you kidding me? Okay, so I love Kanata no Astra. I'm gonna have to get this. This is like one of my new favorite series, actually, so I did not expect... I understand this is a Shonen Jump manga, but when the anime came out, I didn't know that, and gosh, yeah, I gotta get this. Katekyo Hitman Reborn stuff. I've never seen the show. I don't know anything about it, but there is stuff here for it. Oh wow, Spy X Family. Yeah, I've been reading this manga on the Shonen Jump app. I don't think there's an anime out yet for it, but yeah, if you're into that manga, they even have a shirt for it, so that's awesome. This section just seems to have a bunch of like little different stuff. I see Kingdom as well. One Punch Man, which I think there's a bigger section for One Punch Man stuff somewhere else. So I'm actually really surprised that they have Burn the Witch stuff. Makes sense to have it near the Bleach stuff, the same mangaka. So yeah, Burn the Witch, which is the new manga series from the mangaka of Bleach. I'm pretty excited for that anime to come out. So, but don't worry, there's not a shortage of Bleach stuff as well. Let's talk a little bit about the amount of Haikyuu stuff they have here. Even though the manga has ended now, they still have a lot of Haikyuu stuff. It's very popular. You know, the thing is that the Sendai store had a lot more Haikyuu stuff. I mean, they still have bento, they have wristbands, cups, plushies, and stuff like that, but the Sendai store really went all out, which makes sense because, again, Haikyuu takes place in Sendai, but it's still really cool to have things here too. On this side, this whole side right here, almost this whole side, is JoJo stuff. And here we go, man. We have Hunter x Hunter over here, which recently I got into too. I've just been getting into a lot more shonen recently than I used to be into. JoJo pins. I know a lot of people would have a lot of fun with these. The water bottles are so cool. Gon Kurapika. Very cool. I'm so sorry, Hisoka fans. I don't see anything Hisoka at all. Over here they have World Trigger stuff. Maybe I think these might be pins or keychains here. Wallets, little paper pads, and clear files as well. Oh, they have World Trigger t-shirts as well. Alright, Prince of Tennis fans. I know that, you know, a lot of us watched Prince of Tennis on Cartoon Network back in the day, but here in Japan it's still really popular, and it looks like they have clear folders here, and of course keychains and buttons like they do with a lot of the series. I'm actually surprised they have little little towels too. That's really cute. Coming back around here, I see more My Hero Academia stuff. They have so much My Hero Academia stuff, but it probably sells super well. It is still very, very popular here. I love the mugs. I think I showed these mugs off last time.
It's on con. It's on con. It's on con.
It's your birthday. It's your birthday. It's on con. It's on con.
Two things are true.
Konbanwa, Yina.
Hello. Uh-oh. Glitching.
Oh, dang it. It's not Steve. You're now Barbara.
There we go.
What?
Okay.
How'd that
Perfect.
happen?
Welcome, everyone. It's Saturday night. And that means it's time for the weekly dig. We're going to dig into stuff. This is John. This is Steve.
Hello.
Daijoubu desu ka?
There we go. There we go.
Nani? Nani?
Nani?
Thank you. Thanks for letting me know. Usually, like, my audio is fine, but not the Zoom audio. Today it was switched. So, always something. A lot of fun.
Well, it's interesting. Steve was the only one, apparently, from what
Yeah.
Captain said,
Weird.
was the only one that showed up. So, hey,
I don't know.
go Steve, go.
Well, let us start our dig tonight by analyzing an anime movie we all watched this week. This is a weird classic. This is a classic in the sense that this was one of the anime that, for some bizarre reason, the Sci-Fi Channel decided to license back in the 90s and air as part of their anime lineup. I don't know.
Did?
Yeah.
They did?
Yes.
Really?
That's where I first saw Eyes of Mars.
Wow, okay.
Yes, it was on the Sci-Fi
It's an
Channel.
interesting license acquisition. But okay.
Choices were made.
Yes,
Okay.
exactly.
Okay.
The only reason I know about Eyes of Mars is because it was on Sci-Fi Channel.
I mean, Eyes of Mars. I watched Panapony Dash.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll have some very interesting things to talk about.
Yeah. So make a very interesting cross conversation.
So Eyes of Mars is a, for people of a certain sort of otaku generation in America, Eyes of Mars is one of those, oh yeah, I remember that. And everyone else has no idea what you're talking about. So I... yeah, exactly.
Remember this?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And same thing in Japan. Like this does not have any like following in Japan as far as I can tell. Mainly because, as far as I can tell, this was funded by some New Age organization. And if you look at the credits reference various oddly named organization. This was done by the Mother Project.
The Mother Project,
Yes,
yeah.
exactly. So, also, if you watch the anime, this will be very clear.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know what's funny is that when
Heaven's Gate sponsored.
Pretty much.
Right.
Pretty much.
Well,
Oh, boy.
when I watched it on YouTube on my television, and when it came on as another title, which was called Mother.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
And I was really confused, and I was just like, "Oh no! I thought I typed in Eyes of Mars, and then it had the beginning sequence that we had previewed the other day, and I was just like, okay, the genocide is still there. All right, I'm
Ooh, thank goodness for the genocide to clue me in what's going on here. Wow.
So yes, this is a very, very obscure, very weird anime. And it starts with little. Well, I need to be careful here because my copy of this also includes all of the kids movie trailers in the beginning of it. This is just so much fun.
so bizarre.
With the Little Mermaid dragons version.
Yes.
Oh, how wonderful.
Yeah. But no, it starts with this very sort of sci-fi opening. Spaceships launching off, zapping, orbital bombardments of a planet, and then launching off.
Macross-esque, if you will.
Oh, very much so. Very Macross-esque.
Yeah.
And then we see this young boy sort of running through these sci-fi tunnels, which, if this was live action, would definitely be like the boiler room of some warehouse.
Right.
Which the little flying cart thing.
Yeah.
Akira.
Little bit.
Okay.
Right, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we got that going on.
A little bit there. Yep. And then we sort of jump from there
To not being sci-fi.
to not being sci-fi. No. Suddenly we're in Castle in the Sky.
A very confusing jump cut.
Yeah. And it's just this beautiful green environment that we just kind of move around for a while.
It's all Darling in the Franks suddenly.
Yes, exactly. Absolutely. Again, sort of a hint.
And I will be damn honest, when the cicada emerged, I was waiting for it to be as like perspective shot. The cicada is closer, and the boy protagonist-ish person is further away, so that it's in perspective. Like the cicada looks bigger. I was literally hoping, I'm like, oh, is this thing like the size of a like city bus, and it's gonna like totally like kill him, and he's in this weird forest. I'm like, no.
No, the cicada is molting gray.
Yeah, nice. Okay, it'll emerge and scream for the next several weeks and then die.
It's a very subtle metaphor, guys.
Yes.
Very subtle.
Okay, look. I just got over the bruising on my face from being whacked with that 2x4.
The environmental 2x4?
Respect to Earth.
Yeah.
Stop polluting things. Your water tastes like crap.
Eyes of Mars, Return to Fern Gully is kind of the idea here.
Yes, indeed.
Oh boy. So he really enjoys running around this forest for what feels like about 3 hours.
Yeah.
I was like, is this it?
Yeah.
Is this it? I mean, because it went on, and I'm like going, okay, I get it. He's from this polluted area. He's enjoying it. We can have that for 10 seconds and move on, please. No.
Wait a minute,
Nature
so Steve,
is good.
Exactly. It's rejuvenating.
Is good.
Well, I was, from what you're saying,
no.
Steve, I think you would have had Richard Dawson come on, and now Running Man. Just keep running through that. Wee! And again, the butterflies, they took off. I was waiting for the attacking him. And it's like, oh, just pure bliss that nature is wonderful. Like, damn it. Something attack him. Some insect with some brains out or something. Anything.
Mothra, where are you?
Oh, yeah,
exactly.
Right.
Well, they didn't have the tiny little princess.
I was gonna say they didn't have the thing open up, and it's like
Mothra. Mothra. Yeah.
But no, we then transition to a young girl in some Victorian house thing, who is having nightmares and premonitions. But of course, it can't possibly be what's actually going on.
God, that was and we went from this like idyllic scene of this guy's just like, I'm enjoying nature, I love nature, and the girl's having a nightmare and just like death and destruction. I'm like,
the end of the world. I'm like, what the hell is going on here?
My head is hurting.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You're like pushing the gas on this real quick. Like,
yep.
Damn. Hang on for the ride, kids.
Yeah. Again, subtlety is not the watchword of this movie.
No.
But we also get these hints because like the stuff in her room falls,
right.
It goes around. So obviously there's psychic powers going on here. And so we can sort of now move to the next half hour basically of this story. Pretty much is finding out that this is some academy for psychic girls, basically. What it appears to be.
Boku no Hero Academia.
Yeah.
No.
I was like, oh, okay, New Mutants. Got it.
Mm-hmm. But
Xavier's Mansion.
Fabulous New Age outfits.
Yes. Crystals and
yes.
Saris and all kinds of robish kind of silk.
Meanwhile, Grub Boy is just running around screaming, I love nature!
Pretty much.
Yeah, nature's beautiful until you swallow a butterfly. Take it easy, settle down.
But it's a weird thing, is that it suddenly takes us another hard left turn into psychic meditating girls learning how to meditate.
Trying to come into their powers, I guess, or something like that.
Pretty much.
Get in contact with your chi. See how your flow goes. Destroy the world. I mean, become one with the world.
as Mick Lane is saying in chat, J.K. Rowling's X-Women. I like that. That's pretty much it.
Yes.
Nice.
Nice. So yeah, I also love that, and one of the things where I didn't realize that they're all just kind of sitting and standing around in just sort of random awkward poses of just
like the girl on the branch. Yeah.
It's like, all right, fair enough. This does not seem conducive, but whatever, you do you.
Okay, how about the girl that's sitting beautifully, peacefully, right at the edge of the stream?
Yeah.
Where if anyone, as a child or an adult, has ever sat down next to a stream, that's the swampy, crabby ground. Where it's like your ass gets soaked when you're sitting there. It's like, oh no, this is great. I'm aligning my chakras. Yeah, while you're soaking your buns in the water. Well, how is this relaxing?
She has to move beyond her mortal body and not worry about the wet butt.
Yeah, in which case her like crazy fire starter powers come out. She destroys everyone in the area. I'm wet.
That needs to be somebody's statement in like their profile. I'm not going to worry about the wet butt.
There we are.
Life is about enjoyment and not about focusing on your wet butt.
I have expected one of the girls just kind of like sitting there, concentrating and trying to find their powers, going, Demo.
Yeah.
Demo, damn it. But then she would have to play a rhythm game.
True.
Yeah.
That would be hilarious, actually. Like, we pan across, and they all have little phones in their hands. They're all like, actually...
I would also accept a girl sitting there focusing on her. She's got doing her lotus pose, and she's going Demo. Oh, I missed one. Demo.
I would expect doing that and then seeing the little earbuds.
Yeah.
And the earbuds popped out. And it's like heavy metal thrash music.
Right. The end of the world is not.
I love Motorhead. It helps me get in tune with myself. Oh, there you go.
It's a spade.
But yes, we have more time with this.
Yeah.
And then we have the I'm sorry, it's not an S relationship thing.
Her
and
yeah.
Or she's just like she does the thing, and I'm just like going, we're okay.
Yeah.
Look, we've done so many left-hand turns. Where are we now? Where what are we doing now?
Oh yeah, there's very definitely a thing between the two of them.
This is the sex part of the cult, right? This is what we're doing.
That exact moment, and Brent, you perfectly captured the moment. It made me think of Aiko, where it's like, where you've got the sitting in the hot tub giant pool, thinking about someone, just sort of scrubbing yourself with no soap. Moment, and that was exactly the moment. I'm like, oh. I didn't expect that.
Exactly.
Like, oh.
These clothes are very loose. It's easy to remove them.
You look warm in that. Perhaps you should relax. Oh my!
You must increase your chakra. Please take off your clothes.
I should try that next time. I'd like to increase your chakra. Oh goodness!
Your thetans are so restricted. You need
Your Ethereums are not flowing into my account. I mean, wrong words. Sorry.
Yeah. But yes, emotions blossom among young girls, including the girl with the very fabulous '80s hairstyle.
Yes,
I do love that.
Hey, this is a high class, Victorian-styled school. So obviously they have high-class hairstylists on call. I mean, I expected that as soon as I saw the hair.
Yes.
I was like, very fashionable.
A lot of money spent on Aquanet at this school.
Yes.
Just saying that. Exactly.
The world is dying. We need more air.
That's why their world is dying. Because all the Aquanet. It all makes sense now.
What can we do to stop this? I don't know. Perhaps we should stop the Aquanet? You're a man and you're bald. You don't understand. Oh, no.
Oh, dear. Yeah, and so this continues for a while for some reason.
Plot. Oh.
Yeah. It's a weird thing. We have all this sci-fi stuff, and then suddenly, boarding room, quasi-romantic drama thing. I don't know.
I don't know drama,
I
but it definitely was.
I
As
felt
far
like it
as
was
boarding, it was definitely boring.
Well, I felt like
for
I
a while
was dropped into BritBox almost. I was
Yeah.
just like, I was just like, okay, are we all going to start talking Elizabethan accents and drama over marmalade? What's going on here?
Yeah.
My goodness, we have tea at noon.
Yeah.
Shall we have some finger sandwiches with that? Okay.
Downton Abbey on Mars.
Meanwhile, the screaming. Meanwhile, the screaming in the background is the little grub boy going, "I love nature."
Water? Oh, this is amazing! Wow, what the hell is that? Screw this. Hi, kid. I understand how your polluted water kind of thing goes, but spirochetes are a thing, and you're drinking out of an untreated water source. But
And no.
What the hell?
Speaking of which, boy shows up.
I started laughing at the end of this scene.
Oh yeah.
Well, I mean, it took him all of like 3 seconds to convince her, "Come with me now." Okay.
I've never seen a boy before. This is a great opportunity. Shouldn't you ask other questions first?
Why do you want me to get into the back of that van? I don't understand. No, wait, what? No.
Why does that big white base van mean no? Free candy. No.
So yeah, she decides to make a great for. She does ask Sarah for help, but of course there's more going on here than meets the eye.
Ooh, she pops a pill, and I'm like going, "Oh, drug use. All right, great."
Yeah, absolutely. And so we get a little kind of back and forth about exactly what's going on. Eve decides to meditate, whereupon we get sort of this flashback to what we were seeing before, and we see 2 adults see Eve meditating.
Yeah.
And Lane appears in the heavens.
Yes.
Basically.
Well, I was thinking they're gonna whip around and be like, "Oh, look, the great Lord Buddha."
Yeah.
Like, what the?
It's very much that. So, astral projection,
Right.
obviously, is what's going on here. We've all seen that, and then we find the kind of the surprise that she hasn't been here her entire life. She kind of grew up outside of this and is now in this society. So everything is a lie.
Dun dun dun. She's found her parents and floating inside the kitchen, finding her parents, and they know that the kid is gone, and like they're kind of aware of where she is, kind of, sort of.
Yeah.
And the father, Doran, I love how he looks like Joseph, and with the beard, and he's just sitting there reading a book, like happily reading a book. Right?
Yeah.
His daughter is gone from his life, and he's oh, this is nice. Look at what I'm reading here, and then
Well, he's Amish, Steve. He doesn't have technology to be able to watch TV. He's reading a book, damn it.
And then her mother, Mary.
Uh-huh.
Oh, God. Oh, my eye.
What was his father? What was the father's name again? Joseph, wasn't it?
Dorn.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I am.
Joseph, but yeah, might as well be Joseph. And I was just like going, wow, we're just jumping all over the place. We meet a boy for the first time. We're experiencing our powers. We're finding our parents, and we're about to go on an adventure to see the world. And it's just
it's the hero's journey. Just like somebody put it in a salad spinner and just messed it all the hell up. Neat.
I also just realized he's reading a specific book. I can't tell what's on the cover in my glorious 240p copy of this.
The YouTube wasn't that much better. I guess.
Probably the same source. But I will bet you money that book is like whatever the Mother Project is founded on. Like they sell that book.
Yeah.
I was thinking how to raise a superpowered daughter to save society, but probably that too.
Probably.
Environmentalism and how your daughter's superpowers can work with it.
Hey, there we are.
Oh, that's cool.
I read that book, and then sent her off to Xavier's Academy for Gifted Psychic Girls.
Xavier's Academy for locked-in shut-ins who are far away underground in a weird forest.
Yeah.
Yes, there's that too. They don't seem particularly concerned. They're really concerned that she shows up at the kitchen. But there's no background.
No.
Did you guys, were you approached by someone who said, listen, your daughter is blah, 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 and we would like this, and you said, yes, this is our best hope for our daughter.
Yeah.
So that seeing her in the kitchen, it should be more like, yes.
Yeah, exactly.
She's doing the thing.
Mm-hmm.
She is she's got everything dialed in. But no, instead they see her, they're like, oh, it's our daughter. Like, you idiots, you know where the hell she is. Unless somebody kidnapped her, what are you doing? Why are you this awe-inspired by it?
And then there's the other thing of this for me was just because Doran, the father, actually is the one who chased Grub Boy down into the right?
Yeah.
And so then I want to know is how did Grub Boy figure this one out? Like where did this information
where did that map come from?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's not like the kid just is he says, at some point he's like, well, I know these underground areas like back of my head. Yeah. It's like, well, that's great. And yet you still found the academy by this map. Mm-hmm. Where did the map come from?
You need to be more, you need to have a higher Phaeton count to understand that, unfortunately.
Oh, okay.
Not evolved enough as human beings to understand all the levels of this film.
Oh, God.
Or as not evolved enough as Marsh.
Yes, exactly. We need to meditate more and slice leaves with our minds.
Or make them quiver in the air and then go, ah.
And then listen to Oroko flow as we're meditating inside the Victorian mansion.
Ace of Spades.
Ace of Spades. Oh, wait.
There we go.
And contemplating our relationships.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Very much so. So then we get a bunch of weird politics because that is required by law in all 80s science fiction. We have to have some office politics behind all the bureaucrats and what they're doing and this person is backstabbing this other person. Sure, fine, whatever. But
which makes total sense in context to be the government's working hard to protect you, even though their flawed approach isn't exactly what they're aiming at, but they're really trying. The world's going to end. They're working on all these solutions behind the scenes that you don't need to worry about.
Well, and that's
just enjoy the economic bubble.
Yeah. Yeah, the mayor. She's like, well, everything's gonna be gone in 3 years. You know that, Doran. And Doran's like, yes, I know. Can you contact the Eyes Project and check in on my daughter? And she just blithely calls down and just like, oh, how's Eve doing? And the staff is like, she's doing great. Yeah.
Could you fill us in what eyes means? Because there's a lot of capital letters in periods. We don't ever get an explanation of that, but thank you.
What exactly are you doing down? Everything's okay. It's fine. The parents were just hallucinating. They
okay.
the wrong mushrooms.
Just a small reactor leak. And everything's okay.
Yeah. Everything's fine.
How are you?
And Doran turns around and goes, okay, thank you for calling. Why? Your daughter, man. She's wasn't the whole point of the phone call was so that she could actually go to her?
Yeah.
Oh no, she's fine. I'll give my wife Mary ice cream. She'll forget about all that.
How about 2 seconds worth of can I have that contact information, please? And you zap it to my phone. I'll call him later.
Apparently, the savior of the world does not need to come from particularly intelligent parents. Just saying.
Maybe she was adopted. I don't know.
I think now that you've said that, Brent, there are a ton of protagonist Kuns and Chans that are absolutely from idiot stock.
Good point.
And it's just like,
very good
wow.
point.
So in the game of like throw the dice, every once in a while you get an idiot savant. What the hell do you who would know?
Either that or in anime land, intelligence is a recessive trait.
Yeah,
I don't know.
And granted, I mean, Eve is not exactly not exactly Einstein either.
She's sweet.
Yes. Bless her heart.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, in the South, you would say, bless her heart. She's trying.
She's touched. She's touched.
Now, those are strong words, Steve. Strong words.
Did you guys watch the English dub? Or did you watch the... Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
How did you like Mary's voice, mother of Eve, as she monotoned her way through this?
It was a choice.
And you wanted to
the choices were made, and
it was early days.
When you work for scale, you get what you get. You know.
Yeah, no one's gonna be winning awards for the dub in this one in general.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, there were moments where Eve is like talking, and I'm like, that's an interesting emote from this moment. But at least I understand what you're saying. That's fine. Okay.
Maybe they just didn't have monitors in the recording booth, and it's just say a line. Yeah. Just say the line. We'll make it work. It's fine. You know.
I was actually envisioning like when the voice actress that did Mary's voice, the very monotone. They probably just went like after 5 takes, just went. Thank you.
Read it like you're angry. Now read it like you're bored. Now read it like you're happy. They all sound the same. Just use one of them. I don't care. Just get her out of the studio. Good enough.
Yeah. Damn it, we have 4 hours to dub the entire movie with all of these people.
You've got all 6 people in here. We need to dub the entire film in 4 hours.
We have all 3 people. We have all 2 people.
Yeah. What, 2 people? I thought we had 3. They quit.
Grub Boy's still screaming in Studio A. We don't know. No, I still
nature. I love
nature.
So is the studio boss's son still screaming, I love it? Yeah, and he's free, so just let it go. Sweet. Gotcha.
I still say the voice actress is the English dub of Akemi from Legend of the Fame.
Oh, probably. Yep.
Yeah.
Could easily
be. There's a lot of crossovers with some of these things. So yeah, they decide to escape because who wouldn't want to escape from an idyllic forest retreat surrounded by your friends?
So she has this vision of wonderful Mars,
post-apocalyptic and polluted, environmentally crappy.
Yeah. So let's go with that
city.
And Grub Boy just keeps saying, "Oh, well, we have things to talk about when we get there." I'm just like, no, you need to tell her that like everything went the hell in a handbasket up there because she's got no idea. She has visions of ice cream eating ice cream with her dad. That's what she's seeing.
Yep.
And then she's going to get up there and it's going to be all sorts of craptacular.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you don't have any memory and this is what you know, forest, animals, beautiful, like get in tune with nature, and then you go into like Allentown, Pennsylvania, it's going to be like, what the hell happened? I'd rather go down underground.
Yeah, bit of culture shock.
Yeah.
Which is basically what happens.
Yeah. My first thought probably would have been like, oh, is my dream of the scorched earth mean that we're getting rid of all this and I'm going to go back down?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I lived in Berkeley, but now I'm in Allentown. I don't like that. That's a bad thing. I want to go back to Berkeley.
I don't like this.
This feels uncomfortable. I don't feel good about this. Mm-hmm. Destroy the world. What?
Yeah. To that point, that's kind of more or less kind of what happens next.
Yeah.
Good Lord, the messenger did such a bang-up job of being the messenger.
Your world sucks. Don't destroy it. I can't do anything else.
Yeah.
Thank you. Like,
literally, that is the message. If I was part of that cult that was standing there going, please tell us, and this is what I got, I'd be like, All right.
Yeah.
Getting drunk. That's it. We're done.
Thanks, dude, for telling us what we already knew, you jackass. No solutions, no magical formula, nothing like that's something we can do that makes everything better. Nope, just don't mess it up twice. Like, we're dying today. What the hell? What do you want us to do?
And the best part is that from my point of view of listening to him talk, when they're like, well, we can just go to this other planet.
Yeah.
And the messenger is just like, no. Like that's the one thing he's adamant about. He's just like, no, you really shouldn't do that. You need to take care of what you got here now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like they've already passed the event horizon on this planet, so it's like,
yeah.
Like, no, that's not good advice. Where's HR?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, from what they show, it's like that would make sense if you saw the domed city in one crater, another domed city in another crater, and Mars was replete with domes in craters. No, as far as we're shown in this, it's like everything else is dead. And the only thing is this one dome, one crater. It's like, oh, you need to like work hard to make Mars better. It's like, dude,
what? We live on an asteroid.
Yeah, it's like there's no atmosphere. Everything's screwed. We're all dying. We can't do anything at this point. Thanks.
And then the mayor is just like, well, we're gonna stop production on this spaceship that we've actually finished and was ready to actually use, but we're not gonna do it. So we're gonna get 30 more years to revive this planet, or try to at least. And everyone's just like, we can do it. We can do it. We can do it. And then there's that left-hand turn that you're not expecting, and it's like you're hydroplaning on an interstate and going 110 miles an hour and just going, oh God, I can't make that left, and you just go right through the guardrail.
It's not gonna go good.
Yep. Spoiler alert.
Death.
Yeah, everyone gets nuked.
Literally.
I love the fact that they built the damn thing under the city. I'm like, dude,
because it has to destroy. Because it has to destroy the city on its way out. Why? Why couldn't we put it in the other crater?
To the left. To the right. How about you build a diagonal launch tube, that you can shoot off and not wreck everything. We just need this thing to destroy.
We're gonna plow it through the freaking city.
Where's the best place to put our tactical nuclear missile? Manhattan.
Right.
Yeah,
exactly.
That makes sense.
It's the most safe place from everybody else who's where on the planet. Oh, that planet's dead. Oh, that's right.
Right. Yeah.
And I love how they're piling on into this ship, right? And there's that little scene at the end where the little unresolved Yuri love thing happening. And Eve is trying to get Sarah, I think is the girl's name, to stay and whatever. And then the father or uncle shoots Sarah, and all this drama. And she saves Sarah from falling to her death so she can die bleeding out on the ground.
Thank you. Yeah.
And then Theodora from the Xavier School shows up. And they're running away from as the ship is lifting, and I'm like, "You're not gonna make it now." No. Oh, and I'm thinking like, something's gonna happen. She's gonna turn the energy and just, and which they spoiler alert, they do, in a different way. And I'm like thinking like she's going to go to a different place, and then there's the fireball and just engulfs all three of them. And I'm just like sitting there, just like going, main girl dead, lesbian. Proto-lover dead, headmistress dead,
mother lesbian
boy
lady
still
dead.
screaming he loves nature. He's not dead yet, and the ship is going up, and
city's dead.
City's dead, and then pretty soon, ship falters, obviously, and everything. Which, as this is happening, Mary and Doran are standing on the surface of Mars, on a crater far away, watching this happening. So how they got from there to there is a mystery. But that's that's the lesser mystery, though.
Steve,
because
it's the miracle plot.
No, there is no plot.
No, there is plot because that's how they got there. No question.
Get there.
No teleportation. No walking. Plot. Shwink. There they are.
All right, there they are. the city's blowing up, and you know that everything's going into whatever, and then suddenly, and then you see all the devastation. The Eden Underground is on fire. People are on fire, screaming. Grub Boy finally shuts up because he's on fire, and fire is bad. Fire is pain, and everyone is dead except for Doran and Mary, who somehow get ejected into orbit.
Yep.
Mars's orbit, and they're just circling around.
Really?
Going,
I'll explain this. I'll explain this, Steve. Really, really good spacesuits.
Yes.
Well, they didn't even have the spacesuits when they were on the crater.
Really good spacesuits.
So they're like semi-biological spacesuits. So like if you get suddenly flown into a non-atmosphere, then your thing goes whoop, over your head.
Exactly.
Fine.
They're really good.
Yes.
Apparently, so they're floating around, and
apparently with helmets glued to each other because some reasons.
Yeah, and they're just like blithely about to go die, and Doran goes, "We're watching the human race die," and then you hear Eve's voice coming, "No, we're okay, Father. No, you're not okay. You're just spirits right now.
They're
coming
all
up
dead.
from." And they're all dead, and you see the spirits come from the bodies that look like they're from Pompeii.
Oh yeah,
right.
Yeah.
And they're just like
carbonized waste of human bodies. Yeah.
And they're raising up, and it's like they're all smiling, and da-da-da-da-da-da. Grub Boy's really happy now, and they're just like, okay, we're all gonna go to Earth. Didn't the mess? Okay.
Y'all enjoy suffocating to death in the void of space. See ya.
She just
Let's put on a
left them
soundtrack
there.
for you. You spin me right round, baby, right round. Enjoy your orbit.
And then they go to Earth, and then there's a whole nother reveal there.
Oh yes.
Yes.
Because they go to Earth and reveal themselves 2001 style.
Boy, do they! I was really expecting the monolith.
Oh yeah,
it really was.
That would have worked out better. I'm assuming those are not Cro-Magnon. Those are Neanderthals.
Right?
And Neanderthals went extinct.
Yeah.
Now, if you had showed Cro-Magnon, then you might have had hey, here we go. Okay, go.
And then the cherry on the top, the absolute cherry on the top of all of this, is we get all of this, and then the narration says, and then they founded Atlantis.
And Plato wrote that this was the great nation of Atlantis.
Which then technologically screwed itself and sank.
It destroyed itself, yes.
Awesome.
So at 2:30 a.m. when I finished watching this, or whatever it was, a.m. in the morning, it was very hard for me not to scream at the television and just be like, throw things and just, because my face is bruised from the 2x4s, all the 2x4 abuse.
Environmentalism.
But here's the thing. So they go there, right? And they founded the nation of Atlantis. Atlantis is gone. It's destroyed. They did not succeed.
Just like Mars, Steve.
Just like Mars, and just like Atlas, the planet before Mars. I'm like,
Atlan or whatever it was, yeah.
I'll go further. The whole message of the movie is that we need to fix our planet instead of leaving it. Right?
Right. But what
does Eve do at the end? Leaves the planet. Okay, great. Wonderful. Yes. Good job. There. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good message movie.
I don't. Maybe it was just me. Maybe you guys experienced it too. When Atlan, the planet exploded, and it blew off most of Mars's atmosphere. Did you get the?
Oh, I didn't actually.
The time tunnel. I'm like the TARDIS. Are they Time Lords? No, they can't be from Gallifrey. What the hell's going on here?
I would not give them that much credit.
Yeah. With this film, I would not either.
Yes, that's the big reveal Captain Laser Eyes, is that it was actually set in the distant past.
Dun dun dun.
And these were the progenitors of human. And to be clear, the implication is that humanity actually arose from these people from Mars, who then settled on Earth and created Atlantis, and Atlantis died, but they still then became actual, humanity. Which, to be clear, is an actual New Age thing. Like, there are absolutely cults and religions and so forth who believe this, that we are all, cosmic messengers from another planet that were transplanted here. So I'm sure this. I'm sure this was meant like not as just like a big reveal, but it's like, no, we believe this. This is a historical record.
This is why you shouldn't let cults make animes.
Just saying. Just saying. So like, I gotta say, like, I will give the filmmakers credit for killing off its entire cast.
Yeah.
Like, it's a twist. Legitimately, I did not see that coming.
Yeah. So it begs the question.
Well, I mean, 2 people lived for a little
while. That's true.
Well, my whole thing is that at the time that this was made, we did have rovers going to Mars. Mm-hmm. So wouldn't we have come across? Wouldn't that have been something if we sent a satellite to Mars, and as we're approaching Orion, we're just like, wait a minute, what are these 2 dead humans going on here? How the hell did this happen?
Like, yeah, what's going on with that? Mm-hmm. Look, there's the wreckage of a giant spaceship in a huge city in a crater. Who knew? No.
Mm-hmm. No. They were all wiped away by the Anunnaki.
In conjunction with the Illuminati.
Yes, exactly.
And the Zentradi. See how this is all interesting. Zor Prime was directing them all.
Yes.
Yes, okay, anyway.
And then the Thule Society got involved, and it was
and then the young pioneers saved us all. Way to go,
Captain Planet! Thank you.
After the Robot Chicken, where they had Ted Turner doing Captain Planet, I can never hear Captain Planet and not see Ted Turner going, Captain Planet! Like, that Ted Turner on a zip line? Oh, Robot Chicken, you crazy bastards.
Captain Planet. You learn something whether you want to or not.
Yeah, exactly.
But yes, that is the experience of Eyes of Mars.
Yep.
It
was an experience.
It's an experience. It is. Well, it's
a drinking game?
Yeah, it's tough because here's the thing. On the one hand, like, it is a sci-fi adventure story. Like, they did assemble something.
Yep.
There are elements to this movie where I remember watching it for the first time and being legitimately intrigued and interested, and enjoying kind of where the story's going and wondering what they were doing, and cocking my eyebrow at many of the choices, but still being like, okay, we got this relationship between the 2 girls and the boys coming in. How's that going to involve things? And then they just kind of, take all of their toys and kind of drop them all on the ground. It's one of those...
Actually, it's more like along the lines they took the Legos and threw them all across the floor and said, walk barefoot.
Yes, absolutely. And then set them all on fire.
Yeah, because it's all animation and very little explanation.
Yes.
Like, thanks.
Yeah. So it's like it's not a dumpster fire in the sense of like there are pieces here that are fun and entertaining on their own, but it just doesn't add up. It's really disappointing at the end.
It's a bit hollow.
In
the end. It's a bit hollow.
Really?
Just like the Hollow Earth. Which is really a thing. And let me explain my whole paper.
It's only a thing because you need the aliens to be able to fly into some place.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Of course.
I mean...
It can't be a hollow Earth. We're flat.
True. Yes.
But there's cavities in the flatness.
Yeah. I believe in the cube Earth theory. That's my belief.
Actually, I believe that my closet is a direct portal link to
Narnia.
Narnia, and Narnia on Mars.
Oh, Marnia.
Marnia. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Maria watches over us.
Yes, Marnia watches over us.
It all connects together.
And Aslan teaches us about environmentalism and psychic powers. There we go.
Exactly.
And if anybody is following that at all, thank you, because I'm not, and I'm speaking this gibberish.
I would rather watch that than Eyes of Mars.
You've just founded a cult, Steve.
Oh, no. All hail our Lord and Savior Steve Gerhardt. And here's the statue.
Manifesto forthcoming.
Yeah.
All right, that'll do it. We're going to take a quick break for just a few minutes and back talk about more modern anime and the latest anime news. I'll be talking about much less modern anime. We will see you in a few minutes. right, hello, and we're back. Welcome back, everyone. Let us take a moment, a little breather, to talk about the anime we've been watching lately. Exactly. Let us align our chakras and figure out how to make leaves shake in the air. Folks in the chat, please let us know what you've been watching lately. Any questions you have for the three of us. John, how about you?
Oh, I've been keeping up with the keeping up.
Yeah.
So, Skeleton Knight, Greatest Demon Lord is Reborn, Mishachku, Diamond, Rising the Shield Hero, Kaguya, Date Alive, Love After World Dominant. I'm trying my damnedest to keep up on everything. Which means I still haven't gotten to the other seasons.
Sure.
Kira had mentioned that Slow Loop was one of her jams.
Ooh, yeah.
I'm still on like episode 3 or 4 of Slow Loop. It's one of those things, along with Girls Front Line and Sabashiki, whatever, Bisco, that's holding me on a Funimation subscription because I'm trying to get them done. Those are ones they have not shifted yet. And it's like, I'm trying to get there. And then cooking stuff. I made porridge today and bulgogi.
Ooh, nice.
I did laundry. It's like, so I watched some of what was going on, participate, go downstairs, get laundry change, come back upstairs, got the dogs walked, got things done. It's been a whole, everything and more day.
Yeah.
Cool.
Nice.
Cool.
And I got Spy by Family, or Spy Family.
That's right.
Manga. At least
that.
The beginning of it, because I'm assuming there's going to continue to be more on that. We'll have fill in as I go.
Yeah, I think they're up to volume 9 now.
I'm going to probably wait for it to get to 12. That way I've got 6, and then I will get the next set, and it'll be right together. I still have to get Akira, though.
You might not want to with Spy Family, considering how popular it is. This might be one of those
wait on it.
No, yeah, you might be one of those manga where by the time you get to 12, 7 will be sold out. As a thought. Just wanted to point that out.
Which watch? by that point, I'm like, 7 sold out. I can't get 8. 9 is a limited run. And then they'll release an anthology. I'll be like, well, just kick me in the head. Oh, you couldn't get those volumes? Here's all of them. You suck. But yeah, I keep dancing around Akira.
Oh,
it's on Amazon. It's an anniversary edition. I keep dancing around it because it's like it's a chunk.
Yeah,
I mean, to get it, it's a chunk of change. But I'm like, God.
Are you saying you want to buy it to collect it, or you want to read it?
The answer to that would be yes.
Okay, gotcha. All right. I say that,
and also I should say that my nieces, when they inherit my estate, will go, oh, look, a cartoon book, and not sell it for $1 at the yard sale. That they will go, look, a cartoon book. What? Wait, there's more. They'll flip it open and be like, oh, it's Akira. I'll be like, girls, go. So collect, read, and leave for other generations.
Okay. Fair enough.
That's my hope.
All right.
Although I know everything in my house is going to go for $1. It's going to be like all my Nendoroids, everything. It'd be like $1. I'd be like, you know how much that cost me? You better be getting $50 for the damn thing.
The reason I ask is because Akira is often readily available at libraries.
Yes.
So that's one of the ones where I tell folks, for almost every other manga, I don't recommend this, but there's a good chance you'll be able to find Akira complete at a local library.
I was going to say, it's weirdly complete. It's weirdly, you don't have to sit there and then go through the interlibrary loan and get some stuff. Right. Like I had to do with Phoenix. And,
yeah.
Yeah. And the one volume of Buddha they didn't have.
Yeah.
And
I'm surprised you were able to get Phoenix. Phoenix, volumes of Phoenix go for $100 on eBay. Easy.
Yeah. Libraries don't know.
True.
Honest to God, you could go to those library book sales and you'll find stuff in there. And you're like, oh, I can have this for $1.50? Yes. Are you sure? As you slowly back away towards the exit,
As you're slowly pulling up eBay on your smartphone. Yeah. Really? I can have it for $1? Cool. I just made $700. Yeah, I mean I know it's a shelf sitter.
Yeah.
But literally, my manga collection
it's actually
this big.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. I have like very few manga, and it's like one of the things that I've managed to keep updating is my original VHS, like from a mail order company in New York City in the mid '80s.
Wow.
Or mid '80s, late '80s. A VHS copy of Akira to my DVD of Akira.
Nice.
It's like, this would just as a package deal when the girls go to sell it, they'd be like, here's a VHS, which you can't really play because his VCR probably doesn't work, but here's the DVD on top of that and the entire, I want $10.
And to be clear, like, I own Akira for exactly that reason. Like, I cast no aspersions because that is one of those manga that is worth owning and going back to.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah. And from everything that you guys have talked about, where it's like, oh no, the movie
is just this.
It's like death is just the beginning.
Yeah.
Oh, crap. Okay.
Yeah.
So I have no idea. I literally have no idea. After all these years, I've never run into a piece and part of the story that Akira the movie came from. Nice. So it's like, that's why it's like I just keep dancing around. I'm like, it's a lot.
Wow. 35th anniversary box set. Yeah.
Yes.
Nice. And,
it's a chunk. It's a chunk of change.
$140, but again, divided by 6, right?
Yeah.
That's $24 a volume. That's really good. Like, that's cheaper than I spent per volume on my set.
Yeah.
That totally makes sense.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to bite the bullet eventually and stop fetching about it. So, but so that's been my thing. And the foot from having kicked the concrete.
Yeah.
It actually healed.
Good.
Hooray! Neosporin, a Band-Aid, and like just not kicking other things with that same foot has done miracles.
Imagine.
Yeah. So that's been the week. How about y'all?
Nice. Steve?
Well, so this has been kind of just a whirlwind week for me, just job-wise, working. And tomorrow I'm going to be celebrating my birthday, which is today, but I'm going to be doing it tomorrow.
Happy birthday.
So thank you.
Anjobi omedetou.
Yes. I'm going to, we're going to a nice restaurant tomorrow night. That's part of Anna's work. And
Wendy's is...
Yeah. Hey, getting the double. We're not being stingy. Yeah. So
the pretzel bun, black and blue burger with bacon at Wendy's.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, because why wouldn't I want to go with the Atlantic chard with asparagus that's about this big round and that kind of thing.
Asparagus just makes your pee smell funny. Screw that.
But
tater tots, now that's a quality side.
There you go. But I've been eating. Speaking of, but I have been eating some Thai food a little bit more lately, and I was at one of the restaurants, Kunai, in my neighborhood recently, and it was just like really nice, basic pad Thai. It was really delicious.
Have you ever had beef nuer yang? It's this thinly sliced Thai like beef, and I swear it tastes like what I would imagine if you stuck a sparkler in your mouth. It's obviously got some kind of like acidic element to it, but I have no idea how it literally tastes sparkly.
Sparkly.
No idea. There was a Thai place that was here in Roanoke that did it. It was like I if I can find it, I get it when I can find it. Beef nuer yang.
I'll have to check it out.
It's awesome.
So we did that, and just kind of like I said, just been really busy this week, and fortunately back on the Genshin with a freaking vengeance. Oh my god, just like I'm just like, got my Serenity Pot finally. I'm just like going through it, and just like I'm like going, and then of course I go through the one quest thinking I'm just like running around and getting stuff, and then suddenly I'm in this like humongous battle with a 300 foot tall 3-headed hydro Tiamat thing coming at me,
Pretty
and I'm
much.
like, here I am with the traveler with my little sword, like, and still got to beat that thing.
What the hell is? I would make a Harry Potter joke. Let's Expelliarmus Repellum or whatever the hell it is.
Yeah.
Expelliarmus.
Expelliarmus. The Patronus. What does the Patronus spell? Is that just it,
Oh,
Patronus? Patronus, or is there like more to that spell? But
it's been a while.
There's Steve. All hell's breaking loose. Patronus.
Meanwhile, everyone's around me dying. Why, you jerk? What are you doing?
Stop casting light, you idiot! Fight something. Pick up a knife.
Anything.
A stick. A rock. Anything.
Quit running around going, I love the nature. But I did put up on my site too. I think I put it into the Discord. Some of the anime that we talked about we did for the 3 a.m. And I put together a huge, not huge, but about an hour long AMV list that y'all can watch over on the site too. But it'll be in the I forget if I put it in the Oncon or in the music, but it's in one of those two places.
Okay, cool.
So I was actually looking through all the AMVs and trying to like not do my usual, oh hey, let's do a Motorhead Gundam thing, and just like putting that together, but actually more current music and stuff like that. And it's
Offspring Gundam.
What's that?
Offspring Gundam.
Offspring. Oh, there you go. Gotta do that. Pretty fly for a white guy.
Exactly.
And
pretty fly for a fly guy.
And it starts with the Harder, Faster, Stronger track from Interstellar. So it's gonna start with that, and it's gonna end with Larkin Cell, Ready, Steady, Go. So enjoy everything in between.
Nice.
So that was actually most of my anime watching. Honestly, was just through AMVs. And as I was going through the Otakon site, just kind of see what's going on because I'm actually for the first time in 5 years, I think.
Are you going to go with us?
I am going with you. If I can crash with you guys, yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
All right, it's done then. So
that will cut down on our Uber Lyft ticket enormously.
So there's the thing, and I discovered I thought I had missed the AMV thing, but I haven't yet. So there might be. I might make an AMV and see if I actually make it to the finalists this year. But we'll see what happens.
And see if Studio IG shows up to break your knees for copyright infringement.
Yeah,
cool.
Yeah. you thought
Hayao Miyazaki in a corner with a bat. Don't
Something
screw
tells me
Ghibli.
Steve will not be his first target.
Probably not.
But yeah, so that's kind of where I've been at this week. How about you, Brett?
Cool.
Oh.
Demo. Oh, you've been seriously, you've been
I've been playing Demo. Yes, I've been playing Demo. Demo 2 specifically.
Demo. And you love it, hate it. It's great. It's kind of middle of between. What?
Heroin.
The gameplay experience of wandering around the world is like living inside my favorite picture book as a child.
Oh wow!
So imagine being inside, Where the Wild Things Are or whatever.
Ooh.
It's not that style, but it is unutterably gorgeous. You play this little girl who's in a train station while it's raining, and the rain causes you to bloom, which is bad. Like literally sprouts come out of you. And so everyone's hiding inside the train station, and they're literally just living in this train station while people play this piano, and the piano does something, and they're waiting for the conductor to come back. Gorgeous art style. The rhythm game aspect, honestly, I kind of just do. It's not bad. It's not amazing. It's not particularly hard either. There's a line, notes come down, and you hit points on that line as the notes hit it. It's very minimalistic, which I like.
Is it hard to do? Are you doing it thumb wise, or do you put it flat and then use your index finger?
I'm holding literally, holding it and pressing and doing it that way.
Okay, so it's just not super dexterous.
No.
Neat. Okay.
there are maybe 6 or 8 points on that line where you need to hit.
Okay.
So it's not like you're bouncing all over the place. Since you have 2 thumbs, it's fine. I haven't played on hard difficulty mode. I'm sure it gets crazy, but in this one, it's very relaxed and very chill. Honestly, I just enjoy wandering around the little world. Like that is it. But like that's the main thing I'm doing right now, and it is very much okay. Buy another track, play another track, do another track. You know, time to do another thing. And I'm like, okay. So it's. I'm not like loving that aspect of the game. Is clearly like you can't do things in the world until you have played that rhythm game a few times.
Okay.
And because there are tickets that you get, and you have to redeem the tickets by playing the game, kind of thing. I'm still getting into it, but just it is worth playing just for the visuals alone and just being exposed to the visuals. I would say, loving Demo, Demo 2 at least. Demo. I also watched the first 9 episodes of the original Casshern.
Oh, okay.
The 1973 new robot man Casshern.
So you went beyond what we watched.
Yes.
And then went further.
If you feel makes you feel any better, John, about the dog that gets killed in episode 1, they burn a cat alive in episode 4.
Does it?
I'm sorry.
No. It just gets burned to death.
Jeez, what's up with the animal hate in that show?
I'm sorry to laugh.
I laughed too.
Thing, but...
the evil robot rats showed up, and they have little laser eyes that they use to burn a cat to death. I can't keep. Yeah. It's just really weird.
So Android Adolf Hitler and his henchmen make robot rats.
Yes, because the idea is that they want to starve out humanity, so they create little robot rats that will run around and consume all the food, because that is the most efficient way of doing that.
Wow, this android's got a serious screw loose.
Oh yes, absolutely. Well, it gets creepier.
Oh God.
So those who have not watched original Casshern, which imagine that, basically, scientist inventor guy decides to invent a robot. Things go poorly. Robot goes mad and becomes Robot Hitler. Commandeers the castle the scientist lives in, and turns it into a factory to churn out robots.
And nobody can bomb the castle.
Nobody can stop this. They are completely indestructible. We are told that Earth's military cannot stop any of the robots, and we see them destroying everything until a dog kills one of them. Okay.
General, should we cut the power lines? But if we do that, they won't have AC or electricity. Yeah? So don't do that. Okay.
That's exactly what they expect.
They'll be looking for that to happen so that it will shut them down. Phase 3.
Profit. It's a little odd. Robot Hitler then YouTube's gonna hate this video. But he captures I forget exactly how this worked actually, but scientist guy and his wife, they decide to convert their adult son, or like late teen son, into a new robot man. So he is
a better outfitted robot.
Yes. So he still has all of his memories. He is still, whatever Takata, whatever his name is. But he's
been uploaded.
Yes, he's been physically reborn. So he has a robot body, but he looks essentially human, except he's in this spandex uniform with a giant metal thing on there. And then of course he gets a robot dog because why not?
Friender.
Yeah. So later on, there's a plot twist involving Casshern's mother. because they're not sure what's going to happen to Kashan's mother. And they basically, the father is concerned that they're going to kill his wife or use her as a hostage. So remember the robot swan that he built that's in the castle?
Yeah.
He places her inside the swan.
Oh, God.
So her consciousness has been uploaded into this swan, which cannot talk or anything. So the swan is now, wandering around, which provides some plot twists, because then the swan can fly to Kashan, and then whenever the moonlight shines on the swan, its eyes glitter and creates a holographic projection. Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi, you're my only hope. Of the mother, who then can talk to Kashan.
Where's her body?
Unclear. Yeah.
Okay.
Here's where it gets creepy. Robot Hitler sees the robot swan and adopts it as his pet.
Yep.
So there's literally footage of Robot Hitler standing there, like, stroking the swan and, like, loving the which is literally Kashan's mother.
This is a complicated relationship about step-parents and their relationship to stepchildren and...
Apparently. I will say there is a very interesting, and I'm going to spoil it because nobody cares.
Except for the creators of Kashan.
Yeah. Nobody here cares. Kashan's father has a compatriot, Dr. Azuma, I think, something like that, who is the world's foremost electrical engineering guy, and he is the father of Luna, right? The love interest. He invents, unfortunate choice of acronyms, the MF gun. It stands for
maximum
something.
firepower.
Yeah, there we go. Yes, it is like mega firepower gun or something.
Yeah,
but English speaker, I just immediately fill that in with a different. Long story short, he dies. Luna gets the MF gun.
Yep.
And there's a whole plot twist about what they're gonna do, because she decides to essentially give Kashan the gun and then leave. Because there's a whole conversation where he's like, "This is too dangerous. You need to go. You need to leave. Just go. Get out of here.
Leave like the planet, or leave okay.
Yeah. So don't be part of the war zone. Get out of the war zone, and so forth.
Okay.
And end of the episode, she goes off, and then as she's going off, she sees Kashan waiting for her because he has zipped out in Flender sub. By the way, the robot dog turns into vehicles.
Yeah. Aircraft, sub,
yes,
motorcycle,
exactly.
whatever.
And he is waiting for her and says basically, if we're going to die, we should die together. Basically is the line. But it's basically, let's move forward and do whatever we need to together. I say that's interesting because I thought this was much more of a young boys anime. In which case it makes sense that no girls icky, you go, right. But this is clearly aimed at an older audience. That, I'm going to find some way of living with a female person who has cooties. Pretty much. So Luna gets the gun, and she, stays with Kashan and, shoots people with the gun when she remembers to.
When she remembers to?
Oh, there's a whole thing where they steal the MF... The Robot Hitler steals the MF gun. They recover it. And, they're flying away in Flender Chopper. And she has the gun. and they're like right over top of Robot Hitler and all the bad guys as they're flying away, and she never fires at once. It's like you could literally just end the war right now. You're like 20 feet away from them, and they just fly away.
But if she shot Robot Hitler, there might be a more competent sub-commander that takes over that could destroy the world.
I would say that, except all these sub-commanders are there with him at the time.
Well, sub-commander. Like the guy who's working in the cafeteria might turn out to be super triple Hitler.
Very true.
And that might do it.
Yes.
I guess.
Sure.
Reasons. Plot.
Makes sense.
There's plot.
I love the environment. I love nature.
There he goes. How you doing, kid?
Yeah. So,
God.
I am not committing to this, but I think I'm gonna go and I'm gonna watch like the last 10 episodes, because apparently it becomes very episodic. You know, and it's only like 36 episodes, I think.
Only.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, I'm gonna see how it ends because I'm curious where they go with this. And where the final series ends up. So it's been a ride.
And then you get to go on to the pleasure of Casshern Sins.
So here's the thing: I downloaded all of Casshern. The torrent I found is the OVAs, all the various incarnations of Kashan over time. So wow. I might just like just taste all the different versions of Kashan and then finish it up by doing Casshern Sins all the way through. That might be the take.
Download Kashan. Are you sure? Yes, I would like to download the 8 terabytes of information. Go. Okay. Yeah. See you in a week.
And for what it's worth, I've been using the term interchangeably. His name has been romanized as Kashan and Casshern in different versions, and at this point, Tatsunoko is like, we don't care. So we use Kashan here and Casshern here, and everyone knows what we're talking about. It's okay. Yeah.
We'll call him Sean Cassidy in another version and make him sing. Cool.
Yeah. It's all good.
It all works. Mm-hmm. As long as we get royalties from it, we don't care.
Yeah. So yeah, that's been Don't hear that? What could possibly, etc.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, it's getting louder.
Niagara Falls. Slowly I turn.
Is Robot Hitler attacking Baltimore?
Where's my mother effing gun?
Probably your other muffin pants.
Welcome to the latest anime news for the week ending June 11th, 2022. Let's get to some weird anime news. So, The Vampire Dies in No Time is fairly popular, fairly successful. And its main character, Honda, is really big on celery. So what do? Of course, you make a fragrance. A celery fragrance tie-in to The Vampire Dies in No Time. That's right.
Fanboy Funk?
Prime Maniac is making a tie-in fragrance line with the anime, featuring scents associated with characters' personalities and aesthetics. This line already launched 3 years ago in 2019, featuring Drake and Ronaldo. Second installment involves Hinaichi and Honda. Hinaichi's keywords, this is a fragrance thing, are this is so again, not Honda, Hinaichi. Orange, lemon, apple, rose, lily, ozone note, musk, amber, and patchouli.
The hell is ozone note?
And Honda's are bergamot, lemon, celery, leaf green, verbena, rose, nougat, not nougat, moss, amber, and musk.
Mucus?
M-U-G-U-E-T.
Mucus. Okay.
M-U-G, I'm going to...
The vampire scent is musty, dead, slightly rotty.
Muguet. It is a species of thrush, apparently.
Species of thrush?
A flower of great importance in the world of perfumery due to its sweet green scent. Turns out, each bottle costs a mere $49 US. So,
I'd rather buy Akira.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So jump right on that. Why don't you?
No.
Yeah. Let's move on to some general news. Big news in the world of Berserk, at least the manga. Koji Mori announced that the Berserk manga will continue this year. Its creator Kentaro Miura passed away, obviously, and so they're going to continue it on. Full announcements are available. It'll have the following credits: original work by Kentaro Miura, manga by Studio Gaga, supervised by Koji Mori. Studio Gaga is Miura's studio, and Mori noted that he discussed the ending of Berserk with Miura 30 years ago.
Oh,
wow.
After Miura passed, he'd been sort of thinking about it, and he's like, okay, let's go ahead and move forward. So, both Mori and the Young Animal editing partner promised not to deviate from Mr. Miura's own words. So they're going to do it as intended. As best they can.
Good.
Yeah.
I still wish they'd come back to Kazuno Stigma and do the same thing. But his staff would have come back and like finished the story.
Yeah. A lot of that. Let's see here. Skipping some Tezuka news, just some more Tezuka manga coming out. Some sweet news this week. Hayao Miyazaki is working with Tokorozawa City to preserve the spot of land that was the inspiration for the house and forest in My Neighbor Totoro.
Oh, wow.
And to preserve that as an urban green park.
Nice.
Yeah, so that was based on a actual location. The city's going to spend about $13 million US, buying back 3.5 hectares from its current landowners. Miyazaki will be a core member of the resident group and is donating $2.2 million out of pocket for that. The project needs a total of about $19 million.
Wow.
Studio Ghibli is also assisting with fundraising. They'll have a crowdfunding campaign and so forth and so on. And they're going to sell some limited edition reproduced background art from My Neighbor Totoro, which would be kind of nice. So that is the idea there. So that's kind of cool. Miyazaki has actually done cleanup in that area himself. He likes going out and doing like cleanup stuff. Good for him. Shout out to establishing a new studio. Interesting. Shaft Aoi has launched in the Shizuoka City, in the Aoi ward of Shizuoka City. It'll focus on hybrid and full 3D CG work. It'll be a full studio capable of everything from in-betweening to finishing. So, curious. The original Shaft was established in 1975, by the way. Been around a while. We're getting new Junji Ito anime, which excites a lot of people. Not necessarily us, in fairness. Netflix is going to be releasing Junji Ito Maniac, Japanese Tales of the Macabre, which will be an anthology show, about 20 stories of Ito's body of work, animated for the first time.
That wasn't the same thing that was supposed to be on Adult Swim, was it?
I don't think so.
Was that the Spiral one? No, that was something different. That never materialized.
Yeah, I think so.
I know Crunchyroll's been running Junji Ito. Crunchyroll loves Junji Ito for like the last 2 months.
Yeah.
They just keep piling it on. Like, okay, good.
Ito did say that there's a Junji Ito Masterworks collection, an adaptation of his Masterworks collection in the works. That is a collection of some of his more famous works. It has a total of 11 volumes. Published in the early 2010s. Junji Ito Collection is a 2018 anime. So yeah, more Junji Ito anime coming.
If that's your jam, you're really looking forward to it.
Cool. Go for it. Also more Sonic anime. There was an announcement of a prologue to the new Sonic Frontiers, an animated prologue featuring Knuckles. And there's also a preview of a new Sonic Prime 3D animated series. So, cool. Sonic's still around. Hard to believe back in the 90s that Sonic would still be, a big deal today. Moving on to some anime announcements. The Beast Tamer who's exiled from his party meets a cat girl from the strongest race is getting an anime.
Good.
Yes.
Hooray.
Yay.
English title is thankfully Beast Tamer.
Oh, that's much better.
Okay, there we go.
Basically, the main character is a beast tamer, beast master, if you will, who is banished from his party because all he can do is talk to animals and interact with animals. Then becomes an adventurer and meets a cat girl. Shocker.
That he can then talk to.
Yes, exactly.
Like everyone else.
And it turns out cat girls are the strongest species, apparently, in their world, which I think is accurate. That sounds right to me.
They're just beasts.
Nuka Nuka taught me anything.
Yeah. Exactly. Yes, Batman. Eartha Kitt.
Watching an adaptation of Moshi no Ko, a sort of idol-themed manga, which I happen to have read the first volume of.
Oh.
I looked into this. So
how'd you happen on that?
Scrolling through Amazon, I was like, this looks an interesting manga. So, main character is Goro, a doctor, who is also a fan of an idol, a teenage idol girl. And then one day, he comes into his practice to handle a teen pregnancy.
Oh.
And it's her. He kind of fangasms, in fairness. But then okay, I'm a doctor, fair enough, I'll take care of this. She, of course, has to sort of retract from the limelight. She is just far along to start showing. And so it's like, okay, now I have to stop, idling and so forth. And so he is her doctor, progresses her through all of these things. Get ready. The day she gives birth, he suffers an accident and dies and is
becomes the
reborn
baby
as one of her children.
Oh, God. Okay.
Why do we do this? Why do we do this?
And of course, his sister
Don't.
is another fangirl of the idol who is also reincarnated along with him, and they have to, they're competing to be the biggest fan of their mommy. I was so into this until like the last 3 pages of this manga, and I was like, oh. Dunno.
Why do we do this? Why do we make these choices?
I don't know.
So his messenger.
Mommy, I want to breastfeed first.
So I will say the tone is very sweet. Don't know, but just saying. That's coming. Look forward to that.
Yeah. I'm gonna need like some strong recommendations on that one to me to be even remotely interested in seeing it anymore.
I just keep thinking Electro Complex. Lord.
Lots
What
of
was it?
complexes.
Kvasar no Soma.
Mm.
The one where
Quasar,
the guy.
Quasar Stigmata. Yeah.
It's Quasar Stigmata. Oh, yeah. That's all that runs through my mind.
Yep.
Be like, oh, here we go. Same for the instead of being a little,
But
little
now they're
guy,
related.
it's a baby, and they're related. Like, oh, kill me. Wow.
Can you imagine that big reveal, 8 years old? So, Mom, gotta tell you something. Remember Dr. So-and-so that I supposedly never met, that you really liked because he was a good doctor? Guess what?
You've been feeding me.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. And here's my sister.
Have you guys seen any of the new Castlevania anime?
No.
Me neither. I've heard great things about it.
I keep meaning to, and then another series pops out.
Yep.
And I'm like,
Is it Netflix series or something like that?
Netflix.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's Netflix. It's almost like kind of like Fate-ish in that way, where it's just like literally, it's just like, oh hey, next year new Castlevania thing. Here you go.
Yep. Yeah. Well, new Castlevania thing. Spin-off series, Castlevania Nocturne, focusing on Richter Belmont, descendant of the original show's protagonists Sifa and Trevor, and Maria Renard. So, set in France during the French Revolution in 1792, which I gotta say is a neat time period for a vampire story. French Revolution, I like that. That's good.
Not me.
There was a lot of very short haircuts around here.
Exactly.
A lot of exsanguination, which would work out great for vampires.
These Richter and Maria were protagonists in the Wonder of Blood Castlevania game, by the way, and others, obviously. So that's cool. Again, glad to hear. Interesting story about. Switching that back around. The official website for Futsal Boys.
Yes, that show.
They announced that there's going to be 5 new short anime, each focusing on a different team in the franchise.
Because we need to.
Because we need that. With some screenshots. But they also revealed the end of the smartphone game. Yeah.
Where after nationals, the bus crashes and all the boys end up having to go to a rehab facility and they can never play soccer again. Or a futsal, sorry.
Yes. There will also be some audio dramas continuing the smartphone game's story, because of course the game has a lot of story.
Kick the ball, Billy. I will. Thanks, Jim. I think we can get the nationals. No, we can't. Okay, good.
So just kind of interesting the fact that the smartphone game, which presumably is what kind of kicked the whole thing off.
Kick the whole thing off.
I see what I did there.
Yeah, I did.
Is ending, but we're getting a bunch more anime. So I suspect it's one of those things where okay, fair enough. Moving that to the side. Anime's going strong. Keep doing the anime stuff. But,
we've hit our goal with that thing.
Yes.
I am gonna smack both of you. I swear to God.
Okay. We'll try not to get sidelined.
We're just trying to score a good comment here. Punt. No, wait, wrong sport. Damn it! Red card.
Yes. Damn. So, another anime announcement. Roaming the Apocalypse with My Shiba Inu is getting an anime. Maya Uchida will play the high school girl master of the Shiba Inu, who is also the world's sole survivor, with Mutsumi Tamura playing Haru the dog. That's all I know. That's all I can give you.
Does the dog have dialogue, or are you literally paying a voice actor to be like, woof, 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 woof?
I don't know. But that is apparently a thing.
It'll be interesting whether it's a super post-apocalyptic world or is it sort of like Quiet Country Cafe, where it's like she's the last person. She and her dog are wandering around and just basically seeing the world return to nature. Quiet, returning to what was the busy hubs of humanity like Tokyo, Osaka, Kyoto.
I'm literally pulling it up right now.
Or is it screaming, burning death?
It's a 4 coma.
Well, if it's boring, I mean, what is a coma? But that's not important here.
It's a comedy.
Okay.
A little ecchi.
Now you've got my interest.
Yeah. Here and there. Aliens show up.
Still got my interest. Keep going. Keep
absolutely.
speaking.
The tone is a little more. It's not quite Girls' Last Tour.
Okay.
But it's that, we're here just kind of wandering around the environment.
Kino's Journey-ish, but
maybe
with no quests and people to help
as a
out?
comedy, as just kind of a kind of screwball, just kind of weird comedy thing. The Shiba Inu does talk, although I mean, is it really? She's talking to it. It is replying back to her. Is it just her thinking it?
Is it just her psychosis? Yes,
exactly.
Yes, it is.
But it's definitely comedy. It's just kind of them wandering around, doing things, making jokes, stuff.
Going to a graveyard, picking up a skull. Alas, poor Yorick, I knew him well.
I am maybe 30 strips in, and the girls got naked twice. So, just saying.
Sounds like a highbrow piece.
Yes.
Perhaps a connoisseur as myself should consult it.
Yes. Also full color, which is nice.
Full frontal and full color?
Hey.
Wow. No, it's not quite 10. Damn.
No, not quite. Speaking of manga, but not announcements. Get ready, folks. One Piece is taking a break. One Piece is going on a 1-month hiatus.
What? We can't.
I know.
We can't.
You're not going to get more One Piece for a couple of weeks here.
Which means the entire staff is on massive carpal tunnel recovery. Can't doing this every week.
Well, precisely, Eiichiro Oda announced this is in preparation for the manga's 25th anniversary and the final saga.
Of the third arc. Of the fifth side story.
Yes, of chapter 1. Yes.
Wow. And then for the next 25 years, we'll be getting back to ending arc 2. And then arc 1. And then the main story will be sometime in the next 200 years. Awesome. Yeah. Good to know.
I should also point out that they make the live action Netflix series.
Yep.
So he's involved in that. One Piece film Red is opening in theaters, so obviously he's busy promoting that. And the 20th anniversary is in July. So he actually said in a comment several months ago that a couple of folks came to him and said, "Hey, dude, take a break in July. Like, just you need to take a couple of weeks off. You're gonna this isn't gonna work." He's like, it'll be fine." And now he's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna take a month off." So
you can do in your time, not talk to people, not deal with anyone.
Dude, good job. So your left eye just keeps revolving. Dude, you gotta stop.
Yeah.
That's the meter that tells me how much I'm going to start slapping people. And the faster it goes, it means it's closer to me slapping the crap out of you people. So let's take a break. Good job.
Exactly. Finally, a few final manga announcements. If any of you are into software development or interested in software development, Weekly Shonen Jump Plus has reopened its Shonen Jump app development contest. They did it in 2017, 2018, 2019, and then stopped. It is back. Basically, they are looking for people to propose manga-based digital ideas for digital manga, and innovative ideas for sort of delivery of that. In previous years, they've actually like made real apps out of the winning entries. There was an AR technology that allowed folks to exchange digital manga volumes to a real-world map. And there was I love this, the Shunkang Shonen Jump app, in which two people would get together and they would unlock free chapters to read when they both jumped at the same time. Shonen Jump.
So, like, physically, actually?
Physically, yes. If you physically stood there and doomp, you get a new chapter.
And it would unlock. That's weird. I like it. I like that's innovative. That's really interesting. So,
entries open through September 16th, and they got a budget of about $370,000 US equivalent to work on the winning proposal.
Death Note tried that, but it nobody. You know, that's hard to have two people die at the same time. Okay,
you read my name.
Now nobody's
I'll read
reading.
your name.
Yeah, then we both died. Now we can't read anything.
Why did you not think this through?
Yeah, what a terrible idea.
Finally, new manga from the duo behind Dead Man Wonderland.
All right.
Retropolis Scratch is the new idea. The Kyoto Youth Tattoo Battle Action manga. Okay.
All right.
Main
the
characters.
Tattoos come to life and they battle.
Taboo Tattoo meets Skate the Infinity.
Not even that. The main character runs away from things. Instead of entering high school, he runs away to Kyoto. He stumbles into some alternate reality world where, I quote, tattoo artists take place in a battle called Boku Senkon. Dueling tattoo artists. Shonen, man. Shonen.
Tattoo
Anything
people,
can
or
be
to
made
just
shonen.
fight each other?
I don't know. The key art shows two characters holding up these sort of thorned circle things.
I could do a tramp stamp half the speed of you. Oh no! What's that mean? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Look at this butterfly in your buttock. I could do that like 9 times faster than you. Oh, that's a great battle. Sweet.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
You want a tattoo of a Chinese character for potato? Here you go.
I want this to say "Live, Love, Laugh," and it says
that's totally what it says.
Potato, ramen, cheese. Awesome. That's great. That's an awesome battle. What happens if you lose? You die.
Of course.
Wow. The stakes are so high.
Let me enter into this tournament where I could die.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
Apparently,
but only by invitation from a secret organization.
The description does say that he has to use his escape skills in this.
What?
I'm wondering if the tattoos like grab you and like grab hold of you in some way.
Shake you like a baby.
Yeah, and so you have to like get away from them. So you're not, Oh, that's it. So, I bet this is what it is. So you have the tattoo artist, but the victim, the person that they do it on gets like strangled by the tattoos if they're that good. The tattoos literally consume the host's body because they're so powerful, and so he needs to like wriggle his way out of the tattoo as it's being put on his body. So it doesn't kill him. I'll bet that's what it is.
So we're going to see like the tattoo artist and the victim, the person getting the tattoo, like face punching Hello Kitty like a billion times. Like, that Hello Kitty tattoo is so realistic. I got to fight for my life. Okay.
I don't know. But I'm intrigued.
I couldn't even get through like episode 2 of Taboo Tattoos. I don't have great hopes. I'm gonna wait for your review, Brent, and let me know.
Oh, I didn't say intrigued enough to watch it. Read it. But Dead Man Wonderland definitely a hit.
Oh yeah, that thing's going on there.
Yeah. So hopefully they can. Hopefully they got something there.
Lightning will strike twice.
Yeah, maybe. That's all the news this week. Thanks for watching. See you all next week. I forgot history again. Hold on. Oh, right. Yep. Hold on.
That history erase button. Yep, that did it in again.
Nope, there's a thing.
Yep.
You guys talk about
birthdays.
No.
Oh, Steve's crazy mind finger powers. I can't do that. I can only go back and forth like this. I can't do the whole thing. It's like I pulled my thumb off. I got my thumbs. Party games for preemies. Look at that! Hey.
This is going to be very appropriate considering what we're about to talk about here.
Thumb removal and finger wiggling becomes a thing in Japan. That's good to know. On this date, 1992.
Welcome to This Week in Anime History, where we talk about things that happened this week in anime history. And today, sadly but importantly, we must remember the Akihabara Massacre.
Yes.
In June 8th of 2008. A dark day. Basically, so Akihabara classically leaves its street open to pedestrian traffic. It blocks cars from going in especially on the weekends. And sadly, 25-year-old Tomohiro Kato drove into a crowd with a rented truck. Killed 3 people and injured 2, and then leaped out and stabbed at least 12 people using a dagger, killing 4 more and injuring 8. He was arrested and sentenced to death in 2011. It was a dark day because Akihabara was considered very much a safe space, a place where otaku would just kind of wander around and be who they were, and interact with the maids and all that kind of good stuff. And this kind of stopped that. Chuo Odori was closed for pedestrians every Sunday during holidays, and so we took advantage of that. So that was a thing. Made global headlines, of course, and also likely accelerated the sentencing or the execution of Tsutomu Miyazaki, who was on death row at the time. That was the thing.
Sad.
Yeah. Very sad in every possible way. But
considering how Japan has by its own efforts, really put out how safe and organized and how you don't have to worry about it's not New York City, it's not like other places in the world that are so dangerous. Right. It's a really very safe environment. To have that happen was an unfortunate and tragic shocker to Japanese and the rest of the world too, to be like, what?
Yeah.
Sort of like almost Shinrikyo.
Yeah.
Where it's like, what? Mm-hmm. Like that? How the hell did this happen in Japan?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
In modern times.
Yeah. Definitely. It should also be pointed out, one of the results was a range of arrests around folks who had been threatening similar things, and so there was increased police attendance to those sorts of things, and prevented potentially more tragedy. So there was at least a result in policing that hopefully prevented worse things from happening in the future. But worth remembering, It's a thing, and never forget. So that's a fun one. But I have a question for you all.
What did we learn on the show tonight, friend?
I hope this is somebody came here for OnCon, and they're just here for the convention, and they watched us all the way through, and they saw that, and they're like, "What on earth? What are they? I'm so confused."
What?
Well, we're just one short of the barbershop quartet,
True.
but we're getting there. We're working on it slowly but surely.
We'll get there. Sometime.
We just need someone to isekai in.
Yeah,
exactly.
There we go.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I think Interstellar, quadruple fives. I think that we need one of them to come in.
Yes.
Complete our quartet.
Mm-hmm. One more time.
Exactly. One more time.
Tonight I learned that anything can be a premise for a shonen manga.
Yeah.
Literally anything. I'm just waiting for the next thing. Also, I learned that if I love my idol really a lot, there's hope.
That you could be birthed from her loins to be her offspring.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Wow.
Yeah.
Why do we do that?
That's a possibility. I've learned that tonight. Now I know. And so now
knowing's half the battle.
Well,
yeah.
Now I know what I don't want. Steve, how about you?
My skull's obsidian. I don't learn a damn thing. Now, what have I learned tonight?
You learned how to prevent an apocalypse. Apparently.
In a horribly wrong way. But I have learned that. No, I really haven't learned a damn thing. I have learned that we can make an entire anime about a grubby little boy running around going, "I love the environment. I love the environment," and just have him just go on for 55 minutes like that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I have learned that Castlevania will never end because vampires never end.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
I have learned
they are immortal, Steve.
I have learned that tattoos will kill me. Mm-hmm. I have learned that Cash Herd, is horrible to poor little animals, defenseless little animals. Mm-hmm. It reminds me, it reminded me of Garzy's Wings, the horses in Garzy's Wings. They all get slaughtered, and it's just in the most horrific fashion. It's not like it's not like there's a laser beam and they just die. Mm-hmm. It's like, just in the other eye, that kind of thing.
Legs getting chopped off, and things like that.
Yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Jeez.
Yeah.
Maybe remind me to strike that from my watch list.
Well, it is considered one of the worst anime out there.
Mm-hmm.
I've learned that certain prophets just don't care, and that I could probably temporarily survive the destruction of Earth if I have a good enough sentient spacesuit that will eject me into the atmosphere, and then leave me to die a cold, asphyxiating death. I've learned fire is pain again through through the eyes of Mars, and I've learned that we're descended from Atlantis, from people who are from Mars, from Atlan, and I've learned so many things. I need to write this down in a book with a gold-plated cover, and I must be the prophet and spread the word of Eyes of Mars.
You saw it here first, folks. The religion has been started.
Yes, the religion has been founded. I am the prophet.
So you're reading this on gold plates that nobody else can see.
Exactly.
Did John Smith do something like that, or what the hell?
He was a false prophet. I am.
Bring him young. Bring him young.
Bring him young. And all hail the mighty Steve and the Hitler robots that I will create. That is what I have learned, ladies and gentlemen. That is what I have learned.
Now, I don't mean this in a mean way, but if the Mormons have Moroni, and this is not to be mean, this is just for pure joking, Steve.
Okay.
So this would be the religion according to moron. I don't mean this. I love you, Steve. This is just a joke.
You will not.
You will not ascend. Oh no! Trap below. No.
Blasphemer.
Oh,
I have found my new religion, and Gundams are my angels.
Oh, and not angels like Neon Genesis,
Right.
Evangelion.
I like Evangelion.
And Comey will be my leader.
Goddess.
Of the angels.
She'll be the goddess.
Exactly.
She will be my messenger.
There we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Comey,
Pantheon is being established.
yes, Comey can't communicate. Will be my messenger to the people.
Okay. Good to know. Good to know.
No, can I stop right there because I can literally go on.
Oh,
John, how
it would
about
be
you?
funny, too. I did not honestly realize that smelling like a vampire smelled like oranges and like camellias and roses and
Yep,
stuff.
turns
I
out.
thought it smelled like decay, death, and
Nope.
dust and dirt and maybe coffin wood and maybe worms. But you know,
Citrus.
I'm willing to try a fragrance that even smells of that because that's nouveau. It's a thing. Being an otaku means that you try out all the colors of the fragrance rainbow based on the undead ish.
Yeah.
And the other thing that I've learned, not so much learned, but been reaffirmed, is that OnCon rocks.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you guys so much for OnCon. Thank you for all the panels. Thank you for all the work done. Much appreciated.
Yes.
That's the biggest thing that I've learned is the OnCon rocks.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
A lot of fun.
Appreciate it.
I enjoyed it. Glad you all could be here. And we'll be back to our regular schedule next week, Sunday night. So not tomorrow, but in 8 days, we'll be back with the Weekly Dig, where we will start our review and analysis of Claymore.
Our descent into Claymore.
Right. We decided to look at Claymore, watch that, and so we'll start with episodes 1 through 5 next week. And we will potentially go all the way through it if we decide to do that. Unless something interrupts that. But yeah.
Unless we lose our sanity in trying to watch it.
We will not commit ahead of time. Darn it, we're gonna get through this. No, we're not.
What was I say? I think 1 through 5 should give us a fairly
fairly
decent
good,
bite into this to be able to give some authoritative and interesting introspection into it. So
that is the plan. Cool. So see you all next week. Thank you all so much. Thank you all for being here for OnCon and for the Weekly Dig. Glad to do this. Glad everyone could be here for it. Glad it could be fun. Until next time, watch more anime.
Arigatou gozaimasu.
It's
Wait,